Chapter 1 System Binding, Sign in to get a luxury car. Ding! The rich man's sign-in system is binding. Binding successful. Early in the morning, Lin Yi had just sat up from the hard bed in the rental house. Before he was fully awake, he heard a strange but clear mechanical sound in his ears. He was stunned for a moment, rubbed his eyes, and his gaze fell on the blue interface that suddenly appeared in the air. The super-rich sign-in system has been bound to the host, Lin Yi. Daily sign-in system launched. Sign in successfully. Today's reward, Lamborghini Veneno limited edition worldwide. The reward has been generated, please check. Lin Yi? Looking at the series of prompts in front of him, he was confused. Are you kidding me? What kind of stupid system is this? Yesterday, he was kicked out by the landlord because he couldn't pay the rent for his internship because his salary was too low. Today, when he woke up, he was told to give him a luxury car worth tens of millions? Am I going mad with hunger? Am I dreaming? He subconsciously reached out and pinched himself hard, grimacing in pain. It's true. Hiss, is this not a joke? Is there really such an outrageous thing? Just when he was still doubting his life, another prompt message popped up in front of him. The Lamborghini Veneto has been parked in Area B of the underground garage of Wanxiang Housing in Yunhai City, and the key has been issued to the host. Click. Lin Yi lowered his head and saw a bunch of car keys shining silver lying at his feet, with a Lamborghini logo on it. No way, did you really give me a supercar? He swallowed, quickly opened the map on his phone and searched for Vangxiang Mansion. The search results left him completely dumbfounded. The top wealthy area in Yunhai City, with an average price starting at 200,000 renminbi per square meter, only billionaires are allowed to enter. Those who live there are big bosses of the city's major companies, celebrities, and heirs to wealthy families. I'm a social animal with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, but I can't even afford to buy them a pair of shoelaces. System, do you want me to go in and be beaten by the security guards? Just when Lin Yi felt this was ridiculous, the system prompted again. Tip, to facilitate the host to receive rewards, this system has transferred the permanent ownership of Villa Number 8, Villa Number 9, and Villa Number 10 in Area A of Wanxiang Housing to the host. The 3 villas will be transferred this afternoon. The real estate certificates are on the way. Please check them. Lin Yi. He slowly raised his hand and slapped himself tremblingly. Bang! It hurts, it really does. The next second, he suddenly jumped up. Fuck! I'm a super rich man? He held the car keys in his hand and paced back and forth in the room like a madman, with only one thought in his mind. I'm about to take off. He was originally thinking about delivering takeout and paying off his credit card today, but he instantly forgot all his worries. The system, luxury cars, villas, the life of billionaires, all of this is real. Is this a prank show? Where are the cameras? He quickly looked around, even searching under the bed, but still found nothing unusual. Until he saw the dusty university diploma on the table. It's been almost a year since I graduated, and I'm still worried about my life. I haven't even managed to find a decent job. Now I've suddenly become rich overnight. Could it be that God has mercy on me because he sees that I'm so miserable? Lin Yi smiled, and for the first time there was light in his eyes. Well, since God has given me a chance, I won't be polite. He grabbed the keys, picked up his only backpack and rushed out of the rental house. Target, Wanxiang Mansion. Wanxiang Mansion, the top private villa area in Yunhai City, is heavily guarded and each security guard is stronger than the last. Lin Yi walked all the way to the door and was stopped by the security guard. Sir, Wanxiang Mansion does not accept visitors. Please show your ID card. Lin Yi was a little embarrassed and was about to explain when his phone vibrated again. Reminder, the identity has been synchronized and the owner's information has been uploaded to the Wanxiang Housing smart security system. The next second, a message came from the Bluetooth headset next to the security guard's ear. Let him in, he's the new owner. Yes. The security guard immediately stood up straight and smiled professionally. Hello, Mr. Lin, welcome home. Lin Yi. Damn, this treatment is too good. As you walk through the gate, what comes into view are villas that look like luxurious manors, each of which is worth hundreds of millions. The roadside greenery is trimmed like works of art, and the statues in the center of the fountain are inlaid with gold edges. Not far away, a silver-gray Lamborghini Veneno was parked quietly in the parking space in Area B, as if waiting for the king to arrive. Lin Yi walked forward and pressed the key. Beep. The car door opens automatically. He got into the driver's seat, the leather seat fit his back, the dashboard looked like a futuristic fighter plane. Hiss, it smells so good. Lin Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing. System, continue to arrange it for me. Ding. System task started. First driving reward. After driving 10 kilometers, you can get a luxury home designer's exclusive renovation service. The mission reward will be automatically distributed after completion. Wow, even sports cars can unlock new missions? Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator, the roar resounded throughout the villa area, and the Lamborghini rushed out like an arrow. Lin Yi's life of great wealth begins now. Chapter 2, Rich women strike up conversations on the street, and the rewards are doubled. With the engine roaring, the Lamborghini shuttled through the city's main roads like a beast, attracting the attention of passers-by. Wow, that car must be worth tens of millions, right? Who is driving it? Is he a rich second generation? He's quite handsome, why don't you try to strike up a conversation? Lin Yi sat in the driver's seat, enjoying the air conditioning, a smile on his face, and was in a very good mood. This feels so good. But he also knew that a sports car alone was not enough. What he wanted was power, status, money, and being surrounded by thousands of beautiful women. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the first mission, and the system reward has been settled. Reward, a personal custom clothing card worth 880,000 yuan. Reward, 1-hour trial version of Charming Aura of the Super Rich effect, increase the favorability of the opposite sex by 300%. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Charming Aura? Is this true? Can this system add buffs? The next second, his body felt slightly warm, as if a stream of air was surging out of his body. He glanced at the passenger side mirror. Damn! My face seems to have become 3 points more handsome. Her nose is ridiculously straight, her eyes are charming, and even the smile on her lips exudes a "I just want to pounce on you" vibe. Am I turning into the male protagonist template? Before he could finish his words, a beautiful girl in a short skirt on the side of the road waved at him. Handsome guy, can you give me a ride? Lin Yi was stunned. She was wearing a white shirt, but the buttons were only half buttoned, and the neckline was very low, revealing her 2 snow-white breasts. Her skirt was so short that it could only barely cover her thighs, and there was a suspender tattoo on her leg. She is coquettish with heavy makeup, yet still delicate and refined, a typical queen. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. This aura of charm came too quickly? Where are you going? Downtown, CBD. Get in the car. The woman was not polite, she opened the car door and got in with a charming manner. A fragrant breeze blew in her face, and a unique aura of a mature woman instantly surrounded the car. This car is yours? What do you think? The woman licked her red lips and glanced at him seductively. Men like you who are handsome and rich, I like them the most. Lin Yi chuckled. What's your name then? You can call me Sister Ruo, or Baby. As she spoke, she leaned closer to him, her natural peaks almost touching his arm. Lin Yi's scalp tingled. Isn't this system too powerful? I only used the charm aura for less than 2 minutes, and I met such a passionate sister? However, the system popped up a prompt at the right time. It is detected that the host is being approached by a stranger of the opposite sex. Do you want to accept the special side quest? Task, complete 5 minutes of high-intensity interaction with a strange woman. Reward, a set of LV limited edition suits plus permanent enhancement of charm aura by 5%. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. High-intensity interaction? System, are you doing something here? But as he watched that Sister Ruo getting closer and closer, with her breath smelling of hormones, he actually felt a little moved. How to interact? He asked in his heart. You can perform operations such as verbal provocation, light touch, close eye contact to meet the task triggering conditions. Good fellow. Lin Yi slowly stopped the car on the side of the road, turned around and stared at Sister Ruo. Do you know that this is dangerous? Sister Ruo was stunned. Danger? I am a person who doesn't have good control. After saying that, he suddenly reached out and gently tidied up the hair beside her ears. The moment his fingertips touched her skin, the woman's body trembled. So, what do you want? She blinked her eyes and her voice was so soft that it penetrated her bones. Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth. Let me start by getting to know you. Ding. High-intensity interaction has reached the standard. Mission completed. Rewards are being distributed. Hiss, exciting. Just then, Sister Ruo's cell phone rang. She glanced at the screen, her expression changed, and then she immediately returned to her serious look. Well, my friend urged me to make an appointment next time? Lin Yi nodded. Please remember the license plate and contact me anytime. Remember this, handsome boy. When she pushed the door and got out of the car, she bent down and gave him a wink. The hem of her skirt lifted up quietly, revealing a section of her white thighs and black hem. Lin Yi held his forehead with his hand. This buff must be used with caution, otherwise something serious will happen. Tip: remaining time of Charm Aura trial, 53 minutes. System: it would be nice if I could have this thing for a long time. Ding. Please work hard to complete more tasks. The system will continue to unlock functions. Okay, let's start the next step. He was holding the steering wheel and suddenly remembered the 880,000 yuan card for customized clothing. Why don't we go to a couture shop and get dressed first? My current appearance needs to be matched with some high-class clothes. Just as I started, a strange message suddenly popped up on my phone. Su Wanner, Lin Yi, did you change your phone number? Did you drive that Lamborghini? Lin Yi stared at the note, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. Su Wanner? She was the most popular girl in college back then, and now she can't help herself and sends a message? Come on, don't you look down on me? From today on, I will make you out of my league. He took a deep breath and sent a message back. The car is mine. I am the same person as before. But, am I worthy of you now? Chapter 3: The goddess looks back, and the past humiliation is reversed in one day. The afterglow of the cell phone's vibration was still lingering on his fingertips. Lin Yi leaned back in the Lamborghini, staring at the information on the screen, a hint of sarcasm rising from the corners of his mouth. Su Wanner. He had been attracted to her for 3 whole years in college, but he could only watch her from afar. She was pure and innocent, a daughter of heaven, and was admired by countless boys. But what about Lin Yi? He was just an ordinary person who was so poor that he couldn't even afford dinner. The only time they had ever interacted was the night he mustered up the courage to confess his love to her during his junior year. Lin Yi? Are you kidding? Are you worthy of me? Her tone was as cold as ice at that time. He remembered very clearly that day he was standing under the dormitory building in the rain, holding a bouquet of flowers, and stayed awake all night. Today she took the initiative to send a message. TSK. He did not reply immediately, but opened the navigation and drove straight to the high-end club in the south of the city. Honi International Private Customized Club. There was a row of luxury cars parked at the door, including Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Maserati. But when Lin Yi's Lamborghini Veneno slowly stopped, it still attracted everyone's attention. Especially the t-shirt and sweatpants he was wearing casually, which made people think at first glance that this guy was here to deliver a car. Wow, this guy has a really cool car, and he's dressed like a car washer. Maybe some rich lady bought this. Everyone was whispering. Lin Yi ignored him and strode into the club. The receptionist wanted to stop him, but he showed the high-end card in his phone and her face changed instantly. Mr. Lin, are you a black gold customer? Come this way, come this way. Several rich second generations who were choosing clothes were stunned. Black gold card? You have to spend at least 800,000 yuan a year to apply for it. Who is this guy? Why is he so low-key? Lin Yi sat leisurely in the VIP room, drinking customized iced American coffee while browsing customized clothing options. Just when he had chosen a black and gold leather suit, his phone vibrated again. Su Wanner, Lin Yi, how come you suddenly have that car? Where are you now? I want to talk to you about something, is that okay? Lin Yi smiled. He knew that Su Wanner didn't want to chat, but she just couldn't sit still. This is what we call when good luck comes, people's hearts can be seen. He deliberately left her alone for a few minutes before slowly replying. You can have a cup of coffee when you are free, but I don't have much time, before 3 o'clock this afternoon. The other party immediately replied, I'll be there now. Where are you? Lin Yi calmly sent the location, which was exactly this high-end club. About 20 minutes later, there was a commotion outside the store. Fuck, that's Su Wanner, right? Our school beauty. Is she really here? Why would she come to see this mysterious guy? Could it really be him? Lin Yi was drinking coffee when he heard a gentle but somewhat uncertain greeting. Lin Yi? He turned his head and saw the girl wearing a light blue floral dress, her hair like a waterfall, her skin as white as jade, and her long legs made to look straight and slender in her high heels. It's so beautiful, the kind that can attract all eyes just by standing there. However, there was no emotion in Lin Ye's eyes. On the contrary, Su Wan'er looked at him sitting in the VIP seat, drinking limited edition coffee, with two female designers trying on clothes behind him. She felt a little dazed. Is this still the poor boy that she once looked down upon? How are you doing lately? She asked, her tone so gentle that it was unlike her. Lin Yi smiled faintly. It's okay, I can make a living. But this outfit is not suitable for washing cars. I'll alter my clothes. What are you kidding? Su Wan'er couldn't help laughing, but her eyes were a little complicated. How come you suddenly have such an expensive car? Lin Yi shrugged. I won it in the lottery. I was lucky. Don't try to fool me. The clothes you're wearing and the coffee you're drinking, you can't come in here without some status. The more Su Wan'er looked at him, the more different he seemed. His confidence, his calmness, and that indescribable masculinity in him made her heart beat faster for some unknown reason. Lin Yi, you have changed. Finally, you are no longer the little boy who got caught in the rain under the dormitory building. Lin Yi's eyes moved. Do you remember? Su Wan'er bit her lip lightly and nodded. Actually, at that time, it's not that I wasn't touched. It's just, I was too proud and self-righteous. She suddenly took a step closer and reached out to help him straighten the collar of his suit. The movement was extremely light, yet it revealed a subtle sexual intention. When her fingers brushed across the side of his neck, Lin Yi keenly felt the slight trembling of her fingertips. She was really nervous. At this moment, the air seemed to become sticky. There was a hint of longing, a hint of apology, and a hint of grievance in her eyes. Lin Yi, if time goes back, will you still like me? Ding. System prompt, triggering the emotional line task old love returns. Optional. 1. Accept your ex and start the reconciliation branch. Reward, a luxury house in the city center plus 1 physical strengthening potion. 2. Stay calm and distance yourself, and complete the Jedi counterattack quest. Reward, unlock the list of celebrities plus mysterious invitation card. Lin Ye's eyes flashed. An old love rekindled? Or is it a turnaround? He curled his lips. Su Wan'er, are you sure you really understand me now? Su Wan'er was stunned. What's the meaning? Lin Yi slowly stood up, leaned close to her ear, and said in a low and seductive voice, some men, once they become powerful, they are no longer something you can easily control. He finished, his fingers tapping on the thin chain collar at the edge of her collarbone. In the future, you can give this kind of gadget to my woman, but you are not qualified. After saying that, he turned around and strode away, leaving behind a crowd of stunned onlookers and Su Wan'er, whose face was flickering red and white. Ding! Mission completed, Jedi counterattack branch quest successful. Rewards are being distributed. Chapter 4, Charm continues to ferment, school beauty flirts with people. Outside the Hongi Club, the day was bright and the wind blew through the commercial district in the center of the city, passing by the Lamborghini parked at the door. Lin Yi put on sunglasses, leaned against the car, twirling a key in his hand, with a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. The system's prompt sound still echoes in my ears. Rewards received, unlock the celebrity list plus a mysterious invitation card. Open the Urban Top Celebrity Social Circle copy. Do you want to enter? Lin Yi was not in a hurry to agree. He raised his head and looked towards the entrance of the club. Su Wan'er, in her floral dress, was still standing there, her white fingers tightly grasping her cell phone, her eyes full of complexity and annoyance. Lin Yi, she murmured. She really didn't expect that this poor boy who she once thought couldn't even afford a bicycle could now be so confident and choke her with just one word. The words "you are not qualified yet" pierced her heart like a needle. But she was not angry, instead, she was a little excited. She suddenly realized that Lin Yi's tough and cold transformation made her heart beat faster and faster. He seems to have become much more handsome, especially when he spoke close to me just now. His voice seemed to melt people's hearts. She bit her lips slightly, her mind wandering, and she didn't even realize that the hem of her skirt had been blown up by the wind, revealing a small section of her rose-colored inner. Lin Yi did not look back, but walked to the side of the car, opened the passenger seat drawer, and took out a signed perfume bottle. Mysterious invitation card, a chance to have a secret meeting with a designated celebrity, which can trigger a random event. System, which celebrity is most suitable for this card? Recommended target, Jiang Qir, a popular actress of Star Entertainment Media, with a face value of 95 and a body score of 99. The current emotional value is lonely plus expectant. Lin Ye's eyes changed slightly. Zhang Ke? Of course he had heard of the name. She is a first-line actress promoted by Star Entertainment, sweeping the fashion circle, endorsing countless brands, with an amazing figure and stunning looks, known as the National Dream Lover, and has tens of millions of fans on Weibo. How can you get in touch with someone of this level? Fine, then I'll see how far you can go with this mysterious invitation. He silently said use in his mind, and the system immediately popped up a new instruction. At 7 o'clock tonight, at the VIP club of Jinhua Hotel, Zhang Ke went alone for an appointment. Her identity is a private massage experiencer. The host's current identity has been preset, Jinhua Group's mysterious shareholder behind the scenes. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. This arrangement is really fun. He raised the corners of his lips and got into the car. Then tonight, let's have a deep and sweet exchange. The afternoon passed quickly. Lin Yi also visited the new property. The system-rewarded duplex mansion in the city center is located in the top location of Jinhua Bay and has 270 floor-to-ceiling windows, an intelligent panoramic system, and integrated butler service. As soon as he walked in, the fragrance filled his nose, and the housekeeper bowed to him gently. Mr. Lin, welcome home. The words go home stunned Lin Yi for a few seconds. From childhood to adulthood, he has lived in cramped rental houses and damp tube-shaped buildings. When he heard this word for the first time, he felt a little unfamiliar. He walked onto the balcony and looked at the city lights just starting to come on below him, feeling a sense of indescribable pride. System prompt, identity accumulation +3, popularity increased, unlocking the social influence evaluation system. Lin Yi, does this mean that what I do in the future can affect the entire city? Yes, the higher the host status, the more resources can be mobilized, and even control key nodes in the media, finance, and politics. Then I have to have more fun. 6:30 in the evening. At the VIP channel of Jinhua Hotel, a customized Maybach slowly stopped. Lin Yi, wearing his newly tailor-made black and gold suit, got out of the car with an imposing manner. There was someone waiting at the door. Mr. Lin, Miss Jiang is already waiting for you in the suite. He nodded, and followed several service staff to the top floor of the hotel that was the legendary private club that only the powerful and wealthy could enter. As soon as I pushed the door, a faint fragrance wafts to your face, a mixture of sandalwood and floral dew, making you feel intoxicated. The lights in the room were dim and the air was filled with aromatherapy. And beside that soft massage bed, a woman wearing a nurse's bathrobe and with her hair tied up high was standing in front of the window. She had her back to Lin Yi, with a soft waist and amazing curves. Lin Yi smiled slightly. You are Zhang Ke? She turned her head and looked at him slowly with her clear eyes. You are Mr. Lin? The voice is soft, slightly hoarse, and extremely sexy. Lin Yi took 2 steps closer and smelled the scent of her body, a mixture of body perfume and shower gel, which was strong but not garish, just right. I'm not here to act today, you know? She suddenly whispered. So what are you doing here? Zhang Ke lowered her eyes. I heard that you are one of the biggest investors behind the scenes. I want to get a longer-term contract. As she spoke, she traced her finger along the edge of her shoulder, and her bathrobe slipped off halfway, revealing a large area of her fair shoulders. Are you using your body to negotiate a contract? Lin Yi chuckled. If you like, I can accompany you tonight, all the time. When she mentioned the word accompany, her tone was light and slow, as if carrying some kind of hint, and coupled with her enchanting eyes, it was simply exciting. Lin Yi walked up to her and scanned her figure up and down without any hesitation. Her breathing began to quicken, but her eyes did not flinch. Ding! The current environment meets the conditions for the special intimacy task. Do you want to start the verbal probing plus touch interaction stage? Lin Yi's eyes were slightly cold. You were so proactive, aren't you afraid that I will really do something? Zhang Ke trembled slightly, but suddenly reached out and put her hand on his wrist, her eyes like water. I'm afraid, but I'm also looking forward to it. Chapter 5, Massage? Heartbeat or Trap? On the top floor of the Jinhua Hotel, the curtains are half drawn, and the dim light creates a soft mist in the aromatherapy room. Zhang Ke was very close, and her warm breath passed over Lin Yi's neck vaguely, bringing with it a sweet fragrance that made people feel itchy. The nurse's bathrobe she was wearing was so loose that it could hardly support gravity. It was only hung on her body by a thin belt, and faint traces of white skin were visible. Lin Yi looked down at her with a burning gaze. Are you testing me? Zhang Ke smiled gently. It's not a test, it's an invitation. After saying that, she reached out to take the essential oil beside her. With a graceful posture, her fingertips gently touched Lin Yi's collar, and her eyes carried a seductive look that said, "If you don't move, I'll take the initiative." "Mr. Lin, this is a specially blended essential oil that can make people completely relaxed. Do you want to try it?" Lin Yi chuckled, raised his hand to unbutton his suit, and slowly put the whole suit down, revealing the black shirt underneath. With his cold and handsome face, he looked like the protagonist of the novel who had walked out of the page. Jiang Kor's eyes shone brighter, and she lowered her voice and said, "Lie down first, I'll serve you." He sat on the soft massage bed, slowly turned around and lay down, his muscle lines outlined clear edges and corners under the light. Jiang Kor's breathing was obviously quickened, her eyes quietly extended to his back for a moment, and then she stabilized her rhythm again. "I'm starting now." She knelt beside the bed, dipped her hands in essential oil, and gently covered his back muscles. She uttered a low sound, as if she was burned first, and breathed softly, "You are so strong." Lin Yi closed his eyes, but the corners of his mouth curled up. "I'm fine, you continue." Jiang Kor gently massaged with her fingertips and whispered, "Do you know? The company's top executives are all guessing who the mysterious sponsor is. When you came, I felt that it was you." Lin Yi did not respond, allowing her words and fingertips to flow over his body. Her hands became more and more bold, massaging from the shoulder blades to the waistline, and then across the waist. "Hey, this place is very hard," she murmured softly, her eyes flickering as if she wanted to do something more exciting. Just then, ding! System prompt: target Jiang Kir's favorability has reached the critical value, which can trigger a deeper plot or a plot reversal. Do you choose? 1. Go ahead and trigger the secret meeting night mission, which rewards you with +2 physique and +10 charm. 2. Take the initiative to stop, unlock the Queen cultivation route, and subsequently control the full agency rights of Star Entertainment Resources. Lin Yi opened his eyes and the smile on his face deepened. The system really knows how to play. At this time, Jiang Kor's hands had already gently unbuttoned the hem of his shirt, and her fingertips moved down along the line little by little. "Mr. Lin, are you really just going to let me do this?" There was a hint of lust and a bit of temptation in her eyes. Lin Yi suddenly turned over and met her eyes unexpectedly. The distance between their eyes was only 10 centimeters. "What about you? Do you know the price?" Jiang Kor's eyes became confused, her body trembled noticeably, and she was pressed against the edge of the massage bed, with fragrance filling the air. Lin Yi propped up his arms, pressed down her sides, and smiled playfully. "You want to use your body to negotiate for resources? Your operation is not advanced enough." Jiang Kor's cheeks flushed, but she bit her lip stubbornly. "Then what do you want?" Lin Yi leaned in closer and whispered in her ear, "I want you to use your brain, not your body. Xingyu, leave me a director position." Jiang Kor was stunned. "You want to join the board of directors?" "Not only do I want to get in, I want to change. If you're really smart, you'll know that holding onto my thighs tightly now is your real chance to turn things around." He stood up, straightened his shirt, his eyes cold and powerful. "Don't trade your body for your future. That's too cheap." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door. Jiang Kor said softly from behind, "Lin Yi, remember what you said tonight. If you can really control Xingyu, I am willing to work for you." Lin Yi didn't look back and said calmly, "You don't need to work for me. You will be mine from now on." Door, close. Jiang Kor sat on the edge of the bed, her whole body numb. She looked down at the bottle of essential oil in her hand, her eyes complicated and fiery. This man is more dangerous than all the capital. When Lin Yi walked out of the Jinyue Hotel and was about to drive, his cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but the note made him narrow his eyes slightly. Note: Lin Mengyao. His ex-girlfriend. The person he once trusted the most and loved the most was the woman who had a flash marriage with a rich second-generation man after graduating from college. He sneered and picked up the phone. "Lin Yi, you have changed." The voice on the other end of the phone was soft but with a familiar hypocrisy. "Now you drive a Lamborghini and go to top hotels. Did I miss the most important years of your life?" Lin Yi leaned against the car door and lit a cigarette. "Do you regret it?" There was silence for a few seconds, and then he suddenly whispered, "I'm not doing well, right now. Would you like to see me?" Lin Yi took a deep puff of his cigarette. "Meet you?" "Sure, but bring your husband along. I want to have a good chat with him about the story of old lover." Chapter 6, The ex-girlfriend called. Should I repay the debt of love today? Outside the Jinhue Hotel, the night deepens and neon lights flicker.
Lin Yi leaned against the Lamborghini, the lit fireworks dancing in the night wind. Lin Mengyao's voice on the other end of the phone still had a soft, familiar ending, but it was also wrapped in a hint of temptation and uneasiness.
Lin Yi, can we meet? Lin Yi said indifferently, didn't you marry a rich second-generation man and live a comfortable life? What's wrong with your marriage?
There was silence for a few seconds before the other end said softly, my husband, something went wrong at the company recently, and I didn't mean to do that.
Oh?
Lin Yi chuckled, and his laughter cut through her last bit of self-esteem like a knife. Didn't you say at the beginning that even if I knelt down and begged you, you would never look back?
Now, you want to kneel down and beg me?
The other end's breathing stagnated, and his voice trembled slightly, Lin Yi.
I really know I was wrong, and I really regret it now. If I hadn't chosen him at the beginning, could we still continue?
Lin Yi exhaled the last puff of cigarette, flicked away the cigarette butt, his eyes as cold as a knife.
Stop fantasizing. What you didn't want in the beginning, you are not even worthy of touching now.
But, he suddenly laughed, if your husband really wants to know your ability to rekindle an old flame, I don't mind letting him see with his own eyes how you give in front of me.
Lin Mengyao was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly whispered. Tonight.
I'm at room 805 of the Yunding Hotel.
Whether you come or not is up to you.
Lin Yi hung up the phone without comment, and the scene of her resolute departure that year emerged in his mind. When he was at his lowest point, it was Lin Mengyao who pushed him out of the door with her own hands. You have nothing but passion.
I can't gamble with you. At that moment, he truly gave up.
But now, the situation has changed. Lin Yi got into the car, and the system prompt sounded at the right time.
Side quest has been triggered, meet your ex-girlfriend again. Task options. Go to a date, humiliate Lin Mengyao and her husband in public, gain influence +20, revenge +10.
Refuse to meet, completely cut off the relationship, gain cold label +1, mystery +2.
Flirting, play with the other person's feelings and body, gain charm +5, crisis index +3. Lin Yi smiled slightly, choose. Selected, flirting. System prompt, current character Lin Mengyao's emotional value anxiety plus regret plus vague expectation.
Very good. Lin Yi curled his lips, since you took the initiative to come to me, then I will take good care of you.
8 o'clock in the evening, room 805 of Yunding Hotel.
The room was filled with fragrance and the atmosphere was ambiguous. Lin Mengyao wore a soft suspender dress, delicate makeup, and bright lips. She was obviously prepared, even the indoor lighting was adjusted to the warmest setting. She was sitting on the sofa with a glass of red wine in her hand. When she heard the knock on the door, she stood up immediately.
Lin Yi.
As the door opened, she saw Lin Yi's custom-made suit with dark patterns, his stern facial features and his full aura, which was even more explosive than the male protagonist on TV. And the faint fragrance he smelled as soon as he entered the room almost made her legs go weak.
You are still different from before,
she said softly, her eyes slightly red.
Lin Yi sat down, his eyes calm. What do you want to talk about?
Lin Mengyao moved closer and sat next to him, her eyes moistened.
I really regret this.
Lin Yi, I have always been paying attention to you, but I just didn't dare to contact you.
I think about it every day. If I could have been with you a little longer, even if we were poor, I would have waited for the day when you became rich.
Lin Yi suddenly smiled, and his smile was very light. You are really good at talking.
He raised his hand and gently pinched her chin. So, do you want to do something to rekindle old feelings tonight?
Lin Mengyao was attracted by his eyes, her body trembled, her cheeks flushed, but her lips unconsciously opened slightly. Whatever you want, I am willing to do it.
Lin Yi slowly leaned over, put his lips to her ear, and spoke in a low voice. Does your husband know what you are doing now?
Lin Mengyao shuddered, but she didn't push him away.
Instead, she responded softly, he doesn't care about me.
Lin Yi's lips curled up with a playful smile. Well, tonight I will let you know what true care is.
He paused and suddenly bit her earlobe.
Lin Mengyao almost screamed out loud, and her whole body went limp, leaning in his arms, gasping for breath. She suddenly covered her mouth and whispered shyly, you are still different from before. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Yes, I was so poor that I couldn't even support you before, but now I can make you cry and regret it 10,000 times. He suddenly pushed her onto the sofa, hooked his fingers around the corner of her suspenders, and looked dangerously. Remember, from now on, you are not here for comfort.
You are here to atone. Task completion, phase 1 100%. Rewards: Constitution +1, Charm +2, Emotion Control skill slightly improved. Lin Mengyao's affection for the host turns into obsession. System prompt: a hidden copy has been generated. Mengyao's counterattack.
Chapter 7, The New Goddess, the first encounter with the cold-faced president.
Early the next morning,
Lin Yi was still lying on the big bed, while Lin Mengyao was already on the balcony in her nightgown answering the phone. Her voice was soft, but also clearly panicked. I really was staying at my best friend's house yesterday.
Stop it. Please don't come over to check.
She wanted to say something else, but suddenly a deep voice came from behind her. If you were afraid of being caught, you shouldn't have climbed into my bed in the first place. Lin Mengyao shuddered, quickly hung up the phone and turned back. Did you hear it? Lin Yi sat up lazily, pulled the towel over to wipe his hair, and smiled meaningfully. Lin Mengyao, you look much more embarrassed now than the day you broke up with me.
What a pity. Even if you kneel down and beg me now, you are just a plaything. Lin Mengyao bit her lip. Do you really think of me like this?
Lin Yi smiled faintly, walked over and held her chin with his hand. What else?
Do you think you can still make me soft-hearted?
His eyes darkened. Don't contact me in the future, unless you can exchange it with some truly useful resources.
For example, I am somewhat interested in your husband's real estate shares and the land of Starlight Entertainment. Lin Mengyao was stunned, a look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. Are you planning?
Ha! Lin Yi sneered, I never do things just for a night of fun. I'll give you a word of advice, there isn't much value left in you.
Lin Mengyao stood there pale and trembling, watching him leave in a cool manner.
The moment the door closed, she knelt beside the bed, bit her lip and whispered, Lin Yi.
I really regret it.
At the same time, in the western suburbs of Jiangcheng, the headquarters building of Dihao Group. A black Maybach stopped steadily at the door, then the door opened, and a pair of straight and slender beautiful legs in red-soled high heels stepped out. The person who got off the car was Jiangcheng's most mysterious and youngest female president, Shen Wanqing. She was wearing an off-white suit skirt that outlined her perfect curves. Her cold face was like the top of a snowy mountain, and even her pace revealed a strong aura of "Don't come near me." The secretary quickly followed behind him and reported in a low voice, Boss Shen, today the land of our subsidiary company Xinguang Entertainment has been relisted, and 3 bidders have submitted preliminary information.
Let the legal department review it and select the best person for an interview.
Shen Wanqing nodded, and just as she entered the elevator, her cell phone rang. The assistant reported, Mr. Shen, we found out from our backstage that a bidder used a mysterious fund. His identity and background are unknown, and the source of funds is extremely secretive.
My name is Lin Yi. Shen Wanqing raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. Lin Yi?
She suddenly fell into a brief contemplation, her eyes deep.
3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Lin Yi appeared in the reception room of Dihao Group as promised, with steady steps and a calm expression. The secretary led him into the VIP reception room. As soon as I entered the door, a voice as cold as moonlight sounded, Are you
Lin Yi?
Lin Yi raised his eyes and was stunned by the woman in front of him at first sight. It is a kind of beauty with an extreme sense of oppression, capable yet sexy, elegant yet not cold. Every inch of her temperament seems to be carefully carved out, and her every move and gesture exudes an overwhelming aura.
Lin Yi chuckled, the female president of Dihao is indeed worthy of her reputation. Shen Wanqing glanced at him and said in a calm tone, Why are you bidding for the Xinguang plot? Benefits.
Lin Yi did not hide it, I want to use it to build the strongest film and television resource portal in Jiangcheng. Shen Wanqing raised her eyebrows, You have great ambitions. Lin Yi's eyes darkened slightly, You will find that my ambition is far greater than you think. Shen Wanqing suddenly took 2 steps closer and stared down at him.
I checked you out.
You were just an ordinary worker a few days ago, but now you have access to hundreds of millions of funds.
Who is backing you up?
Lin Yi didn't answer, but a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. Are you interested in me? Shen Wanqing was stunned for a moment, then snorted coldly, Don't be so sentimental. I am just professionally wary of funds from unknown sources.
Lin Yi suddenly stood up and took a step closer to her.
The two were only half a foot apart, and the air suddenly became tense.
Are you afraid that I'm a dangerous person?
Shen Wanqing's eyes did not flicker, and she responded calmly, I am not afraid of danger, I am only afraid of boredom. Lin Yi chuckled, Then I promise, you won't be bored in the future.
At this moment, the two of them exchanged glances and sparks flew.
System prompt, the target character Shen Wanqing has triggered the hidden plotline.
Current character attributes, cool plus vigilant plus extremely rational. Favorability, 0. Open Special Branch, Iceberg Female President Strategy Plan 0100.
Tip: Shin Wansheng is extremely difficult to conquer, please proceed with caution.
Difficulty Level A, the reward for success is extremely generous.
Lin Ye's heart moved slightly.
Difficulty Level A? Ha ha. The harder the woman, the more fulfilling she feels. He turned and looked out the window.
The sky of Jiangcheng was dyed golden red by the setting sun, and his ambition was burning like fire.
This game has just begun.
Chapter 8: Luxury Cars and Beautiful Women, the first step of capital to seduce people.
Lin Yi, you are really not afraid of death.
Shin Wanqing leaned against the French window, her tone a little playful. Do you know how many men I rejected who wanted to use the beauty trap to steal my projects?
Lin Yi smiled fearlessly. But you didn't reject me.
Shin Wanqing was slightly startled, her eyes became a little complicated. Are you confident or arrogant?
Lin Yi strode forward, walked to her side and stood still, looking directly into her eyes.
I just want to prove that I can take you down, whether it's your project or your people.
This sentence was said so directly that even Shin Wanqing's eyes shook slightly.
She snorted coldly. It's useless for a man to be good at talking.
If he really wants to win the project, give me a convincing reason.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yi took out a plan and threw it on the table. Jiangcheng Film and Television Dream Factory Project. Invest 300 million and increase profits tenfold in 3 years. Shin Wanqing flipped through a few pages, her eyes gradually becoming focused. The data is accurate, the planning is clear, the market perspective is unique, and the entire plan revolves around the Starlight Land, almost guessing her undisclosed medium and long-term strategies.
How do you know that I will support the film and television industry next?
Lin Yi approached her and said in a low voice, if a woman is strong enough, she will not let other men dominate her stage.
You need someone who can work with you, not just be an obedient subordinate.
Shin Wanqing's eyes moved slightly, and then she regained her composure. You speak beautifully, but there are too many sweet-mouthed liars in this world. Lin Yi smiled, leaned close to her ear, and whispered.
Then why don't you try to see if I'm the real deal?
He exhaled hot air gently, with an ambiguous provocation, and was very close to me. Shin Wanqing's face turned cold, but she didn't dodge. She just took a half step back, turned around and said, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, I will arrange for a small meeting of the board of directors with you.
If you are really capable, then let your strength speak for itself.
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. When the time comes, don't be fooled by my handsomeness.
Get lost.
Shin Wanqing said coldly, but the moment she turned around, her ears turned red. Walking out of the headquarters building of Emgrand Group, Lin Yi looked at his watch and was in a good mood. System prompt: the cold female CEO Shin Wanqing has a favorable impression +1 towards the host, current value, 1/100. Obtain hidden reward, capital game skill +0.5 level.
Hint: the current target has a preliminary interest in the host and enters the probing stage.
Lin Yi raised his lips and said, it seems that this iceberg has cracked. As soon as he got in the car, the phone rang. It was Bai Ruoshi.
Boss Lin, today at the entrance of Xia Mingyuan, someone blocked the road with your car and kicked it twice.
Bai Ruoshi said hurriedly, I have asked someone to stop him. That guy looks like a gangster, and he said he wanted to cause trouble for you.
Lin Ye's eyes turned cold. Very good, you dare to kick my car, I just need a punching bag.
Tell him not to leave.
I'll be there soon.
Half an hour later, at the gate of Xia Mingyuan. As soon as Lin Yi got off the car, he saw Bai Ruoshi standing next to the security booth. A guy wearing a floral shirt and a dragon tattoo on his arm was shouting arrogantly.
Bah! What a lousy car! How dare you park in front of me? Do you know who I am? My eldest brother is Wang Biao from the south of the city. We own 1/3 of the nightclubs in Jiangcheng. I kicked this car, come and hit me if you dare. Let's see if I, Wang Taizhu, am afraid of you.
Before Bai Ruoshi could speak, Lin Yi had already walked forward.
You kicked my car? Wang Taizhu was stunned for a moment, then laughed arrogantly. Who do you think you are? What's so cool about driving a supercar? Believe me or not. Bang!
Before he could finish his words, Lin Yi slapped him so hard that he spun around in circles.
Your mouth stinks. Lin Yi said coldly. Wang Taizhu covered his face. You dare to hit me? My brother will be here soon. Lin Yi glanced at his watch. You only have 10 minutes to be active. After that, it was hard not to kneel. System task triggered, Jiangcheng Underground Force Suppression Trial begins.
Current goal: to resolve the threat posed by underworld forces without using official resources.
Success reward, strength +1, fame +5, business influence expanded.
A hint of coldness flashed across Lin Ye's eyes. Come on, I just need a chance to establish my authority. At this time, Lin Mengyao also secretly made a call.
Boss Shen, I found out that Lin Yi came to see you today. Are you really attracted to him?
Shen Wanqing's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. He is just an investor, don't think too much. But after hanging up the phone, she gently raised her hand and touched the place on her neck where Lin Ye's breath had passed, her eyes a little obscure.
Chapter 9, Establish Authority Underground, the gang leader kneels down. At the entrance of CM Mingyuan.
Wang Taizhu was still covering his face, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but he was still arrogant. Boy, you are dead.
My big brother Wang Biao will be here soon.
Lin Yi ignored him and just took out a cigarette, lit it slowly, stood in front of him and said calmly. I'll give you 5 minutes. Tell me everything you know about the dark side of things, the distribution of the territories, and the amount of money collected every month.
Then I'll consider saving you 2 broken legs. Wang Taizhu was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Who are you? Are you here to seize territory? Do you think this is a game? The water under Jiangcheng you can't drown.
Lin Yi took a puff of his cigarette and stared at him coldly. Are you done?
That's it. Wang Taizhu nodded arrogantly.
Lin Yi directly pressed the cigarette butt on his chest.
Ah!
Wang Taizhu screamed and staggered back.
Lin Ye's eyes were as cold as ice. I never say it a second time.
The thugs nearby were all stunned.
Who the hell is this? He's so ruthless, this is no joke. Before they could react, a stretched Lincoln came roaring over.
As the car door opened, a burly middle-aged man got out, accompanied by more than a dozen of his younger brothers.
Wang Taizhu immediately rushed over and said, Brother, help me kill him. He dared to hit me. That man was the underground boss in the south of the city, Wang Biao. He glanced at Wang Taizhu, who was half kneeling on the ground, then looked at Lin Yi and frowned. Brother, which gang are you from?
Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth. It doesn't matter if you don't know me, just remember what I'm saying now. From today on, all your nightclubs and money laundering channels in Jiangcheng must be shut down, and 30% of the profits must be used to pay protection fees.
The target is me. Everyone gasped. What does this mean? Blatantly recruiting the Jiangcheng underworld? Wang Taizhu jumped up. Brother, is he crazy? How dare he ask you for protection money?
Lin Yi raised his hand and slapped him again. Shut up. Wang Biao narrowed his eyes and his tone turned cold. Little brother, if you want to get involved, we can sit down and talk.
But your attitude shows that you don't take me, Wang Biao, seriously, right? You can understand that I don't take you seriously at all.
Lin Yi approached step by step.
Do you really think that just because you have made a name for yourself in Jiangcheng, you can act pretentiously in front of me?
I'll say it again, either pay 30%, or I'll make sure you can't even stay in Jiangcheng. These words were like thunder, and Wang Biao's eyes became completely gloomy.
Brothers, go!
More than a dozen little brothers rushed forward.
However,
Lin Yi suddenly pulled out a telescopic baton from his waist and attacked like a dragon with ruthless movements.
Bang, bang, bang.
In less than 3 seconds, the 3 men fell to the ground wailing.
Irawashi was stunned watching from the side. Is this the skill of a black boxer?
Lin Yi moved through the crowd like a ghost, hitting each one with his stick, and each move was fatal, forcing the group of people to retreat step by step.
Wang Taizhu fell to his knees in fear. Brother, this man is not an ordinary person. He is a killing god.
Wang Biao finally changed his expression and backed away. Stop fighting.
Stop fighting. I give up. Lin Yi stepped on his shoulder. You have 2 choices now. First, kneel down, kowtow, sign and seal. From today on, 30% of Jiangcheng Underground's profits belong to me. Second, I'll cut off one of your hands, thinking you don't know what's good for you.
Wang Biao was sweating profusely.
He finally gritted his teeth and knelt down. I sign. I admit defeat.
Lin Yi took out the contract and slapped it on his face. Report it through all channels within 3 days, and I will send someone to keep an eye on it.
When you are in Jiangcheng, don't forget who is the real boss.
Wang Biao signed the contract with shaking hands, his forehead pressed to the ground, his voice trembling. Master Lin.
From now on, you are my big brother. System prompt, Jiangcheng Underworld Suppression Trial successful. Current attribute improvement, Strength +1, Prestige +10, Reputation +5. Title obtained, Underground Ruler Level 1.
Reward item, high voltage baton enhanced can break bones and resist bullets. Lin Yi looked down at Wang Biao and the other scumbags and said calmly. The Knight of Jiangcheng, it's time to change its owner. Bai Ruoshi looked at him with complicated eyes and murmured, Boss Lin, who are you? Lin Yi turned his head slightly and smiled, you will slowly understand in the future. At the same time, in the office of the president of M Grand Group, Shen Wanqing received a phone call and remained silent for a long time after listening to it. The assistant whispered, Boss Shen, it has been confirmed that it was Lin Yi who defeated Wang Biao of the South City alone.
This person is not simple.
Shen Wanqing leaned back in her chair and murmured to herself. There's a kind of dangerous aura about him that's hard to control.
But it makes me want to get closer.
The corners of her mouth slowly raised a cold arc.
Lin Yi, I'm starting to be interested in you.
Chapter 10. The capital game begins, and the ice goddess comes knocking on the door.
Early morning, Xia Mingyuan.
Lin Yi was lying on a rattan chair on the balcony, having just finished his morning exercises and was enjoying his breakfast leisurely. The morning sun shone on his naked upper body, revealing his neat lines and distinct muscles. A bath towel was casually hung around his waist, and he exuded a lazy but deadly charm. System prompt, physical value plus 0.5, morning exercise activates the masculine aura state, charm plus 1.
Just then, the doorbell rang. Lin Yi frowned, who is bothering me so early in the morning?
He put on a thin coat and went to open the door, but unexpectedly saw Shen Wanqing standing outside the door. She was still dressed as a professional goddess, a tight white shirt, a hip skirt, and high heels. Her perfect S-shaped figure was clearly visible, and the two shocking assets on her chest were almost about to burst the buttons. She had a blank expression on her face, but there was a hint of inexplicable emotion in her eyes. Excuse me, Mr. Lin, do you have time to chat? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and stepped aside. Come in.
Shen Wanqing walked into the living room and glanced around.
The decoration was extremely luxurious. It was obviously not a place where ordinary people could live.
After she sat down, she got straight to the point. Did you underestimate the impact of last night?
Lin Yi took 2 cups of iced coffee and placed one next to her. What did you say about Wang Biao?
Shen Wanqing nodded. Do you think that you can gain a foothold in the capital market by suppressing a few gangsters in the south of the city?
You've just shown your face, and the real fox in Jiangcheng has already set his sights on you. Lin Yi smiled calmly. That's right, I also want to catch some big fish.
Shen Wanqing stared at him. Are you really not afraid?
I'm afraid. Lin Yi took a sip of coffee and smiled slightly, but I'm more afraid of being bored.
Shen Wanqing choked. How did this guy always manage to mistake danger for flirting?
She changed the subject. I have seen your film and television projects, and 2 shareholders on the board of directors have agreed.
But they want to meet you in person.
Tonight at 7 o'clock, Dihao Club, private business dinner.
But you have to be mentally prepared. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. What are you preparing? Is it the kind of dinner on the table, the girl in my arms?
Shen Wanqing said coldly, don't think you can make such a joke just because you are handsome.
The 2 tonight are not ordinary investors.
One of them controls the largest real estate trust fund in Jiangcheng, and the other is the behind-the-scenes promoter of the Southwest film and television industry.
They won't buy it easily unless you can come up with some special means.
Lin Yi smiled. Don't worry, my methods are always satisfactory.
Shen Wanqing.
She was about to say something, but her eyes suddenly swept to Lin Yi's slightly open collar. The firm lines of his chest muscles were faintly visible, rising and falling with his breathing. Her ears felt hot, and she immediately looked away. You'd better put on formal clothes and stop being so careless and exposing your body.
Lin Yi deliberately lowered his head to look at himself. Are you sure you don't want to see more?
You. Shen Wanqing glared at him, then took a deep breath to suppress her emotions. Don't flirt with me tonight. Lin Yi blinked innocently. But you came to my house dressed like this, early in the morning, and knocked on the door.
I thought you were.
Shut up. Shen Wanqing gritted her teeth, stood up and left.
Lin Yi didn't stop her. Before she walked out the door, he said calmly, after dinner tonight, do you want to relax together? Get out. Shen Wanqing paused, left a low rebuke in shame and anger, and then fled away.
Lin Yi watched the door close, and the corner of his mouth curled up. This iceberg will melt one day.
5 o'clock in the afternoon, Dihao Club.
Lin Yi, wearing a custom-made suit, walked into the VIP lounge on the 3rd floor with a relaxed look.
There were already people seated in the hall.
There were 2 middle-aged men, both in suits. One was Li Changguang, the head of Jiangcheng Xinrong Capital, and the other was Liang Donghai, one of the behind-the-scenes directors of Southwest Cultural Investment. Shen Wanqing was also sitting aside, with a serious look on her face, and she kept looking at Lin Ye's reaction from time to time. Li Qiguang spoke first, his tone neither hurried nor slow. General Lin, I heard that you defeated Wang Biao's group yesterday? It's a good thing that young people dare to fight, but our generation follows the logic of capital, and relying on fists won't work. Lin Yi smiled slightly, but before the capital is put into action, sometimes you need to be a little brave so that people won't look down on you. Liang Donghai took over the conversation and handed over a glass of wine with a smile. Mr. Lin is young, but he speaks very methodically. But we are always cautious when investing here. If you are willing to give up part of your position as a major shareholder in the DreamWorks project, we can directly deposit 50 million as startup capital.
Shen Wanqing frowned.
This is clearly an attempt to gain control of the project through investment. Lin Yi didn't even look at the wine glass, but just smiled faintly. You invested in me, not because I'm short of money.
It's because I'm the only one who can make this journey happen.
Both of them looked slightly gloomy. Lin Yi continued, however, I am not a person who doesn't care about cooperation. Since you want to invest, I have a new condition. In addition to the film and television Dream Factory, I will also jointly create an immersive theme cultural tourism project, and plan to introduce AI interaction, celebrity substitution system, and capital incubation track. It will take a minimum investment of 500 million, but I will only retain 60% of the controlling stake, and the rest will be split between the two of you. The two men looked at each other. Both of them were old foxes and immediately realized that Lin Yi had a bigger plan.
This is active fishing. Liang Donghai laughed. Boss Lin is really interesting. I am very interested in this project. Li Qiguang also nodded. You are quite arrogant, but I like young people to be ambitious. We will discuss the preliminary framework later and there will be no problem with signing. Shen Wanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, but she didn't expect Lin Yi to change the subject and look at her. But I have a personal condition. Shen Wanqing was stunned. What conditions?
Lin Yi looked at her meaningfully. Before the project is launched, I want you to be the image spokesperson. Give me a good morning kiss every morning.
You. Shen Wanqing's face flushed and she glared at him angrily.
The two old capitalists laughed so hard that their eyes narrowed. Young people really know how to joke. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi didn't smile, his eyes fell on the red spot on Shen Wanqing's earlobe. I'm serious. Shen Wanqing bit her lower lip tightly, and suddenly leaned close to his ear, speaking in a low voice that only he could hear.
Tonight, if you can refuse the test I give you, I will consider accepting it. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Test?
Shen Wanqing stood up gently, put her red lips close to his ear and exhaled softly. You wait. At that moment, he actually felt a fragrant, charming, and alluring atmosphere permeating the entire place. The system also pops up a prompt in due time. Host completes the primary challenge of capital deterrence.
Rewards, Business Sense +1, Startup Capital plus 10 million System Capital Account. Hidden Mission unlocked, Iceberg Goddess Road to Conquest progress increased by 1%.
Lin Ye's lips curled up. The capital world has just begun. Chapter 11 The Ice Goddess tests you late at night, and a sexy test is coming.
It is late at night.
After the dinner at the Dihao Club, Lin Yi returned to see Mingyuan alone. He took off his suit, unbuttoned his collar, fell on the sofa, closed his eyes and rested, his mind still recalling Shen Wanqing's last suggestive words. You wait.
Tonight, if you can refuse the test I give you, I will consider accepting it. This woman, is she trying to test my bottom line, or is she really trying to get close to me?
As he was thinking, the doorbell rang suddenly.
Ding dong.
Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and he stood up and walked over to open the door.
Outside the door, a familiar and enchanting figure appeared. Shen Wanqing.
Different from the cool and glamorous workplace outfit during the day, at this moment, she was wearing a silk suspender nightgown. The lavender fabric was close to her body, revealing a faint sense of outline. She was wearing a gauze nightgown of the same color, which just covered her knees, showing off her curves. She was wearing a pair of exquisite crystal high-heeled slippers, and her whole body exuded a hazy and seductive feeling that was both close and distant.
Surprised? She smiled lightly, her tone lazy. Didn't you say you wanted to relax after dinner? Lin Ye's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. So you came here to help me relax?
Shen Wanqing walked into the room, bringing with her a faint fragrance, and gently closed the door.
What do you think?
She looked at him with a smile, then slowly walked into the living room. She didn't rush to speak, but walked straight to the mini wine cabinet, took out 2 glasses of whiskey, and the ice cubes fell with a crack. She took a sip and handed the other cup to Lin Yi. Come on, cheers.
Lin Yi didn't say much. He took the cup and looked at her deeply. What do you want to do tonight?
Shen Wanqing sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, held her cheek with one hand, and said slowly.
Lin Yi, I find that you are a dangerous person.
And I have never had much resistance to dangerous things.
Lin Yi chuckled. Are you flirting? If you say so, then so be it.
She curled her lips, not hiding anything. But tonight, I did come here to test you. If you can keep your heart and not touch me, I will arrange all 3 projects you want for the board of directors' approval process tomorrow.
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. What if I touched it?
Shen Wanqing raised her lips with a half smile. Then you are just a man who is attracted by beauty and is not worthy of talking to capital. After she finished speaking, she slowly stood up and actually untied the belt of her nightgown. The tulle fell gently, revealing only a thin halter dress underneath, which hugged her body tightly, revealing her high chest, slender waist, and straight, white long legs.
Now, the test begins.
She walked towards Lin Yi with fiery eyes, and the atmosphere became more and more ambiguous. Lin Yi remained calm, leaning on the sofa, quietly watching her walk towards him, and even bending down to gently place the wineglass beside his thigh. At that moment, the snow-white skin, the round outline, the faint fragrance and the breath, all came to my face.
Your system should prompt you about your current choice, right? Shen Wanqing asked softly.
System prompt, extreme temptation mission triggered. Whether to trigger the hidden reward, self-control master title plus additional reputation points.
Task requirements, face the temptation of the opposite sex without any physical contact within 10 minutes.
Reward tips, if the mission fails, 5 points of prestige will be deducted, and subsequent capital cooperation may be affected.
Lin Yi's lips curled up slightly. It turns out that even the system is involved? He raised his head slightly and looked directly into Shen Wanqing's provocative eyes. You're playing big. Shen Wanqing smiled even more deeply. Can you bear it?
The next second, she slowly sat down beside Lin Yi's legs, placed one hand on his chest, and slid her fingertips back and forth.
If you were that kind of mortal, you would have already pounced on me by now, right?
She whispered, leaning close to his ear, her voice filled with fatal charm.
Lin Yi, didn't you say that you have strong methods? I want to see how strong you are.
Lin Yi only felt his body temperature rising and his blood flow quickening. The soft touch of the body against his own almost made his breathing heavy. But he still sat firmly. He slowly raised his hand, gently held Shen Wanqing's wandering jade hand, and said in a low voice, You are indeed very seductive, but I never let a woman control a rhythm.
You took the initiative to come here today to test me.
Then it's my turn to take the initiative from now on. Shen Wanqing's eyes were shocked. She thought she had the situation under control, but she didn't expect that Lin Yi was as still as a mountain. Not only did he not fall into the trap, but he was able to fight back. Lin Yi stood up and Shen Wanqing was forced to look up at him. He leaned over and whispered in her ear.
Remember this. From now on, it's not you who will test me. It's me who will decide when to make a move on you.
After saying this, he turned and left, locking himself in the bathroom. Before closing the door, he said, You can stay here tonight. The sofa is quite soft.
Don't get cold.
Shen Wanqing sat there in a daze, her ears red and her body trembling slightly.
This man is so scary.
Compared to those old foxes in the capital market, guys like Lin Yi who are full of control plus teasing power are truly addictive. System prompt, extreme temptation mission completed.
Title, Master of Self-Control. Prestige plus 10, Charm plus 2, Hidden Charm Resistance plus 20%. Shen Wanqing's conquest progress, 5%. The goddess commented, He makes me unable to control him. I want to win this kind of man over even more. The next morning.
The sunlight poured into the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Yi walked out in a bathrobe and saw Shen Wanqing sitting on the sofa, wearing the same halter dress she had worn last night, looking at him with complicated eyes.
Good morning. Lin Yi said lightly.
Shen Wanqing bit her lip and whispered, You win. I will arrange for the project to be brought to the board of directors. I will prepare the materials for the meeting at 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Lin Yi looked at her and suddenly asked, You wore so little last night, did you really sleep on the sofa? Shen Wanqing raised her eyes, her gaze sharp. What else? Could it be that I would crawl into your bed in the middle of the night?
Lin Yi smiled without saying anything, walked closer to her, and whispered, Who knows?
But if that were the case, I wouldn't resist. You! Shen Wanqing glared.
But the next second, she suddenly stood up, leaned close to Lin Yi's ear and whispered.
Next time, it won't necessarily be just a test.
After saying that, she walked away in her high heels, twisting her slender waist, leaving the fragrance lingering on the ground. Lin Yi looked at her back, his smile deepening. It turns out there is so much fire hidden beneath the surface of the iceberg. Then I have to prepare the fire-fighting equipment. Chapter 12, The First Battle of the Board of Directors. Lin Yi made a strong move and shocked the shareholders. In the early morning, the sun shines. Lin Yi stood in front of the floor-length mirror and slowly tied his tie. The pure black custom-made suit made his figure look straight and handsome. His eyes were stern, but there was a calm smile on the corner of his mouth. Today was his first time to participate in the highest decision-making meeting within Shengshi Group as a board observer. It was also his first step to knock on the door to the real world of capital.
Boardroom 10 a.m.
In the conference room on the top floor of Shengshi Building, the atmosphere was solemn and depressing. A huge oval conference table was filled with directors and senior executives in suits, each of them an old fox who held real power. Shen Wanqing, as the host, sat in the main seat with a blank expression on her face. She glanced at everyone before finally looking at Lin Yi. The third item on the agenda for today's meeting is the joint development project of Urban Youth Life Plaza proposed by Mr. Lin Yi.
Although Mr. Lin is not a board member, he is allowed to attend and speak today due to his investment contribution and director nomination. As soon as the words fell, low sneers were heard around the conference table. Xin Jianye, who was sitting on the left, Shen Wanqing's nominal second uncle, snorted and said, "Wanqing, you wouldn't really consider a 20-something-year-old boy as your capital partner, would you? I heard that he made a fortune by speculating in real estate. He dared to build a city square with his spare money. Isn't this a joke?" Another director with a thick face also agreed, "Yes, Wanqing, you won't let some personal emotional issues affect the company's decision-making, right?" Shen Wanqing's expression remained unchanged. Whether Mr. Lin's proposal is feasible or not cannot be judged by age. He will personally make a presentation today. If you are really capable, don't just talk, but speak with your professional ability. After saying that, she nodded at Lin Yi. Lin Yi walked slowly to the projector, pressed the remote control, and started the PPT. On the big screen, a grand business plan was clearly displayed. Urban Youth Life Plaza Linkage Plan. Preliminary estimate of total project investment, 800 million renminbi. Location of the plot, the core hub of southwest Newtown, the land has been acquired. Estimated ROI of rental to sale ratio, 23% higher than the industry average. Brand partners, initially, Starbucks, Uniqlo, Wanda Films, and Apple have signed letters of intent for direct sales cooperation. It is expected that the investment will be recovered within 3 years and the profit will exceed 2 billion within 5 years. As the pages unfolded, the expressions of those old directors, who originally had disdain on their faces, gradually became solemn. The most shocking thing is the last page. Lin Yi's own capital can be used for investment, 300 million in liquid assets plus 100 million in fixed assets as guarantee. This is not just bragging in a PPT. The funds in his account are real, and the system has already laundered the legal funds through background means, and even the banking regulator can't find any fault. Boom! Xin Jianye slammed the pen in his hand onto the table. Are you kidding me? How can you, a private investor, get these letters of intent from brands? Where did you get these resources? Lin Yi smiled, his tone calm but penetrating. You don't believe I can do it? Then I want to ask Mr. Shen. You have been in the industry for 30 years. Is there any land project that has paid back within 3 years? A profit of 2 billion in 5 years? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it either. The entire conference room was silent for a few seconds.
Xin Jianye was so angry that his face turned red and he wanted to slam the table, but was stopped by another senior director next to him.
Old Shen, don't be impatient. This guy makes a lot of sense. We can't deny him without looking at the data. That person is Lu Jiwen, the vice chairman. Although his position is ambiguous, he has always attached great importance to profitability. At this moment, he was flipping through the cooperation intention documents provided by Lin Yi, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. These brand agreements are real. The signature authorization, timestamp, and filing number are all there. At least in terms of resource integration ability, Lin Yi is qualified to sit here. Others began to whisper. Seeing this, Shen Wanqing spoke at the right time. Dear directors, I propose that this project be classified as a pilot joint development project and that Shengshi Commercial and Lin Yi, both subsidiaries of the group, jointly establish a project company.
The shareholding structure is initially determined: Shengshi Group 55%, Lingyi 45%, profit sharing and risk sharing.
Please vote if you agree or not.
Those who agree, please raise your hands.
Despair.
A hand was raised.
Then the second one, the third one.
In the end, more than 2/3 of the directors raised their hands in agreement.
Project passed. Xin Jianye's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He stared at Lin Yi fiercely, but he couldn't say a word.
Lin Yi's lips curled slightly, and the system prompt in his mind quietly sounded. System prompt: defeated a large capital confrontation for the first time, prestige +20, funding channel expansion authority upgraded.
Obtain hidden reward, voice of the Shengshi Board of Directors +10% currently, observer level 1.
Special event trigger: Xin Jianye's hostility increases sharply, and he will plan targeted actions in the future.
Will he set up an ambush to deal with it? Lin Yi's heart moved, and he directly chose yes.
The game in the capital world has just begun.
After the meeting, Xin Wanqing's office.
Your performance today was beyond my expectation. Xin Wanqing leaned back in the boss chair, her expression slightly relaxed.
Do you think I'll mess things up?
Lin Yi sat opposite her and poured her a glass of water.
No.
Xin Wanqing said calmly, I thought you would be more flashy, but I didn't expect you to choose to control the situation. It seems that you are not here to take advantage of my resources, but to compete with me. Lin Yi took a sip of water and smiled softly. I'm here to take over the stage, not to be a guest.
Xin Wanqing's eyes flashed.
This man is becoming more and more dangerous. She originally wanted to use Lin Yi as a short-term partner, but now it seems like she is being led by him.
Are you really not afraid?
She suddenly whispered, you made enemies too quickly.
People like Xin Jianye won't just sit there and wait for death.
Lin Yi said disdainfully, I don't even take him seriously.
You are what I am most interested in. He stared at Xin Wanqing meaningfully. What on earth do you want to do with me? Xin Wanqing's body trembled.
She suddenly stood up, walked to his side, leaned against the desk, and said gracefully,
Aren't you using me too?
She leaned over and chuckled softly, then let's see who tames who first, Lin Yi. Before she finished her words, Lin Yi suddenly stood up, almost close to her, and whispered,
If you come near me again, I will really do it. Xin Wanqing's breathing stagnated, her cheeks flushed, and she bit her lip and said, Are you willing to move?
Lin Yi smiled and turned around, just try it and you'll know. He walked to the door, without looking back, and left a sentence.
Don't wash your hair tonight.
I might come to your house to discuss a project.
Xin Wanqing. Heartbeat soaring.
Chapter 13. The second generation rich girl appears, and Lin Yi collects another capital pawn. At night, in the VIP lounge of Shengshi Club. This is a private club open only to upper-class connections.
Without an annual fee of 1 million, you can't even get in.
Lin Yi sat back on the sofa in the middle, with a glass of still warm red wine in front of him. The wine was swaying, just like his thoughts surging in his mind at the moment. He had just made his debut in a board battle, and while seemingly he had successfully won favor and support, he had actually quietly sown the seeds of hostility.
Xin Jianye will not give up.
In addition to Xin Jianye's hostility surged, the prompt that just popped up also mentioned another option. Branch line trigger: recruit the direct heir of any of the 4 major capital families in this city to obtain the capital grid binding permission and open the advanced fund dispatch channel. A smile appeared on Lin Yi's lips. How can the road to capital be without chess pieces? At this moment, the door of the private room was kicked open.
Who the hell asked me to come here for a social event?
If you guys keep using me as a tool for marriage, I'll throw Chanel in your face. Amidst the delicate shouts, a figure in a fiery red halter dress rushed in aggressively. She wore 10-centimeter high heels, and her pair of slender, white legs were dazzlingly bright under the light. Her waist was well proportioned, and her makeup was delicate and gorgeous.
At first glance, she was the kind of woman who can attract everyone's attention wherever she goes.
Lin Yi glanced around and chuckled in his heart.
Here it comes. Ren Xinglan.
The only daughter of the Ren Group, one of the 4 major families in the city, she is known as Miss Rin and a ruthless person in the circle of rich second generations. It is said that she beat her ex-boyfriend in the street, spent money to buy a statue worth tens of millions of yuan at a private auction just to vent her anger, and overturned the table and cursed her father at a commercial charity party. On the surface, she is a crazy young lady, but Lin Yi knows that Rin Xinglan is indeed a ruthless person, but she is also an extremely smart capital heir who lacks a sense of control.
He likes this kind of people. Because, as long as you can make her obey, you can use her for your own benefit. I ordered you.
Lin Yi stood up and smiled slightly. Besides, you are 15 minutes late. Ren Xinglan was stunned and finally noticed that there was only one man in the private room.
Who are you? Your man. Get lost. Ren Xinglan cursed on the spot. My dad arranged this again? You want to talk to me about marriage or financing? Is your last name Wang, Chan, or Zhu? Listen, I won't marry you. Whoever dares to touch my hair will see his listed company's stock price hit the limit down tomorrow, believe it or not?
Lin Yi didn't get angry but smiled instead, sat back on the sofa, crossed his legs and sipped his wine.
I understand that you don't want to get married, but do you want to play with capital yourself? Ren Xinglan was stunned. She subconsciously asked, what do you mean?
Lin Yi spoke softly, his deep and powerful voice rang in her ears.
I'm here to set you free.
It's not about marrying someone or merging companies, it's about standing above everyone else. If you don't want to be controlled by your father anymore and don't want to have to look at the faces of those hypocritical rich second generations, then I can help you get out of this.
But you have to promise me one thing. Ren Xinglan's expression became complicated for the first time.
She had met too many men who were nothing more than greedy hounds who were attracted by her beauty, background or figure, but this man talked about power from beginning to end. She licked her lips, walked over to Lin Yi, and sat very close to him. What do you want me to do? Lin Yi turned his head, his eyes sharp.
Invest in me.
I want you to take out the shares that belong to the Ren family to support my City Youth Square project. I know your father invested a little in this project, but his intention is to cash out through a backdoor listing.
I want you to quietly turn the tables and suppress my side.
Ren Xinglan stared at him and didn't say anything for a long time.
Then he suddenly burst into laughter. Are you crazy? How dare you ask me to turn against my father? Lin Yi remained calm. You wanted to leave the Ren family anyway, didn't you?
Ren Xinglan's eyes were slightly dangerous, and he moved closer. Do you know that you are like this? It's easy for me to push you directly onto the bed? Lin Yi smiled faintly. But you can't bear to touch me. Ren Xinglan gritted his teeth and laughed after a moment. Damn, you're so funny.
Okay, I promise you.
But... She stood up, leaned over and whispered in Lin Yi's ear, her voice charming. If you dare to lie to me, I will first punish you and then make your company disappear from the whole city.
Lin Yi, if there is a chance, I would really like to be punished by you once.
Ren Xinglan, you are really not afraid of death.
System prompt, side quest completed. Ren Xinglan has been bound as capital pawn number 1.
Rewards, high-end fund dispatch authority +1 special approval channel for consortium is opened.
Extra reward, Ren's consortium's secret cooperation permission phase 1.
Lin Yi looked at the charming and ruthless woman in front of him with deep eyes. He knew that the big web of capital was slowly beginning to take shape. At the same time, on the other side, Xinjianya's private villa.
Xinjianya looked at the investigation report on the table, his face becoming increasingly gloomy. Lin Yi. Do you really want to take the group away from me?
He sneered and made a phone call. Hey, please ask that person to come out. Lin Yi, someone should teach him the rules.
Chapter 14. The battle for equity begins. Lin Yi makes a surprising move.
The next morning, in the meeting room of the project department of Shengshe building. Lin Yi arrived 20 minutes early, but found that several middle-level managers of the group were already standing at the door of the conference room waiting. The moment he stepped in, everyone immediately greeted him in a low voice. Hello, Mr. Lin.
Morning, Mr. Lin.
These people were originally from Xinjianya's faction, but after the Urban Youth Life Plaza project was launched, the wind direction quietly changed. Capital works like this, where the profits are greater there are more people. Lin Yi smiled slightly, waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to be polite, and then sat down in the chief's seat. This morning, the first bidding document for the downtown renewal project was put up for auction. I don't want to talk too much nonsense, just one thing. He glanced at everyone, his voice was calm but sharp enough to make one's heart tremble. We must take this piece of land.
If anyone has a problem, don't come to see me again.
Everyone nodded in unison, and no one dared to say anything. Everyone knows that this piece of land is the first skeleton of the Youth Life Plaza plan.
If you fail, the entire blueprint will have to be reshuffled. However, this piece of land is a mixed commercial and residential area that is extremely scarce in the entire city center, and the competition is extremely fierce.
It is rumored that Xinjianya had secretly arranged 2 shell companies to block Lin Yi, preparing to raise the bid price to an unreasonably high level, forcing him to explode costs and eventually have to withdraw. And Lin Yi already had it all planned out.
City Planning Bureau Trading Hall, 10 a.m.
In the hall, representatives from major bidding companies came in one after another. Lin Yi was accompanied by 3 assistants and Ren Xinglan. She didn't wear a suspender today, but changed into a finely tailored suit skirt, revealing her slender thighs, with a hint of wildness in her capableness.
She glanced at Lin Yi and said, "Are you really going to confront me head on today? My dad's bid is 630 million.
Lin Yi smiled, "We offer 550 million. Ren Xinglan, you are crazy.
Do you think you can lower the price to buy that piece of land? You bid 80 million less than my father. Do you think you have a long life?" Lin Yi pointed forward and said, "Just watch if you don't believe me."
She wanted to say something else, but a prompt popped up on the system panel.
The bidding and auction scene is loading. Skill unlocked, financial intervention and false bidding guidance. Do you use the consortium channel authority to initiate a one-time false quotation inducement?
Lin Yi silently said, "Use it." 1 minute later, the real-time bidding information popped up on the electronic screen inside the venue.
First round of offers. Company A, 615 million. Company B, 620 million. Company C, 625 million. Lin Yi's holdings in bidding companies, 550 million. The crowd was in an uproar. Someone whispered, "Are you crazy? Want to buy this land for 550 million? Did you come to the wrong place?"
Lin Yi sat calmly, his expression unchanged. Just when everyone thought the next round would be sold out, the second round of bids showed.
Company A withdrew its bid. Company B's quotation failed. See company system lock label.
The whole audience was silent for a second, and then burst into a low cry.
What's going on? System lock icon? The technical department of the Planning Bureau issued an urgent notice.
The system detected that some bidding companies have not cleared their background funds or submitted false information, so they are temporarily locked.
Currently, the only valid bidder is Lin Yi Company.
The scene was silent. The host swallowed his saliva and raised the microphone. Announcement Plata 17 was successfully won by Lin's Plaza Development Company, Limited, with a bid of 550 million. Lin Yi stood up and walked away slowly. Ren Xinglan looked at his back with complicated eyes.
This man actually did it.
She subconsciously touched her wrist and her heart beat faster.
Xin Jianya's office. Bang!
A jade cup was smashed against the wall and shattered into pieces.
Xin Jianya gritted his teeth and said, "How could something go wrong? Didn't we agree to at least delay it to 640 million?
The person on the other end of the phone was trembling with fear. "Boss Shin, there was a problem with the financial back check of the 2 companies we sent. Someone tampered with the technology."
Check. Check who it is. Yes, it's a newly registered financial agency. They temporarily submitted another set of financial reports for Lin Yi and hit us. Asshole.
Xin Jianye was so angry that his face turned blue, and suddenly he remembered a name.
Go check out Ren Xinglan.
She's been in contact with Lin Yi recently.
I suspect she's betrayed us. Ren Family Villa. Ren's father, Ren Xuanan, sat in the study with a gloomy expression. You know that piece of land today was originally the key point of our family's layout. You actually let him take it at a low price? Ren Xinglan raised his head and smiled disdainfully. I don't care about your plan. All I know is that I voted for him and now I'm making money. Ren Xuanan frowned. You are too willful.
Ren Xinglan leaned on the sofa with a cold look in his eyes. I'm not willful, I just finally found a man who has more control than you. She suddenly leaned over to her father and smiled charmingly.
Don't you always say that capital is a man's game? Now, the new man I found is even more playful than you.
Father Ren was speechless for a moment, then laughed in anger. You are playing with fire. Ren Xinglan raised his head and said in a cold voice, I do. Night, Lin Yi private apartment.
Neon lights flicker outside the window.
Lin Yi sat on the sofa, and a prompt popped up on the system panel. Congratulations to the host for completing the land bidding task.
Rewards, funding pool plus 50 million, construction experience plus 100 points, project command authority plus 1.
Unlocked side missions, counter Xinjianya's first round of layout, set up an ambush for the Black Umbrella Society to invade the capital.
Lin Ye's eyes were cold. The Black Umbrella Society is an underground financing organization that Xinjianya colluded with outside.
It once used illegal means to swallow up two small and medium-sized enterprises.
It's time to give him a gift.
He stood up and looked out the window at the lights of the tall buildings.
The game has just begun. Chapter 15, The Black Umbrella will show up. Lin Ye's first battle against the underground forces.
The night is dark, and the high-rise buildings in the center of Yundu stand like the fangs of a sleeping beast, exuding a faint chill. Lin Yi stood on the balcony on the top floor of the apartment, looking at the lights of the entire city. His sight stopped on a building in the distance that was being topped out. That was the piece of land he had just acquired. The Youth Square project was officially launched. From this moment on, he was no longer the small director who was at the mercy of others, but the one who controlled the entire game.
In my mind, the system prompt sounded.
Side quest update: the Black Umbrella Society will launch its first capital strike against the host within 72 hours. Please be prepared. Mission objective: successfully counter the opponent's interference in the first conflict and seize a corner of its underground resource network.
Reward: funding pool plus 30 million, intelligence module business monitoring unlocked.
Lin Yi smiled slightly. The Black Umbrella Society finally decided to jump out. He turned back to the house and made a phone call.
Hello, Chu Shang?
Please help me check who is behind this shell company called Fengtang Financing.
The sooner the better.
At the same time, a private bar and secret room in Yundu. Members of the Black Umbrella Society branch were gathered around a dimly lit wine table. That guy really took over the A-17 plot. A bald man wearing a leather jacket and sunglasses said, "We should let him see what the iron fist behind the capital is like." Another tall and thin man sneered, "Mr. Shin gave us 20 million in startup capital, and we will start to bet on his stocks tonight.
Let's see how long your shell companies can last."
Also, the third person
licked his lips and smiled grimly. His woman, what's her name? Shin Wanqing?
I heard that he is his secretary now, not as good as us.
Bang! A cup shattered violently on the table. Shut up.
The bald man said coldly, "This is Chairman Shin's nod, don't touch his private woman." But the rest beat them all to death. Especially the newly registered Lin's Plaza Development Company. They created 5 negative news reports about it in one day and bankrupted it in 2 days.
Let's do it. The next morning, Lin's company building.
As soon as Lin Yi stepped into the office, his secretary Xiao Xiao rushed over.
Boss Lin. It's not good.
This morning's financial channel, Yundu Times, and 2 portal websites all published negative news about our company's fake bidding and illegal land resource transactions.
She handed over the tablet. Yundu Morning News, Lin's Plaza Development Company is under questioning. Is it suspected of manipulating the bidding process?
Finance Online, the land for urban renewal in the city center may have hidden secrets, and commercial supervision may investigate.
Online comment, Capital's Black Hand reaches out to Youth Square? Who is Lin Yi? We should know the truth.
Lin Yi glanced at him and sneered.
Black Umbrella will take action.
This is just the prelude. Next, they will definitely put pressure on Lin's company from multiple directions at the same time, including credit rating, bank credit, and contractor supply cuts, so that the capital chain will be broken.
Chu Shang, how is the investigation going?
A lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Fengtang Financing, after the shell company is 3 layers of shell, the back-end account is Jiarong Consortium, Black Umbrella Club's second group of foreign aid.
Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Very good, then I will give them a gift. He turned on the system. Do you want to use the new unlocked ability, business monitoring?
Description: this capability can lock on a target person and obtain core data such as the capital flow, media arrangements, and public opinion deployment that the person is involved in.
Current cooling, 72 hours. Lin Yi locked onto the bald man Li Guozheng without hesitation.
The next moment, information flooded into the panel like a tide. Currently deployed 3 public opinion orders, 5 negative articles, 112 online comment army accounts, estimated operation time, complete the corporate credit reduction rating within 48 hours. Key fund account, Xingmin Bank branch account number ending in 9312.
Lin Yi smiled. You want to hit me?
Then don't blame me for uprooting you. Chu Shang, tell the 2 third-party credit rating agencies on the market that we are going to send a lawyer's letter. We then contacted the public security and cybersecurity departments and requested that the IP addresses of the online troll army be tracked down on the grounds of maliciously smearing the business reputation and suspected malicious rumor mongering.
Then, hand over the account number ending in 9312 to the audit department of the bank we are cooperating with. Let them check the black accounts. And check for tax evasion.
Xu Sheng was silent for a second on the other end of the phone. Brother, you are playing really dirty.
Lin Yi smiled coldly. I'm just cleaning up the garbage. 2 p.m., Internet explosion.
A real name reporting article suddenly appeared on Jihu, Weibo, and news platforms. Real name report: an underground financing company in Yundu Financial Circle hired cyber criminals, published false news, and manipulated project bidding. I used to be their employee. The full text is accompanied by pictures, videos, and transfer screenshots, and the content is extremely clear. The key point is that those Water Army accounts had quarreled with Lin S company, but it was found that they were all forged from the same IP segment.
Internet hot comments. The Black Umbrella Society is finally exposed. Lin's Plaza was actually slandered?
Fuck, even a project can be criticized to pieces these days.
Hot search number 14, hashtag Lin Yi strikes back at the Black Umbrella Society hashtag. Black Umbrella Society's secret base.
Li Guozhang was so angry that he slammed the table and cursed.
Who leaked the material? Check. Check immediately. And that anonymous letter. Who dares to report us? The subordinate whispered, Boss, Lin Yi may have obtained our financial account information. Now Xingmin Bank said it wants to freeze account 9312 for investigation on the grounds of suspected money laundering. Bang. Lin Yi. 10 p.m. Lin Yi apartment.
Ren Xinglan walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe, with a hint of red at the corners of her eyes.
Did you know this would happen? If I had known who was behind the Black Umbrella Group?
Lin Yi looked at her with a smile. Under the light, her skin was as white as milk.
Your shabby family intelligence system is not good enough. Next you will see how capital should fight.
Ren Xinglan suddenly stepped forward and hugged Lin Yi's neck. You look more dangerous the more you look at me.
I'm beginning to wonder, should I get you before you climb any higher?
She was very close, the fragrance was overwhelming, and her chest was slightly pressing against Lin Yi's shoulders, with a little bit of dangerous provocation.
Lin Yi smiled faintly. You can try. But you'll pay a price.
Ren Xinglan laughed even more wantonly. I just like high-risk investments. Just as her lips were about to touch his, a system pop-up window popped up again. Emotional branch progress, Ren Xinglan 40%.
Trigger the Edge interaction module. Do you accept the Capital Queen binding trial period plot? Lin Yi whispered in his mind, accept. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became hot and ambiguous. Chapter 16 Hunting Game in the Capital Vortex. The night is as dark as ink, and the prosperous Cloud City appears glamorous and extravagant under the illumination of countless lights.
Lin Yi stood in front of the window and lit a cigarette. The light smoke floated in the air, just like his thoughts at the moment. He had just come out of Ren Xinglan's hundreds of millions mansion, and the woman was still lying on the bed. She had been trained by him to be soft and tender, and even her words had a delicate ending. Don't leave, stay a little longer. Lin Yi pulled the corners of his lips and thought to himself, women really have no resistance to strong men.
This capital hunting game has just begun. His cell phone vibrated.
Xu Sheng, I just received the news that Xinjianya has personally stepped in.
He will speak at the city-level investment promotion conference tomorrow.
His purpose is to block the chances of getting a project approved for your piece of land.
Lin Yi snorted coldly. Can't you hold it back anymore?
He narrowed his eyes, and the task prompt flashed on the system panel in his mind.
Main quest update. Project Life and Deathline, participate in the city's investment promotion conference and obtain official approval before Xinjianye.
Successful rewards, system function upgrade permission +1, fund pool +50 million, public opinion module open. Failure penalty, Youth Life Plaza project was shelved by the government for 90 days and the land was frozen.
90-day freeze?
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. This punishment was harsh enough. In other words, if he fails to get the project approval tomorrow, the entire plan will be forced to shelve.
Even more deadly is. This is exactly what Xinjianye wanted. System. Drop. Calling full authority, preparing for Plan B tomorrow.
Plan B, public opinion plus capital plus personal connection linkage model launched.
Currently closely related roles detected, Shen Wanqing project secretary, key figure in the father-daughter confrontation. Do you want to call the emotional penetration mode to increase its trust in the host?
Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. It's time for Shen Wanqing to place her bet as well. The next day, at the city's investment promotion conference, the Yundu International Convention and Exhibition Center was crowded with people.
This is a grand event where power and capital are intertwined.
Politicians, media, and business tycoons were all present, and the entire conference hall was filled with all kinds of perfumes, intrigues, and lies. Lin Yi, wearing a custom-made suit, stood tall as a pine tree and walked in calmly. As soon as I stepped through the door, an elegant figure came towards me. Shen Wanqing. Her outfit today was different from usual. She wore a tight black suit skirt, her hair was tied up, her neck was slender, and a small part of her collarbone was exposed. She looked both cool and charming.
You didn't come back last night.
Her tone was calm, but there was a subtle emotional fluctuation in her eyes.
Busy. Lin Yi said calmly.
Shen Wanqing bit her lip, and after a few seconds of silence, she suddenly whispered, "My father is going to veto your project in public today."
Lin Yi glanced at her and asked, "Which side are you on?" Shen Wanqing's eyelashes trembled. "I don't know."
Lin Yi took a step closer, his voice was bewitching. "You know what you want, but you don't dare to do it." He suddenly leaned in close to her ear and said, "You are no longer a puppet in his hands."
Shen Wanqing's body trembled slightly, and a hint of shame appeared on her cheeks. "You.
Today, stand on my side." Lin Yi whispered, patted her slender wrist gently, turned and walked to the front row. Shen Wanqing stood there in a daze. It was not until he disappeared in the crowd that she slowly tightened the document bag in her hand. In the bag are detailed data and planning blueprints for the entire Youth Square project.
She actually prepared it last night.
But I just can't get over that hurdle in my heart. The conference reached its climax. The host announced, "Now, please invite Mr. Shen Jianye, chairman of Yundishan Group, to give us his investment promotion opinions."
Amidst the applause, Shen Jianye walked steadily onto the stage.
This old fox was dressed in a dark gray mouse suit, but his aura was still strong and his eyes carried a majesty that could not be ignored. My speech today will mainly focus on the city center land development project. The current mixed-use development of commercial and residential land in the city center is very likely to lead to resource abuse and land waste. I suggest that the relevant planning projects be shelved for 3 months and re-evaluated. As soon as the words came out, there was a murmur from below.
This means that Lin Yi's project will be suspended.
Just as the host was about to respond, Lin Yi stood up and said calmly, "I beg to differ." The whole place fell silent instantly. Everyone turned to look and saw Lin Yi slowly walking up to the podium.
"First, on behalf of Lin's Plaza Development Company, I will formally submit the city-level project application." He waved his hand and his assistant handed him a thick document.
"Second, I have invited the chief designer of Zhengzhou Planning Institute to attend the meeting to make a value statement for the project."
As soon as he finished speaking, an old man stood up from the back row. It was none other than Feng Zimo, the dean of Zhengzhou Design Institute. The whole audience was in an uproar. At this moment, a bigger bomb was detonated. Shen Wanqing stood up and handed the document to the host. "As the project secretary, I would like to add one more thing. The Youth Life Plaza will introduce 5 major brands to settle in, and has obtained preliminary signing intentions." 5 logos shine brightly on the document: Nike, Haiti, Starbucks, Walmart, and Wanda Cinemas. The investment representatives were instantly excited. An investor shouted on the spot, "Lin Yi's project, should we discuss investment quickly? It's a sure bet for a brand like this to be in this location." I said, "Young people are brave enough to do things, not like you old guys who are just drawing circles in place." Shen Jianye's face looked extremely ugly. At this moment, the system prompt popped up again. "Mission completed, municipal official project approved.
Rewards received, system function +1 unlocked, fund pool +50 million.
New function opening, public opinion manipulation module." Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth. "Old fox, I'm just warming up." After the meeting, Lin Yi returned to the company and Shen Wanqing followed him. She closed the door, turned around and leaned her back against it, and asked in a low voice, "Did you know that I would stand on your side?" Lin Yi didn't answer, but walked in front of her and placed one hand on her ear. "That night, I said that. Follow me, you won't lose anything." Shen Wanqing's heart was beating like a drum, and she whispered, "Then give me some reward?" Lin Yi lowered his head and moved closer, their breaths intertwined. Her lips parted slightly, her breath a little messy. "Your words must count." "What? You said I'm not a puppet. You said you would protect me." Lin Yi didn't say anything else, just lowered his head and kissed her. She shuddered, closed her eyes, and obediently hugged his neck, as if she had finally let down all her defenses. It was pitch black outside the window, but the temperature inside the house was rising rapidly. Until. Mr. Lin, Miss Rin has brought you some midnight snack.
Xiao Qiao's voice came from outside. Shen Wanqing suddenly pushed him away, her face red like a ripe apple, her collar slightly messy, and she ran away panting.
I'm going back to the office.
Lin Yi chuckled, looked at her fleeing back, and shook his head. The system panel popped up again.
Emotional progress improvement, Shen Wanqing 45%. Relationship label changed, ambiguous initial trust. Do you want to turn on the emotional intervention and two-line entanglement mode?
Lin Yi smiled and murmured, wait a little longer, let her fall deeper.
Chapter 17, The Return of the Black Umbrella, the Undercurrent of the Capital Hunting Ground. The third day after the investment promotion conference. The entire Yun City business district seemed to have been hit by a bomb. The Youth Life Plaza project was not only successfully approved, but also reportedly received preliminary commercial investment intentions, with a total valuation of over 2 billion. For the first time, Lin Ye's name was officially put on the warning list by many local business circles. At the same time, in the Shen family mansion, Shen Jianye's office was filled with smoke. Shen Wanqing, you've really become more capable. The folder fell heavily to the ground. Inside was a video playback screenshot of the investment promotion conference. Frame by frame, Shen Wanqing was standing next to Lin Yi, cold as ice, yet firm enough to not be questioned. She betrayed the core interests of the Shen family in full view of everyone. She has been controlled by him. A middle-aged man wearing sunglasses said in a hoarse voice, Lin Yi is not a simple guy. Who are you? Black Umbrella Society, by Xiao. Shen Jianye's eyes turned cold. You have been handling financial business overseas, why did you suddenly come to me? You've run into someone we want to get rid of as well. Bai Xiao grinned, his teeth as white as saw teeth. Lin Yi, this kid, robbed us of an investment that should have belonged to us. What do you want to do? You pay the money. We'll do the intelligence and the dirty work. Shen Jianye nodded slowly, I want him to be ruined. In Lin Yi's office. Run Xinglan was curled up on the sofa wearing a loose men's shirt, with his legs crossed, revealing a small part of his white thighs. She held the milk tea in her hand and looked at Ling Yi with a smile. I saw you on the hot search list today, the first young capitalist in Yundu. It's a name given by the media. I'm not surprised. Lin Yi glanced at her. Hey, then do you want to do an episode of Chable Boyfriend's 24-hour life challenge with me? My fans will definitely go crazy. Lin Yi leaned lazily on the back of the chair. If you wear less, I'll consider it. Rogue Ren Xinglan spat, but there was a bright light in his eyes. She suddenly moved closer and pressed her knees on his legs. Is Secretary Shen very charming? If you weren't attracted to her in that atmosphere yesterday, you must be impotent. Lin Yi smiled, so you are jealous? Ren Xinglan pretended to be angry and pinched him. Didn't you say that I am the white moonlight? You are. Lin Yi grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. I didn't say there should be only one white moonlight. You're a playboy. Ren Xinglan blushed and said angrily, but did not struggle. Aren't you leaving tonight? Lin Yi asked softly. She didn't answer, but bit his earlobe and said, I've asked my assistant for leave. The atmosphere became increasingly ambiguous, and Lin Yi was just about to pick her up when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He took a look and his expression changed slightly. It was an urgent encrypted message from Xiao Qiao. Black Umbrella Society member Bai Xiao has arrived in Yundu, with the identity of Shen Jianye investment consultant. Our people followed and photographed him entering the Shen family. Lin Ye's eyes turned cold instantly. The Black Umbrella Society is the most notorious underground fund organization in the overseas Grey Capital Circle, responsible for countless illegal acquisitions, money laundering, corporate mergers and murders. They come to Yundu not just to seek investment advice. What's wrong? Ren Xinglan noticed the change in his expression. It's okay. Lin Yi stroked her back and let her lean back on the sofa with peace of mind. I won't let you be affected tonight. Where are you going? Let's have a capital fight. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yi appeared in the private room on the top floor of Tianshan Club. Sitting opposite him was Bai Xiao, known as the Capital Hunter. He had a defiant look on his face and looked at him as if he was looking at a piece of fat meat. Aren't you afraid of me? Bai Xiao exhaled cigar smoke. I'm afraid. But I'm more afraid of losing. Lin Yi calmly pushed a piece of information over. Here is the Southeast Land Reserve Company equity information you want. Bai Xiao's eyes lit up. This company controls more than 10 pieces of land in Yundu.
If the Black Umbrella Club intervenes and controls this company, it will be a dimensionality reduction attack on Lin Yi's Youth Life Plaza.
Are you compromising?
Bai Xiao licked his lips.
I'm giving you a way out.
Lin Yi suddenly smiled, not like people like you are used to, just giving others a dead end. Bai Xiao narrowed his eyes. Lin Yi stood up calmly and gave him one last look before turning around. Don't forget, I was not surrounded by you, I led you into the trap.
It was 2 o'clock in the morning that night.
A Weibo post quietly became a hot search. Hashtag the inside story of Xinjiang's daughter's internal fighting project.
Hashtag is Black Umbrella's entry into the cloud an investment or a blood-sucking operation?
Hashtag. The 3 posts with 100,000 reposts quickly went viral, and the related entries exceeded 300 million views overnight. Lin Yi was already resting with his eyes closed in the car, with a smile on his face.
The system prompt pops up. Public opinion module started successfully.
Current impact index, 78 moderate impact. It can trigger the public supervision effect, forcing regulatory authorities to audit some of Shen's projects. Lin Yi murmured, come on, let's see how long you can last. On the other side, Shen Wanqing looked at the hot search list with a complicated expression.
She knew that Lin Yi had taken action.
But this blow was too harsh. Not only did it target her father, it also put the entire Shen group under the media spotlight.
She dialed Lin Yi's number. You've gone too far. Don't you know how many illegal accounts Shen has?
But you're using me. Lin Yi was silent for a few seconds. It's not about taking advantage of others, it's that you should know who your allies are.
You're forcing me to choose sides.
Yes. Shen Wanqing gritted her teeth, you are so cruel.
Because I can't lose. There was silence on the other end of the phone.
Then, she said coldly, come to my house tonight and let's talk.
Just talking? You can try and see if I can shoot you dead.
Lin Yi hung up the phone, a smile flashed in his eyes.
System update.
Shen Wanqing's trust level fluctuates, triggering the emotional breakthrough key node.
Do you want to open the misunderstanding and reconciliation plot branch? Lin Yi nodded, open. Chapter 18, Ice and Fire Night Talk, Misunderstanding, and Reconciliation. The night breeze is cool in a detached villa on the outskirts of Yun City. This villa is Shen Wanqing's private residence, and few people know about it.
When Lin Yi walked in from the door, a few dim lights were lit in the villa's living room, mixed with a slight smell of alcohol. He changed into slippers, unbuttoned his coat, and was about to speak when he saw Shen Wanqing already standing at the stairs to the second floor. She was wearing a nightgown as thin as a cicada's wing, her hair was disheveled, and her eyes were drunken.
You really came.
Her voice was slightly hoarse but extremely seductive, like a drop of liquor dropped into ice water.
If you ask me to come, of course I will.
Lin Yi sat on the sofa, his eyes calm but as sharp as a blade. Shen Wanqing walked down slowly, shaking a glass of red wine in her hand, stood in front of him and looked down at him, her eyes as sharp as blades.
Are you really not afraid that I will call the police and say that you forced me to disclose company secrets? You won't. Lin Yi smiled. How do you know?
Because you have been escaping from Xinjiang's control for a long time. You were not forced to stand on my side by me.
You wanted to stand out on your own.
Shen Wanqing's eyes trembled slightly, and then she sneered, you are really confident.
I just understand you.
Lin Yi stood up, slowly approached, and looked at her with burning eyes. You are so proud, so calm, and never trust anyone, but you chose to hand over the most critical information of Shen's to me. You said that I used you, but it would be better to say that you gave me the key yourself. Shen Wanqing leaned against the handrail of the stairs and took a sip of wine. So, are you here tonight to celebrate?
Or, do you want to ask for a reward?
Lin Yi walked closer step by step, his hand sliding into the gap of her nightgown along her waistline, but stopped at the waist and did not go any further.
I'm here to tell you that you are truly free now.
Her body stiffened, her eyes wavered, and she seemed to be somewhat drunk.
Do you know what I was most afraid of when I was a child?
She suddenly spoke softly.
Lin Yi didn't say anything, just listened attentively. My father gave orders as soon as he opened his mouth. No crying, no resistance, no failure. My life was like a planned path. Even if I was sick, I had to follow the plan to get in for drip and take medicine. But I don't want to resist. It's just that no one can make me feel that resistance has a future. Lin Yi held her hand. What about now?
She chuckled, her voice like night rain. Now.
I want to try to fall for once.
As soon as she finished speaking, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Yi's lips. The kiss was light, yet extremely oppressive, as if she was trying her best to muster up courage. Lin Yi did not refuse. Instead, he held the back of her head with one hand and kissed her back deeply. The two of them got closer and closer. Shen Wanqing's breathing became more rapid, her nightgown slipped half off her shoulders, revealing her icy skin and rosy collarbone. The whole scene was extremely arousing.
Lin Yi whispered in her ear, "Are you sure? Once you take this step, there's no going back."
She panted and bit his earlobe. "I haven't thought about going back for a long time."
The system pop-up window flashes.
Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden plot, Ice and Fire Night Talk.
Shen Wanqing's emotional index exceeds 80, opening a special branch storyline, Night of Conspiracy. Do you want to enter the plot? Lin Yi's lips curled slightly, confirmed.
The curtains fell and the night became dark. The next few hours were a tangle of fire and ice, an outburst of long-suppressed emotions. Lin Yi was like a hunter who was good at planning, and he gradually guided Shen Wanqing to remove all her disguise and pride. Shen Wanqing seemed to be resisting fate with her actions, wishing to bind Lin Yi tightly with her body. The air in the room gradually became hotter, mixed with gasps and low moans. Reason and desire intertwined and collided, until 3 o'clock in the morning, when everything returned to calm. She leaned on Lin Yi's chest like a docile cat.
Lin Yi. I don't want to lose. No, I'm here.
Shen Wanqing's lips curled up, but she murmured softly like a dream, "You'd better never betray me, otherwise.
Or you'll kill me?"
She didn't answer, but buried her face tighter. A dangerous light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. This woman loves too deeply.
At 6 o'clock in the morning, Ren Xinglan called Lin Yi. No one answered.
Her heart skipped a beat and she quickly put on her clothes and jumped up from the sofa.
No way, who did he spend the night with last night?
She quickly opened her Moments, Weibo, and even looked through Shen Wanqing's account, but still found nothing. But a woman's sixth sense, at this moment, is as sensitive as radar.
No, I have to keep an eye on him. She immediately placed a takeout order, with the destination address being Lin Yi's office.
You want to play ambiguously with me, but I will dominate you to the end. When Lin Yi woke up, the sunlight was slanting across the wooden floor. Shen Wanqing curled up in the quilt, her eyelashes trembling, and she was sleeping soundly. He gently threw back the covers and got out of bed, going into the bathroom to clean himself up before putting on his shirt and glancing at her before walking out the door. She slept like a child, no longer as cool and reserved as usual. The door closed gently. In the car, Xiao Xiao had been waiting for a long time.
Master, the news this morning is that the Black Umbrella Association will begin to block your capital. Be more specific.
They began to contact several major shareholders of Xinglan Media and try to acquire shares with the intention of controlling the new media matrix wherein Xinglan was.
Lin Yi frowned. This woman has become their new breakthrough point? Should we warn her? No.
Lin Yi sneered, I want them to think that she is my weakness.
But we know she is actually my knife. System prompts. Trigger plot, capital hunting. Enemy target, Lin Yi's existing investment network and media relationship chain. Host can deploy anti-hunting plan, lure the enemy deep into the territory. Will the mirror capital plan be launched? Lin Yi nodded. Start. Chapter 19, Rivals Meet, Murderous Intent Lurks.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, in the core area of Yunda CBD, on the top floor of Xinglan Media's headquarters building, Lin Yi's private office. The lighting in the office is soft, and the gray and white main colors reveal a hint of restrained luxury. Lin Yi was sitting on a leather office chair. He had just taken a shower and his hair was not yet dry. He was wearing a light gray custom-made shirt that Ren Xinglan had personally selected for him, with 2 buttons of his collar casually open. On the table, there was a steaming breakfast and a pink note.
Dear, eat early, don't just drink coffee anymore.
If you don't reply to my message, I will broadcast a video of you dancing in a bathrobe tonight.
Your dear sister Xinglan. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. This woman is getting better and better at finding his weaknesses.
He was just about to drink some milk when the office door was pushed open with a click.
You didn't answer my call again.
Ren Xinglan walked in wearing high heels, wearing a white shirt and short skirt, stockings, and slightly curly hair. There was a hint of anger in her eyes.
Where did you go last night?
Lin Yi held the milk and looked at her with a smile. Guess.
I guess you are flirting with which female assistant?
Ren Xinglan walked up to him and sat down on the desk, crossing her legs.
The hem of her skirt lifted slightly to reveal a hint of black silk, sexy and dangerous. Lin Yi, you are a celebrity now, you have to control yourself. Lin Yi drank a sip of milk slowly and said with a smile, are you jealous? Ren Xinglan lowered his head, sniffed at his collar, then narrowed his eyes suspiciously, you smell like a perfume that's not mine. TSK, you're really brave. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows, are you going to search me? If I search you and find traces of you that you shouldn't have, you know the consequences. As she spoke, she suddenly moved forward, put one leg directly on his leg, pressed her whole body down, and the buttons of her shirt rubbed against Lin Yi's chin. Just try and see if I will really expose your secrets in the live broadcast room. Lin Yi stretched out his hands to hold her slender waist, and gently pulled her down to sit on his lap. If you explode, I'm afraid you will explode yourself too. Oof. Ren Xinglan muttered, but did not struggle. He just hugged his neck and said, you know what? An investor came to me yesterday and said that someone wanted to buy 30% of the company's shares, and the price was very high. Lin Yi's expression was calm. How did you answer? As for me, I invited them to have tea. I also found a male model to pretend to be you and sit next to me to see their reactions. You are really getting worse and worse. I'm not a good person. Ren Xinglan tilted his head to look at him, his eyes suddenly darkened. Lin Yi, I don't care how you play, but I tell you I hate being betrayed the most. If you really betray me, I can do something you can't imagine. Lin Yi's face darkened slightly, and he was about to speak, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Boss Lin, Miss Shin is here. The air froze instantly. Ren Xinglan blinked, slowly got off his legs, patted her skirt, and smiled. She came really early. Lin Yi rubbed his brows, don't mess around. Of course I won't do anything rash. Ren Xinglan raised an eyebrow, I'm just exercising my rights as a girlfriend and personally welcoming the future mistress. Lin Yi was speechless. The next second, the door slowly opened, and Shin Wanqing, wearing a neatly tailored black business suit and high heels, walked into the office. Her face remained calm and composed, and behind her was a briefcase pushed by her special assistant. Boss Lin, I brought the revised version of the merger draft from last night. Okay. Lin Yi immediately stood up and walked to her side. Sit over here. I'll take a look. Shin Wanqing walked towards the desk, but her eyes inadvertently swept over Ren Xinglan, who was sitting on the sofa. The latter crossed her legs, holding a cup of hot coffee, and smiled meaningfully. Miss Shin came really early. Weren't you still discussing business with Lin Yi last night? Shin Wanqing remained calm. We didn't finish the discussion until the early morning. The cooperation project is quite large and Mr. Lin is very serious. Lin Yi's scalp suddenly went numb. This Shura field came too quickly. Ren Xinglan continued, yeah, it's terrible when he gets serious. I saw the marks on his neck when he came home last night. Shin Wanqing smiled faintly and took out the documents from her bag, so I bought him an anti-allergic cream. Mr. Lin's skin is too sensitive, he can't just scratch it casually. Ha! Ren Xinglan put down the coffee cup and stood up slowly. Miss Shin is indeed attentive. I just don't know how attentive you are. You even remember every pajamas in my refrigerator, right? Lin Yi immediately stood up and said, okay, you two, do you want to just have a fight? Shin Wanqing and Ren Xinglan looked at each other for a moment and chuckled at the same time. Boss Lin, we are all civilized people. Shin Wanqing took a step back, I am only here to do business. And I'm just here to take care of my boyfriend and have breakfast. Ren Xinglan came over and kissed Lin Yi on the cheek. Lin Yi, remember to drink more milk to replenish your energy. After saying that, she looked up and smiled at Shin Wanqing. Miss Shin, Lin Yi was too tired last night, and he may not be in a good state today. Please don't make it too difficult for him. Shin Wanqing, don't worry, my cooperation project is not urgent, I can wait for him to finish it. Lin Yi sat back in his chair and took a deep breath. The system suddenly pops up a prompt. System prompt, the current emotional line fluctuates violently, triggering a hidden task Shura field control. Mission objective, control the situation and stabilize the emotions of the two heroines without completely breaking up. Reward, random S-level skill extraction opportunity X1. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. It really is. I'm worried sick. Ahem. Lin Yi cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. Mission, can you talk about the capital infiltration plan you mentioned last night in detail? Shin Wanqing nodded. The funds of the Black Umbrella Society are bypassing supervision and slowly acquiring several holding projects under your name through shadow shareholders. I suggest setting up a shadow trust institution for reverse holding, which can not only cover up your real shareholding structure, but also counter their infiltration. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Are you setting a trap for them to fall into? Shen Wanqing smiled coldly. Aren't they going to hunt you?
Then lure them in and catch them all in one fell swoop.
Ren Xinglan listened intently, and suddenly asked, Lin Yi, this plan, do you understand it all? Lin Yi nodded calmly. I understand everything. Ren Xinglan, you're just pretending. Lin Yi, do you believe me? I was able to talk with Miss Shen until midnight last night just because I understood this plan? Ren Xinglan was startled and his face turned slightly red. The next second, a pillow flew over.
Lin Yi dodged and looked up with a smile. But at that moment, he suddenly felt an unusual chill spreading up from the soles of his feet. His eyes narrowed and he turned to look out the window. In the distance, a black business car was parked quietly on the side of the street. Behind the window, a pair of cold eyes were staring at this side.
The members of the Black Umbrella Society finally showed up.
Chapter 20, Soft Knife Murder, Beautiful Woman Living Together. Lin Yi stared at the black business car with deep eyes. He knew that it was not just ordinary spying, but a real threat warning.
The Black Umbrella Society, an organization that had recently appeared frequently in Shen Wanqing's reports, finally surfaced. Lin Yi?
Shen Wanqing called out softly, with a barely perceptible worry in her tone. Lin Yi came back to his senses and smiled. It's okay, I was a little distracted just now.
He stood up and walked to the French window, blocking his view while softly asking Shen Wanqing, can your people check the identity information of the car opposite without arousing suspicion? Shen Wanqing nodded slightly, didn't ask any more questions, turned around and walked out of the office.
Ren Xinglan was already leaning on the sofa at this time, with a lazy posture, but his eyes never left Lin Yi.
Have you been hiding something from me lately?
Lin Yi looked back at her and smiled without saying anything.
I'm not jealous.
She paused and lowered her voice. I'm worried about you. Lin Yi walked over, sat down beside her, and held her hand. Xinglan, don't worry, I know my limits. Ren Xinglan didn't say anything, but just looked down at the two people's clasped fingers, and a hint of warmth came quietly. After a few seconds, she said softly, I'll wait for you at your house tonight.
You want to talk? I want to see if you have any new women hidden.
She bit her lip and smiled dangerously. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and was about to explain when the system panel suddenly popped up. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Shura Field Control.
Reward distribution, S-level skill lottery pool is open, do you want to draw now? Lin Yi's mind moved, pull. After a familiar turntable sound effect, the skill interface stabilizes.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill, Insight. Effect, can read the target person's emotions and psychological changes in a short period of time, and gain a trust increase.
Lin Yi's eyes moved slightly. This skill is simply a powerful weapon in the harem Shura field. Lin Yi. Ren Xinglan suddenly approached, his voice so low that it almost sounded like he was breathing into his ear. Did you open the system again? Lin Yi was so shocked that his brain almost exploded. You are kidding. He pretended to be calm and stretched out his hand to scratch the tip of her nose. If I really had a system, I would use you as a prop to practice first. You dare? Just give it a try. While the two were talking, Shen Wanqing had already returned with a printout of surveillance photos and background information in her hand. The car was registered under the name of a shell company. The legal person disappeared for 3 years and the actual controller is unknown. But what's interesting is that in the past 3 months, this car has frequently appeared around the project you recently acquired. Lin Yi's eyes were stern. Have you been staring at me for a long time? At least 2 months. It seems that they have already started to take action. Shen Wanqing sat back across from him. You can't fight alone anymore, Lin Yi. You have to set up a net, lure the other party in, and then collect it. You mean fishing? You can say that I am inviting you into a trap. She smiled gently, her eyes sharp, but this jar must be big enough to hold you as bait. Ren Xinglan frowned. Let him be the bait? Are you crazy? Shen Wanqing looked at her calmly. I don't want him to get into trouble any more than you do. But you have to understand that the enemy is not an ordinary capital player. They are the Black Umbrella Society with a dark history, hidden lines, and a record of murder. The air suddenly became heavy. Lin Yi leaned back on the sofa, tapping his chin with his index finger, and said thoughtfully, then set up this game at my house. What did you say? The two women asked almost in unison. My apartment is the safest. It's also the place where they are most likely to misjudge my defenses as the weakest. Lin Yi chuckled. Also, it's easier to control the comings and goings there. You want to set traps at home? Ren Xinglan frowned. Are you crazy? I don't live alone. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Aren't you coming tonight? That's perfect. You want me to live in your house? Ren Xinglan's eyes widened. Lin Yi didn't say anything else, just looked at Shen Wanqing. The latter smiled meaningfully. If this is the arrangement, I suggest I move there too. Ren Xinglan glared. You come to butt in again?
Shen Wanqing raised her eyebrows. I am the project's safety consultant, and it is reasonable for me to be on site.
And I don't want you to have him alone at night. You wish. Aren't you thinking too much? Lin Yi.
System prompt. Your emotions are fluctuating violently at the moment.
Do you want to use insight? Start.
Lin Yi muttered to himself.
The next second, a message appeared above Ren Xinglan's head. Emotions, jealousy plus 72%, anxiety plus 39%, expectation plus 20%, trust plus 5. Psychological activity. If another woman comes, I will kiss her for 10 minutes on live broadcast to piss them off to death. And above Shen Wanqing's head it says. Emotions, calmness plus 58%, possessiveness plus 31%, curiosity plus 26%, trust plus 7. Psychological activity. She can sleep with him, but I can't? Let us see who makes the first move. Lin Yi. Okay, it's decided. Lin Yi stood up and said decisively, you two will stay at my house tonight. Who sleeps with her? Ren Xinglan glanced sideways. I don't want to share a room with her. Shen Wan said calmly. Lin Yi touched his nose and said, I have 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, 1 room for each person, isn't that enough? I don't want to sleep in the study.
They both said at the same time.
Lin Yi smiled bitterly. At this moment, the system popped up a prompt again. The current emotional balance is unstable, triggering the hidden plot direction dormitory night talk.
It is recommended that the host create an occasional scene of accidentally entering the other party's room to enhance goodwill.
Lin Yi rubbed his temple. This system is more flirtatious than him.
As the night deepened, the bustle of Cloud City faded, but the lights in Lin Yi's apartment remained on.
Shen Wanqing was wearing gray silk pajamas and a coat, sitting on the balcony reading documents.
Ren Xinglan had just finished taking a shower. She was wearing a pink halter dress and a white bathrobe, her hair was wet, and she walked barefoot to the kitchen to pour water.
Lin Yi had just come out of the bathroom and felt his scalp tingling when he saw this scene. 2 women, one on the left and one on the right, moved in. The key point is that none of them are willing to stay calm. Tonight, are we really going to sleep separately? Ren Xinglan suddenly spoke, his tone ambiguous. Shen Wanqing remained calm, or do you want to sleep together? He can sleep. Ren Xinglan glanced at Lin Yi, let's see if he dares. Lin Yi immediately raised his hand, I'm timid, I'll go to the sofa tonight. If you dare to go to the sofa, I will report you as impotent in the company tomorrow. Ren Xinglan sneered. Go to my room. Shen Wanqing said coldly, the feng shui there is not good. It's true that you have bad feng shui, right? Ren Xinglan retorted. Lin Yi was devastated. Where do you want me to go? Go to my room.
Ren Xinglan smiled sweetly.
He has to go to my room. Shen Wanqing refused to give in. Just then, the light suddenly flickered and the power in the apartment suddenly went out. In the pitch-black darkness, Ren Xinglan exclaimed, I'm afraid of the dark Lin Yi. The next second, Lin Yi was knocked down by a soft and warm body. Don't move, that's not my bed. I don't care, you are not allowed to leave my side tonight. What about her? Leave her alone.
At the other end of the living room, Shen Wanqing stood alone in the dark and suddenly laughed softly.
Lin Yi, you can't escape. The night wind blew in from outside the window, blowing up a corner of the curtains. The black umbrella car lights in the distance lit up again and slowly left. The hunter leaves and the bait is laid. The game starts tonight. Chapter 21, sharing the same room, the soft jade and warm fragrance kept me awake all night.
Lin Yi never expected that the Ashura field would come so quickly. From the moment Shen Wanqing and Ren Xinglan both moved into his house, his life was forced to step onto a tightrope called high-risk ambiguity. But the system still pops up a prompt restlessly. Special event trigger, multiple female protagonists living together. Mission objective, maintain emotional stability and balance to prevent one party from collapse. Subtask, complete the close interaction event between the 2 heroines and receive a random S-level item as reward. Lin Yi looked at the task and his scalp tingled.
Does this system have any misunderstandings about the Big Bang Theory? 6 o'clock in the morning.
Lin Yi was awakened by a faint fragrance. The moment he opened his eyes, a flash of white caught his sight. Ren Xinglan was curled up beside him. She was wearing a light pink suspender skirt with the hem slightly lifted up, revealing her slender white legs, and even a glimpse of her inner beauty. Her long hair spread out on the pillow, her face was flushed, and the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, as if she had dreamed of something erotic. Lin Yi was about to pull himself up when he found a slender jade leg across his waist.
This posture is simply that of a clingy person. He was feeling awkward when Ren Xinglan suddenly murmured, "Lin Yi, don't go, hold me tight." The sound was soft, like a cat purring, but also a bit like drunken coquettishness. Lin Yi was about to speak when he heard a click. The door opened.
Xin Wanqing walked in with a cup of coffee and saw this erotic scene at first glance. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said in a calm tone, "You woke up quite early, and your movements are quite fast." Lin Yi sat up awkwardly and was about to explain, but Ren Xinglan suddenly hugged his waist tightly, put his face close to him, and muttered, "Don't bother my boyfriend.
I want to sleep a little longer." Xin Wanqing paused. Lin Yi.
System prompt: emotional conflict is rising, triggering task subconditions. Task update: in the next 12 hours, have a close interaction with each of the two heroines to maintain balance. Note: close interaction requires physical contact for more than 5 minutes and obvious emotional reactions. Lin Yi took a deep breath. System, you really know how to raise poisonous insects. At breakfast time, the air was eerily quiet. Xin Wanqing sat at one side of the dining table, cutting fried eggs gracefully, with a faint smile on the corner of her lips, and occasionally glancing at Lin Yi. Ren Xinglan was wearing Lin Yi's shirt and lying barefoot on the sofa playing with his phone, like a cat that had stolen some fish.
Where are you going today?
Xin Wanqing spoke first. Lin Yi held the coffee cup and said, "I'm going to the negotiation meeting at Mingho Building.
I have a potential partner to meet. I'll accompany you."
"I want to go too." Ren Xinglan jumped up immediately.
Lin Yi glanced at her and said, "Aren't you a host? Why are you here? Let's see which female client you hook up with behind my back."
Ren Xinglan snorted, "By the way, I'll live broadcast your negotiation process to increase your followers."
"I'm afraid you're going to kill me. If you dare to flirt with me, I will really kill you."
Xin Wanqing raised her eyes, "Then I will be responsible for collecting the bodies."
Lin Yi.
You two are both more ruthless than the other. At 9:30 in the morning, on the 21st floor of Mingho Building, Lin Yi entered the conference room with two vase assistants. While entering the building, Lin Yi quietly activated the insight technique. In the corridor, a man in security uniform popped up above his head. Emotions: tension plus 64%, murderous intent plus 21%, mission awareness plus 41%. Psychological activity: target enters, wait for instructions and then start, be sure to complete the task. Lin Yi sneered in his heart.
The Black Umbrella Society has arrived as expected.
He walked into the meeting room and sat down as if nothing had happened, but less than 5 minutes into the meeting, he suddenly handed the tablet to Xin Wanqing. "Secretary Xiao Shen, help me get the identity of the man at the gate."
Xin Wanqing nodded in understanding and lowered her head to quickly tap the tablet.
"Xinglan, start a live broadcast."
Lin Yi said again.
Ren Xinglan was stunned. "Didn't you say that you can't die in society?"
Lin Yi whispered, "This time, it's the bait for our fishing."
She understood immediately and immediately turned on the live broadcast, saying with a smile, "Welcome everyone to Mr. Lin's live broadcast room for wealthy business negotiations.
You are not allowed to leave unless we give you the rockets today."
Lin Yi smiled slightly, but his eyes were a little colder. The meeting continued, and the security guard whispered into the intercom, "There are many people around him, hold off on the action." Lin Yi secretly recorded his location and had already started to plan a counterattack in his mind.
At 12:30 noon, Lin Yi and the other two returned to the apartment.
As soon as I entered the door, the system popped up again.
Time remaining for current mission, 6 hours. It is recommended to promote the close interaction scenario.
Lin Yi looked at the two women.
Xinglan. What?
Come here, help me take a look at this wound.
Wound?
She walked over suspiciously, but Lin Yi pulled her to sit on his lap.
You. Ren Xinglan's cheeks flushed and he struggled to get up. Don't move.
Lin Yi held her chin with one hand. There's a hair stuck on your neck.
If you move, I'll strangle you.
You bastard.
Ren Xinglan glared at him. What's wrong? Lin Yi laughed, you rely on me more. System interface prompts.
Task in progress, physical contact has lasted for 5 minutes, emotional response has met the standard.
Subtask 1 completed. Shen Wanqing. Lin Yi called again. You want me to sit on your lap too?
Shen Wanqing raised her eyebrows.
Don't be so conceited.
I sprained my waist. Shen Wanqing snorted softly, walked over and sat down. Come closer, don't move, I'll press it. Her hands kneaded his waist gently, and it was very formal at first, but within a minute, her fingers suddenly slid down an inch and stopped in an ambiguous position.
Lin Yi, where are you touching?
I'm testing where you've twisted your spine, she said calmly. If you react so strongly, I'll ask Ren Xinglan to come in and see you.
My big reaction is a normal physiological reaction, okay? Oh? Then should I touch you a few more times? Lin Yi shuddered, no. System interface.
Submission 2 completed, rewards being distributed. S-level item obtained, time delay card can freeze the target for 10 seconds.
Lin Yi silently accepted it.
Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, a ding-dong sound suddenly came from outside the door. The door opened and a courier came in and handed a small cardboard box to Lin Yi.
Mr. Lin, your anonymous express.
Lin Yi frowned as soon as he took it.
Inside the paper box was a bloody letter. Next time, it's the ears.
At the bottom of the box, there was a blood-stained necklace pendant.
Ren Xinglan came over and saw it, and her face turned pale. Lin Yi, what is this? Lin Yi quickly closed the box, his face completely gloomy.
Shen Wanqing walked behind him and whispered, it's time for you to prepare to fight back. Lin Yi slowly raised his head, a bone-chilling cold light flashing in his eyes.
The Black Umbrella Club wants to play, I'll accompany you.
He lowered his head and silently said to the system, open the hidden mall and exchange items hunting order.
Chapter 22, The Dark Web appears, Lin Yi as counterattack.
Ren Xinglan looked at the bloody letter with obvious panic.
Although she spoke toughly, she was really panicked at the moment. Shen Wanqing was much calmer. She picked up the paper box, carefully glanced at the blood-stained necklace pendant, and asked in a cold voice, do you recognize this thing?
Lin Yi nodded, his tone cold, this is Zhao Siyu's.
Ren Xinglan's eyes narrowed suddenly, what did you say? Wasn't she on a business trip?
Lin Yi didn't say anything, but turned back to the bedroom, closed the door, and the system panel instantly appeared in front of him.
The hidden mall is opening. Successfully exchanged items, hunting order beginner.
Purpose, you can anonymously reward targets on the underground network, with virtual identity protection.
Subfunction, access the Gray Domain Authority, enable monitoring and reverse tracing system.
Lin Yi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a dangerous arc. Since Black Umbrella wants to play, let them see the power of system players. He quickly opened the Gray Domain backend, filtered out the target data through the characteristics of the security guard just now, and locked on a code-named member from Izhou Yewu. This person is an external executor of the Black Umbrella Society's northern branch and has been involved in several disappearance cases. Zhao Siyu is very likely one of the targets he is dealing with. Lin Yi did not attack him immediately, but instead reversely implanted a tracking virus and, with the help of the Gray Domain Authority, locked the coordinates of his base. Coordinate positioning successful, Yandu City, Xiaoqing District, Old Industrial Zone Factory Number 7.
You finally showed up.
Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and murmured. At this time, the door was gently pushed open.
Shen Wanqing leaned against the door, her expression indifferent, but with a hint of inquiry, aren't you going to tell us who you are?
Lin Yi didn't look up, my current identity is Lin Yi.
Shen Wanqing walked in slowly and sat on the edge of his bed.
Her tone was calm but a little oppressive, but you are not an ordinary person. Your reaction, your source of information, your way of judgment, it is simply not something a poor student who just graduated can do.
Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth, then what do you want to know? For example, why are you able to predict the future? Shen Wanqing stared at him, or why are you able to complete a project in just a few days that would take others years to complete?
Lin Yi looked at her, neither denying nor giving a direct answer.
You don't have to know too much. He said softly, if you know too much, you will be more dangerous.
Shen Wanqing blinked, and suddenly moved closer, her voice so soft that it was almost next to his ear. Lin Yi, the more mysterious you are, the more I want to pry you open.
Lin Yi was stunned.
The next second, Ren Xinglan suddenly pushed the door open, and when he saw the two of them being so close, his face suddenly darkened.
You guys are in trouble. I knew it. Shen Wanqing smiled and said, "Can you knock on the door before you come in?" "I'm not knocking. This is Lin Ye's room, not yours." Lin Yi was in a dilemma. "Can you guys stop arguing? I'm about to fight back against that group of people." Ren Xinglan stared at him intently. "Are you hiding something from us?" Lin Yi suddenly stood up, his eyes sharp. "Listen carefully. From now on, you are not allowed to go out without permission, and you are not allowed to answer any strange phone calls. All deliveries must go through me." "Why?" Ren Xinglan was unconvinced. "Because the Black Umbrella Society has already set its sights on you." This sentence made both of them silent. After a long while, Ren Xinglan bit her lips gently and whispered, "Lin Yi, I'm scared." Lin Yi raised his hand and touched her hair. "Don't be afraid, I will take care of it." Shen Wanqing stood up and folded her arms. "So what are you going to do next?" Lin Yi looked at the time and smiled coldly. "See you at the old industrial zone at 10 o'clock tonight." 10 o'clock at night. A black car stopped outside factory number 7. Lin Yi put on a black windbreaker and a baseball cap with the brim pulled down, looking like an intruder. In his hand he held a long, thin spray, which was a system-given item, nerve paralysis mist. It was colorless and odorless. With just one spray, anyone within a 10-meter radius would become limp within 10 seconds. He climbed over the wall gently and approached the factory under the cover of night. The lights in the factory were dim, and a group of people were handing over something. Lin Yi activated the gray domain monitoring and instantly eavesdropped on the conversation. "Zhao Siyu is a stubborn girl. The boss said that if she wasn't useful, she would have been dealt with long ago. I heard that she is Lin Ye's old classmate?" "Yeah. I guess I can use her to force that guy to show up." Lin Yi sneered and pressed the spray button directly. Sizzle. 10 seconds later, more than a dozen people in the factory collapsed to the ground one after another, with screams coming one after another. Lin Yi kicked open the side door, holding a stun gun, and walked in to give each person a stun gun. For 2 full minutes, the factory fell completely silent. He quickly searched the corners and finally found Zhao Siyu in a locked hut. Her clothes were disheveled and her face was pale, but she was still conscious. "Lin Yi? Sho, don't talk, I'll take you away." He picked up Zhao Siyu, comforted her softly, and left quickly. Before leaving, he thoughtfully hung a note at the factory door. "If you touch my people once, I will destroy your hideout." At 3 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yi returned to the apartment. After settling Zhao Siyu down, he just walked back to the room and saw Shen Wanqing leaning against the door with a complicated look in her eyes. "What's her relationship with you?" "Old classmate, you once saved me," Lin Yi said lightly. Shen Wanqing was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "What about me?" Lin Yi looked up. There was a hint of sarcasm on her lips. "Who am I? I live with you now, help you with chores every day, and take on dangers with you. And you don't say anything." Lin Yi took a step forward and suddenly reached out to pull her into his arms. "You're mine." Shen Wanqing's heartbeat paused. "What did you say?" "I said from the moment you decide to stay, I won't let you back out." He lowered his head and leaned closer, his breath ambiguous. "Since you like to pry open secrets, then pry them to the bottom." Shen Wanqing bit her lip, her eyes seemed to be on fire. "You'd better not regret it." Lin Yi leaned close to her ear and chuckled. "I'm afraid you'll get carried away." Chapter 23 Secret Transfer, Night Heartfire. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, and the lights in the apartment were dim. Zhao Siyu was properly placed in the guest room. Shen Wanqing and Ren Xinglan tacitly did not disturb her, while Lin Yi sat on the sofa in the living room, tapping his knees with his fingers, his eyes as calm as water. System prompt: this round of operations is completed. Reward experience value plus 100, reputation value plus 200. The current cumulative reputation value exceeds 300, and the reputation system branch is opened. Reputation system activation conditions met. When the host's reputation reaches a well-known level in a certain circle, it will affect the task progress and resource opening. Lin Yi was not in a hurry to check the new content of the system, but looked at the laptop beside him. The gray area monitoring screen on the screen was showing the real-time image of the old industrial area. Those people had long been taken over by the Yun City Underground Police. The entire process was clean, and there was no trace of Lin Yi at all. "The way you handled it was more cruel than I thought." Shen Wanqing stood behind him at some point, holding 2 cups of hot tea in her hands, and softly handed him one. Lin Yi took over. "Some people can only be shut up in their own way." Shen Wanqing sat next to him and looked at him with complicated eyes. "What on earth have you been through?" Lin Yi smiled and did not answer.
His past, those dark, chaotic moments full of life and death brink moments cannot be explained in one sentence. Even with the system, he was at a loss when facing the threat of death for the first time. But now, he is calm and decisive enough, and he will not show any emotion even if he has to gradually destroy an entire gang.
Don't worry.
Lin Yi suddenly turned his head and looked into her eyes.
As long as you stand by me, I won't let anything happen to you. Shen Wanqing was stunned.
His words were not just a casual love remark, but a promise. That sharp and passionate promise, like a hook, pierced her heart.
Don't look at me like that.
She smiled softly, but her ears felt hot for no reason.
I will take it seriously. Lin Yi laughed softly and said nothing more.
At this time, Ren Xinglan poked his head out of the room and looked at the two of them with a puzzled look on his face. Why are you two so close again?
Are you saying bad things about me?
Shen Wanqing tilted her head and smiled. Of course not, I'm just saying that your little head is too easily jealous.
Who is jealous?
Ren Xinglan walked in angrily and sat down on the other side of Lin Yi, almost sticking to him.
Lin Yi, you have to be fair. I have done a lot for you. I didn't say you didn't help.
Lin Yi smiled and moved her hair aside a little. You are also important. This sentence made Ren Xinglan's heart flutter, but he pretended to be calm on his face. Humph, that's good.
The atmosphere between the three of them was inexplicably ambiguous.
The next moment, Zhao Siyu's door was gently pushed open, and she walked out weakly, her face still pale, but her eyes were firm.
Lin Yi, I want to leave Yun City. Lin Yi stood up and said, that's what I was planning to do. I'll make the arrangements for you to go.
Shen Wanqing continued softly, I own a convalescent villa in another city.
It's very private. Thank you. Lin Yi nodded and turned to look at Zhao Siyu. Did you know anything when you came back this time?
Zhao Siyu was silent for a moment, then nodded. I have been investigating my father's case, and later found that the clues pointed to the Black Umbrella Society.
They targeted me because of this. So that's why you contacted me?
A cold light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes.
Yeah. Zhao Siyu looked a little guilty. I know you are not an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to implicate you. You didn't implicate me.
Lin Yi said calmly, I have had conflicts with them for a long time. Zhao Siyu bit her lip, suddenly took a step forward, and gently held Lin Yi's hand. Then, be careful. Ren Xinglan's eyes widened, and Shen Wanqing also narrowed her eyes slightly.
This woman, isn't she moving too much?
Lin Yi noticed the two gazes behind him and felt a little overwhelmed. Okay, stop being so hypocritical, I'll send you off tomorrow. As soon as it was dawn, Lin Yi drove Zhao Siyu to the airport without saying a word along the way. The moment the plane took off, the tension in his heart finally relaxed a little. At this time, on the other side of Yun City, in the northern branch of the Black Umbrella Society, a thin man sat at a conference table, tapping his fingers lightly on the tabletop. The screen in front of him was playing a video of the factory being demolished last night.
Who did it? Nothing can be found.
The subordinate whispered back, the operation did not leave any traces, all surveillance was destroyed, and all personnel were eliminated.
That's the lesson for you. The man's eyes were as cold as ice. Lin Yi, right? Very good.
Notify all peripheral members of Yun City that this person has been included in the death list. A reward of 10 million is offered.
There will be a bonus if you catch him alive. Yes.
He looked at the blurry figure on the screen, a sneer slowly forming at the corner of his mouth.
Do you think this is the end? The real hell has just begun.
When I returned to the apartment, Ren Xinglan was curled up on the sofa watching a variety show, looking like he was still sleepy.
As soon as Lin Yi opened the door, she ran over and said, Where have you been? You were gone when I woke up this morning.
Send Zhao Siyu to the airport.
Lin Yi answered casually. Oh. She responded, lowering her head and tugging at the corner of her clothes. Did she have anything with you? No. Then, what about you and Shen Wanqing?
She looked at him evasively.
Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Which version do you want to hear? I want to hear the truth. Ren Xinglan whispered, otherwise I will be very uneasy.
Lin Yi walked up to her, reached out to push away the strands of hair on her forehead, and said softly, You are the first girl I met.
You will always have a place in my heart. We are more than just friends, right?
Ren Xinglan bit her lip, her eyes slightly red.
I'm not a fool, and you don't treat me with indifference at all, right? Lin Yi didn't say anything.
He just reached out and hugged her. Ren Xinglan was stunned, then slowly hugged him back, his body trembling slightly.
Lin Yi, you are not allowed to leave me. Won't.
The air was a little hot. Lin Yi lowered his head, and the tip of his nose almost touched her forehead. Ren Xinglan raised his eyes, his lips trembling slightly. You, kiss me once, just once, and I will believe you.
Lin Yi's heart trembled.
But in the end, he lowered his head and kissed her forehead.
Idiot, he whispered.
Ren Xinglan threw herself into his arms with a red face and uttered a low hum, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise.
Chapter 24, Black Umbrella Strikes Back, Undercurrent Surges.
The night was dark and the sky above the Cloud City was covered with dark clouds, like the silence before a storm. After returning to the apartment, Lin Yi did not rest. He went into the bedroom immediately, closed the door, and called out the system interface.
Ding. System prompt. Because the host's reputation value has exceeded the stage node, the limited time task hunting list is activated. Mission level, Red Danger level.
Mission content. Before the Black Umbrella Society launches a full-scale attack on the host, take the lead in eliminating the core threat figure, the Black Umbrella Society's northern branch White Shadow. Task reward, Mysterious Equipment Card 1, System Mall Permissions Expansion once, Binding Funds 50 million. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. White Shadow, it was indeed the man who posted the reward in the video last night.
Without waiting for the opponent to make a move, the system arranged a preemptive strike.
This means that, this time the enemy is no longer a small fry that can be easily crushed. System prompt. It is recommended that the host complete the initial cleanup within 3 days, otherwise it will trigger the opponent's first action, increasing the difficulty of the battle.
3 days? That's not impossible.
Lin Yi put away the system panel, walked to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and looked at the flickering lights between the tall buildings in the distance, his mind in turmoil.
He has already stirred up the muddy water.
Zhao Siyu is just the beginning, and the real whirlpool is gradually emerging.
And he was destined to step in. The next morning, Ren Xinglan drank milk while secretly glancing at Lin Yi's door. Seeing that he hadn't come out yet, she curled her lips unwillingly. What time is it? Why haven't you gotten up yet? Were you busy all night last night?
She couldn't help but think of the scene last night when Lin Yi hugged her and kissed her forehead, and her cheeks turned red. At this time, Shen Wanqing had just finished taking a shower and came out of the bedroom. She was wearing a lavender silk robe and her hair was still wet. You got up quite early, Xiao Xinglan. She sat down gracefully on the sofa and picked up the coffee cup on the table.
I'm more diligent than you. Ren Xinglan rolled his eyes, but his gaze still uncontrollably swept towards Shen Wanqing.
Her figure was so good, especially the curves outlined by the bathrobe, that she couldn't help but bite the straw.
Didn't you hear any sound last night? Ren Xinglan suddenly asked. What's that sound?
Shen Wanqing raised her eyebrows slightly.
Lin Ye's room.
He was so tired yesterday, but he closed the door when he came back.
Is there any special secret? Shen Wanqing smiled and didn't answer.
Instead, she replied calmly, you can go knock on the door and ask. I'm not like you, who can walk into his room so easily. Ren Xinglan said, adding with a thorny tone, you two seem to be getting along pretty well recently, always chatting about things I don't understand.
That's because you don't understand.
Shen Wanqing was not polite. Lin Yi is not the kind of person who can make little girls happy. His world is too complicated.
What do you mean? Ren Xinglan's eyes turned cold. It's nothing.
Shen Wanqing stood up and picked up her coffee cup. Just a reminder, don't think that you can have everything just by relying on the identity of childhood sweethearts. After saying that, she glanced at Lin Yi's door, raised the corners of her lips slightly, and returned to her room. Ren Xinglan was so angry that her face turned red. She took a big bite of the toast and said, you bitch. You're just taking advantage of your maturity. Lin Yi naturally did not miss the little war between them. He had already come down from the balcony and leaned against the bedroom door, listening for a while, with a slight smile on his face.
The war between women is sometimes more complicated than the business war and more exciting.
But now is not the time to be distracted.
Ding. System reminder, do you want to start scanning White Shadow data? Requires 100 reputation points. Open.
A virtual blue light unfolded before his eyes, and then a very detailed information card appeared.
Name, Bai Ying pseudonym. Age, about 33. Position, the second in command of the Black Umbrella Society's Northern Branch.
Specialties: psychological manipulation, special combat, close combat, information implantation.
Fatal weakness: very suspicious, extremely regular schedule. Action range: Sueju Villa Private Club on the north side of Yeondu City. Current location: Sueju Villa.
Lin Yi read the name and started to make plans in his mind. To kill an enemy of this level, you cannot attack him head on, you must attack his weakness. At this time, the system pops up a prompt again.
Suggested branch quest: bribe the target's informant.
Recommended target: Wang Yang, by Ng's personal driver and bodyguard. His family is heavily in debt, and his psychological instability index is 72%.
Should I spend 5 million in binding funds to make a preliminary purchase? Lin Yi nodded decisively. Collect.
The next second, the system prompted that the binding was complete, and Lin Yi's phone received an encrypted message from an anonymous account. Wang Yang has confirmed the contact and is waiting for the first contact arrangement.
The fun has just begun. That afternoon, Lin Yi went to a luxurious tea house in Jun City.
Wang Yang arrived on time, wearing a security uniform, with a nervous look and sweat on his forehead.
Mr. Lin? Sit down.
Lin Yi said calmly, you know why I want to see you.
I know.
Wang Yang lowered his head, his voice trembling, I can take the money, but don't let me betray you to the end.
As long as my wife and children are safe, I can do anything.
Lin Yi pushed a cell phone in front of him. I have people here who are responsible for their transfer and security.
If you betray me, they will be the first to take action. I dare not.
Wang Yang nodded timidly.
Very good. Lin Yi smiled faintly. I just want you to let me into Sueju Villa tomorrow night. You don't need to do anything else.
Wang Yang gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay.
Remember, no tricks.
Clear. When night fell and Lin Yi returned to the apartment, Ren Xinglan was cooking in the kitchen.
When she heard the door open, she ran out immediately. Where have you been? You didn't even tell me. Go out and find some information.
Lin Yi smiled and rubbed her head. I won't forget what I promised you.
What's the matter? She was stunned.
Lin Yi leaned close to her ear and whispered, You said. Just give me a kiss and I'll believe you. Ren Xinglan's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple, and he said angrily, You still remember?
Hooligan.
Not only do I remember it, I also remember that your face was red all the way to your neck.
Lin Yi smiled even more. If you talk nonsense again, I will really beat you. Ren Xinglan stomped his feet in frustration.
At this time, Xin Wanqing walked out of the room and happened to hear the conversation between the two. She smiled faintly. It seems that you two have a good relationship.
Should I avoid suspicion? Of course you should.
Ren Xinglan immediately counterattacked, lest someone deliberately seduce my Lin Yi again.
Your family?
Xin Wanqing raised her eyebrows.
Isn't it too early to determine the term family members? The tension is heating up again.
Lin Yi rubbed his brows with a headache.
These days are probably more tiring than the tasks. Chapter 25. The more you try to hide, the more obvious it becomes. The black umbrella is hunting you down.
As soon as the sky was getting light, Lin Yi sat up from the bed and calmly glanced at the scene outside the window.
The morning in Yeondu is always quieter than any other time.
There are few pedestrians on the street, and the coffee shops on the corners are gradually opening for business, and the air is filled with the rich aroma of coffee. He stood up and looked out the window, his eyes filled with depth and thought. System prompt. The mission hunting list has entered the countdown stage, and the location of the target person White Shadow of the Black Umbrella Society's northern branch has been determined.
Lin Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Finally here.
During this period, although the relationship between Xin Wanqing and Ren Xinglan was a little subtle, he spent every second preparing for the next action.
The Black Umbrella Society's counterattack has already begun. Lin Yi received anonymous phone calls and threatening messages more than once.
Each message hinted to him that the Black Umbrella Society had learned his identity and was gradually locking down his movements. And tonight, Lin Yi is ready to take action himself, relying on Wang Yang's cooperation to kill someone with a borrowed knife.
Are you sure? Xin Wanqing came up from behind.
She had just finished washing up and was holding a glass of warm water, but there was no trace of fatigue in her eyes.
Are you going tonight?
Yes. Lin Yi nodded, opened the curtains, and looked through the glass at the tall building not far away.
That was Bai Ying's hiding place. Sueju Villa, magnificent and magnificent, but also hiding too many secrets.
Be careful, Bai Ying is not simple. Xin Wanqing stood beside him, with an unignorable worry in her eyes.
Don't worry, I understand.
Lin Yi smiled calmly. Tonight's plan has been arranged, and even unexpected situations have been anticipated. Shen Wanqing stared at Lin Yi for a moment, then said softly, "How can I help you? Help me deal with the situation during this period of time and give me some time."
Lin Yi said in a deep voice, "The Black Umbrella Society's counterattack will definitely not stop in a short time." "I understand." Shen Wanqing nodded slightly with a firm look.
She suddenly reached out and held Lin Yi's hand. Her fingertips were cold but full of strength.
"No matter what happens, remember, you are not fighting alone." "Yeah," Lin Yi responded in a low voice.
During this period, he has gradually discovered the difference in Shen Wanqing. Although she has never expressed her feelings clearly, her unspoken support and companionship have made him deeply feel an invisible attraction. However, tonight's mission is still the most important.
7 o'clock in the evening.
Lin Yi, Shen Wanqing, and Ren Xinglan were sitting in the living room of the apartment.
Lin Yi was sorting out the action plan for tonight. "Is your plan too risky?"
Ren Xinglan frowned and suddenly interrupted.
"Adventure?" Lin Yi smiled slightly. "This is just a starting point."
Shen Wanqing turned to look at Ren Xinglan, with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. "You are right, the plan cannot go smoothly. However, Lin Yi has made the most comprehensive arrangements, and we can trust him."
"I'm just afraid." Ren Xinglan hesitated. "He's too impulsive. What if something goes wrong?" "No."
Shen Wanqing replied calmly. "Lin Yi never does anything he is not sure of." Ren Xinglan was silent for a moment, then said, "Well, I won't say anything.
Just be careful." Lin Yi nodded slightly. "Don't worry, I will pay attention." Nearing 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yi had prepared everything.
He put on a black nightsuit, concealed headphones, and had a stern look in his eyes.
"You'll go with me tonight."
He turned to Shen Wanqing and said, "Ren Xinglan will stay here. If anything happens, notify her immediately."
"I understand." Shen Wanqing nodded.
She didn't say anything more, but stood up, walked to Lin Yi's side, and patted his shoulder gently. "Good luck in your return." Lin Yi nodded, opened the door of the apartment, and left with Shen Wanqing. Suizhu Villa, Beiying's private territory.
This villa is located in the suburbs of Yundu City, surrounded by mountains and rivers, with pleasant scenery.
Beiying has almost privatized the facilities of the entire villa.
This is his shelter and an important base of the Black Umbrella Society in Yundu City.
In the villa, Beiying was discussing the next move with several of his men. Several messages from the Yun City underground police flashed on the phone screen. Obviously, the source of these messages was related to Lin Yi.
"Find out all the information about Lin Yi," Bai Ying ordered coldly.
"Yes, boss." One of the men agreed with a hint of fear in his eyes.
Bai Ying snorted coldly. "Only after we find out clearly will we have a chance to take action against him." But, another subordinate hesitated, "He doesn't seem to be a simple person.
All our surveillance was cut off last night, and even the underground passage suddenly disappeared." Bai Ying's eyes narrowed slightly, with a deep murderous intent. "No matter who he is, he must die today."
"Yes." Everyone answered in unison.
As the night grew darker, Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing quietly approached Suizhu Villa.
"The security here is tighter than we expected." Shen Wanqing whispered, "Are you sure you can get in?"
"Don't worry, Wang Yang has already made arrangements." Lin Yi said while paying attention to the movements around him. "I have two goals tonight, one is to capture Beiying, and the other is to wipe out the Black Umbrella Society's forces in Yun City."
"Are you really going to overthrow them completely?" Shen Wanqing was slightly stunned. "You know how serious the consequences will be." "I know."
Lin Yi's eyes became fierce, "But I also know that only by destroying this behemoth can I have true freedom." Shen Wanqing looked at him with complicated eyes. She understood Lin Yi's determination, but she also knew that once he embarked on this path, there would be no turning back.
"I support you,"
Shen Wanqing said softly. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly stopped and his expression became serious. "Be careful, there is someone ahead." Several Black Umbrella Society security guards were walking towards them. Lin Yi made a quick judgment and whispered coldly to Shen Wanqing, "Keep your distance and don't let them find you."
"Bai Ying, you are dead tonight."
Lin Yi's eyes were as sharp as knives, locking onto the gate of the villa.
Ding. System prompt, mission target is approaching. Do you want to activate hunting mode? Start. Lin Yi answered without hesitation. A bloody battle with an undercurrent has quietly begun. Chapter 26. Storms are coming, shadows are emerging.
The night fell silently over the entire cloud city like a heavy black cloth. Faint lights flickered from the tall buildings in the distance, and pedestrians hurried past on the streets, as if they were all running away from something. Lin Yi stood on the top floor of a building, looking into the distance, his mind beginning to empty.
Ding. System prompt: there are 24 hours left before the end of the mission hunting list.
The alert level of Tsueju Villa where the target Beiying is located has been raised. Please proceed with caution. Lin Yi frowned slightly and saw the outline of the villa looming in the distance through the glass window.
The alert has been raised?
He muttered to himself, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. It seems that Bai Ying is still on guard. Tonight, I must get rid of him once and for all. He turned from the window and walked towards the bedroom. Every step he took seemed extremely steady and calm, as if he was calculating the next risk with every move.
Tonight, nothing can go wrong. Are you ready? Shen Wanqing's voice came from behind, breaking Lin Yi's thoughts.
Lin Yi turned around and saw that she was already dressed in black combat gear, with a serious expression on her face.
Ready.
Shen Wanqing nodded slightly and walked to his side. Bai Ying will never let us go easily, especially after he realized that we were about to take action. He must have reacted.
Our goal tonight is to strike first before he completely loses the ability to react. Well.
A hint of coldness flashed across Lin Yi's eyes.
Since he is suspicious of me now, let's just end it.
He casually picked up the black headphones on the table and put them on. Through the headphones, the system had connected him to the battle network and monitored the movements around the villa in real time.
It's time.
Lin Yi said softly to Shen Wanqing while checking his equipment. If tonight's operation fails, the Black Umbrella Society will launch a full-scale counterattack, and it will be even more dangerous next time. Shen Wanqing did not respond, but just looked at him deeply, then nodded. She knew that behind every word Lin Yi said, there were huge risks.
9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing sneaked into the vicinity of Tsueju Villa.
Although the villa was heavily guarded, they successfully bypassed the outer surveillance and defense lines with the help of Shen Wanqing's skills and Lin Yi's use of the system. The villa was still brightly lit, and the security personnel patrolled almost every corner. But this was not a problem for Lin Yi. With the resources and skills provided by the system, he easily found a gap in a small warehouse outside the villa and sneaked in quietly.
The target is approaching.
Shen Wanqing whispered, her fingers gently operating on the earphones, guiding Lin Yi's path forward. Lin Yi nodded, his eyes gradually becoming sharp and cold. He knew that there was no turning back in this battle tonight. 10 minutes later, they had already lurked next to the main building of the villa. With the prior preparation, they easily cracked the external access control system and entered the interior of the villa quietly.
The target location has been confirmed.
Shen Wanqing whispered again. Bai Ying should be discussing the next move with several important figures in the reception room.
Lin Yi nodded, signaling Shen Wanqing to remain silent.
He observed the movements around him while waiting for further information from the system.
System, how far is the white shadow from me?
Lin Yi asked in a low voice.
Ding.
System prompt, the white shadow is about 150 meters away from the host, alert level, S level, action difficulty, high.
150 meters.
Lin Yi frowned slightly.
It's quite difficult.
It seems that this mission is more complicated than expected. I'll share the burden. Shen Wanqing said in a deep voice, her fingers unconsciously pressing on the holster at her waist. You focus on hitting the target, and I'll be responsible for the outer cover.
Okay.
Lin Yi's eyes flashed with appreciation. If everything goes well tonight, we can completely destroy the Black Umbrella Society's foundation in Yundu City. At the same time, inside Tsueju Villa, Bai Ying was discussing recent tasks with several men in black suits.
Something went wrong last night.
Bai Ying said coldly, his voice low and cold. Lin Yi seems to have discovered that we are monitoring him.
Today, we must increase our vigilance. A man nodded and took out an electronic map. We have strengthened the defense of the perimeter.
The number of guards tonight will be doubled to ensure that there are no loopholes.
Very good.
Bai Ying stretched out a finger and tapped the table lightly, his eyes flickering. I want him to die here, without a burial place. All the plans are in place, and tonight is the key to determining the future situation of Yun City.
Understood.
Another man replied, once we confirm that Lin Yi has entered the villa, we will immediately launch the ultimate counterattack plan.
A sneer flashed in Bai Ying's eyes. Does he think he can overturn the Black Umbrella so easily? Tonight, everyone will pay the price for him. When Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing quietly lurked to the target location, a white shadow appeared in their sight.
He was sitting behind a long table, calmly discussing with several of his men. The entire room was shrouded in dim lights, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Lin Ye's eyes were fixed on the white shadow, and his heartbeat seemed to stop at this moment. He knew that tonight's action was related to the future of the entire Yin city, and this battle was destined to be difficult.
Bai Ying, prepare to die.
Lin Ye's mouth curled up slightly. Before he finished speaking, he stood up and quickly approached the target. Shen Wanqing followed closely behind, quickly avoiding the monitoring points of the villa and preparing to interfere from the periphery.
Just as Lin Yi approached the white shadow, an urgent alarm suddenly sounded in the villa. The enemy is coming.
Bai Ying stood up suddenly, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Activate the alert immediately and stop him. At the same time, Lin Yi had quietly approached the reception room where Bai Ying was.
He had already made a decision in his mind. Tonight, he not only had to kill Bai Ying, but also completely destroy the Black Umbrella Society's power in Yin City. System, activate hunting mode. Lin Yi ordered in a low voice. Ding.
Hunting mode has been activated. Target Bai Ying, combat power increased by 20%, mission rewards added. The air was filled with tension, and the battle finally began.
Chapter 27 Bloody Battle at the Villa, Death Hunter.
Lin Yi's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and the entire villa seemed to have turned into a huge trap, waiting for him to jump into it.
Ding. System prompt, alert level raised, target Bai Ying has activated emergency counterattack mode. Sure enough, he had been prepared for this.
Lin Yi sneered in his heart, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Bai Ying sat behind the long table. His expression suddenly changed.
He tapped the table with his fingers heavily.
Activate the underground passage immediately and prepare to evacuate. Lin Ye's eyes were sharp, and he quickly analyzed the situation. At this moment, Bai Ying obviously realized that danger was approaching, and tried to mobilize internal forces to escape.
His calmness and decisiveness seemed to make everything more dangerous. Are you still planning to escape?
Lin Yi smiled coldly, and accelerated towards the target location with strong hostility and determination. Shen Wanqing followed closely behind, quietly taking out a tactical pistol. Her movements were swift and decisive, without any hesitation in her eyes. It seemed that everything was under her control.
Remember, we have only one goal.
Lin Yi whispered in the headset, Bai Ying must die.
I understand.
Shen Wanqing responded calmly, and every word she said was filled with a determination that could not be ignored. A few seconds later, Bai Ying and several elite guards hurried into the underground passage of the villa. Obviously, he was ready to take the opportunity to escape, but Lin Yi would never let him do so.
Chase. Lin Yi gave the order and took Shen Wanqing in hot pursuit.
The two quickly bypassed the floors of the villa and quietly approached the entrance of the underground passage. At this time, the villa's alarm had already sounded throughout the area, and the Black Umbrella Society's reaction speed was much faster than they had imagined.
We must get there as soon as possible.
Lin Yi whispered, Bai Ying must be hiding in the underground passage. Find him and kill him directly. Shen Wanqing took a deep breath, her expression solemn. I understand, this time I must strike a fatal blow. At the same time, in the underground passage, the speed of the white shadow increased significantly, and the atmosphere around him became more tense as he walked. You must protect me. Bai Ying ordered his men in a low voice. Lin Yi is definitely not a simple guy.
We must do our best to stop him.
Yes, boss. Several members of the Black Umbrella Society responded in unison and quickly checked the weapons in their hands.
Hurry up.
Bai Ying gritted his teeth, feeling more and more anxious. He knew that the failure tonight meant that the Black Umbrella's foundation in Yundu City would be completely destroyed, and as the core figure of this organization, he was destined to be unable to escape this storm. He turned around and looked at the dark passage around him, and suddenly found that he had been forced into a dead end.
Damn it!
Bai Ying cursed, secretly groaning in his heart. His men had lost contact, and it seemed that Lin Ye's team had completely blocked all their escape routes. At the same time, Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing had successfully entered the underground passage and approached the location of the white shadow without hesitation.
Target location confirmed.
Lin Ye's eyes were like knives, and he scanned the surroundings coldly. He is just ahead. Shen Wanqing nodded, and then the two of them separated and quietly approached the direction of the white shadow.
We can't give him any chance, Lin Yi said in a low voice. Don't worry. Shen Wanqing's voice was calm and firm. Whether he is Bai Ying or the Black Umbrella Society behind him, we will not let him go tonight.
At the end of the underground passage, Bai Ying finally discovered something was wrong. As Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing approached, his heart began to beat faster. He knew that if he was caught by Lin Yi tonight, not only would he die, but the power of the Black Umbrella Society would also completely collapse.
You guys, stop them.
Bai Ying roared, instantly pulled out the pistol from his waist, turned around and opened fire at several of his men.
Several men quickly stood in front of Bai Ying and used their bodies to block the attacks of Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing. Bang! Bang!
A fierce burst of gunfire rang through the passage, and Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing reacted at the same time. Shen Wanqing quickly dodged the gunfire, and drew out the tactical pistol in her hand like lightning, accurately hitting a member of the Black Umbrella Society in the shoulder.
Looking for death.
The Black Umbrella Society member angrily shot at Shen Wanqing, but she cleverly dodged it and then shot back with precision.
You die.
Lin Yi shouted, and suddenly rushed towards one of the bodyguards. He was so fast that he approached the target in almost an instant and hit the opponent's chest accurately.
Bang!
Blood splattered and the bodyguard instantly lost his resistance and fell to the ground.
Don't let him escape, Shen Wanqing ordered coldly.
Her shooting skills were extremely accurate, and almost every shot could hit the target's vital points. In a moment, the remaining members of the Black Umbrella Society fell one after another, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Finally, Bai Ying was forced into the deepest part of the passage. He fired and retreated, his eyes filled with madness and despair.
Damn you, Lin Yi! He gritted his teeth and said, Do you really think you can kill me?
If I don't kill you, Black Umbrella will never die. Lin Yi's voice was low and cold, but if you don't die tonight, the future of Yun City will always be controlled by your Black Umbrella Club.
Do you think you can do it?
Bai Ying laughed crazily, You are just a small character who has just started.
How can you compete with me? You are not qualified to know.
Lin Yi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Tonight, only your death can end all this. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yi suddenly rushed towards the white shadow, the sword in his hand flashing a cold light under the light.
Ding!
System prompt, mission hunting list completed. Target Bai Ying has been successfully killed. Mission rewards will be issued soon.
Ding!
System prompt, the mission Black Umbrella Society clearing has been unlocked. Rewards, reputation value plus 5,000, experience value plus 2,000, reputation privilege Storm's Fury has been unlocked.
Chapter 28 Black Umbrella collapses, Storm Baptism.
The underground passage was completely silent. The sounds of gunfire and explosions gradually faded away, like the silence left after a storm. However, behind this silence, there was a strong sense of danger. Bai Ying's body fell in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, as if he still couldn't believe his fate before he died. Lin Yi stood in front of his body and looked at him coldly, without any mercy in his eyes. The first chess piece of the Black Umbrella Society has been taken down. Lin Yi said in a low voice, his eyes cold, but this storm is far from over. Shen Wanqing stood beside him with a complicated look in her eyes.
She didn't have too many emotional fluctuations.
For her, completing the mission was just the most basic responsibility. However, when she saw Bai Ying die, a complicated emotion still surged in her heart.
Lin Yi, we can't let our guard down yet.
Shen Wanqing said, the core members of the Black Umbrella Society may have already noticed something strange, and they will quickly strike back.
I know.
Lin Yi nodded slightly, frowning. White Shadow was an important branch of theirs, but to destroy the Black Umbrella Society, we must strike a fatal blow to shake their foundation. He looked at Shen Wanqing, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Tonight, we must destroy all the remaining forces of the Black Umbrella Society. Only by completely eradicating them can Yun City completely restore peace.
Shen Wanqing didn't say anything, but nodded and looked into the darkness in the distance.
She knew that tonight's mission was far more than just killing a White Shadow. At the same time, at the other end of Yunda City, in the headquarters building of the Black Umbrella Society, several high-ranking members of the Black Umbrella Society were holding a tense meeting. The news of Bai Ying's death spread throughout the organization in an instant, shocking and angering everyone.
Bai Ying is dead? How did he die? A middle-aged man in a suit roared, how could that boy be so powerful?
We can't just sit there and do nothing.
Another man said coldly, the Black Umbrella Society cannot be destroyed.
If Bai Ying dies, it will be our turn next.
Get started. We can't give Lin Yi any chance to breathe.
A long-haired man said angrily, pass the order down, immediately start the full counterattack plan, everyone enter combat mode. The top leaders of the Black Umbrella Society began to quickly adjust their deployment and prepare to launch a full-scale counterattack against Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing. They knew that the threat posed by Lin Yi could no longer be ignored.
If he continued to be active, Yun City would no longer be able to control it.
Outside the villa, Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing had quietly left the underground passage and returned to their temporary hiding place. Although the first step of the mission had been completed, he did not intend to relax his vigilance.
Shen Wanqing, are you ready? Lin Yi asked, his eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. Black Umbrella will not give up easily. They will definitely launch a counterattack. I know.
Shen Wanqing replied coldly, her eyes calm and firm. However, I am more concerned about your next plan, Lin Yi.
Plan? Lin Yi chuckled, continue to destroy their foundation until they can no longer fight back. Shen Wanqing nodded gently, can you do it?
Of course. Lin Yi said coldly, the Black Umbrella Society is not as powerful as imagined. Only by destroying their hearts can we truly make them disintegrate.
The next morning, the streets of Yundu were still busy with traffic.
But at this time, Lin Yi was no longer the freshly graduated college student.
He had become the most threatening person in the city.
His appearance is not only a huge blow to the Black Umbrella Society, but also an irreversible storm.
Ding! System prompt, the list of core members of the Black Umbrella Society has been updated.
Target, Zhang Han, President of the Black Umbrella Society.
Target location, eastern suburbs of Yun City. Meeting with other senior executives. Current alert level, SSS. Lin Yi frowned slightly and looked at the information provided by the system.
Zhang Han, the president of the Black Umbrella Society, was indeed the core figure of the entire organization, and his every move would directly determine the fate of the entire organization.
This time, it must be completely over.
Lin Yi said coldly, with Bai Ying dead, Zhang Han becomes the last obstacle.
Shen Wanqing stood by and nodded after a moment of silence. When do we start? Tonight.
A hint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Tonight, all the forces of the Black Umbrella Society will be completely destroyed. As night fell, the streets of Yundu City were still bustling.
However, in a high-end office building, several high-level members of the Black Umbrella Society were holding an emergency meeting.
There were a lot of documents and weapons on the table, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Bai Ying is dead, and Lin Yi has already started to take action. Zhang Han said coldly, tapping the table lightly with his fingers, he has begun to challenge our bottom line. We can't just sit there and do nothing. A middle-aged man said in a deep voice, the existence of the Black Umbrella Society has been completely threatened by him.
Now, the only way is a bloody battle.
Zhang Han's eyes were like torches, and he glanced coldly at each of the senior executives. In that case, let's fight Lin Yi to the death together.
Tonight, we must eliminate him. Understood.
Everyone responded in unison, and then began to adjust their plans and prepare to enter combat.
Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing were making final preparations in their temporary hiding place. At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes were gleaming with a burning desire to fight. He knew that tonight's actions would determine the future of Yun City. We are ready.
Shen Wanqing said with a stern expression, the action plan has been confirmed, and everything is proceeding as planned.
Lin Yi nodded, okay, tonight, the Black Umbrella Society will completely collapse.
A few hours later, in an abandoned warehouse in the eastern suburbs of Yun City, the top leaders of the Black Umbrella Society were gathering nervously.
Zhang Han had personally taken action to command this counterattack.
However, Lin Yi's target has been locked, and as time goes by, the shadow of death gradually covers the ruins.
Ding!
Mission Black Umbrella Society clearance initiated. Target, Zhang Han. Mission reward, reputation plus 5,000, experience plus 3,000. Lin Yi's eyes flickered, he was ready to end it all forever. Chapter 29, The Storm Rises Again, a decisive battle in the eastern suburbs. The night was as dark as water. The eastern suburbs of Yun City were shrouded in darkness. The silent air was filled with a depressing atmosphere.
The abandoned warehouse had long been blocked by the elite members of the Black Umbrella Society. Countless gun muzzles and pupils flashed in the darkness. They were ready to fight to the death with Lin Yi. Inside the warehouse, in front of a long table, Zhang Han and several other high-ranking members of the Black Umbrella Society were having a tense discussion. The atmosphere was like a volcano about to erupt, filled with a depressing sense of danger. Lin Yi is here. Zhang Han's voice was low and contained an unquestionable threat. We must kill him tonight. Otherwise, Black Umbrella will never have peace.
There was a cold flash in his eyes, like a sharp knife, pointing at anyone who dared to challenge the Black Umbrella Society.
We have set up a tight net.
Lin Yi will not have any chance of escape. A man in a black suit whispered, with a coldness in his eyes that could not be ignored. Zhang Han nodded, pass the order down, everyone get ready, tonight is a life and death battle. At the same time, Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing had quietly sneaked into the periphery of the warehouse. They moved silently in the night like ghosts, and the weapons in their hands flashed cold light. Tonight, their mission was not only to destroy the senior members of the Black Umbrella Society, but more importantly, to completely eradicate the foundation of this organization.
Shen Wanqing, get ready.
Lin Yi whispered, his eyes flashing with a cold light, today, the core strength of the Black Umbrella Society will completely collapse.
Shen Wanqing nodded slightly, her expression not wavering at all.
She knew that tonight's actions were related to the future of the entire Cloud City, and even more so to whether Lin Yi could continue to control everything.
I know.
Shen Wanqing responded, with cold murderous intent in her eyes, we must win this battle.
They continued to move forward, approaching the warehouse entrance silently.
As they approached, they began to hear rustling sounds in the air.
It was the Black Umbrella Society guards patrolling.
Lin Yi looked at Shen Wanqing and nodded. The two separated tacitly and rushed in different directions. Inside the warehouse, Zhang Han and other senior executives had not yet noticed the unusual movements outside. The air was filled with tension, and every member of the Black Umbrella Society was nervously preparing for battle.
Everyone, be careful. Lin Yi will never let us go easily. Zhang Han's voice was as cold as a knife.
We may pay a heavy price tonight, but we must win this battle. Just as he finished speaking, the door of the warehouse was suddenly slammed open. Before several Black Umbrella Society guards could react, they were knocked to the ground by a figure as fast as lightning.
Bang!
With a dull sound, the guard fell to the ground motionless, obviously having lost the ability to resist. Shen Wanqing stood at the door, glancing coldly at the interior of the warehouse, her eyes like a knife, you are finished. She quickly hid behind a pillar, while Lin Yi sneaked in from the side and quickly approached the target.
Who? Zhang Han stood up suddenly, sensing something was wrong.
He glanced out the window, but saw nothing. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, and several men fell to the ground, blood splattered, and the warehouse fell into chaos in an instant.
Don't panic. Organize a defense line quickly.
Zhang Han ordered loudly, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes.
However, with Lin Yi's arrival, the whole situation changed instantly.
The lights in the warehouse suddenly flickered, and then the surrounding surveillance images were hacked, paralyzing the entire warehouse system.
Is this your counterattack plan?
Lin Yi sneered and slowly walked towards the chaotic Black Umbrella members.
Ridiculous. Kill him for me.
A hint of viciousness flashed in Zhang Han's eyes, and he pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Lin Yi. However, just as he started to move, Lin Yi dodged and pounced on him. The lightning-fast movement made it impossible for Zhang Han to react.
Bang! With a gunshot, Zhang Han's pistol was instantly shot down. Then, Lin Yi grabbed Zhang Han's neck without hesitation and slammed him against the wall. You won't let me go easily, right?
Zhang Han's face was filled with anger, but also with a hint of despair.
He knew that if he didn't kill Lin Yi tonight, the Black Umbrella Society would be completely finished.
Lin Yi did not answer, but looked at him coldly. You, the Black Umbrella Society, are destined to pay the price for what you have done.
Zhang Han's face turned paler, and the fear in his eyes gradually took over. Lin Yi, what do you want?
Lin Yi smiled slightly, his voice cold, all of you will die here.
I won't give you any chance.
Shen Wanqing suddenly appeared from behind, with the tactical pistol in her hand pointed at Zhang Han's head.
You want to shoot me to death?
Zhang Han's voice trembled, but a grim smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Do you think you can leave here alive? You don't deserve to live.
As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, he pulled out a dagger from his back, and the sharp blade flashed with cold light. Inside the warehouse, gunshots, explosions, and screams intertwined, as if it were a doomsday catastrophe. The members of the Black Umbrella Society fell one after another, and the blood stained the ground red. The despair in Zhang Han's eyes became more and more obvious. He collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a single sound.
It's over.
Lin Yi looked at him coldly, the Black Umbrella Society has completely collapsed. Shen Wanqing whispered, everyone, all will be dealt with. As soon as she finished speaking, almost all the members of the Black Umbrella Society in the warehouse fell under the guns of Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing. At this time, the entire warehouse was filled with the breath of blood and death, as if it was a cemetery of the dead. Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing stood among the corpses, with no expression on their faces, only coldness and determination.
This is just the beginning.
Lin Yi took a deep breath, turned and walked out of the warehouse, looking into the distance. Next, Yun City will usher in a new round of baptism. Xin Wanqing followed behind him, silently watching the ruins. She knew that Lin Yi had completely torn off the veil of the Black Umbrella Society, and the days ahead would be the darkest time for this city.
Ding! Mission Black Umbrella Society cleared completed. Rewards: Reputation plus 8,000, Experience plus 4,000, Reputation Privilege Blade of Destiny unlocked. Ding! System prompt: New mission unlocked. Goal: Integration of major forces in Yundu City. Mission reward: Reputation plus 10,000, Experience plus 5,000. Chapter 30: The Rise of the King, the New Pattern of Cloud City. After the bloody cleanup, the entire east suburbs warehouse had become a dead ruin. Lin Yi stood in the ruins and looked around. On the blood-stained ground, debris and weapons were scattered all over the ground, giving people a doomsday-like sense of oppression. He did not show any celebration or excitement, only a calm look. This was just one step in his plan, and his goal was far more than destroying the Black Umbrella Society. It's completely over. Xin Wanqing's voice came from behind, with a hint of fatigue, but also a sense of relief. Lin Yi nodded. This is just the beginning. Next, other forces in Yun City will not sit idly by. Xin Wanqing looked into the distance. Do you think the remnants of the Black Umbrella Society will give up so easily? No. Lin Yi's eyes became sharp, but their counterattack will only be weaker. Lin Yi has completely grasped the situation at this time. He knows that the core members of the Black Umbrella Society have been destroyed, and what remains are only a few scattered branches, or even the power plots of other small forces. Now, he has stood at the top of Cloud City, but he knows that there will never be absolute peace in this world. Are you ready? Lin Yi turned to look at Xin Wanqing with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. I'm ready. Xin Wanqing looked determined. She knew that what she would face next was a much stronger challenge than the Black Umbrella Society. Whether it was Lin Yi's system or the Xin family she represented, the city was moving in a completely new direction. And Lin Yi is no longer the unfortunate college student who only complained about his fate, but has gradually grown into the most powerful person in Yun City. Okay. Lin Yi smiled slightly, then let this city witness our rise. As time went by, Lin Yi's reputation quickly spread throughout the entire Cloud City. For many people, the name Lin Yi was no longer just a young talent, but a giant who could determine the future fate of Cloud City. With the demise of the Black Umbrella Society, the underground forces in Yundu City began to become more active. Various groups of varying sizes gradually surfaced, and those forces that were originally suppressed by the Black Umbrella Society began to emerge. Lin Yi's goal was no longer limited to the Black Umbrella Society, but the power structure of the entire Yundu City. At the same time, major business groups and wealthy families are also quietly observing this newly emerging mysterious figure. The top families in Yun City, such as the Xin family, the Rong family, and the Li family, began to take an interest in Lin Yi. Some families even took the initiative to extend an olive branch to him, trying to form an alliance with him to leverage his power and consolidate their position in Yun City. Among these families, Xin Wanqing's background should not be underestimated. Not only is she the only heir of the Xin family, but she also held some important positions in the Xin family in her early years and is one of the representatives of the entire Xin family in Yundu City. Therefore, Xin Wanqing's relationship also makes her an important ally of Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi did not easily accept anyone's invitation. He knew that the peace on the surface of Yundu City was only temporary, and the crises and conflicts of interest hidden behind it were more complicated. He knew his goal clearly. The fall of the Black Umbrella Society was only a small beginning. Next, he would uncover the darkness of the entire Cloud City one by one and destroy the corrupt forces hiding in the shadows. Lin Yi, I heard that you have been very busy recently. Xin Wanqing said with a smile while sitting in Lin Yi's office. Lin Yi sat behind his desk, playing with a pen in his hand, his eyes solemn. Well, it will be even busier next time. The situation in Yun City is gradually becoming complicated. The fall of the Black Umbrella Society means that other forces will be eager to try. Xin Wanqing chuckled. You know, the commercial competition in Yundu City is also a battle with undercurrents, not just underground forces. I know. Lin Yi nodded gently. This battle is not just a fight with the Black Umbrella Society. I also need to gradually integrate the commercial forces of Yundu City before I can control this city. A complicated look flashed across Xin Wanqing's eyes, and then she turned serious. Are you ready? Everyone is waiting to see your next move. I'm ready. Lin Ye's eyes were firm, and his voice was full of unquestionable determination.
From now on, the situation in Yun City will be controlled by me. At the same time that Lin Yi was talking to Shen Wanqing, the business community in Yun City had begun to undergo an earth-shaking change. The Shen family, Rong family, Li family and other families began to quietly acquire small companies and quickly integrate existing resources, trying to quickly fill the gap after the collapse of the Black Umbrella Society.
With the rise of Lin Yi, various major forces began to fight openly and secretly.
In just a few days, the business community of the entire Yun City has undergone drastic changes due to Lin Yi's influence. Lin Yi sat in his office, looking out the window at the bustling city, with goals flashing through his mind. He knew that the business battlefield was not peaceful, but full of dangers and opportunities.
Ding!
System prompt, new mission unlocked, target, acquire the 3 major business giants in Yundu City, mission reward, reputation plus 10,000, experience plus 5,000.
Lin Yi's eyes flickered.
This time, his goal was clear: the 3 major business giants in Yun City would become his monopoly force to control the city.
Shen Wanqing walked into the office, looked at Lin Yi in front of her, and smiled. This game has just begun. Are you ready for new challenges? Lin Yi smiled calmly. I'm ready. As Lin Yi's determination grew stronger, a storm began to brew in Cloud City. Everyone was waiting for Lin Yi's next move, waiting for the changes he would bring.
And Lin Yi is no longer the college student who just graduated.
He has become the strongest king in this city.
The storm is rising again, and the future of Yun City is in his hands.
Ding!
The mission Cloud City business integration has been launched. Goal: acquire and integrate the 3 major business giants.
Mission rewards, reputation plus 10,000, experience plus 5,000. Chapter 31: Business Wars, Power Clashes.
The business world of Yundu City is like a pool of spring water, calm on the surface, but surging undercurrents. With the rise of Lin Yi, major business giants have begun to feel the pressure from this young man. Those families and companies that were once full of confidence now have to re-examine their situation under Lin Yi's watchful eyes.
Lin Yi's eyes became more determined.
He not only wanted to completely destroy the remaining forces of the Black Umbrella Society, but also to reshape the business landscape of Yundu City and eliminate all the people and forces that could threaten him. This business war would be a fight without gunpowder.
The winner would be the king and the loser would be the enemy.
And all this has just begun.
Lin Yi, has your plan started?
Shen Wanqing asked in a low voice, standing in front of the window of Lin Yi's office, staring at the night view of the city outside the window.
Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said calmly, it has already begun.
Tomorrow, I will formally contact Rong Group, one of the 3 major business giants in Yun City, to start acquisition negotiations.
Rong Group? Shen Wanqing turned around, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Do you want to start with them?
Although Rong Group is powerful, they have a lot of old forces behind them to support them.
It's not easy to acquire them.
Lin Yi sneered, the more complicated the situation, the more my value will be demonstrated. If I can acquire Rongs in the shortest possible time, the other 2 companies will be quickly forced into a situation where they have no way out because of their reactions.
Shen Wanqing pondered for a moment and seemed to realize Lin Yi's strategy. You mean, first squeeze the Rong family and then force the other 2 families to join your plan through their failure? That's right. Lin Yi nodded.
The business forces in Yun City are complicated, but no one can remain independent in front of me. The fall of the Rong family will definitely cause a storm, and the other 2 families are no exception.
Then how do you plan to carry out the acquisition? Shen Wanqing asked.
She knew that every step of Lin Yi's plan had been carefully planned and no mistakes could be made. Lin Yi smiled slightly, his voice low and confident. I have already mastered the capital chain and equity structure of Rongs.
As long as I control their key shares, I can easily swallow them up.
And most importantly, I can use a series of financial operations to put Rongs in trouble and force them to take the initiative to seek peace.
Shen Wanqing nodded, obviously approving of Lin Yi's plan. You have never let me down. However, are you ready to face the hidden forces behind them? I'm ready. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with determination. I will control the business landscape of Yun City.
The next day, a storm had already been set off in the business community of Yundu.
The top executives of Rong Group had learned that Lin Yi would formally meet with them today to propose a takeover plan.
For Rong Group, this was undoubtedly a huge challenge. Although they had a deep foundation in Yundu, facing Lin Yi, a business genius who suddenly emerged, they were still unsure whether they could withstand his attack. Rong Tianhai, the chairman of Rong Group, was sitting in his luxurious office in the city center at the moment, his brows furrowed and his face gloomy.
How did Lin Yi do it? He asked in a deep voice. Vice President Li Gang beside him whispered, Boss Rong, Lin Ye's financial background is very complicated.
He has already obtained a large amount of bank loans, and there seems to be other more powerful financial groups behind him. Moreover, his company has also begun to acquire other companies through the capital market. There are even signs that he has bought part of Rong's shares. A trace of vigilance flashed across Rong Tianhai's eyes. Since he dares to acquire Rong's, there must be a powerful force behind him. If he wants to play financial games, then we will play with him to the end. Find all the legal advisors and financial experts for me. I want to take the initiative.
Li Gang nodded, understood, President Rong. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yi arrived at the headquarters of Rong Group on time.
Accompanied by Shen Wanqing, the two walked through the luxurious hall and entered Rong Tianhai's office. Rong Tianhai had been waiting for a long time. With a gloomy smile on his face, Lin Yi, you are indeed young and courageous.
Today, you want to acquire Rong's. Can you give me a reasonable explanation?
Lin Yi smiled and said slowly after sitting down, Rong Tianhai, I came here for only one purpose. Rong Group will become a part of my business empire.
You should know that your current situation is not optimistic.
If you do not accept my acquisition, you will face opposition from shareholders and challenges from the market. Rong Tianhai's face changed slightly. He had sensed the murderous intent in Lin Ye's words.
Lin Yi was obviously well prepared, and Rong's stocks and capital chain were in an extremely unstable state. Do you think that I, Rong Tianhai, will easily bow to you? Rong Tianhai sneered, you are just a small startup company. You dare to go against my Rong Group. You really don't know your own limitations.
Lin Yi smiled slightly, it doesn't matter if you don't bow your head. You can choose to resist, but my goal has never been a simple acquisition, but to completely control the business landscape of Yundu City. If you are unwilling to cooperate, then I will let the shareholders of Rong Group choose whether to accept my conditions.
Are you threatening me? A flash of anger appeared in Rong Tianhai's eyes.
No, it's a business decision. Lin Ye's words were calm and firm. It's not that you don't have a chance, but I hope you can understand that choosing to cooperate with me is the wisest decision.
Rong Tianhai's expression became more complicated.
After a moment, he finally sneered and said, okay, since you have so many bargaining chips, Rong will temporarily accept your acquisition conditions.
But I want to remind you that you will face a stronger opponent next.
Lin Yi stood up, his eyes sharp, I will meet any challenge. After the meeting, Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing left the Rong Group building together.
Lin Yi had already planned the next steps in his mind. In the next few days, he would accelerate the acquisition of the other two major business giants, the Li family and the Shen family, and successfully complete the integration of the Yundu City business map. And this process will inevitably be full of crises and challenges. Lin Ye's business empire has begun to take shape, and his goals are becoming clearer and clearer. The future of Yun City will be rewritten in his hands. Ding!
Mission successful. Acquisition of Rong's completed. Rewards, reputation plus 10,000, experience plus 5,000, acquisition of Rong's group completed, system privilege. Business empire unlocked.
Chapter 32. Two giants, the Shen family and the Li family. Although the acquisition of Rong Group once shook the entire business community of Yundu City, it was just the beginning for Lin Yi.
The next target was the real challenge. The Shen family and the Li family, the two major business giants in Yundu City, had deep roots in Yundu City, and it was not easy to swallow them up. Lin Yi sat in the office. Shen Wanqing stood beside him, with a trace of worry on her face. The Shen family and the Li family should not be underestimated. Although the Rong family has a certain influence in Yun City, there is still a gap compared to them.
How do you plan to deal with it?
Lin Yi gently put down the documents in his hand, raised his head, and looked through the tall buildings outside the window, calmly and firmly. The Shen family and the Li family are not targets that I cannot acquire.
The only problem is time and means.
My goal is not simply to acquire funds, but to make them voluntarily surrender through a series of clever layouts and operations.
Are you really going to make them surrender voluntarily? Shen Wanqing frowned slightly. Their background is not as simple as you think.
Lin Yi smiled slightly.
It is precisely because they are powerful that I can make use of their power to make a fuss.
The reputation of the Shen family and the Li family in Yundu City has long surpassed simple commercial interests.
There are too many political and historical factors behind them.
My task is to use this to make them understand that if they do not cooperate with me, they will be swallowed up by a greater crisis. Shen Wanqing looked at Lin Yi deeply, and finally nodded. You have your plan, I believe you.
This is my plan.
Lin Yi's voice was steady and calm. First, for the Shen family, I will enter their real estate projects through commercial mergers and acquisitions. As for the Li family, I will use the leverage effect of the capital market to force them to make capital adjustments in the stock market. Combining the two, we can attack their weaknesses at the same time.
You don't plan to confront them head-on? Shen Wanqing asked in surprise.
A head-on conflict is not the best strategy for now, Lin Yi said. The Shen and Li families are not just businesses. They also have complex family relationships and political resources behind them. If we rush into a conflict, not only will we not be able to win easily, but our weaknesses will be exposed.
So what are your plans for the next step? Shen Wanqing asked.
Lin Yi stood up, walked to the window, looked at the skyline of Yundu City, and smiled slightly. I plan to use Rong's acquisition this time to create enough pressure on the two families. First, I will send cooperation invitations to the Shen family and the Li family through Rong's, so that they will think that I am no longer the newly emerging Lin Yi, but a business tycoon with huge capital and strong background. In this way, they will be forced to feel pressure to a certain extent.
Then what? Shen Wanqing asked.
Then, they will gradually move closer to me. When they realize that cooperation is their only option, I will put forward my own conditions at the last moment. A sharp light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes.
This business war will eventually have a winner, and that winner is destined to be me. At the same time, the financial market of Yundu City also ushered in a turmoil.
Lin Yi's acquisition has caused a strong shock to the entire business circle. The successful acquisition of Rong Group has caused other companies to speculate on Lin Yi's next plan, and the Shen family and the Li family have become the focus of everyone's attention.
Lin Yi has acquired the Rong Group. Will the next targets be the Shen and Li families? Almost all reports in the financial news were discussing Lin Yi's next move. The bigwigs in the business world began to get nervous, worrying whether they would become Lin Yi's next target.
At the Shen family, Shen Wanqing's father, Shen Tianyu, the head of the Shen family, also began to feel the pressure from Lin Yi. Although the Shen family was powerful, they still felt an unprecedented threat when facing this emerging business force.
The Shen family can no longer sit idly by.
Shen Tianyu sat in the spacious office, pondered for a long time, and slowly spoke. If Lin Yi can really successfully acquire Rong's, the next target will be us.
We must take measures in advance. Father, we cannot predict Lin Yi's actions.
His plan is unfathomable, and there is strong financial support behind it.
Shen Wanqing said softly, we can't take it lightly. I know.
Shen Tianyu nodded slightly, but the Shen family must not let a young man take control easily.
We must prepare in advance. A few days later, Lin Yi's acquisition negotiations with the Shen family and the Li family officially began.
On the Shen family side, Shen Tianyu directly sent his most trusted representative to negotiate with Lin Yi. On the Li family side, Li Jianguo, the head of the Li family, also personally led a team to contact Lin Yi. Lin Yi was not in a hurry to show his trump card, but dealt with them and gradually closed the distance.
Lin Yi, our Shen family is willing to cooperate with you, but we must guarantee a certain degree of independence. Shen Tianyou's representative, Shen Jiqiang, the vice president of the Shen family, said straight to the point, the Shen family cannot completely succumb to your acquisition.
Lin Yi smiled slightly, with a deep light in his eyes. Boss Shen, I know that the Shen family is powerful, but if you don't cooperate, the future of the Shen family will not be so bright.
Rong's acquisition is a warning. I don't want you to be like them and have to bow your head in the end.
Shen Jiqiang's expression changed slightly, as if he had noticed Lin Yi's intention.
Are you threatening me? Shen Jiqiang sneered.
It's not a threat, it's an inevitable business choice. Lin Yi's tone was steady, but full of unquestionable strength. If the Shen family wants to continue to gain a foothold in Yundu City, cooperation is your only way out.
Ding! The Mission Shen family acquisition negotiation has been initiated. Objective: complete the acquisition negotiation with the Shen family.
Mission reward: reputation plus 10,000, experience plus 5,000. Although the negotiation between the Shen family and the Li family was not simple, Lin Yi had already taken the initiative.
With the gradual acquisition of these two business giants, the business landscape of Yundu City would gradually be completely controlled by Lin Yi.
Lin Yi knew that this business war was far from over and the real challenge had just begun.
Chapter 33, Tit for Tat, Who will be the winner? The business landscape of Yundu City has quietly changed with the rise of Lin Yi. The once powerful Rong Group bowed its head in admitted defeat in the hands of Lin Yi, while the Shen family and the Li family, two business giants with a long history, also had to face the challenge of Lin Yi's acquisition. In this business war without gunpowder, the Shen family and the Li family are not without the power to fight back, and the forces behind them are also supporting them secretly. Lin Yi knows that this game is not just a contest of money, but also a contest of wisdom and strategy.
In the financial center of Yundu City, representatives of the Shin family and the Li family gathered together to discuss Lin Ye's acquisition proposal. Shin Jiqiang, vice president of the Shin family, and Li Haoran, general manager of the Li family, sat on both sides of the conference table.
The atmosphere was depressing and tense. What exactly is Lin Ye's trump card? Li Haoran asked coldly, with a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. He bought out Rome Corporation right away. We can't underestimate such a move. Shin Jiqiang frowned and took a deep breath. Rome's is just a test. Lin Ye's real target is our Shin family and Li family. His funds, background, and even some partners seem to point in one direction. He wants to control the commercial lifeline of Yundu City. Does he have that much confidence? Li Haoran shook his head.
Although our Li family faces his challenge, our capital chain, industrial layout, and market influence are far beyond the reach of the Rome family.
That's right.
Shin Jiqiang said calmly, but if Lin Yi doesn't acquire us, he won't be able to achieve his goal.
Moreover, he has financial support behind him, and even some foreign forces are fueling the flames. I think we can't take it lightly. Li Haoran was silent for a moment, with a complicated look in his eyes. What do you think we should do? Shin Jiqiang's eyes were grim. The only way is to unite. Only when the Shin family and the Li family join forces can we compete with Lin Yi.
Moreover, we can put pressure on him through the stock market and capital operations.
You mean, we should disrupt Lin Ye's capital chain first? Li Haoran asked with a frown. That's right. Shin Jiqiang nodded. We can put pressure on Lin Yi through large-scale operations in the capital market.
Let him know that it's not so easy to acquire the Shin family and the Li family.
However, this is too risky.
Li Haoran said solemnly, if we make a mistake in operation, we may fall into a more passive situation.
Shin Jiqiang sneered, there are risks, but this is our only means of counterattack. If we don't unite and allow Lin Yi to swallow us up, the consequences will be even more terrible. Okay, then let's follow your plan. Li Haoran finally nodded.
At the same time, Lin Yi was still waiting for news calmly and confidently in his office. The Shin family and the Li family did not dare to confront each other easily, but Lin Yi also understood that this business war was far from over and new challenges were coming. The Shin family and the Li family have joined forces. Shin Wanqing walked into the office and reported in a low voice, they plan to fight back against you through the capital market and join forces to fight against your acquisition plan. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Do they think that they can stop me like this? Whether it is the operation of the capital market or other means, they can't change their fate. Do you have any way to deal with it? Shin Wanqing asked worriedly. Of course. Lin Ye's eyes flashed with a cold light. The alliance between the Shin family and the Li family only provides me with a better opportunity. I already knew that they would unite to fight back, and this is exactly what I set up. Shin Wanqing was a little stunned. You knew they would unite? Of course. Lin Yi smiled. I created enough pressure on them so that they had no choice but to join forces. The Shin family and the Li family have different interest groups behind them, and it is impossible for them to completely trust each other. As long as I can break the trust between them, I can control the whole situation. Then what are you going to do? A hint of curiosity flashed in Shin Wanqing's eyes. Lin Yi stood up, walked to the window, and stared at the night view of Yundu City in the distance. I will use the fluctuations of the stock market to push the Shin family and the Li family into a more tense situation. Let them make wrong decisions under pressure, and I will gradually control their companies by acquiring some of their shares. You plan to put pressure on the stock market? Shin Wanqing asked in surprise. That's no small matter. Every fluctuation in the stock market may cause a huge chain reaction. I know. Lin Yi nodded, but I'm ready. The Shin family and the Li family have reached a crossroads. Only I can give them a clear choice: cooperation or failure. Shin Wanqing looked at Lin Yi, and a complex emotion surged in her heart. She knew very well that Lin Yi's decisions were always bold and courageous, and this boldness was the reason why he could get to where he is today. A few days later, Lin Yi officially started the capital market operation. Through cooperation with many parties, he began to acquire large-scale shares of some listed companies under the Shin and Li families. This capital game quickly attracted widespread attention in the financial circle. Lin Yi, it seems he has started to take action. The bigwigs in the financial circle said that this business war is no longer just a game between companies, but a large-scale game involving the capital market. As the top business forces in Yundu City, the Shin family and the Li family will never give in easily. However, Lin Yi was not in a hurry to take full control. He understood that the real victory or defeat was often decided quietly before others realized that they had lost. Just as Lin Ye's capital operation was coming to an end, the contradiction between the Shin family and the Li family gradually emerged. The cooperation between Shin Jiqiang, the vice president of the Shin family, and Li Haoren, the general manager of the Li family, began to crack, and the trust between them began to waver. Lin Yi smiled, he was already standing in the final position of the winner. The Shin family and the Li family were destined to pay the price for their choice. Ding! Mission capital confrontation between the Shin and Li families completed. Rewards: reputation plus 15,000, experience plus 8,000, acquisition of Shin and Li families equity completed, system privilege capital control unlocked. Chapter 34, Various Forces, Undercurrent Surge. As Lin Yi began to acquire large-scale shares of the Shin and Li families through the capital market, the business world of Yundu City was in turmoil again. The counterattack of the Shin and Li families after their union was far more powerful than Lin Yi expected. Although the rift between them gradually emerged, Lin Yi was unable to fully control the situation in the short term. Shin Jiqiang, the vice president of the Shin family, and Li Haoren, the general manager of the Li family, were not easy opponents to deal with. Through a series of capital mobilization and capital chain operations, they continuously strengthened their control over the market, forcing Lin Yi's acquisition plan to stagnate. However, Lin Yi did not rush to counterattack, but waited for the best opportunity. As he expected, the alliance between the Shin family and the Li family, although powerful in the short term, would eventually be difficult to maintain in the long-term game due to their mutual interests and conflicts. In Lin Ye's office, Shin Wanqing held a cup of coffee and gently placed it on the table. She walked to the window, looked at the tall buildings outside, and was silent for a moment. After the Shin family and the Li family joined forces, it did bring you a lot of pressure. They have begun to use short-selling operations in the capital market to try to weaken your shares. Lin Yi flipped through the documents in his hand slowly and said calmly, "This is only temporary." How long can they last? The contradictions and conflicts of interest between them will sooner or later make this joint cooperation fragile. Shin Jiqiang and Li Haoren did not realize that no matter how well they did, they were only delaying the time of failure. Shin Wanqing frowned, looking a little worried. "Are you sure you can turn the situation around?" "I've been prepared for this." A cold light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. "Since they have chosen to fight back in the capital market, I will use capital to fight back against them. We only need a little time, and the rift between the Shin family and the Li family will be completely exposed." Shin Wanqing listened and took a deep breath. "What are you going to do?" "Start from within." Lin Ye's mouth curled up slightly, his eyes revealing an incomparable confidence. "I have found the weak points of the Shin and Li families in their capital operations. As long as I acquire some of their core shares and exert pressure through the open market, I can force them to start to lose their composure." "You plan to force them to accept the acquisition by purchasing their shares?" Shin Wanqing was a little surprised. "It's not an easy thing to do. So, I need time." Lin Yi stood up, walked to the window, looked out at the cloud city, and whispered, "During this period of time, I will need more resources to support my acquisition, especially funds." Shin Wanqing nodded. "I understand, you plan to raise more funds through some secret channels to speed up the acquisition process." "That's right." Lin Ye's tone was full of determination. "We must not only exert pressure on the capital market, but also use other means to cut off the retreat of the Shin and Li families. In this way, the Shin and Li families will be forced to bow their heads and accept our acquisition conditions." "You already have a plan." Shin Wanqing smiled. "It seems that this business war is finally going to be your victory." Just as Lin Yi was busy planning his next move, an undercurrent was quietly surging in another corner of Yun City. Lin Yi's actions have attracted more and more attention, especially his huge success after acquiring Rong Group, which has made many business leaders alert. Many people have begun to re-examine Lin Yi's background and strength, worrying that his next move will affect their interests. Lin Yi is not just a business genius, there is more power behind him. A strange voice sounded in a private room of a high-end bar. "We can't just sit back and do nothing, otherwise, the business world of Yun City in the future may be completely controlled by him." Sitting across the table was a middle-aged man in a black suit with sharp eyes. His name was Li Jianguo, and he was the head of the Li family. In Lin Ye's acquisition plan, although the Li family had not been completely defeated, they were also facing tremendous pressure. "Li Jianguo, the Shin family and the Li family can unite to fight back against Lin Yi, but how long can they last?" The strange voice continued. "You know, the Shin family has political power behind it, and the Li family has deep connections with foreign capital, but these are not enough to fight against Lin Ye's capital chain. If he continues to develop, he may even become the new overlord of the Yun City business community." "What do you mean?" Li Jianguo looked at the man coldly, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. The man smiled slightly. My meaning is very simple. Since the Shin family and the Li family may not be able to resist Lin Yi together, we need to find another way and find a person who can truly check and balance him. In addition, the capital market of Yun City has undergone subtle changes, and certain forces have begun to intervene.
Li Jianguo frowned slightly. Are you saying that we need to bring in more external forces? It's not just external forces.
The man whispered, I have a plan to use certain channels to make Lin Yi conflict with these external forces.
We can't just rely on the power of the Shin family and the Li family. This is too simplistic.
Li Jianguo was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay, I understand.
Then let's follow your plan.
On the other hand, Lin Yi has already started to implement a new capital layout. He has found the key point that can break the alliance between the Shin family and the Li family, and has begun to use financial operations to force the two families to begin to become inconsistent in the capital market.
Lin Yi's acquisition plan is indeed not simple.
Shin Wanqing looked at the data analysis table in front of her and said with emotion, he is not only challenging the Shin family and the Li family, but there is also a bigger goal hidden behind it.
Behind?
Lin Yi chuckled, they have long underestimated my plan.
What are the Shin family and the Li family? The real challenge has just begun. Ding! The mission acquiring the shares of the Shin and Li families has been initiated. Goal: acquire enough shares of the Shin and Li families to control the business community of Yundu City. Mission rewards: reputation plus 20,000, experience plus 10,000, and increased funds. Chapter 35: External Forces, Undercurrents. Although the capital game between the Shin family and the Li family did not collapse as quickly as Lin Yi expected, the cracks between them have begun to appear. As Lin Yi continued to exert pressure through the capital market, the alliance between the Shin family and the Li family became increasingly fragile. Just as Lin Yi was preparing to further acquire shares of the two families, a new force quietly intervened, and the business structure of Yundu City was disrupted again. In a luxurious hotel in Yundu City, the lights were bright and the atmosphere was particularly warm. At this time, an important financial summit was in full swing. The organizer of this summit was none other than the foreign giant Huali International. Huali International not only had powerful capital resources, but also had deep political connections around the world. Lin Yi naturally knew that such a force should not be underestimated. The representative of Huali International is finally here. Shin Wanqing said in a low voice, looking towards the VIP seats in the distance. Lin Yi couldn't help but look over, and saw a middle-aged man in a suit with a stern expression walking into the venue. His aura was very strong, and the atmosphere around him instantly became solemn. He is the senior vice president of Huali International, Lei Feng.
Shin Wanqing said softly, in the business world, Lei Feng is a well-known name. Not only does he have an extensive capital network behind him, he also has in-depth cooperation with several major financial giants in the world. Lin Yi frowned slightly. I know that Huali International's capital operation is quite complicated, and their capital chain is spread all over the world. If they really want to intervene in the market of Yundu City, even if the Shin family and the Li family join forces, they may not be able to resist. Shin Wanqing paused, looking a little worried. If Huali International intervenes, it will be a huge threat to you.
Yes.
Lin Yi took a deep breath, but I'm not afraid of them.
Huali International is just using capital to suppress others, but I am not without the power to fight back.
While Lin Yi and Shin Wanqing were discussing, Lei Feng had already walked to the podium of the meeting. He smiled slightly and swept his eyes across the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, in today's meeting, we will discuss the future development of Yundu City and our Huali International's investment plan in the local area. As everyone knows, Yundu City, as an emerging financial center, has endless potential.
Huali International's goal is to build a new business empire here. These words made many business leaders present look sideways.
As a foreign-funded enterprise, Huali International has a strong market control on a global scale. If they really decide to enter Yundu City, I am afraid that not only the Shin family and the Li family, but even the entire market will undergo drastic changes. Lei Feng continued, I believe that Yundu City has enough potential to attract investment from Huali International.
But we also understand that some local enterprises in Yundu City have accumulated considerable capital and influence in their past development. We at Huali International do not intend to be their enemy. On the contrary, we hope to work hand in hand with local enterprises for common development.
His words were clever. Not only did he not directly indicate that he wanted to swallow up local enterprises, but he packaged himself as a partner, which made many business leaders feel bright. However, Lin Yi knew that this was just a strategy of Lei Feng, and the real purpose was not simply cooperation.
He wants to gradually buy out local businesses in Yeondu City in the name of cooperation.
Lin Yi whispered, if the Shin and Lee families are acquired by Huali International, the entire Yeondu City's business landscape will be completely changed.
By then, all my plans will be in vain.
Shin Wanqing glanced at him and seemed to understand Lin Yi's worries. If Huali International really wants to intervene, their plan will definitely be more thorough.
Do you have a strategy ready to deal with it? Lin Yi's eyes were firm. Of course we are ready. Huali International is better off arriving at the right time than arriving early. I have already noticed their intentions. We can't just sit there and wait for death. We must take the initiative to attack.
In the next few days, Lin Yi began to speed up the pace of acquisitions and raised more funds through some secret channels. He knew that although Huali International was powerful, his own capital should not be underestimated. More importantly, Lin Yi did not rely solely on capital power, he also had countless strategies and means that had not been exposed.
The Shin family and the Lee family have united on the surface, but the contradictions between them still exist.
Lin Yi stared at the data table in his hand, his eyes flashing with cold light. I need to speed up the pace of acquisitions and not let them have a chance to breathe. What's more, the threat from external forces has begun to become more and more obvious. At the same time, the rift between the Shin family and the Lee family became more and more obvious. The cooperation between Shin Jiqiang and Li Haoran had begun to undergo subtle changes, and the conflict of interest between them became more and more serious.
Almost every meeting would lead to a dispute over a small decision-making issue.
A sneer flashed in Li Haoran's eyes. Although the Shin family has a strong capital chain, without our cooperation, the Shin family will not be able to compete with Lin Yi at all.
Shin Jiqiang glanced at him coldly. What do you mean?
Li Haoran raised his lips slightly. I know you are a little dissatisfied, but the most important thing now is how to protect our interests under Lin Yi's pressure. If the Shin family really dares to act alone, then we will completely break off the cooperative relationship.
Shin Jiqiang frowned. Do you think Lin Yi can really overwhelm us in the capital market? The cooperation between the Shin family and the Lee family is already strong enough.
Powerful?
Li Haoran sneered. How long can the Shin family hold on? Do you know how much power Lin Yi holds?
If we can't unite with external forces, this battle is doomed to be lost to Lin Yi. Shin Jiqiang looked at him and was silent for a moment. You are right.
External forces are our biggest threat at the moment. The emergence of Huali International is enough to warn us. Then join hands with Huali International.
Li Haoran's eyes were cold. Cooperation is the only way out. At this time, Lin Yi has already noticed that the rift between the Shin family and the Lee family is getting deeper and deeper, and the involvement of Huali International has made the situation more complicated. However, Lin Yi is not panicking, but instead begins to increase his control over the capital market, gradually forcing the Shin family and the Lee family to make a choice between the two dilemmas. Shin family and Lee family will make the wrong decision sooner or later. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a cold light, and I will be the final winner.
Ding!
The mission Fighting Wits and Courage with External Forces has been launched.
Goal: resolve external threats, continue to acquire shares of the Shin and Lee families, and expand the business territory of Yeondu City.
Mission rewards: reputation value plus 25,000, experience value plus 12,000, and funds increased.
Chapter 36, Breaking the Deadlock, Undercurrents Re-emerge.
In the business circle of Yeondu City, almost every important person's eyes are focused on Lin Yi. The alliance between the Shin family and the Lee family has been shaken, and the intervention of Huali International has made the situation more complicated. Under Lin Yi's layout, the situation is developing in the direction he expected, but this road is not easy.
The undercurrent of external forces is putting pressure on him all the time. Huali International's funds have begun to flow into the Yeondu City market. The Shin and Lee families are stepping up their efforts to seek cooperation with them.
Shin Wanqing flipped through the latest financial report with a serious expression. They are getting closer and closer to you, Lin Yi. The situation is more complicated than we thought. Lin Yi leaned against the glass window of his office, looking at the city's scenery in the distance, his eyes as sharp as a sword. I know that Huali International's actions are indeed much faster than I expected. And they are not just buying shares, they are also penetrating the market and integrating resources, trying to force us to compromise through these means.
Then what should we do? Shin Wanqing frowned.
She knew that Huali International was not only a foreign-funded company, but also a complex multinational force.
Their entry meant that Lin Yi's business empire would face unprecedented challenges.
Now, we have to take advantage of the conflict between the Shin family and the Lee family. Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of sneer. Although Shin Jiqiang and Li Haoran have joined forces, they do not completely trust each other. which provides us with an opportunity to cut in.
Shin Wanqing frowned. Are you planning to take advantage of the conflict between them? That's right. Lin Ye's voice was full of confidence. Although the Shin family and the Li family have joined forces on the surface, the conflicts of interest behind them are getting bigger and bigger. As long as I can operate accurately, I will definitely make them lose their composure. Shin Wanqing took a deep breath. Although she understood Lin Ye's plan, she still felt a little uneasy. Can you guarantee that doing this won't cause a bigger counterattack?
There will definitely be a counterattack, but it will only be short-term. A sharp light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. We will put pressure on them so that they have to make a choice. And this choice will determine their fate. Just as Lin Yi began to accelerate his layout, the relationship between the Shin family and the Li family became more complicated. The two families were still partners on the surface, but the game behind them was gradually becoming clear. Shin Jiqiang and Li Haoren had serious disagreements on the allocation of funds and resources, and the intervention of Huali International put the two families in a greater predicament.
Shin Jiqiang, are you stupid? Li Haoren's tone was filled with impatience. Why are you still hesitating? Huali International's funds are coming in. If we don't take the opportunity to cooperate with them, are we waiting to be eaten by Lin Yi? Li Haoren, don't be anxious.
Shin Jiqiang said in a low voice with a gloomy face, I know you are eager to crush the Shin family, but don't forget that the Shin family is not as simple as you think.
Do you think Huali International will really support us with all its strength?
Li Haoren snorted coldly. Are you scared?
If we can cooperate with Huali International, the Shin family will have a place.
But if we continue to drag it on like this, when Lin Yi buys out all the shares of the Shin family, we will all be finished.
That's enough.
Shin Jiqiang patted the table, his tone becoming a little stern. I'm not afraid, I'm just wary of this kind of external intervention.
We'd better take a look at Huali International's true intentions before making a decision. Li Haoren smiled disdainfully. You are too conservative.
Lin Yi is not a character we can deal with.
The support behind him is not simple.
Otherwise, how could he control so many shares in such a short time? Shin Jiqiang's eyes became deep. I know you are anxious, but if we really cooperate with Huali International, our road will be even more difficult.
Don't forget that Huali International does not just want to do business with us, they want to abandon us.
At this time, Lin Yi was using external pressure to speed up the implementation of the acquisition plan. Through a series of complex capital operations, he gradually acquired the shares of the Shin and Li families, and the rift between the Shin and Li families also made this move easier and easier. Now, the cooperation between the Shin family and the Li family has begun to show signs of wavering. Lin Yi stared at the stock market analysis data in his hand, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The next step is the critical moment to strike them.
Shin Wanqing walked over to Lin Yi and looked at the datasheet in his hand. Are you really going to do this?
You know, even if there are problems with the alliance between the Shin family and the Li family, external forces are still a huge threat.
External forces? Lin Yi chuckled. I already have a strategy to deal with it.
No matter how powerful Huali International is, it's just something on paper. The real power is the people who pull these forces behind the scenes. Shin Wanqing looked at Lin Yi with a hint of doubt in her eyes. You mean? What I mean is that in addition to the capital market, there are more ways to shake the foundation of Huali International. Lin Yi's eyes revealed a hint of profound meaning. This game has just begun. At the same time, Lei Feng, the representative of Huali International, had already noticed the changes in the situation, especially the rift between the Shin family and the Li family. He did not intend to focus on the two families acting alone, but began to plan a more complicated layout, trying to find a fatal weakness from behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi, it seems that you have completely mastered the capital of Yundu City, but I want to remind you that our Huali International is not an opponent that you can easily deal with.
Lei Feng's tone was full of calmness and confidence.
If you really dare to be our enemy, the business future of Yundu City will no longer belong to you. Lin Yi was not panicked by the threats from the outside world. On the contrary, he sneered, Lei Feng, I'll wait for you.
As the cracks in the alliance between the Shin family and the Li family grew larger, Lin Yi's acquisition process gradually accelerated.
He knew that the next decisive battle would be the key battle that determined his future fate.
Ding! The mission strike the alliance between the Shin and Li families and acquire more shares has been updated.
The goal is to accelerate the acquisition of the shares of the Shin and Li families, promote the retreat of external forces, and ensure the stability of your own business empire. Mission rewards, reputation plus 30,000, experience plus 15,000, and funds increased.
Chapter 37, Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole, Step by Step.
The business situation in Yundu City is like a complicated web. Every decision made by Lin Yi may trigger a chain reaction. Just as Lin Yi was stepping up his efforts to acquire the shares of the Shun and Li families, the intervention of Huali International made the situation more complicated. Lei Feng's strong entry brought unprecedented pressure to Lin Yi, but Lin Yi was never afraid of challenges, but it further stimulated his fighting spirit.
What exactly is Lei Feng's trump card?
Lin Yi whispered to himself, tapping his fingers on the table.
Although Huali International is powerful, they don't seem to be in a hurry to launch a full acquisition in Jun City. What are they waiting for? Shen Wanqing walked up to Lin Yi and saw his solemn expression, so she asked softly, "Do you have any ideas?" Lin Yi raised his head with a firm gaze. Huali International's goal is not simply to acquire the Shun and Li families. Their real intention is to control the core industries of Yundu City.
The Shin and Li families are just their stepping stones.
Their real target is the leading companies in the financial industry, real estate, and technology fields of Yundu City.
Shen Wanqing pondered for a moment and nodded. "You are right. Huali International is targeting a larger market, especially in the fields of finance and technology.
If they can take over the core enterprises in Yundu City, it means they will completely control the commercial lifeline of this city."
Lin Yi's mouth curled up into a cold smile. "That's why I can't just sit back and watch them take control of these resources."
Shen Wanqing looked at Lin Yi and was shocked by his profound vision and moved by his determination.
She knew that Lin Yi had already made preparations, and this storm would determine the future business landscape of Yun City. In this capital game, the situation of the Shin family and the Li family became increasingly complicated.
Although the two families maintained cooperation on the surface, their inner conflicts had already surfaced.
After every meeting, Shen Jiqiang and Li Haoran would argue over the allocation of resources, and the trust crisis between the two sides gradually emerged.
Li Haoran finally couldn't help it and took the initiative to find Shen Jiqiang. His tone became more aggressive. "Shen Jiqiang, what are you going to do? Now is not the time to entangle these details. Huali International's funds have begun to flow into the market. If we can't unite quickly, they will gain a foothold in Yundu City. At that time, the Shin family will be completely reduced to a foil."
Shen Jiqiang looked solemn. "I understand, but don't forget that we can't just look at the immediate benefits.
The power behind Huali International is huge. If we cooperate easily, we will be swallowed up by them." Li Haoran waved his hand impatiently. "What are you afraid of?
If we don't cooperate, Lin Yi will be waiting to swallow us up.
Who can help us then? No matter how much the Shin family and the Li family cooperate, they are just a small local force and cannot compete with Huali International at all."
A complicated light flashed in Shen Jiqiang's eyes. "You are right. If we delay any further, both the Shin family and the Li family will have no future.
However, I need time to think about it." Li Haoran sneered. "Time? You don't have time anymore."
At the same time, Lin Yi did not take the fight between the Shin and Li families lightly. He knew that if the Shin and Li families were completely split because of resource allocation, he would be able to take the opportunity to complete the final acquisition. At this time, he had arranged all the chess pieces in an orderly manner, waiting for the right time to come.
Shen Jiqiang's indecision is the best time for us to attack.
Lin Yi raised a meaningful smile. "In the next few days, the equity of the Shin family and the Li family will undergo fundamental changes."
Shen Wanqing widened her eyes. "What are you planning to do?"
Lin Yi stood up, his eyes determined. "I will put more pressure on the Shin family and the Li family to force them to make a decision. If they continue to delay, Huali International's capital will enter the market, which will put us in a disadvantageous position.
Only by accelerating the acquisition can we ensure that we have the initiative."
Shen Wanqing nodded. "I understand. You plan to force the Shin and Li families to make a choice first, and then take the opportunity to buy their shares." Lin Yi's eyes flashed with sharpness. "Not only the shares, I also want them to know that if they become my enemy, they will only end up destroying themselves." In the next few days, Lin Yi quickly acquired a portion of the shares controlled by the Shin and Li families through intensive acquisitions and capital operations in the capital market, forcing the top management of the two families into a more anxious state. At the same time, he also began to frequently contact some local companies to expand his influence. The conflict between Shen Jiqiang and Li Haoran became more and more serious. Although the two companies were still cooperating on the surface, in fact, the foundation of cooperation had been shaken.
"Now, I have to make a decision."
Shen Jiqiang looked at the equity information in his hand, feeling more and more depressed.
"If we continue to delay, the Shen family will face a huge crisis." Li Haoran's face was gloomy, and he obviously noticed Shen Jiqiang's hesitation. "What are you still hesitating about?"
Once Huali International enters the market, the Shin family will be finished.
We must seize this opportunity and unite with them. Shin Jiqiang finally couldn't help it and slammed the table and stood up. Okay, let's cooperate.
But I want you to give me a firm promise to ensure the future of the Shin family. Li Haoren sneered, don't worry, I will ensure the interests of the Shin family.
Lin Yi was sitting in his office, receiving the latest equity acquisition report, and smiled slightly. Finally, it's time to close the net.
At this time, Shin Wanqing walked into the office and handed him a new report. The Shin family and the Li family have reached a preliminary agreement, and they have decided to cooperate with Huali International.
Lin Yi smiled faintly. They finally made their choice. Shin Wanqing was a little nervous. What are you going to do?
Lin Yi stood up, his eyes cold. The next action must be completed in one go.
We can't let Huali International have a chance to catch its breath.
However, just as Lin Yi was preparing to further increase his acquisition efforts, Lei Feng, a representative of Huali International, suddenly posed a more difficult challenge to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, it seems that you are still a rival in the capital market, but I don't like to lose. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and responded coldly, Lei Feng, there are no eternal winners in business, only eternal opponents.
Ding!
The mission break through the defenses of the Shin and Li families and acquire more shares has been updated. The goal is to accelerate the acquisition of the shares of the Shin and Li families, eliminate external threats, and consolidate your business position in Yandu City. Mission rewards, reputation plus 35,000, experience plus 18,000, and funds increased.
Chapter 38, Breaking Off Relations, Breaking the Deadlock.
The business landscape of Yandu City is changing with each passing day, and Lin Yi's influence can no longer be ignored. However, as the Shin family and the Li family finally cooperate with Huali International, Lin Yi knows that he must take more drastic measures to firmly control the situation. Facing this war without gunpowder, every move of Lin Yi is not only a capital operation, but also a contest of mind and strength.
The Shin family and the Li family have finally officially decided to cooperate with Huali International.
Shin Wanqing held the latest cooperation agreement in her hand, her face a little heavy. They have completely stood on the side of Huali International. Now, our situation is a little dangerous.
Lin Yi smiled faintly, stood up, walked to the window, and his eyes revealed a cold breath. Danger? I never think that I will be threatened. The cooperation with Huali International is a dead end for them.
I want to see how long the Shin family and the Li family can hold on.
Shin Wanqing frowned. Are you planning to let the Shin and Li families completely destroy themselves? Lin Yi turned around and smiled. Of course not.
I just want to give them a choice, to let them know that if they stand on the side of Huali International, they will ultimately be just a piece on the chessboard.
What do you want to do? Shin Wanqing asked.
I want Huali International to suffer a little loss. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a cunning light. I know that their plan is not only to acquire the Shin family and the Li family, but also to completely control the core industries of Yandu City, especially in the fields of finance and real estate. Their goal is not only capital acquisition, but also to take this opportunity to control the economic lifeline of Yandu City.
Shin Wanqing thought for a moment. What are you going to do?
Lin Yi took a deep breath and said in a steady tone, first, I will put pressure on the Shin family and the Li family, forcing them to make a quick choice, and put them in a time crunch, forcing them to find out that Huali International's support is fake. Then, I will start from behind the scenes and gradually acquire the assets they control to break their alliance with Huali International.
Are you planning to cause a rift in their relationship with Huali International?
Shin Wanqing was a little surprised.
Lin Yi nodded. That's right. Although Huali International has strong capital support, they are not invincible.
If I can put pressure on the Shin family and the Li family at this critical moment and provoke conflicts between them and Huali International, then they will begin to doubt their choice. As Lin Yi began to plan his next move, the internal conflicts between the Shin and Li families became more and more obvious. Although Huali International's funds helped the two companies achieve some results in the short term, their management was unable to resolve the differences that arose in the cooperation. The top management of the Shin and Li families began to frequently disagree. Li Haoren couldn't help himself in a closed-door meeting and said angrily, Shin Jiqiang, what's wrong with you? Our cooperation with Huali International has entered the substantive stage. Why are there still so many problems? What are you worried about? Shin Jiqiang frowned and said, Li Haoren, do you think I don't want to deal with these problems? But don't forget that Huali International is not the simple company you think. Their purpose is more complicated than you think. If we continue like this, sooner or later we will be controlled by them and eventually become their vassal. Li Haoren sneered, are you worried about yourself? Are you afraid that Huali International will not give you more say? In any case, we have already stood on the side of Huali International.
If we drag it on, we will get nothing. Don't worry. Shin Jiqiang took a deep breath and tried to calm down. I'm not afraid of Huali International. I just don't want to blindly follow the trend like you. Our cooperation with them should be equal, not one-sided dependence. Li Haoran's eyes flashed with disdain. Equality? Tell me, can the Shin family cooperate with Huali International on an equal footing? We are just a pawn of theirs. Wait and see, Huali International will only further squeeze our resources, and in the end we won't get any substantial benefits. Lin Ye's plan is accelerating. He is rapidly expanding his influence by secretly manipulating the stock market and capital market. The differences between the Shin family and the Li family have begun to emerge, and this is the best time for him to attack. Now is the time. Lin Yi sat in his office, picked up a report on the Shin and Li family's equity, and his eyes flashed with a calm light. I can start the second round of acquisitions. Seeing this, Shin Wanqing asked softly, are you sure you want to do this? If the Shin and Li families completely break off relations with Huali International, we may face even greater troubles next. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Huali International is not an opponent that we can easily defeat, but if I can make them feel the pressure, they will begin to re-evaluate their interests in Yandu City. And the Shin family and the Li family will no longer be our biggest enemies. Lin Yi did not allow the cooperation between the Shin and Li families to last too long. By joining forces with some companies, he successfully broke their relationship with Huali International, causing them to start blaming each other behind the scenes. Huali International also found that the Shin and Li families did not completely obey its command, and the situation began to be unfavorable to them. Just when Lin Yi thought everything was going well, Lei Feng, the representative of Huali International, suddenly proposed an unexpected challenge to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you seem very smart and capable, but do you think that the commercial market of Yun City can really be controlled by you alone? Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Lei Feng, the business world is like a battlefield. There are no eternal winners, only eternal competitors. You want to fight me? I welcome it. Ding. The mission break the alliance between the Shin and Li families and further acquire equity has been updated. The goal is to accelerate the acquisition of the shares of the Shin and Li families, break the cooperation of Huali International, and ensure its dominance in Yandu City. Mission rewards, reputation plus 40,000, experience plus 20,000, and funds increased. Chapter 39 Internal strife breaks out, strategic attack. Yandu City is no longer a simple commercial city. Under Lin Yi's careful planning, the capital market is surging, the contradiction between the Shin family and the Li family is deepening, and Huali International's goal is clearer. They hope to quickly establish control over the core resources of Yandu City through strong mergers and acquisitions. Lin Yi sat at the huge desk in his office, with piles of equity information and various business reports in front of him. Since he gradually acquired some of the shares of the Shin and Li families through the capital market, the conflict between the Shin and Li families has become more intense. Although the two families still maintain a cooperative relationship on the surface, suspicion and hostility behind them have quietly spread. The Shin family and the Li family are destined to split up in the end. Lin Yi said lightly, his eyes as sharp as a knife. His sharp sight penetrated the documents, as if he could see through all the hypocritical masks. Shin Wanqing stood in front of the window and whispered, are you really not afraid of their joint counterattack? Lin Yi smiled slightly and shook his head. Unite? They no longer have a real basis for cooperation. The Shin family and the Li family are just pawns used by each other. The conflict of interests will sooner or later make them fall out. And Huali International has made this chess game even more complicated. I just need to keep the pressure on them and make it impossible for them to make a choice, and I can take the initiative in the end. Shin Wanqing turned around, a complicated look flashing in her eyes. Your strategy this time is to completely force the Shin family and the Li family into a dead end, forcing them to surrender? Lin Yi nodded, yes. In business, the winner is always the one who can force the opponent to give up his choice. The split between the Shin family and the Li family is my opportunity to attack. I just need to let them know that if they continue to drag it out, Huali International will devour them. In the end, the Shin family and the Li family can only choose to cooperate with me. At the same time, the internal struggle between the Shin family and the Li family has gradually become fierce. The relationship between Shin Jiqiang and Li Haoran has become increasingly tense, and Lin Yi has been quietly pushing all of this behind the scenes. In order to put pressure on the Shin and Li families, Lin Yi has continuously increased his acquisition of the two families' equity through capital operations, provoking deeper conflicts between the two families' top management. Shin Jiqiang, what do you mean by this? Li Haoran looked at the document in his hand, anger flashing in his eyes. You are actually buying my shares in secret? Shen Jiqiang said coldly, acquisition? Aren't you doing these little tricks yourself?
Huali International's funds can help us tide over the difficulties, but you also know that in the long run, Huali International is not our ally.
If we continue to rely on them, we will eventually become their vassal. Li Haoran's eyes flashed with reluctance. Are you threatening me? Shen Jiqiang sneered. Do you think I will threaten you? I am just telling you a fact. If you continue to join forces with Huali International, you will regret it.
The conflict between the two families became increasingly acute, and Lin Yi continued to erode the resources of the two families through secret acquisitions and stock market operations.
When cracks began to appear within the Shen and Li families, Lin Yi prepared to take the ultimate measure and completely take over their shares. Now, it's time.
Lin Yi looked at the equity information in his hand and whispered to himself. Next, he will face a decisive victory or defeat. At this time, Lei Feng, the representative of Huali International, also began to pay close attention to the situation in Yandu City. He realized that the conflict between the Shen family and the Li family was not as simple as the outside world saw, and Lin Yi's rise brought unprecedented shocks to the entire market. Lei Feng found Lin Yi again, his eyes full of threats. Lin Yi, I can see that you are very good at capital operation, but do you really think that Huali International will allow you to continue to make waves in Yun City? Facing Lei Feng's provocation, Lin Yi smiled calmly. Huali International? Do you think you can control everything through capital and funds? The game of capital is not only a competition of funds, but also a contest of wisdom. What you didn't expect is that the cooperation between the Shen family and the Li family has begun to show cracks.
You are just a promoter, and I am the ultimate controller. Lei Feng snorted coldly. Do you really think you can control the situation? I advise you not to dream.
The supporters behind Huali International are far from being something you can easily fight against. Lin Yi ignored Lei Feng's threat, and his eyes became more determined. I have never been afraid of any challenge, especially this kind of challenge.
If you think you can control Yandu City, then give it a try.
In the end, who will win this business war, time will give the answer.
Lei Feng sneered. You may be able to achieve some small victories in the short term, but I advise you not to be too happy too soon.
The business world is like a battlefield, there is no permanent winner.
Under Lin Yi's arrangement, the conflict between the Shen family and the Li family finally broke out.
Shen Jiqiang decided to cooperate with Lin Yi, while Li Haoran chose to further strengthen cooperation with Huali International, forming two major camps. Lin Yi knew that this competition had entered the final stage. While he continued to increase his acquisition efforts, he was also quietly making plans behind the scenes to gain the greatest capital support for himself. The Shen family and the Li family had become a springboard for him to consolidate his position, and Huali International would also become his biggest rival.
Ding!
The mission break the alliance between the Shen and Li families and fully control the commercial resources of Yandu City has been updated. The goal is to accelerate the acquisition of the remaining shares of the Shen and Li families and completely control the core industries of Yandu City. Mission rewards, reputation plus 50,000, experience plus 25,000, and funds increased.
Chapter 40, Breakthrough and Fatal Blow.
Lin Yi stood in front of the window of his luxurious office, looking down at the bustling cloud city through the thick glass. The setting sun had already adorned the city with a layer of golden light, but his heart was filled with even more complicated emotions.
This business war is no longer just a contest of capital and interests.
As the Shen family and the Li family completely fall out, Lin Yi realizes that he is heading towards a bigger challenge, not only business enemies, but also the invisible pressure, the entanglement from the depths of emotion and human nature.
You've never thought of stopping, have you?
Shen Wanqing suddenly appeared at the door with a hint of worry.
Lin Yi turned around and smiled gently. No one will stop easily in the business world, especially when you see yourself getting closer to your goal step by step. Business war is a marathon with no end.
Shen Wanqing's eyes were a little complicated, and she sighed softly. But now you have most of the resources in Yandu City, why do you want to continue to increase your stake?
Aren't you afraid that by doing this, you will get yourself deeply trapped and there will be no way back?
Lin Yi was silent for a while, his eyes still firm. I know what I am doing.
Only by completely controlling Yandu City can I ensure everything in the future.
This is not only a business challenge, but also a key step in life. Now standing here, what I want is not only wealth and power, but also the freedom to stand at the top forever.
Shen Wanqing looked at him, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Freedom?
But you once said that you are not fighting for freedom, but to leave yourself an unshakable position. Lin Yi's mouth curled up slightly, his smile still warm. Maybe, but freedom has a price.
Everyone has his own responsibilities. My responsibility is to control this city and become the true master of Yandu City. The dispute between the Shin family and the Li family entered its most intense stage.
Shin Jiqiang and Li Haoran each found their own allies, while Lin Yi, through the gradual acquisition of shares of the two families, began to move towards the final goal. In the Shin family, the conflict between Shin Jiqiang and Li Haoran led to a split in the shareholders and management of the two companies. The original management style of the Shin family completely conflicted with Li Haoran's radical strategy, resulting in the two sides increasingly unable to reach a consensus.
The shareholders also began to split, some choosing to support Shin Jiqiang and some supporting Li Haoran. Lin Yi knew that now was the time to close the net. Through a series of secretly planned financial operations, he successfully guided the capital flow of the Shin and Li families, forcing the two families to face the lack of resources. With the two families unable to turn the tide, Lin Yi's acquisition operations entered an accelerated period. The cooperation between the Shin family and the Li family has completely collapsed. Now, it's time to start a comprehensive acquisition. Lin Yi analyzed the situation calmly. He already knew that he must completely control the equity of the two families in the shortest possible time to ensure his absolute position in Jun City. At the same time, Huali International was also not idle.
They began to infiltrate into several key areas of Yun City, hoping to continue to expand their influence through mergers and acquisitions. Huali International is accelerating its acquisitions, but the capital flows of the Shin and Li families have gotten out of control.
Now, we must strike first.
Lin Yi called Shin Wanqing and ordered her to immediately contact entrepreneurs with whom he had a good relationship, and through their power, quickly control the key equity of the Shin and Li families. After receiving the order, Shin Wanqing immediately took action without any hesitation. She knew that Lin Yi's decision could not be reversed, and her mission was to ensure that everything went smoothly. A few days later, Lin Yi's plan was in full swing.
He acquired the shares of the Shin and Li families through multiple channels, and quickly took full control of the two companies.
With the convening of the shareholders' meeting, the confrontation between the top leaders of the Shin and Li families finally came to an end.
The Shin family and the Li family now completely belong to me.
Lin Yi stood in the boardroom hall with a satisfied smile on his face. Now, the Shin family and the Li family have become part of his business empire. Not only can he continue to expand his business through these resources, but he can also use them to suppress the expansion of Huali International. However, the biggest opponent in this business war, Huali International, has not given up.
Lei Feng found Lin Yi again, his tone full of threats and challenges. Lin Yi, do you think that by acquiring the Shin family and the Li family, you can easily control the business of Yundu City?
You may be able to gain the upper hand in the short term, but the strength of our Huali International is by no means limited to this.
You will never be able to resist us. Lin Yi looked at Lei Feng calmly, with a disdainful smile on his face. Huali International? I'm ready. Every move you make is already under my control. I'm not afraid of you. A trace of anger flashed in Lei Feng's eyes. Do you really think you can always control the situation? You just have the upper hand temporarily. Yundu City is never a place that one person can completely control.
Lin Yi sneered, business is like a battlefield.
Whoever laughs last is the winner.
As the Shin and Li families completely collapsed, Lin Yi's business empire gradually took shape, and he began to occupy an advantageous position in various fields of Yundu City.
However, the threat of Huali International still exists.
Lin Yi knows that the road ahead is full of challenges, but he is ready for the next round of war. In this battlefield where capital and wisdom intertwine, Lin Yi is no longer the freshly graduated college student, but one of the most influential business tycoons in Yundu City. Every step he takes means a new game, and he is ready to face the next storm.
Ding!
The mission completely control the commercial resources of Yundu City and disrupt the expansion of Huali International has been updated. The goal is to completely acquire the remaining shares of the Shin family and the Li family and prevent Huali International from further infiltrating Yundu City. Mission rewards, reputation plus 60,000, experience plus 30,000, and funds increased.
Chapter 41 Shin Wanqing's initiative opens a new battlefield.
The night was as dark as ink, and the sky above Yundu City was dotted with stars. Lin Yi sat on the sofa on the balcony of the mansion, with an unopened bottle of red wine and 2 highball glasses beside him. The cool breeze blew by, but his eyes were as calm as water, and his mind was full of thoughts. With the help of the system, he has completely taken over the Shin family and the Li family. Now the business order of the entire Yun City has quietly changed because of his appearance. But he knew this was just the beginning.
Bang!
The balcony door was pushed open, and Shin Wanqing came out in a white silk nightgown with suspenders. Her steps were slow and her figure was graceful. She glanced at Lin Yi, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth.
You're drinking alone, and you don't want to treat me?
Lin Yi smiled gently and poured her a glass of wine. I thought you would be very busy tonight. After all, you have made great contributions today.
Merit is not important.
Shen Wanqing walked over to sit beside him, looking at him with watery eyes. What I care about is whether you have seen my efforts. Lin Yi picked up the wineglass, his eyes flashed with tenderness. Of course I saw it.
Without you, this step would not be so fast.
Shen Wanqing took a sip of red wine, then approached him, her tone gentle but with some temptation. Then, what are you going to give me as a reward?
Lin Yi was stunned and looked at her sideways.
Shen Wanqing stared at him intently with a smile in the corner of her eyes, her skin glowing under the light, her suspenders slid gently, revealing a piece of white and tender collarbone.
You say. Is the reward I want too much?
Lin Yi swallowed his saliva, his eyes involuntarily falling on her suggestive figure.
For example? He said in a low voice, but with a playful tone.
Shen Wanqing suddenly leaned closer and whispered something in his ear. Lin Yi's expression changed, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Are you blinded by lust?
Maybe.
Shen Wanqing suddenly smiled, then sat directly on his lap and put her arms around his neck. You manage the business war, and I will manage you. At that moment, Lin Yi felt his blood boiling. The system sounded at this time.
Ding.
Triggering a special event, the relationship with Shen Wanqing has warmed up, and the current favorability has increased to 80%.
Do you want to start the intimate interaction task? Lin Yi was stunned. System, am I considered being conquered?
The host's current charm value has exceeded the standard range, and the target female protagonist automatically triggers intimate contact.
Current status, force majeure is being triggered. Lin Yi's mouth twitched.
Shen Wanqing didn't say anything else, but just looked at him quietly, and the atmosphere became extremely ambiguous.
The next second, the sling slid down. An hour later, Shen Wanqing nestled in Lin Yi's arms, looking as lazy as a cat. You are such an unruly person. Just now, you clearly said that the reward would only be a kiss. Weren't you the one who sat up first?
Lin Yi smiled and touched her head.
Humph, I'll have you sit in the conference room next time,
she said with a hint of cunning and mischief in her eyes. Lin Yi coughed lightly and changed the subject. Starting tomorrow, we have to prepare for a head-on confrontation with Huali International.
How to fight? Shen Wanqing also became serious.
They have already set their sights on several technology parks in Yundu City and are planning to infiltrate them through technology projects.
Lin Yi said slowly, we have to seize that piece of land before them and launch our own high-tech brand at the same time. Don't worry, I'm here.
Shen Wanqing poked half of her shoulder out from under the quilt. I will mobilize all the resources of the Shen family.
Good. Lin Yi's eyes lit up slightly.
The next day, Lin Yi brought Shen Wanqing and went straight to the Science Park Investment Conference.
This is a feast for capital.
Government, entrepreneurs, and capital representatives gathered here, all eyeing this technology development center with the greatest potential in the next 10 years. The moment Lin Yi appeared, he immediately attracted a lot of attention.
Is that Lin Yi? The one who's been the most popular lately?
I heard that he has already taken over the Shen family and the Li family.
Could it be that he has also set his sights on the Science and Technology Park? Many people discussed it privately. Lin Yi smiled and walked to the front desk. I am Lin Yi, representing Xingyao Capital to invest in a mid-range AI research project. The total planned investment is 5 billion.
I hope to develop long-term cooperation with the park. The crowd was shocked.
5 billion? This is not an amount that an ordinary person can easily take out.
At this time, Lei Feng, the representative of Huali International, also stood up and said, we at Huali International are willing to invest 8 billion and bring the latest artificial intelligence patents.
The whole audience was in an uproar again.
Lin Yi was calm and composed. Although our investment is not as good as yours, we have local resources, Shenzhen D Center, and complete industrial chain integration capabilities.
Although Huali International is strong, if we want to land in Yundu City, I am afraid we need to be more cautious.
There was silence at the scene.
The officials exchanged glances and finally nodded.
We will give priority to companies that integrate local resources.
Lin Yi greeted with a smile. Lei Feng's face turned completely dark.
Lin Yi whispered beside him, your Huali International is not suitable here.
I am the new owner of this city. Ding. Mission Stop Huali International's infiltration plan completed. Rewards issued, experience plus 50,000, System Mall unlocks advanced technology RD module. Lin Ye's eyes were bright.
Next, he wants to build his own technological empire, so that capital can truly serve power rather than be bound by power. And his life has just begun.
Chapter 42, Xingyou Technology's First Prominence, the Goddess's Secret Battle. Since winning the head-on confrontation with Huali International, Lin Ye's name has reached the top of the Yun City capital circle almost overnight. Terms such as Xingyou Capital, Lin Yi, and Young Rich Man began to flood major financial self-media and industry forums. But Lin Yi did not stop. Xingyou Capital started the registration of its subsidiary Xingyou Technology on the same day. With the help of the newly unlocked Advanced Technology or D module in the system mall, Lin Yi directly imported a complete set of AI core algorithm frameworks and was assisted throughout the process by the intelligent scientific research guidance assistant arranged by the system. 3 days later, Xingyou Technology released a preview of its first product, the Xingyou Smart Brain Alpha Artificial Intelligence Assistant, which will be publicly tested at the beginning of next month. This news once again caused an uproar.
At the same time, Lin Ye's personal life is also quietly changing.
Ding dong.
Lin Yi had just entered the office when Shen Wanqing, wearing a gray hip skirt and a white shirt, walked in with an indifferent look on her face and slapped a document on his desk.
This is the equipment contract you temporarily signed yesterday. You said you wanted me to follow up. I have already handled it all. Good efficiency. Lin Yi smiled. Of course, I'm your secretary now. Shen Wanqing looked calm, but she quietly locked the door when she closed it. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. What? What do you think?
Shen Wanqing casually tossed the document aside, turned around and sat on his thigh, put her face close to his ear, and exhaled sweetly. I just want to confirm, is our boss too partial to Ren Xinglan recently?
Lin Yi was stunned, then helpless. Woman, how can you be so jealous? Because you are the man I have chosen.
Shen Wanqing spoke very slowly, word by word, then suddenly reached out and began to untie his tie.
Lin Yi took a deep breath. Seeing that the situation was about to escalate again, the system popped up a prompt. It is detected that the office is not suitable for high-intensity intimacy. Do you want to switch to the system-exclusive lounge? You're so considerate.
Lin Yi cursed in his heart, but said calmly, be good, I can't do it today, I have a meeting.
Shen Wanqing smiled charmingly and bit his earlobe gently. Remember to compensate me.
After saying that, she stood up as if nothing had happened, walked to the door and opened it, only to see Ren Xinglan outside who was about to knock on the door.
Why are you here?
Shen Wanqing's eyes were slightly cold, but her smile remained unchanged.
I'm here to bring lunch to Lin Yi.
Ren Xinglan smiled slightly, holding a thermos bag in his hand. The air was suddenly quiet for 3 seconds.
You are so considerate. Shen Wanqing glanced at Lin Yi and said lightly, I have delivered the documents. I won't disturb your lunch break.
After saying that, she left, her footsteps so light that they made almost no sound.
Ren Xinglan walked into the office, laid out the lunch, and said softly, I saw that you didn't eat well yesterday, so I made braised beef and egg shrimp today.
Just as Lin Yi was about to thank him, Ren Xinglan suddenly came over and said in a very low voice, that Secretary Shen, was he a little too proactive towards you?
Lin Yi was stunned by the question. No matter how glorious you are outside, in my eyes, you will always be the Lin Yi who wore an old t-shirt and rode an electric bike to accompany me in vlog shooting.
She suddenly held his hand, her eyes so soft that tears could be dripping from them.
If you're tired, don't be tough. I won't leave you. Lin Ye's heart was shocked.
Looking at the person in front of him whom he had wanted to protect countless times, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt.
But he knew that he was no longer the same person he used to be. The whirlpool of emotions has quietly begun to pull him. That night,
Lin Yi drove home, and just as he arrived at the door, he found a familiar figure leaning against the door.
Su Qingyao.
She was wearing a dark green professional dress and a windbreaker, and had an indifferent expression, as if she had been waiting for a long time.
Why are you here? Lin Yi was surprised. Let's talk about cooperation. Su Qingyao said briefly. Come in and talk. The two entered the living room and just sat down. Su Qingyao got straight to the point. You are going to grab Huali International's smart wearable project, right? That's right. Lin Yi nodded.
Our Yaoguine group has also set its sights on that area.
Su Qingyao said in a cold tone, but I don't want to confront you. I'm here to cooperate with you.
Lin Yi touched his chin and said, tell me your conditions.
We can provide the technology, channels, and RD. You provide the capital and resource integration. We split the profits 50-50. 7-3, you 3, I 7. Lin Yi said lightly. Su Qingyao's eyes shone. Lin Yi, don't be too greedy.
Lin Yi suddenly approached her and said in a low voice, "Are you sure you are here to discuss business?
Not to vent your emotions?" Su Qingyao was stunned. I've heard about your father's recent decision.
He's helping your brother inherit the group. Lin Yi continued, "You come to me now, not only for cooperation, but also for gambling.
You are betting that I can help you defeat your brother, right? Su Qingyao bit her lip, her chest rising and falling violently. What do you want? Lin Yi smiled. I want you to bet everything. Including yourself. Ding.
The side quest capture Su Qingyao group cooperation phase has been triggered.
Current progress, 1%. Tip: improving Su Qingyao's favorability can speed up the progress of cooperation.
It is recommended that the host give hints at the right time to enhance trust. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes.
Su Qingyao, Xin Wanqing, Ren Xinglan.
His emotional battlefield, perhaps, is more dangerous than business. But he enjoyed it. Chapter 43, The Goddesses Show Their Scheming, Lin Yi's Ambiguous Shura Field.
The next morning, Lin Yi had just woken up from the system's exclusive lounge. When he opened his eyes, Su Qingyao was gone.
However, the signed agreement she left behind was placed in the center of the coffee table.
The signature reads Executive President of Yaoguan Group, Su Qingyao.
Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth. That's straightforward.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for advancing the branch quest capture Su Qingyao to 20%. Reward: Advanced Negotiation Skill +1, System Mall Product Discount Card 1 limited time. He simply washed up, and a new light flashed in the system mall. New product launched: Inspiration Capsule used to improve creativity, concentration, and on-the-spot coping ability system. Exclusive discount price, 98 wealth points. Lin Yi placed the order without hesitation as a key step in joining forces with Su Qingyao to impact the smart wearable market. He needed new strategic ideas to leave his competitors behind. Just as he was about to go out, his personal cell phone vibrated. It was a voice message from Ren Xinglan, with a brisk and gentle tone.
Are you free tonight? I want to shoot a vlog and go out together.
Lin Yi replied okay without thinking too much. However, as soon as I put down the phone, another call came in.
Xin Wanqing. Lin Yi.
Her voice was still cold, but it was more ambiguous than usual. Are you free this afternoon?
My mother wants to see you.
Lin Yi was stunned, then raised his eyebrows. You don't want to take me to meet your parents?
Xin Wanqing paused and said softly, it's just by the way.
She came to the company today, and I don't want her to have a bad impression of you. Lin Yi smiled bitterly.
What was going on?
On one side was the vlog invitation from White Moonlight Ren Xinglan, on the other side was the sudden attack from the parents of Secretary Goddess, plus Su Qingyao, who had just reached a cooperation agreement last night.
He seemed to be trapped in a real-life Shura field. Mr. Lin.
There was a sudden knock on the door.
Lin Yi came back to his senses and sat up straight.
Enter.
The door opened and the person who came in was Yi Qingning.
She was wearing a pink and white dress, her hair was braided into 2 pigtails, and she had a familiar yet slightly crazy smile on her face.
Lime? Lin Yi was surprised. Aren't you doing an internship in South City? I missed you.
Yi Qingning walked forward confidently and hugged his arm. Anyway, the internship is over, so I came back to accompany you.
Lin Yi. Ding. The heroine Yi Qingning's plotline begins. Current intimacy value, 73. Paranoid dependence stage.
Friendly reminder, Yi Qingning belongs to the crazy green plum type. Please be careful to control the scale and avoid overstimulating her emotions. Lin Yi took a deep breath and was about to say something when Yi Qingning suddenly looked outside the door.
Brother Lin Yi, have you been close to another woman recently?
Her eyes suddenly became deep, the smile on her lips was still there, but her tone was dangerous. I dreamed last night, you hugged a woman and kissed her on the sofa.
Tell me, is that a sign?
Lin Yi's forehead was covered with sweat, and just as he was about to smooth things over, there was a knock on the office door again.
It's Xin Wanqing.
She pushed the door open and saw Yi Qingning at a glance, frowning slightly.
Who is she? Who are you?
Yi Qingning sneered in response, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Xin Wanqing curled her lips coldly. I am Lin Yi's secretary.
Secretary? TSK, secretaries nowadays, are they so proactive?
Lingen. Lin Yi was overwhelmed and quickly pulled her aside.
Didn't you say you were hungry? I asked someone to prepare something to eat. I'm not hungry, I just want to know who were you with last night? Could it be her?
Yi Qingning looked at Shen Wanqing, and her eyes turned cold in an instant. Shen Wanqing was calm and composed. I was indeed in Lin Ye's office last night, but that was work, you got it wrong.
Oh, work? Can you get lip marks from working in the office?
Yi Qingning suddenly took out an enlarged photo from her bag, which was a light red mark on Lin Ye's shirt.
Shen Wanqing's face darkened. The veins on Lin Ye's forehead throbbed. Qingning, why did you even turn over my clothes?
I missed you, so I slept with the clothes you changed yesterday. Yi Qingning said with an innocent smile. I smelled them, by the way, they smelled nice.
The air became quiet again. Lin Yi felt like he was going to be blown to pieces in the next second. Ding! System reminder, the current host is in an extremely ambiguous Shura field. It is recommended to use the emotional harmony card to temporarily leave the battle. System, use. The card was used successfully, triggering system intervention. Lin Yi suddenly had a headache and dizziness and was rushed to the hospital. The next second, Lin Yi's expression changed, and he sat down with his hand on his forehead. I feel a little dizzy.
Shen Wanqing's face tensed. Are you okay?
Yi Qingning was startled. Brother Lin Yi. Don't scare me.
A few minutes later, Lin Yi was sent to the car by his assistant. The two women sat on his left and right, with worry in their eyes. Of course, each of them had their own sharp edges.
Tell me about you, Shen Wanqing snorted coldly. Why did you suddenly faint? Maybe I'm too tired these days.
Lin Yi closed his eyes and dealt with it.
Don't stay up late alone anymore.
Yi Qingning held his hand, her eyes red.
Yes, I'll listen to you.
Lin Yi complained in his heart. This card of the system is really worth using, it is simply an emotional first aid kit. But he knew that this relaxation of the situation was just a prelude to the Shura field.
He must make a choice. Or continue to deal with it. Ding! Host's current Shura field difficulty rating, A+. Tip, if handled properly, the multiple heroines intimate coexistence line will be opened, and special rewards can be obtained. Lin Yi sighed. Good fellow, am I going to achieve enlightenment, or become a Shura?
Chapter 44, Su Qingyao's counterattack. Lin Yi is forced to double row in the Shura field.
The next morning,
Lin Yi woke up at the moment when the effect of the emotional harmony card ended. His head was slightly swollen, but his consciousness was clearer than ever.
The system prompt sound is still echoing in my ears.
Shura field status, temporarily relieved.
Current changes in the heroine's favorability. Shen Wanqing, +5 wait and see. Yi Qingning, +8 dependency enhancement. Note, unresolved emotional conflicts will erupt again after 48 hours.
Lin Yi sighed, sat up, and saw two notes on the bedside. One was written by Shen Wanqing. Lin Yi, you need to rest more and don't always do everything by yourself.
Wanqing.
The other one was drawn by Yi Qingning, with one hand holding another, and the words written below.
Brother Lin Yi, let me accompany you today too.
Lin Yi's scalp tingled.
As he put on his clothes, he silently asked the system, is there any prop that can resolve conflicts between multiple women at once? Searching the system mall. Search results, multi-female protagonist collaborative communication gift pack not yet unlocked.
Unlocking conditions, at least 3 heroines appear at the same time and maintain an intimacy value of 60 or above.
I knew you wouldn't give me an answer so easily.
You can also choose the active flirting card 3 trial version, and use it on 3 female protagonists to improve the triangle stability index.
Lin Ye's eyes twitched and he gave up decisively. My phone is vibrating right now.
Mr. Lin, Mr. Su has arrived and is waiting for you in the conference room. The assistant's voice was as professional as ever. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Why did she come here suddenly? He just signed the cooperation agreement last night, and he came to the house today.
This woman is not simple. Meeting room.
Su Qingyao did not wear a professional suit today, but a beige knitted dress, which was tailored to fit her body, showing her curves in all the right places and was extremely attractive. The moment Lin Yi pushed the door open, his eyes fell on the intersection of her long legs.
Have you seen enough? Su Qingyao smiled slightly, her tone carrying a hint of charm, or, is it that the afterglow of last night is still lingering? Lin Yi coughed lightly, you came very early. I always like to take the initiative.
Su Qingyao stood up, walked in front of him, and stretched out her hand to help him straighten his tie. I am very interested in your proposal yesterday, but I hope we can speed up the progress.
Accelerate? My father returned home yesterday.
He has temporarily turned a blind eye to your cooperation, but if we cannot produce tangible results in a short period of time,
I'm afraid he will change his mind.
Su Qingyao leaned very close, and her hot breath brushed past Lin Ye's ears.
I don't want to lose you, a partner of high value.
Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat.
Your father has returned to China. Does the Shin Group know about this? Su Qingyao smiled and shook her head. What do you think Shin Wanqing will do after she finds out?
Lin Yi was silent for a moment. She will try to break us up.
Correct. Su Qingyao bit her lower lip, but I won't let her succeed.
Just then, there was a knock on the door of the conference room.
Boss Lin, Miss Shin proposed to join the meeting temporarily.
Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat.
Let her in.
The door opened, and the moment Shin Wanqing walked in, she happened to see Su Qingyao still maintaining a very close distance from Lin Yi.
What a partnership, she said coldly. Su Qingyao turned around slowly and said without hesitation, Wanqing, long time no see. Su Qingyao, you're back.
Shin Wanqing's eyebrows did not move, but her momentum was not lost at all. The old accounts between Yaoguang Group and Shin's have not been settled yet. Lin Yi only felt that the smell of gunpowder in the air was getting stronger and stronger.
Su Qingyao glanced at him with a half smile. It seems that you haven't told her that we have officially cooperated? Shin Wanqing sneered, cooperation? Are you sure this is your decision alone? Or is it a false illusion tacitly approved by your father? You can try to stop it. Su Qingyao responded lightly. Stop?
Why should I stop? Shin Wanqing suddenly approached Lin Yi and smiled coldly. I'm his secretary, my job is to help him keep the best resources by his side. She softened her tone. Lin Yi, don't be fooled by some women's tricks. They say they want to cooperate, but who knows what they are thinking.
Su Qingyao smiled faintly. What about you? Aren't you also using the identity of secretary to get close to him legitimately? At least I won't play the gentle trap. Lin Yi. All he wanted now was to fly out the window and run away. Ding.
Multiple heroines appear at the same time.
The system has automatically recorded the current node.
Shura field level upgraded to S level.
Unlock hidden rewards, multiple heroines coexistence trial.
Tip: if you can still maintain the balance between all parties in the Shura field, the system will give you an additional invincible trust value card within 3 days.
Lin Yi held his forehead and gritted his teeth and said, You too, can I say something?
You say.
Su Qingyao smiled.
You say. Shin Wanqing said coldly. Lin Yi spread his hands and said, You guys can fight or quarrel, but wait for me to drink some water first, I feel dizzy again. Half an hour later, Lin Yi finally escaped from the meeting room under the system's forced escape from the scene command. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw a pink Maserati parked at the door.
The car window rolled down, revealing Yi Qingning's face with a weird smile. Brother Lin Yi, were you bullied by the sisters again just now? It doesn't matter, I will go for a ride with you and forget about them. Lin Yi. Ding.
The Shura field is not over yet, the difficulty continues to increase.
He looked up at the sky. Oh my god, I just want to pursue a career, why is it so difficult? Chapter 45 Project launched, surrounded by goddesses.
Lin Yi falls into a sweet siege. In Yunda City, Lin Yi's new company Tianqian Intelligent Technology was officially established the next day.
Early in the morning, in the meeting room of the company headquarters.
More than 10 middle and senior managers from the project department, technical department, and operation department gathered together. Lin Yi sat at the very top, with two beauties, Shin Wanqing and Su Qingyao, beside him, one on his left and one on his right, forming a sharp contrast.
Shin Wanqing on the left is wearing a high-end business suit, looking cool and capable, with a frosty look in her eyes.
Su Qingyao on the right is gentle and elegant, and the hint of whiteness inadvertently revealed under her white V-neck shirt makes people imagine a lot.
The male employees present had already lost their focus, their attention completely focused on them, and they couldn't hear anything at all.
Lin Yi glanced at the system interface.
Current status, Shura field is being balanced. Mainline progress, Smart Wearable Project Startup Phase 03.
Side quest progress, the emotional crisis is easing, maintaining the status quo can unlock the trust pass card.
Cough.
Lin Yi coughed lightly and his tone returned to a steady state.
Everyone is here, right? The focus of today's meeting is very simple.
The Smart Wearable System 1.0 will officially enter the development phase, and we need to produce initial results within a month. There was a sudden commotion below.
1 month?
Mr. Lin, this kind of intelligence system, from architecture to debugging, cannot be implemented without half a year.
Yes, it's not realistic at all in such a short time. Su Qiniao looked at Lin Yi and said softly, "Are you too impatient? You don't need to be so anxious."
I understand your desire to achieve results, but don't let the team be overwhelmed. Xin Wanqing smiled slightly, with a cold look on her lips. If even a month is too late, then these people are not worthy of staying in the Lin system.
Everyone looked embarrassed. Lin Yi patted the table and said, "I know what you are worried about.
But don't forget, we are standing on the advantage of the system." After saying that, he exchanged the speedier D booster in the system.
A data projection instantly appeared on the projection screen.
It was a complete product prototype, with even the neurofeedback interface and materials list clearly visible.
Everyone was stunned. This? Where did you get it from, Mr. Lin? This is simply an initial plan for a finished product. Oh my god, even the AI training module is ready?
Lin Yi smiled and said, "This is the preliminary design developed by my personal team.
Now you just need to follow the instructions." Everyone's eyes changed from surprise to admiration, and they all stood up. Boss Lin is awesome.
Lin Yi smiled calmly, but he was already beaming with joy in his heart.
Ding. Main quest advancement +1, current progress, 1-3. System gift, cash reward 30 million, our level auxiliary intelligent brain authorization card 1.
Just as the meeting was about to end, the door was suddenly pushed open. A girl in a light yellow dress strode in, her bright and pretty face full of the expression "I'm here to cause trouble."
Brother Lin Yi, can I join your company? Yi Qingning is here.
The conference room suddenly became quiet.
Xin Wanqing frowned slightly, Su Qiniao smiled, and Lin Yi's head was buzzing. Why are you here?
Yi Qingning said confidently, "I have already dropped out of the art academy. I have decided I will stay by your side every day, and no sister is allowed to get closer than 3 meters to you."
You dropped out of school?
Of course. Yi Qingning sat next to Lin Yi and leaned her head on his shoulder. I have applied to be an intern assistant in your company and have submitted my application to HR.
Do you dare not approve it?
Su Qiniao smiled even more. You really know how to choose the right time.
Xin Wanqing said coldly, Tianxian is not a kindergarten.
Yi Qingning curled her lips. That's because you are old, I am a legal lowly. Lin Yi almost spit out a mouthful of water.
He glanced at the system. Ding.
Yi Qingning has joined the company, and the system automatically assigns her a position, Creative Inspiration Assistant.
Can trigger hidden plot, mixed living trial not yet opened. Current status, Shura field upgraded to a level. Lin Yi held his forehead.
The deadly thing about this sweet siege plot is not that there are too many heroines, but that they are all clingy. After the meeting, Lin Yi was just about to return to the office when his cell phone rang.
Unknown number. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Bai Yunran from the Bai Group. Lin Yi was stunned. This name, isn't it his formal fiancé? What's the matter?
The voice on the other end of the phone was gentle and a little teasing. I heard that you are very popular recently.
You even signed Su Qiniao for the cooperation project. Don't you consider our Bai family? I can make an offer. Lin Yi was silent for a moment. Do you want to cooperate?
Of course. She chuckled. I also want to see if you are the kind of little man that even my father would start to pay attention to.
Send me the address. Lin Yi decisively hung up the phone.
The system really didn't leave him idle, and new clues about the heroine came one after another.
He rubbed his temple and sighed. Am I pursuing a career, or a wife business? Ding. The heroine's branch quest by Yunran, Reshaping Unmarried Relationships, begins.
It is expected that there will be an important turning point, please be prepared.
Chapter 46, by Yunran's appearance, the temptation of the fiancé.
In the evening, in the most luxurious private club in the center of Yundu City, White Night.
Lin Yi pushed the door open and walked in.
Crystal chandeliers hang down like waterfalls, gold-edged carpets cover the entire floor, and the waiters coming and going are all wearing the same uniform, with a temperament comparable to that of flight attendants. As soon as he entered the door, he was greeted by a dedicated concierge. Mr. Lin, Miss Bai is waiting for you in the Sky Dome Hall on the top floor.
Lin Yi nodded and followed him into the elevator.
In his heart, he didn't have a deep impression of Bai Yunran. After the system was bound, he learned through his original body's memory that his parents had arranged a marriage for him without his permission while he was in college.
but we have never met. Today is their first official contact. The elevator reaches the top floor.
When I pushed the door open, I saw a figure lazily leaning on the chaise longue by the window. The woman was wearing a slim silver-white dress, with long legs, a slender waist and an enchanting figure, but her eyes and eyebrows revealed the reserve and arrogance of a noble daughter.
Lin Ye's gaze paused slightly.
This Bai Yunran is more dangerous than he imagined.
You're more handsome than I thought. Bai Yunran put down his wine glass and said with a teasing tone, but I also understand that you do have the capital to change my dad's opinion of you.
Lin Yi sat down. Let's get straight to the point.
Are you looking for me to cooperate or to test me?
Of course it's both.
She smiled slightly and walked slowly towards Lin Yi with a charming posture.
I heard that you are very good at using women's resources.
What do you want to say?
Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Xin Wanqing, Su Qingyao, and even that little sister surnamed Ji. Your character has begun to move closer to Central Plains chaos.
She leaned in closer, her breath gently brushing Lin Ye's ear. Should I join the battlefield?
Lin Yi resisted the urge to roll his eyes. If you mean business cooperation, then fine. If you want to play a romantic role, I refuse.
Reject? Do you know that from the moment you signed Su Qingyao, you have already stepped into the center of the storm?
Her tone suddenly changed, and she sat back on the sofa, adopting a calm attitude.
I can give you a proposal.
Bai Group will invest 200 million in you in exchange for a 25% initial share of the smartware project you are about to launch.
But in exchange.
She paused, her eyes flashing. You must live in my Bai family's main house, live under my father's nose for a month, and act like a qualified fiancé.
Lin Yi.
His first reaction was to refuse.
But the system interface suddenly pops up a prompt. Ding. Side quest updated. Branch, substantiation of unmarried status.
Mission objective, live with Bai Yunran for 1 month, achieve the 3-dimensional trigger of understanding plus intimacy plus trust, start the marriage contract and unlock the plot.
Reward, Bai's Group Resource Integration Authority Level 1S Level Business War Scenario Clip 1. Lin Yi fell into deep thought. Are you worried that it will be troublesome to live there?
Bai Yunran saw through his thoughts and smiled deeply. You can treat it as an internship performance.
If you perform well, I will consider postponing the engagement. She suddenly moved closer and whispered 2 words in Lin Ye's ear, stay, or not.
That voice was as soft as a feather.
Lin Ye's Adam's apple rolled slightly and he gritted his teeth.
Okay, I'll stay. Bai Yunran's eyes lit up.
My dad was right about you.
She stood up and reached out to pull Lin Yi. Come on, move in tonight. Your shabby apartment is not worthy of your current status.
Lin Yi. That's an apartment given to me by the system. What did you say?
It's okay, let's go.
Ding. Branch quest advancement +1. Current status, Bai Family Shura Field starting up. 8 o'clock in the evening. The main residence of the Bai family.
This is a complex of independent villas located in the old city of Yundu City, covering an area of nearly 3,000 square meters and with a very traditional oriental garden style. As soon as Lin Yi moved in, the Bai family specially arranged servants to tidy up his room and prepare dinner for him.
Bai Yunran personally took him into the main hall. Dad.
A middle-aged man in a tang suit was sitting on the sofa reading a book. He looked up when he heard the sound.
He is the current chairman of Bai Group, Bai Yizhua. Are you Lin Yi?
His eyes were sharp, and his glance was like a sword drawn from its sheath. Lin Yi was not afraid and stood straight.
Yes, I am Lin Yi. I heard that you are a recent graduate from Yundu University. Are you able to manage a project worth hundreds of millions now? I have some talent and some luck. Bai Yizhou sneered. What young people fear most is arrogance. If you just want to use my daughter to get promoted, give up as soon as possible.
Lin Yi smiled slightly. Then you just wait and see whether my words are just empty talk or whether they will change your mind.
Bai Yizhou looked at him and was silent for a moment. Finally nodded. You guys go eat.
As soon as he walked out of the living room, Bai Yunran laughed softly. Not bad, you dare to confront my dad head on.
You won the first game. Lin Yi glanced at her and said, did you deliberately let me be baptized by him? Bai Yunran blinked. If not, how could he recognize you? Lin Yi, you are so difficult. But I'm beautiful. She winked at him and walked towards the restaurant without looking back. Lin Yi took a deep breath and looked down at the system. Branch line by Yunran, Reshaping Unmarried Relationships Progress, 1-5. Current status, half accepted, needs 3 positive performances to achieve trust.
He rubbed his brows. Bai Yunran is indeed a fox spirit type who is more difficult to deal with than Shen Wanqing and Su Qingyao.
But that is also what makes it more challenging. Chapter 47: Storm at the Dinner Table. Bai's dinner room.
On the 3-meter-long mahogany dining table, more than a dozen exquisite dishes are filled with fragrance. The dishes are carefully presented, and even the tableware is custom-made bone china and silver.
Lin Yi sat near the end, while Bai Yunran sat dignifiedly on his right.
She changed into a light home dress with a loose neckline. She sat with her long legs crossed, and the hem of her skirt slipped down, revealing a large area of fair skin.
Every move is full of unintentional teasing.
Lin Yi forced himself to look away. In addition to Bai Yizhua, the family members attending dinner today also included a middle-aged woman who looked gentle but had an impressive aura. Bai Yunran's mother, Lin Suji.
Lin Yi, right?
Lin Suji spoke in a soft but dignified voice.
I heard that you signed with Yaoguan Group this time. It's really surprising. It was just a fluke.
These days, it's rare to get Su Qingyao to agree to something. She gently picked up a piece of black truffle foie gras. But I still want to ask you clearly, what do you think of the engagement between you and our Yunran?
Lin Yi looked her straight in the eye, his expression calm. To be honest, I didn't approve of this engagement at first.
Lin Suji was slightly stunned.
Bai Yizhou put down his wineglass, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes.
Lin Yi continued, but now, I am willing to try to understand Bai Yunran and try to consider its value. Not as an arrangement, but as the beginning of a possibility. Bai Yunran raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at him with a smile.
Lin Suji smiled gently and nodded. Not too stupid. The atmosphere at the dinner table eased a little. But Bai Yizhou suddenly asked, then tell me, how do you plan to integrate the Bai family's resources with your project? The Bai Group is not a charity.
Lin Yi paused for a moment as he picked up the chopsticks, then put them down calmly.
My smart wearable plan is just the first step.
What I care more about is a new life service platform based on system assistance plus intelligence plus human-oriented experience.
It's not just a technological product, but a reconstruction of our lifestyle. Lin Suji raised her eyebrows slightly. Everyone can talk big, do you have a business plan?
Lin Yi nodded, and the system prompt sounded at the right time.
Ding.
Mainline trigger, first business defense Bai's dining table test field.
Temporary reward, S-level business war expression template 1 automatically loaded.
Lin Yi closed his eyes, and the structure and logic of a complete plan automatically emerged in his mind. The vocabulary, tone, and rhythm were all as precise as a precision machine. As soon as he opened his mouth, he gave a fascinating description, from the future trend of human-computer interaction, to how the resources of the Bai Group would form a closed loop, to the profit model, user ecology, and the platform expansion potential. Lin Suji's eyes gradually became serious, and Bai Yizhua frowned and listened very seriously.
10 minutes later. The table was silent.
You have something to offer, kid.
Bai Yizhou picked up the wineglass. I hope what you said is not just empty talk. Lin Yi picked up his cup. Let the results speak for themselves. This has always been my style. Good. Bai Yizhou laughed. Since you dare to come to my Bai family, you must naturally accept my 3 tests. Tonight is only the first one, and there will be 2 more to come. Lin Yi nodded. I'll take it.
But the second question was not asked by me, but by her.
Bai Yizhua looked at Bai Yunran meaningfully. Lin Yi was stunned and looked back at her.
A playful smile appeared on Bai Yunran's bright face.
Tomorrow, Saturday, I want you to accompany me to complete a full day of holiday couple mission. Lin Yi frowned. What? It's very simple.
Bai Yunran took a sip of soup, her tone gentle but cunning. We'll have breakfast together in the morning, go shopping in the afternoon, watch a movie in the evening, and finally,
I'll ask you a question.
As long as you answer it to my satisfaction, you'll pass this level. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes.
That sounds simple enough. Bai Yunran smiled. You underestimate women.
Especially, the kind of man who wants me to fall for him.
Ding. Branch update, couple test Bai Yunran.
Requirements: spend a full day with your partner, maintain a favorability rating of no less than 85%, and achieve a heartbeat trigger when answering key questions.
Reward: Bai Yunran's favorability improvement privilege plus 1 hidden plotline unlocking key. Lin Yi exhaled.
It seems that this meal has just begun.
And the Bai family's marriage drama is gradually moving from paper to reality. Full of temptations, challenges, ambiguity, and even danger. Chapter 48 Couples Challenge Day Part 1. Saturday morning, 6:30. Lin Yi was awakened by a burst of fragrance. He opened his eyes and saw Bai Yunran standing beside the bed, wearing a loose white t-shirt, and obviously nothing underneath. The hem of the t-shirt just covers the base of the thighs, exposing the long and straight legs to the air, revealing a faintly seductive curve. Wake up, the first item of the couple test is couple breakfast time. Bai Yunran smiled brightly, if you don't get up, I will eat by myself. Lin Yi sat up and rubbed his temple. I remember, you forced me to stay last night, right? You said you would accept the challenge. She walked to the bedside confidently. My mother accepted your identity as the future son-in-law last night. What's wrong with staying for one night? Lin Yi stared at her bare legs, his mouth dry. Are you sure you want to come out dressed like this? What? Are you afraid that you can't control yourself? Bai Yunran raised an eyebrow, turned around and walked towards the door with light steps. As the hem of his t-shirt swayed, Lin Yi's eyes twitched wildly. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and stood up. This day's couples challenge had just begun, and he was almost unable to hold back. At the breakfast table, Bai Yunran changed into a light blue dress, looking sweet and fresh with a mischievous smile on her face. I ordered the breakfast myself, according to the standard of a lover's daily routine. She pointed to the 2 croissants, cheese rolls and strawberry smoothie on the table. Lin Yi took a bite and was surprised to find that it tasted really good. After we finish eating, we'll go to the mall first and buy couple outfits and accessories. Then we'll go to the amusement park and watch a movie in the evening. Bai Yunran took out an itinerary. This is the sweet trap I carefully planned. Lin Yi, are you on a date or a trial plan? Bai Yunran held her chin up and looked at him intently. Of course, to test whether you are qualified to be my future man. Lin Yi looked at her big watery eyes and his heart trembled slightly. At 10 o'clock in the morning, at the Xingqian department store in the center of Yun City. Bai Yunran held Lin Yi with one hand and held up her phone with the other hand to take a selfie. Come on, let's take a photo of ourselves wearing couple outfits. She was wearing a pink and white floral dress and a rabbit ear headband on her head, and she looked like a runaway elf. Lin Yi was forced by her to change into a cartoon t-shirt and light-colored shorts. It's really an eyesore. You are too childish. Lin Yi complained in a low voice. Humph, this is called returning to childhood. Bai Yunran deliberately leaned closer to him, gently rubbing his arm against her chest. And you're dressed so cutely, I like it. Lin Yi. Are you here to test me or to seduce me? Ding. Couple test task progress, 27%. Current Bai Yunran favorability, 81 critical. Task tips, please continue to maintain sweet interactions and trigger key events to advance your favorability. The 3rd floor of the mall, the lingerie section. Wait for me at the door for a while, I'll go in and pick a few pieces. Bai Yunran winked at him. Lin Yi subconsciously turned around, but Bai Yunran suddenly turned back and said, Would you like me to give you some advice? Couples should always understand each other's preferences. Lin Yi, don't play with fire. Bai Yunran smiled with her eyes curved and walked lightly into the fitting room. A few minutes later, a corner of a curtain was gently pulled open. Hey, Zayai, do you want to take a sneak peek? A snow-white shoulder was faintly visible, and the slender collarbone was curved like a crescent moon. Lin Yi's Adam's apple moved, almost breaking through. Ding. Edge trigger, control check succeeded, reward nerve strength +1. Favorability +3, currently 84. Bai Yunran poked his head out again, with a little pride on his face. You actually held it in? If I hold back, you won't get the chance to look at me. You're so bad. She came out with 2 sets of packages in her hands, giggling, but I might wear them for you to see tonight. Lin Yi appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was like 1,000 horses galloping wildly. Task progress, 52%. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, amusement park. Lin Yi, I want to ride that one. Bai Yunran pointed at the starry sky Ferris wheel with one hand. Aren't you afraid of heights? But don't couples have to ride the Ferris wheel together and kiss? She raised her face and smiled brightly. How can it be called a date otherwise? Lin Yi, are you serious? Of course. Bai Yunran leaned in close, almost whispering in his ear, when the Ferris wheel reaches its highest point, let's kiss each other, okay? At that moment, her voice seemed to carry an electric current, directly hitting Lin Yi's nerve endings. He nodded, okay.
The two of them got on the Ferris wheel and slowly rose up. As we climb higher, the city scenery unfolds beneath our feet, as if we have entered another world. Bai Yunran leaned quietly on his shoulder, her voice as soft as the wind.
Lin Yi, will you, like me?
Lin Ye's heart was shocked.
Just as I was about to answer, I was interrupted by the system. Ding! Trigger key node, heart beating QA. Please answer within 60 seconds.
Hint, please answer truthfully based on your current emotional fluctuations to affect the direction of the plot branches.
Lin Yi took a deep breath and looked at her. I don't know if I can love you, but at this moment, I just want to kiss you.
Bai Yunran raised her head. Their lips slowly touched each other at the highest point of the Ferris wheel. The wind blows, and the sunlight shines through the transparent glass, like a quiet dream.
Ding! Couple test task completion, 100%.
Bai Yunran's favorability exceeds 85, and the hidden plotline is unlocked.
Reward, Yunran Line Hidden Key 1, Advanced Relationship Authority 1.
And at this moment, Bai Yunran's heartbeat became completely disordered. She leaned against Lin Yi and whispered softly.
Lin Yi, you may not know, I fell a long time ago. Chapter 49 Couple Challenge Day Part 2.
The sun gradually sets in the west, and the sunset glow of Cloud City spreads over the streets and alleys, and the air is filled with a warm atmosphere. Lin Yi and Bai Yunran came out of the amusement park and got on a special car, ready to go to the highlight of tonight's date, the candlelight dinner. The scenery outside the car window was receding rapidly, but an ambiguous atmosphere filled the car. Bai Yunran tilted her head and looked at him slightly, smiling peacefully. You performed very well today, and you were able to hold on.
Lin Yi raised his eyes and looked at her for a moment. Do you think I can pass the test?
You've passed. Her voice was gentle, but firm. However, if you want me to accept you completely, there is still one last step.
Lin Yi's heart was moved. What steps? She did not answer immediately.
Instead, she lowered her head and played with the pendant in her hand. Dinner tonight is our final test.
I will test whether you are mature and responsible enough. I understand.
Lin Yi nodded, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. She always gave him unexpected surprises, and brought some elusive challenges. The dinner location is a Western restaurant located on the top floor of a high-rise building, called Heaven on Earth. The atmosphere of the restaurant is elegant and romantic, with flickering candlelight and the surroundings set off by exquisite crystal chandeliers, making it look like a dream. Bai Yunran had already changed into a gorgeous long dress. The black silk material glowed with a soft luster under the light, showing her nobility and elegance. She sat down, looked at Lin Yi, and shook her glass gently. Tonight, all challenges are over.
Are you ready? Lin Yi nodded, his heart beating faster. Tonight's dinner was of great significance.
Dishes were served one after another. Bai Yunran ate calmly and elegantly, and every movement revealed her unobtrusive nobility.
Try this main course.
She picked a piece of tender lamb chop, cut it with a knife and fork, and fed it to Lin Yi's mouth. Eat it, and you will understand my expectations for you. Lin Yi did not refuse and took the food she handed over. At that moment, he suddenly felt that this was more than just a dinner. It was a silent contest, a test of each other's feelings.
If you do well tonight, I will agree to one of your conditions.
Bai Yunran chuckled, and her words carried an irresistible pressure.
What conditions?
Lin Yi's heart tightened. After dinner, let's go to the bar and I'll take you to a secret place.
She smiled. Do you dare to accept the challenge?
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. What have you prepared?
Bai Yunran smiled mysteriously. You will know.
She picked up the wineglass again, shook it gently, narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked deep. But whether you can pass it depends on your performance tonight. As the atmosphere became more tense, the music in the restaurant sounded melodiously, just like Lin Yi's mood at the moment, at a loss, but full of expectations. After dinner, Bai Yunran led Lin Yi out of the restaurant and headed towards a private bar. On the way, her mysterious smile never faded, as if she had already seen through all of Lin Yi's reactions.
The bar was dimly lit and the environment was quite luxurious.
The decoration style of the entire bar was unique, as if it brought people into another world. Bai Yunran walked gracefully as she led Lin Yi to a VIP room at the deepest part of the bar. There were several well-dressed young people sitting in the private room. They looked at Lin Yi through the faint smoke with complicated expressions, seeming to be expectant but also provocative. Bai Yunran smiled slightly and nodded to one of the men, who then stood up and turned to walk towards the bar.
What is this place?
Lin Yi asked in a low voice. This is my father's private bar. Tonight, you will accept a real challenge. Bai Yunran replied calmly, if you can get out of here, you must prove that you can match me and become my partner.
Challenge what? Lin Yi frowned.
Bai Yunran suddenly moved closer and whispered in his ear, once you agree to me, my father will make the decision and tell you the conditions of the challenge.
Then, what should I do?
Lin Yi asked in a deep voice, his heart beating faster. Bai Yunran's smile was a bit playful, don't worry, I won't let you escape easily today. In Bai Yunran's father's bar, Lin Yi faced not only the temptation from Bai Yunran herself, but also a deep test from her father.
But no matter what, he must overcome these tests tonight and take a big step forward. Ding! Mission progress, 90%. Bai Yunran's favorability breakthrough, 90.
Task reward, intermediate mentality adjustment ability, reward item, lover's key 1.
Chapter 50 Father's Test. The night in Yundu City is as dark as ink, and the lights are colorful. The atmosphere in the VIP room became extremely solemn.
Lin Yi stood there, feeling the gazes from several unfamiliar people. Although those people did not speak, they were looking at him with an air of scrutiny and evaluation, as if he was not a person but a commodity, an investment waiting to be priced. Bai Yunran sat down gently and patted the sofa beside him. Sit down, don't be nervous.
Lin Yi walked over slowly and sat down. She leaned closer to him and whispered, no matter what happens later, don't panic, understand? Have you planned this long ago? Lin Yi frowned. Just, inform my dad in advance that you might be a candidate.
She raised her eyebrows and smiled, deliberately lowering her voice, if you want to take me down, you have to get his nod first, right? Before Lin Yi could say anything, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and a middle-aged man with a fierce aura walked in. He was wearing a well-tailored suit, shiny leather shoes, and his eyes were sharp as a knife. He became the focus of the whole audience as soon as he appeared. Lin Yi's eyes immediately locked on him. That man was Bai Yunran's father, the head of the Bai family, Bai Jingchuan.
Is this Lin Yi? Bai Jingchuan glanced at Lin Yi and sat down expressionlessly. His aura was no less than that of the chairman of the group. Dad.
Bai Yunran stood up and said softly, today I just want you to get to know him.
I have no other intentions. Yeah. Bai Jingchuan responded calmly, then turned his gaze to Lin Yi. Young man, are you willing to listen to my questions? There are only 3.
Lin Yi sat up straight, of course.
Okay. Bai Jingchuan didn't hesitate and asked the first question directly, what do you think Bai Yunran likes about you?
Lin Yi was startled, but soon realized, she likes that I am not like those men who only pursue fame and fortune. Maybe she herself has not realized it, but she is used to the real feeling of me accompanying her.
Bai Jingchuan stared at him and nodded slowly. Second question, do you think you are worthy of her? To be honest, not yet. But I definitely will. Lin Yi answered without hesitation.
Why do you do that? Bai Jingchuan raised his eyebrows. Lin Yi looked at him. I won't just say I will treat her well, but prove it with actual actions.
I have the ability, courage, and ambition.
More importantly, I am working hard to climb up, and I will not stop at every step.
Very good. Bai Jingchuan said calmly, one last question, if one day the Bai family is implicated because of her relationship with you, will you choose to break up or take responsibility? Lin Yi's eyes suddenly became sharp. I will bear any cost.
As soon as the words were spoken, the room fell silent for a moment. Bai Jingchuan slowly stood up, put his hands in his pockets and walked to the window, looking at the traffic downstairs, and was silent for a long time. Bai Yunran seemed a little nervous and bit her lip lightly. Dad.
I didn't object.
Bai Jingchuan suddenly spoke, with his back to the two of them, but I didn't agree either.
Lin Yi's eyes moved slightly.
Bai Jingchuan continued, I have a foundation that mainly invests in startup projects.
In 3 days, I will give you a startup fund and a list of projects. You have 30 days to achieve its revenue target. If you can't do it, I don't care what happens between you and Yunran, you have to get out. He still spoke coldly, if you do it, then come and talk to me about qualifications. I accept. Lin Yi stood up without hesitation. Thank you Uncle Bai for giving me the opportunity.
Bai Jingchuan glanced at him and said calmly, don't call me uncle. It's still uncertain whether we can become your son-in-law in the future. He turned and left the private room, his figure quickly disappearing at the door.
The private room returned to silence.
Bai Yunran suddenly leaned on Lin Yi's shoulder and let out a long sigh.
My dad actually didn't tear you apart on the spot. She sighed with a smile.
Lin Yi smiled slightly, but he was alert in his heart. Bai Jingchuan's test question was not a simple challenge at all, it was clearly a simulation of a commercial war, and was extremely targeted.
That foundation, do you know about it? Lin Yi asked. I know.
Buyout Fund invests in less than 10 projects every year, but every one of them is successful. She paused, her eyes becoming serious.
If you want to take it, you have to be well prepared. Lin Yi nodded, then I will start preparing tonight. Aren't you afraid? Bai Yunran blinked.
Lin Yi moved closer and smiled slightly. I'm afraid your dad won't let you out.
She was startled, then reacted, and gently pushed him. Sex.
The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere in the air softened instantly.
Late at night,
Lin Yi returned to the apartment, and the system prompt sounded.
Ding. Special challenge starts. Buyout Fund investment task.
Task content: complete the designated project within the limited time and achieve 10 million revenue.
Mission time, 30 days. Successful rewards: Business War Talent Fragments 3, Advanced Black Card Usage Permission 1.
Failure penalty: Bai Yunran's father forcibly cuts off your relationship with him, and the system's trust value decreases. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Okay, let's try and see how difficult you are. He immediately opened his notebook and began searching the project list while opening the system panel. Detect that the challenge is on, automatically match the best auxiliary path.
Generating recommended strategies.
5 project logos appeared on the computer screen, each of which contained huge challenges. Lin Yi grinned. Okay, then I'll choose this one, the most difficult one. You chose S-level critical AI intelligent control chip project. System rewards will be automatically bound to the auxiliary content for completing the goal.
Current progress, 0%.
Under the light, Lin Yi sat in front of the computer, his figure illuminated by the blue light of the screen.
Everything had just begun. Chapter 51 30-day countdown, critical plan begins. 6 o'clock in the morning.
Lin Yi opened his eyes, his mind clearer than ever before. He did not stay in bed, but immediately sat in front of the computer and opened the Critical AI Intelligent Control Chip project document marked by the system the night before. This is not an ordinary startup project, but a head-on technological battle. It not only involves cutting-edge technology, but also comprehensive challenges in terms of policy, capital, connections, and execution.
Bai Jingchuan gave him this project, obviously intending to completely defeat him in the most brutal way.
But Lin Yi did not retreat at all, instead he was full of fighting spirit. System, give me a summary of the current domestic and international market data, competitive product intelligence, and policy-sensitive points for this project.
Ding. Matching data.
Current market size: the estimated annual growth rate of the emerging AI intelligent control market is 47.2%, and it is expected to exceed 100 billion yuan by 2030. Competitive product analysis: Huaxin Intelligent Control, Taicheng Electronics, and Beiyan Microtech are the 3 leading brands, with a combined market share of 79%. Policy warning: medium and high sensitivity levels. The country focuses on supporting chip autonomy, but strictly controls data exports and outflow of core component technology.
Lin Yi's eyes lit up.
For this project to succeed, we need to rely on one thing: reducing costs and improving efficiency while ensuring the security of our own algorithms. He muttered, his mind racing. If I can get that open-source chip architecture and add an edge computing algorithm module, I can bypass their technical barriers. He was looking through the documents and suddenly stopped looking. An algorithm model called EdgeMind V2 is prominently listed. The developer is a freelance algorithm engineer named Fang Zhang, one of the former chief developers of Huaxin Intelligent Control.
He resigned due to ideological conflicts and is currently out of contact.
The system prompts follow.
Core breakthrough detected. Do you want to start the auxiliary tracking task? Find Fang Zhang. Start up.
Assisted task started. Locate and contact Fang Zhang within 3 days, and obtain his algorithm authorization. Reward: increase the initial progress of AI projects to 20%. Failure penalty: the progress of this project will be frozen for 3 days.
The show is about to begin. Lin Yi sneered and immediately got dressed and went out. The eastern suburbs of Yundu City.
This is an old factory renovation area, full of a mixture of dilapidated and vibrant atmosphere.
Following the instructions of the system navigation, Lin Yi arrived in front of a semi-abandoned scientific research building.
The iron door was rusty and the doorbell was completely unusable. Lin Yi knocked on the door, but no one answered. He stepped back a few steps, climbed over the wall from the side door, and with the help of the system scanning function, he quickly found a simple workshop in the corner of the second floor.
Who?
A hoarse and alert voice came from inside the door.
I'm here to see you, Fong Zhang.
Lin Yi said in a steady voice, I'm not here to disturb you, but to bring a cooperation plan.
Silence.
The door creaked open. Lin Yi saw a sloppy but sharp-eyed middle-aged man with messy hair, wearing slippers, and holding a soldering iron in his hand.
Who are you? Lin Yi. He stepped forward and handed over a document.
I want to cooperate with you and use your EdgeMind V2 algorithm to build a truly practical and mass-produced intelligent control chip.
Fong Zhang squinted at him and suddenly smiled. Do you know why I left Huaxin Intelligent Control? Because you don't want to be just a tool, you want to change the world. Lin Yi replied calmly.
The other party was stunned and silent for a few seconds, then suddenly grinned. You are quite interesting, kid. Lin Yi seized the opportunity and said, I have the initial capital, market analysis, and policy docking resources.
Now all I need is a soul.
Fong Zhang looked at him, his eyes gradually becoming serious.
Let me think about it overnight. I'll come get the answer tomorrow morning. Lin Yi turned and left decisively.
After leaving Dongjiao, he did not return to the apartment, but went straight to Shin's building. He needed funds, office space, and even a temporary team, and Shin Wanqing could help with all of these. In the secretary's office on the top floor, Shin Wanqing was processing documents. When she heard the door open, she said without raising her head, Excuse me, please.
Before he finished speaking, Lin Yi walked in and smiled. Are you free this afternoon? She looked up and couldn't help but curl up her lips. Why are you here? Looking for you to invest.
She was stunned for a moment, then smiled and put away the documents. Tell me about it.
10 minutes later, in the meeting room,
Lin Yi revealed his entire plan, including the bets set by Jingchuan and the value of the EdgeMind algorithm. After Shin Wanqing finished listening, she was silent for a moment, her eyes serious. Lin Yi, what you want is not an investment, but to enter the incubation platform of Shin Technology.
Lin Yi nodded. Then I have two conditions. Explain.
First, we will move into the Shin's technology incubator, but the share allocation must be reasonable.
You can't have the final say. Okay.
Second, she suddenly leaned closer, her eyes subtle. I have priority to try it out.
Ah. Lin Yi was stunned. What I'm saying is that you need to let me try out your product before it goes online.
Her eyes moved slightly, and the corners of her lips were smiling.
Lin Yi instantly realized the hint and coughed. Okay. She stood up and held out her hand. Happy cooperation. It's been a pleasure working with you. That night, Lin Yi returned to his apartment and a system update prompt popped up. Ding. Auxiliary mission progress update. Fong Zhang accepts initial contact. Progress 50%. New task started. Project team building 05.
Reward, Intelligent Control System Modeling Auxiliary Module +1. Lin Yi sat in front of the computer, his eyes sparkling.
It's just the beginning. Outside the window, the night is dark and the wind is rising.
Lin Yi's technological war has officially begun.
Chapter 52, Probing, Planning, and Her Priority Rights. 7 o'clock in the morning.
Shin Wanqing stood in front of the mirror, pinning a pair of thin diamond earrings on her earlobes with an elegant and delicate movement.
Today, she was rarely wearing the standard black and white business suit.
Instead, she was wearing a dark blue waist-hugging skirt with a slightly short hem, revealing a pair of straight and slender legs. She wore a pair of silver-gray high heels. Her aura was not diminished, but she had a bit more subtle femininity.
The system shows.
She murmured softly, looking at her slightly red cheeks in the mirror and chuckled. Sure enough, this is how Lin Yi would be affected. It's not that she didn't know how good Lin Yi was, nor was it that she didn't realize that she was wavering. This man, like a slowly advancing wave, gently and firmly hit her long-closed heart. Priority trial rights. She chewed on the word, and an ambiguous smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. At the same time, Lin Yi had just returned from the eastern suburbs. He hadn't slept all night, but he was full of energy. It wasn't that he wasn't tired, but that the plan that was about to be launched had completely ignited his fighting spirit.
System, I want to start building a project team. Do you want to use the current funds to unlock the virtual headhunting system?
It can quickly match candidates for the 5 major positions required in the startup period.
Unlock. Unlocked successfully, current fund balance, 376,200.
Recommended positions: Technical Director, Product Manager, Operations Director, Legal Advisor, Financial Manager.
Match successful. Do you want to schedule an interview?
Yes. The interview time has been set at 3 p.m. Location: Shin's incubator first floor conference room.
Very good.
Lin Yi turned off the system, picked up his coat, and prepared to go to Shin's technology not only for the connection at the office location, but also for the woman with priority rights. 10:30 in the morning, in the top floor conference room of Shin Group. When Lin Yi pushed the door open and walked in, Shin Wanqing was working on a project plan.
When she saw him coming, she put down her pen and said calmly as always, "Are you here? You are a little different today." Lin Yi glanced at her. The skirt was shorter, the makeup was softer, and even the look in her eyes was softer. But the most different thing was that she was no longer as cold as an iceberg, but like a deep pool, quiet and seductive. "You are the same, aren't you?" She chuckled. "You didn't sleep last night, did you? Your eyes are brighter."
Lin Yi sat down. "I found Fong Zhang last night, and he agreed to consider cooperation."
"I know. He contacted me this morning." Lin Yi was stunned. "Why are you?" "You submitted an application for contact on the incubator platform. I can see it in the background."
Shin Wanqing raised her eyebrows. "Although Fong Zhang is aloof, he wants to achieve something, so I'm not surprised that you can impress him."
"So how far are you going to help me?" Shin Wanqing took out an agreement and handed it over.
"These are the terms of support the incubator provides you. The first angel round investment is 5 million, accounting for 10% of the shares, and providing office, legal, financial, and human resources support for 3 months. The technology and intellectual property rights belong to you, but they need to be filed."
Lin Yi took a quick look and said without much hesitation, "Okay." "And?"
Shin Wanqing suddenly moved closer, speaking gently but directly. "You mentioned the priority trial rights last night, you haven't forgotten it, have you?" Lin Yi coughed, and a smile appeared unconsciously on the corner of his mouth. "Of course I remember."
"So when are you going to start the trial?"
She leaned closer, and when she lowered her head, the line of her collarbone was faintly visible, and a fresh fragrance filled the air. Lin Yi felt his throat tighten. "Your words can easily be misunderstood."
"I just let you misunderstand."
Her eyes were charming, yet unnaturally calm.
"I'm waiting for you to take the initiative." "Lin Yi, aren't you always proactive?"
Lin Yi suddenly stood up, leaned over, and whispered in her ear, "If you do this again, I might really be rude."
"You're welcome then."
The air between the two seemed to freeze for a moment. Lin Yi suddenly smiled, took a step back, and picked up the agreement. "Happy cooperation, Mr. Shin." Shin Wanqing bit her lower lip lightly, looking at his leaning back, a complicated look in her eyes. This man is increasingly aware of how to make people lose control.
3:00 in the afternoon, in the conference hall on the first floor of the incubator. The 5 candidates arrived one after another.
Technical Director, Lin Cheng, former mid-level engineer at Huawei, 32 years old, withdrawn but with strong technical skills. Product Manager, Tang Susu, who looks cute but has clear thinking and strong user-oriented thinking. She was the former head of the product department of Gugu Technology. Operations Director, LV Yuanjie, former deputy operations leader of ByteDance, with outstanding eloquence. Legal Advisor, Lin Jiao, a master of law from a prestigious university, beautiful in appearance and sharp in speech.
Chief Financial Officer, Zhao Lifan, a senior accountant with 30 years of industry experience.
Lin Yi glanced at everyone and quickly got to the point. "I won't waste your time.
Let me make 3 points first. First, this is a very risky project, but if it succeeds, it will completely change the domestic AI intelligent control market. Second, what I want is efficiency, loyalty, and a willingness to admit defeat.
Third, what I can offer at the moment is stock options and a reasonable salary, but I won't poach people with high salaries."
As soon as the words fell, Tang Susu was the first to stand up. "I'll join." Everyone was shocked. "I just checked your previous projects. They're pretty crazy, but also pretty accurate. I'll bet on you."
Lin Cheng pushed his glasses up. "I just want to do things and don't like nonsense."
Lu Yuanjie nodded. "No problem, what I want is the record, not the title."
Lin Jiao smiled faintly. "I just happen to be in a free period, give me a challenge, and I will handle it."
Zhao Lifan said last, "I am the oldest and I don't understand what you young people are doing with AI, but I recognize the accounts and take responsibility." Lin Yi stood up and said, "Welcome to join us. Our name is Critical Plan." Night falls.
The project was initially established. Lin Yi was sitting alone in the office, looking at the team information, when suddenly his cell phone rang.
It's Shin Wanqing. "Hello?
I sent you a document, she said in a quiet voice, but with a strangely ambiguous tone. Tonight, I want to try out your prototype program and test for myself whether you have inflated the performance. Lin Yi paused, and just as he was about to speak, a system prompt popped up on the screen. Side quest trigger, Xin Wanqing's personal performance test. Reward, trust increased by +10, unlock deep binding module. Tip, please complete a sufficiently stimulating interaction in a non-traditional form. Lin Yi laughed bitterly. This system is too good at playing. He turned off the notification, stood up and put on his coat. Then go ahead, we can't keep the investors waiting too long. Tonight, it might be exciting. Chapter 53, Her Test Method and His Response. Lin Yi stood in front of the elevator, looked at his reflection in the mirror, and gently adjusted his collar. Tonight's test. I want to see what other tricks she can come up with. Xin Wanqing is worthy of being the executive director of Shen Technology. She is usually calm and self-controlled in the group, but as long as she is in a certain private space, her desire for control and exploration will be quietly magnified, especially when facing Lin Yi, a variable that is gradually making her out of control. When the elevator reached the top floor, the door opened with a ding. As Lin Yi walked out, he saw Xin Wanqing wearing a tight gray and white dress, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window in the office. Shrouded in the night, her skin seemed to glow softly in the light, and her skirt fell naturally, outlining her slender waist and curves, making her look particularly charming. She turned around, holding a tablet in her hand, and said in a light tone, I uploaded the AI interaction prototype you mentioned today, but I am not satisfied with the interface logic. Your so-called test is asking me to optimize the UI? Lin Yi was a little helpless. Xin Wanqing took a few steps closer, with a meaningful light in her eyes. No. I want to test your response speed. Ah. She reached out, took the briefcase from his hand, and casually placed it on the table. Her eyes slowly swept across his chest and then his lower abdomen. As a systematic entrepreneur, your reaction is not only technical, but also physical. Understand? Lin Yi's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he coughed lightly. Boss Shen, your test, is it not in compliance with the standards? Xin Wanqing chuckled, and suddenly pulled out a black ribbon from behind her. She raised her hand and gently wrapped it around Lin Yi's wrist. Her voice was soft but teasing. Don't move. This is restraint logic. Observe your extreme pressure reaction value. Can this be related to system testing? Of course. Now, you start running the program, Engineer Lin. She handed the tablet to him, then slowly sat down on the sofa beside her, crossing her legs elegantly and letting her skirt slide down to her knees, revealing a pair of long, beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings. It was a visual shock. Lin Yi tried his best to focus on the screen, but his peripheral vision kept being attracted. She seemed to do it on purpose. Every movement, every change of posture, every vague glance carries a kind of temptation and seduction like a deep interaction module. Lin Yi. Xin Wanqing suddenly called softly. Does your system pop up any prompts now? For example, on the verge of limit, alert, heart rate is too fast, or something like that. Really? Lin Yi's eyes jumped. System prompt, warning, the current temptation value has reached 90%, it is recommended to execute emergency cooling. After listening to this, Xin Wanqing suddenly smiled. Then are you cooling down? Lin Yi closed the tablet directly, walked in front of her, and looked down at her. Mr. Shen, if you want to test it, I won't hesitate. Then come on. She looked up stubbornly. Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth and leaned close to her ear. If you provoke me again, I will open source you right now. The corners of Xin Wanqing's lips trembled, and there was a smile of success in her eyes. You try it. The atmosphere at this moment was like a critical test. All parameters would be detonated with just one command from the master controller. However, at this moment, there was a beep sound of a door card outside the door. Lin Yi stood up suddenly, and Xin Wanqing subconsciously pulled the hem of her skirt. The door opened. It was Lin Zhiyao. Mr. Shen, Lin Yi, good evening. I'm here to deliver a revised draft of the contract. Before she finished speaking, she was slightly stunned when she saw the stiff standing posture and atmosphere of the two people in front of the sofa. The air suddenly became quiet. Lin Yi couldn't help but rub his brows, thinking, this system might not be intentional. The emergency cooling reminder is actually a deliberate attempt to add drama to his story. Did I come at a bad time? Lin Zhiyao frowned. Xin Wanqing had regained her composure and stood up to take the file. Unfortunately, we just finished the test. Lin Zhiyao came over and glanced at the two of them suspiciously. What test? Lin Yi, system interaction logic. Xin Wanqing, reaction speed. They both answered at the same time, but their tones were very different. Lin Jiao looked skeptical, but didn't say much. I'll put the contract on the table.
Mr. Lin needs to sign it tomorrow morning. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. After she left, Lin Yi let out a long sigh and sat back on the sofa. Were you really not afraid just now? I am afraid.
Shen Wanqing smiled softly, but I am more afraid that you will not take the initiative. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. She leaned over, her eyes softened.
Don't you always say that men should be judged by results? I am very satisfied with the test results tonight. I have passed you.
Lin Yi looked at the seriousness in her eyes and suddenly realized that this woman was not as cold as he had imagined. It's been too long since she met a man who could make her feel moved and at ease.
Then can I also say that the priority trial period has entered the formal binding stage?
If you dare to think like that, Shen Wanqing gently pushed him, I will sue you for exceeding your authority. The two smiled at each other, the atmosphere was gentle and ambiguous. At this moment, Lin Yi's system popped up a prompt again. Mainline progress update, the team for the Science and Technology Project Critical Plan has been established. Reward, 1 million startup funds received, the mall unlocks the potential stimulating potion. Task update, within 3 months, achieve product launch and achieve a valuation of over 10 million. Lin Yi closed his eyes and felt the familiar feeling of suffocation and surging coming again. The road to counterattack truly begins tonight. And Mr. Shen, who had once given him a headache, was now sitting quietly beside him, like a dungeon boss who had been successfully conquered by him.
Let's go home.
Lin Yi stood up and held her hand.
Shen Wanqing was stunned and nodded gently, yeah. Chapter 54 Lin Yi's old acquaintance, it is hard to hide his feelings. The night breeze is cool, but the night scene in Yundu City is still prosperous. After coming out of Shen Wanqing's villa, Lin Yi did not go back to the hotel directly, but bypassed the eastern district of the city and drove to Yunshui Villa. This is Rin Xinglan's residence.
The line advancing the relationship with Rin Xinglan on the system task panel was still highlighted and unfinished. Before that, she sent a text message.
Didn't you say that you would agree to anything I asked?
Lin Yi felt mixed emotions when he read the message.
Of course he remembered.
It was not a flirtation or a promise. She said it to him backstage one day after a live broadcast when she was depressed and drunk.
And Lin Yi just smiled and nodded. The moment the doorbell rang, Lin Yi realized his impulsiveness.
The door opened. Ren Xinglan stood behind the door, wearing a loose milky white sweater, revealing a thin neck and collarbone. She was not wearing any makeup, leaving only a little natural redness on her face, but she was even more attractive than she was on the stage.
You're here. She smiled faintly, her voice so soft that it seemed like it would be blown away by the wind at any time. Lin Yi didn't say anything, just nodded. She moved aside and Lin Yi walked in.
There was no light in the living room, only the candle light was softly lit, which seemed ambiguous and warm. Lin Yi took off his coat and sat on the sofa, but found 2 cups of steaming milk tea on the coffee table.
How, did you know I would come tonight?
Ren Xinglan sat opposite him, handed him a cup, and smiled like a little fox. Intuition.
You always have a hard mouth but a soft heart. Lin Yi chuckled. Were you serious when you texted me tonight?
He asked, his tone a little gruffer than usual. If I don't send it, you will never take the initiative to look for me. Her eyes were clear, but there was a hint of grievance.
Every time I see you, it's like I'm betting on whether I can hold on until the next time.
Lin Yi was stunned for a moment.
It's not that he didn't notice Rin Xinglan's feelings towards him.
In fact, as early as the first time the system arranged for him to order her to drink with him, he could see that she was trying hard to hide certain emotions. But he didn't expect that she had already hidden those repressed feelings so deeply.
Didn't you say that you would let me speak for myself?
She raised her head, her eyes sparkling.
Now that I've said it, will you keep your promise?
Lin Yi's throat moved slightly. The air stagnated for a moment. He knew that if he said one more harsh word, she might take a step back forever. But his personality never made him willing to promise love easily. He could treat her well, give her resources, a stage, and even protect her, but the word love was too heavy.
While he was thinking, Ran Xinglan had already approached.
She sat down gently beside him, curled up beside him like a cat, and quietly reached out her hands to wrap around his waist from behind.
You still smell like someone else's perfume,
she said softly, her tone neither salty nor bland, but it made Lin Yi startled. It's Shen Wanqing's. He had just come out of her place and obviously had no time to change his clothes, so the smell was naturally on him. Lin Yi lowered his head and saw Ren Xinglan looking up. At that moment, the emotions in her eyes were so complicated that it made people feel distressed.
Do you hate me? She asked. No. Lin Yi answered quickly, I'm just worried that you'd get hurt. Ren Xinglan chuckled, lowered her head and leaned it on his shoulder. That's why you always want to push me away.
Her voice was close to his ears, with a hint of deliberate softness, and also a little seductive.
Lin Yi's throat tightened. If you keep pushing me away, will I get worse and worse? How bad is it?
Lin Yi asked, his tone already a little hoarse.
For example. Her fingertips lightly brushed across his chest, like an accidental touch, yet also like it was premeditated. Like not letting you leave tonight.
Lin Yi sighed softly, but did not dodge. He didn't even look at her, he just put his palm on her back and rubbed it gently. The two of them just hugged each other like that, no one spoke.
Ren Xinglan rubbed his neck gently, as if she was acting coquettishly, but also as a test. Have you changed again recently? She asked suddenly. What? You didn't dare look at me before. I didn't deserve it before.
Lin Yi smiled and raised his hand to lift her chin.
Ren Xinglan was stunned.
Lin Yi's eyes were particularly deep at that moment, as if he had seen through her entire soul.
Are you ready now?
She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Yi didn't say anything, just kissed her forehead gently.
A gentle yet powerful response.
Then he held her waist and pulled her closer. The light elongated the two people's shadows, which were reflected on the wall behind the sofa, making them intertwined. Ren Xinglan's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she did not hide again.
Do you know why I didn't dare to pursue you actively when I was in college?
Lin Yi suddenly whispered.
Ren Xinglan shook his head.
Because at that time, you were the only light in my eyes, he said. And I dare not approach the light. She finally couldn't hold back and tears welled up in her eyes.
And now?
Lin Yi gently pressed her into his arms. Now, I have become the light.
I'm not afraid anymore. Half an hour later.
Ren Xinglan leaned in his arms, wrapped in a blanket, with a dazed look in her eyes.
Did you eat my beans just now? Lin Yi played dumb. How could that be? Did you put your hand in the wrong place on purpose? I didn't hold it firmly.
He smiled, with a very wicked smile on his face. She raised her hand and punched him lightly in the chest, but she wasn't really angry. Lin Yi looked down at her face, which was still a little flushed from crying, and a kind of tenderness slowly overflowed in his heart. He knew that this girl was more than just a mission in his life. She was the white moonlight that he once desperately looked up to, and she was Ren Xinglan that he was willing to protect now.
The system prompt sounded.
Congratulations to the host, the relationship with Ren Xinglan has been successfully promoted. Rewards, Self-Media Matrix Permission Package 1, Short Video Top Stream Recommendation 1, Wealth Points plus 1000.
Lin Yi smiled. This night was worth it. Chapter 55 Ren Xinglan's Test.
A corner of the curtain was slightly lifted, and the morning light shone through the gap onto the bedroom floor.
When Lin Yi opened his eyes, a familiar fragrance still lingered on his nose.
It's not the elegant and cold fragrance of Xinhuan Qing, but a mixture of rose and girlish scent, with a bit of obsessive tenderness. He turned his head subconsciously. There was no one at the bedside and the whole room was quiet.
Ren Xinglan left? Lin Yi sat up.
It was obvious that someone had slept on the other side of the bed, and the sheets still retained body temperature. He looked down and found that he was only wearing a thin bathrobe with a loose collar and a few red marks on his neck and chest. The memory of last night was brought back to his mind. She leaned into his arms and whispered softly.
Lin Yi, I always knew you were special.
Ever since you rejected me in college, I knew you weren't someone who would stay in this city forever.
You've become stronger. I like you now, and I want to have you again.
When she finished speaking, her eyes turned red, and her whole body seemed to melt into his arms. Then, everything got out of control. From the sofa to the bed, and then to the bathroom. She seemed to have completely burst out with emotions that had been suppressed for a long time, and even took the initiative to ask him to do it a few more times. Her voice was unnaturally soft. But he knew that it was not desire, but obsession. Lin Yi put his hand to his forehead and sighed softly.
Ding system prompt, the current favorability branch quest Ren Xinglan by Yue Guang's return has been successfully advanced. Current favorability, 87.
Reward, Advanced Self-Media Promotion Resource Package 1, automatically bound to Anchor ID, Ren Xinglan.
Do you want to activate the resource pack? Lin Yi nodded yes. The next second, dense data popped up in my mind.
Ren Xinglan's account Xinglan Night Talk will soon receive a series of support measures including official top stream recommendation positions, hot search inclinations, and weighted exposure of cooperative brands.
Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth. It's okay to let her fly for a while. He got out of bed, put on his clothes, and was about to leave the room when a sticky note appeared on the coffee table in the living room. I'm going to go live first, shall we have lunch together? Ren Xinglan.
The handwriting is beautiful, and even the smiling face is drawn in a playful way. Lin Yi didn't think much about it, picked up the phone and dialed Shen Wanqing's number.
Where are you now?
On the other end of the phone, Shen Wanqing had obviously just woken up from sleep. Her voice was a little hoarse. I am in the hotel.
I temporarily received a partner yesterday and didn't have time to go back. Well, I'll pick you up in a bit.
Good. She hesitated for a moment, then whispered, Where did you go yesterday? Lin Yi chuckled, Go settle an old account.
Woman? Shen Wanqing was silent for 3 seconds and suddenly said, Can you give me 10 minutes before you pick me up? What? I want to see if your system will still remind you to make a choice now.
Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then he realized what this meant and couldn't help laughing.
Are you jealous? I'm not jealous. Who do you want me to choose? Shen Wanqing didn't say anything and hung up the phone.
Lin Yi touched the tip of his nose, feeling somewhat complicated. It seemed that these two women were not people he could just push away.
Half an hour later,
Lin Yi drove to the hotel. Shen Wanqing had already changed her clothes and was standing at the door with a cold face, but when she saw him coming she still got into the car obediently.
We drove in silence until the car stopped in front of a Western restaurant. Didn't you say you would treat me to a meal?
Lin Yi glanced at her. Please invite Sister Xinglan first. A gleam of light flashed in Shen Wanqing's eyes. I'm not hungry.
Lin Yi frowned. How do you know I want to see her?
Your shirt smells like her pink skincare products.
Do you think my nose is just for show?
Lin Yi coughed lightly.
Okay, I'll keep you company after dinner. Shen Wanqing didn't say anything else, but leaned against the car window and said calmly, Lin Yi, I'm not an unreasonable person.
But you have to let me know that you take this multiple choice questions seriously.
Lin Yi was stunned. What multiple choice questions?
You know.
Shen Wanqing looked at him with a complicated look. You never said you would only choose one person. Lin Yi was silent. After a while, he sighed.
I will not let any worthy woman be wronged. Shen Wanqing turned her head away, then you have to learn to work harder.
Ren Xinglan's live broadcast is in progress.
She was wearing a halter dress, standing on the rooftop of a high-rise building in the city, talking about the collapse and ideals of adults from her perspective. The barrage of comments was posted very quickly, and the rewards soared to the top of the list.
Lin Yi took a look and walked forward. Remember the first time we came here?
Ren Xinglan was stunned for a moment, then laughed.
You said you would take me flying. At that time you said, you want to be a rich man, I want to be an internet celebrity, and then we will start a media company together. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Are you still interested in fulfilling this wish now?
Ren Xinglan pursed her lips, looked at him, and suddenly said softly.
Lin Yi, can I just be your anchor now? Lin Yi was stunned.
The wind blew her long hair, and her face looked particularly soft in the golden sunlight. He didn't say anything, just raised his hand and held her in his arms. Not far away, Shen Wanqing was sitting in Lin Yi's car, looking at this scene with a slightly cold look in her eyes and her fingers slowly clenched.
Chapter 56, The Rival's Breath, the Goddess's Declaration of War. Shen Wanqing didn't get out of the car.
She sat in the driver's seat, her eyes were cold, as if covered with a thin layer of frost. Through the car window, she looked at the couple hugging each other tightly on the rooftop in the distance. Ren Xinglan's smile looked particularly bright in the sunlight, like some kind of declaration of victory. And Lin Yi's eyes, she was familiar with them, it was the tenderness and compassion that he rarely showed.
I really underestimated her.
Shen Wanqing murmured to herself, her eyes suddenly darkening. At the same time, Lin Yi let go of Ren Xinglan.
I listened to what you said today. But I have to remind you, no matter how I rejected you in the past, now, I am not the Lin Yi you could always corral at any time. Ren Xinglan blinked and suddenly chuckled. Do you think I'm here to entangle you?
She took a step forward, raised her hand and gently stroked Lin Yi's chest, her fingertips sliding slowly across it, smiling meaningfully.
I just want you to think clearly about who really treats you as the only one. I'm not trying to steal from others. I'm just here to take back what belongs to me. Lin Ye's Adam's apple moved. She was too proactive, too skilled, and too aggressive today. This is no longer the little fangirl who would silently stand behind him and secretly slip him notes at college graduation ceremonies. This is a woman who really knows what she wants. Ren Xinglan came closer, his lips almost touching Lin Ye's earlobe, and his breath was as sweet as orchid. Don't worry, I won't force you to choose. I will let you choose willingly. After saying that, she turned and left. The sound of her high heels hitting the ground again and again hit Lin Ye's heart, with a certain rhythm. When going downstairs, Lin Yi found that Shen Wanqing was no longer there. A text message was received on the mobile phone. At 3 p.m. in the Shin Group meeting room, Yao Guang's top management had their first meeting. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. Yao Guang Group Su Qingyao's territory. She had appeared briefly in the branch intelligence previously pushed by the system. Su Qingyao's branch line, the cracks in the iceberg president. Progress, 0-100 current status, vigilance, estrangement, potential hostility branch requirements, use business cooperation as a bridge to gradually remove the other party's psychological defenses and trigger the event trust breaking the ice. A hint of deep meaning flashed across Lin Ye's eyes. It seems that it is time to launch a new round of strategy. Shin Group, conference room. Shen Wanqing was wearing a black professional suit and sitting in the main seat, exuding a strong aura. But if you look closely at the slightly dark circles under her eyes and her slightly bitten lower lip, you can tell that she is not calm. Lin Yi pushed the door open and walked in. The air seemed to be frozen for a moment. Shen Wanqing raised her eyes, glanced at him coldly, then lowered her head to look through the information in her hand again. You are 3 minutes late. I met an acquaintance on the road. Ren Xinglan? Or some new acquaintance? Lin Yi coughed dryly. It's business. Business? Can business be held so tightly? Lin Yi. The assistants nearby were so scared that they held their breath and no one dared to look any further. Shen Wanqing put down the information and said indifferently, today's meeting is to discuss the preliminary cooperation with Yao Guang. Su Qingyao will be present in person. Lin Yi, is she willing to see me? She doesn't know you'll be there. Shen Wanqing glanced at him, but she only gave us one chance. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Okay, then I'll act out a scene with you. Shen Wanqing snorted coldly, lowered her head to sort out the documents, and her voice became a little lighter. Don't make me think that you are mixing personal feelings with serious matters. Don't worry, when I do things with you, I dare not get involved. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Shen Wanqing stared at his back, her eyes moving slightly. The next second, she opened an anonymous account on her phone and entered Ren Xinglan's live broadcast room. On the screen, Ren Xinglan had just changed out of her suspender skirt and put on a loose sweatshirt, and was sitting in front of the makeup mirror removing her makeup. The barrage of comments was filled with words like my wife is so beautiful, will it be broadcast tonight, can we have something exciting? And so on. Shen Wanqing frowned and clicked into her fan data background, and sure enough it was exploding. She sneered, opened the private message, and sent a message to a certain intermediary account. I want all of her dirt. All of it. Whatever the cost. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yao Guang headquarters, top floor conference room. Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing arrived together and ran into a cold and elegant figure head on. She was wearing a white dress and had black hair. She had a stern expression and her lips were tightly pursed. Su Qingyao. She only glanced at Lin Yi and said calmly, Miss Shen said you are her special consultant. Did you bring her here to discuss cooperation? Lin Yi smiled and said, I came here on my own initiative. Su Qingyao raised her eyebrows. Then what do you want to talk about? Let's talk about a different business alliance. Lin Yi said softly. But before we talk, I want to talk to you first about why you are suddenly interested in Shin Group. Su Qingyao asked tentatively, are you Shen Wanqing's man? Lin Yi, no, I belong to Lin Yi. Su Qingyao was silent for a moment, then chuckled. Okay, then I'll give you 10 minutes. Let me see if you're worth my time. Lin Yi sat down and met her gaze. Ding side quest activated. Su Qingyao trust breaking ice phase begins. Requirements for this stage, gain 10 points of favorability from the other party within 10 minutes, otherwise this round of cooperation will be terminated. Lin Yi raised the corner of his lips. Boss Su, has anyone ever told you that you look better when you smile than when you look cold? Su Qingyao was slightly stunned, and then her eyes turned cold. Don't try to get close to me with sweet words.
I hate incompetent greasy men the most. Lin Yi crossed his arms and smiled calmly. That's not bad, I'm not only capable, but I don't look greasy either.
Su Qingyao. Shen Wanqing. The conference room fell into a brief silence.
The next moment, Su Qingyao suddenly curled her lips and sneered.
Okay, Lin Yi, come on.
Let me see if your non-greasy ability is worth letting my guard down. Lin Yi's eyes moved slightly, and he knew the first round of the iceberg attack war officially began.
Chapter 57, Breaking the Ice, 3 Women Competing.
Inside the conference room, the air was so cold that it seemed like it could freeze into ice.
There was no fluctuation in Su Qingyao's eyes.
She stared at Lin Yi as if she was evaluating a business project or examining some dangerous unknown variable. Shen Wanqing turned slightly, looked at Lin Yi's back as he sat down calmly, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She wanted to see whether Lin Yi could win Su Qingyao's first approval.
You have 10 minutes.
Su Qingyao raised her hand, glanced at her watch, and said without any emotion, starting from now. Lin Yi was in no hurry to speak. He sat down steadily, looking at Su Qingyao with neither servility nor arrogance. Instead of me telling you, why don't you tell me first why are you willing to meet Shen Wanqing, but not willing to have a deep discussion with any local capital in Yaoguang? Su Qingyao raised her eyebrows, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. This question was neither too light nor too heavy, and it hit the point directly.
You are very smart.
She replied calmly, Shen Wanqing can see things that others cannot see, and you seem to be trying to see through me. I'm not trying to see through you, Lin Yi smiled, but I want to tell you that I understand you.
Understand me? Su Qingyao's tone rose.
You don't trust capital because you've been betrayed by the people closest to you. As soon as the words fell, Su Qingyao's face at the other end of the conference table froze instantly. Shen Wanqing also raised her head suddenly.
Lin Yi continued, you hate those hypocritical cooperation agreements and fake smiles, because you know too well that every time someone reaches out in this circle, there is a knife hidden behind it.
So you would rather choose a strange but transparent individual than be surrounded by familiar wolves again.
Su Qingyao's eyes turned dangerous.
Have you checked me?
No, I just have seen too many people like you.
Lin Yi said calmly, tough on the outside, but lonely on the inside.
You crave trust, but you don't believe in trust. You need dependence, but you don't allow yourself to depend on it.
You are the one who trapped yourself on a deserted island. Su Qingyao stared at Lin Yi, emotions surging in her eyes, as if her last line of defense had been exposed. At this moment, Shen Wanqing also showed a rare look of shock. Lin Yi's words not only accurately hit Su Qingyao's psychological blind spot, but also revealed the scars that had been hidden for many years. In 10 minutes, Lin Yi completed the breakthrough in just 3 minutes.
Ding side quest progress plus 12. When the favorability exceeds 10 points, enter the observation period.
Su Qingyao slowly retracted her gaze and spoke softly.
Lin Yi, if you are not showing off, then I admit that you are much more interesting than I thought.
However, no matter how good I am at talking, if the follow-up proposals cannot keep up, I will not waste my time a second time. Lin Yi smiled. What Yaoguang lacks is not funds, but the scene and integration capabilities for the project implementation. I have the data map of the new town plan that you are interested in and the draft of the investment contact.
In this plan, there is an area called Yaowan. I plan to name it after you. Su Qingyao's eyes paused obviously.
Lin Yi did not wait for her response, but pulled out a document from the folder and handed it over. Su Qingyao took it, glanced at it quickly, her brows gradually relaxed, and a hint of genuine interest flashed across her eyes. She suddenly raised her eyes, and the corners of her lips slowly curled up. You know how to please me.
I'm not trying to please you, I just really want you to be the protagonist. The air became quiet again.
But this time, it was no longer a cold feeling of oppression, but a vague throbbing. Su Qingyao did not speak again, but just lowered her head to look through the information. Shen Wanqing silently put away her vibrating phone and stood up. Let's end the meeting here today.
I will arrange for the follow-up details.
Lin Yi and Su Qingyao nodded at the same time. After leaving the meeting room, Shen Wanqing did not go back to the office directly, but asked Lin Yi to follow.
In the elevator. Quiet, silent, tense. Were you guessing what you just said?
Yes. Lin Yi said without hesitation.
If she didn't have that experience, you'd be doomed.
Shen Wanqing said calmly.
So my bet was right. You're good at this kind of thing. Is this a compliment to me?
Shen Wanqing turned her head and looked at him calmly. It's to remind you not to rely on luck every time.
Luck is part of strength. Shen Wanqing didn't say anything, but suddenly moved closer and her breath hit Lin Yi's ear. Then have you ever thought about this? I also don't like the way you always try to figure out other people's emotions. Lin Yi was stunned.
Shen Wanqing did not explain further, but walked out of the elevator gracefully. Lin Yi stood there, gently touched his ear, and murmured softly, "Today, why are women all over the world challenging my bottom line?" And Ren Xinglan was not idle at this moment either. She was removing her makeup in the dressing room, checking her fan growth data while browsing Shen Wanqing's personal information. The daughter of the Shen family, graduated from a top overseas business school, the only daughter of the chairman, is cold, arrogant, highly intelligent, and extremely strong. Ren Xinglan bit the corner of her lip and looked at the cold ID photo, with a complex light flashing in her eyes.
You are indeed a formidable opponent.
She closed the data, clicked on the live broadcast preview editing interface, and quickly typed.
Tonight at 8 o'clock, live broadcast without showing my face, talking about the years between him and me. The fans were instantly excited. Who is it? Do you have a boyfriend? Do you really want to talk about your love history? Ren Xinglan did not respond, but just smiled and clicked publish.
In the mirror, her face without makeup was fair and pure, but her eyes were unusually firm. Lin Yi, I will use my own way to make sure you never forget me.
They're all too serious. But I'm not afraid. Because I am the first person to enter your heart. Chapter 58, Three Fronts, Live Provocation.
As night falls, the neon lights in the center of Yundu City light up one after another. Under the curtain of night, the city seems more noisy, flashy, tempting and confusing. When Lin Yi returned to Yunlin International's presidential suite, his phone had vibrated dozens of times. When I looked at the messages, they were all live broadcast previews sent by Ren Xinglan's fan group.
Tonight at 8 o'clock, live broadcast without showing my face, talking about the years between him and me.
No photos, no names, just stories.
The comments section below has almost exploded. Who is it? Is it Sister Xinglan's first love? Damn, is this live broadcast going to be sweets or knives? Don't lie, this must be a script to attract attention. But I still want to hear it.
Lin Yi rubbed his brows, opened WeChat, and sure enough, saw the voice message from Ren Xinglan.
Lin Yi, you have to listen to the live broadcast tonight. If you don't, I will be really sad. This is the first time I've told our story in front of so many people. Lin Yi instinctively felt that something was wrong.
Ren Xinglan's tone today was not the soft and gentle tone of secret love in the past, but had a hint of a formal declaration of war.
Ding, female director Xinglan's branch quest is triggered, active attack phase 1. Current influence exposure plus 15%, social circle attention increased.
Reward, temporary reputation points plus 200, random draw of a limited time character bond.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ren Xinglan's exclusive memory flashback.
As soon as the system voice fell, a brief but clear memory scene appeared in front of Lin Yi's eyes.
It's at the corner of the stairs in the school club. Ren Xinglan was wearing a white sportswear and running past Lin Yi holding a water cup.
Her foot slipped and she fell into Lin Yi's arms. I'm sorry, her face turned as red as a boiled shrimp and her voice was almost inaudible.
Lin Yi held her steady with one hand and smiled, "Are you sure you didn't pounce on me on purpose?"
Ren Xinglan's eyes wandered, but he said softly, "You are the person I want to meet every day." When the picture faded, Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, and his heart felt slightly hot. It turns out that at that time, she had already hidden her feelings so deeply. He clicked on the live broadcast page with mixed feelings. As expected, Ren Xinglan did not show his face, but only told stories that seemed true and false in a soft and clear voice.
That summer, I fell in love with a boy.
He is neither smart nor stupid, neither gentle nor cold, but he makes me feel at ease when I see him. I would deliberately sit on the rooftop and drink milk tea when he passed by, and I would also pretend to run into him by the basketball court.
He said thank you for giving me the water, and I didn't wash the cup for a week.
He said he couldn't do his homework, so I revised 7 samples overnight just to make sure he could understand them. He said I was his friend, and I really became his best friend. Lin Yi sat on the sofa in silence for a long time. There was no resentment or hatred in her voice, only a faint obsession and tenderness. Shen Wanqing came out of the bathroom, wearing a bathrobe, her hair still dripping with water.
Seeing Lin Yi staring at his phone intently, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So serious? What did she say? Lin Yi was silent for a moment, then turned to look at her. Will you be jealous? Shen Wanqing was stunned.
The next second, she came over, turned on the audio on her phone, listened to a sentence casually, and then smiled. It's Rin Xinglan. So she is the white moonlight you mentioned. You didn't even tell me in advance that she has already started to use the emotional card to pry your emotions.
Lin Yi was startled. You're not angry? Angry?
Shen Wanqing chuckled and leaned close to his ear. I was just wondering if I didn't act like a girlfriend enough.
Lin Ye's body shook.
Shen Wanqing turned back to the bedroom with an elegant pace. I will also go to Yao Guang's venue with you tomorrow, but not as a secretary.
It's your female companion.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye's heartbeat suddenly quickened. This woman, her words are just like teasing. Before he could come to his senses, the system prompt popped up again.
Ding Heroine Shen Wanqing's branch line update, official relationship open period phase 1. Current influence exposure plus 10%, media attention plus 20%. Reward, asset increase buff X1 limited to 7 days, wisdom plus 1.
Lin Yi lamented that this emotional system was constantly fluctuating like playing stocks, and realized that the situation would only become more and more complicated.
And just at this moment, the door suddenly rang. Lin Yi stood up and opened the door. What caught my eye was a woman in a black slim windbreaker, sunglasses, and a mask.
She raised her hand slightly to take off the mask, revealing a beautiful face.
Su Qingyao. Lin Yi, I heard that you wouldn't be going out tonight, so I came to get the information. By the way? Lin Yi frowned.
Su Qingyao curled her lips slightly, and the assistant behind her consciously handed over the handbag. She turned her head and glanced at the live broadcast screen inside the room, which had not yet been completely turned off. Her voice was calm but somewhat sarcastic.
So you like listening to girls talk about their love stories?
Lin Yi was about to explain, but Su Qingyao said something ambiguous. It seems that I have to reconsider the naming of the Yaoan project.
I don't want it to become Zurikang Bay.
After saying that, she stepped into the room, placed the documents on the coffee table, then glanced at Shen Wanqing's changed clothes in the bathroom, her eyes slightly gloomy.
I'm not too late, am I? Lin Yi, you are a little busy. The air became quiet again.
Ren Xinglan was broadcasting live, Shen Wanqing changed her clothes, and Su Qingyao came to visit in person.
3 women are intertwined, and the emotional cards are full.
Lin Yi looked at the situation in front of him and felt so headache that he almost wanted to apply to withdraw from the system track.
The system excitedly reminded.
Congratulations to the host.
Successfully triggered a 3-front confrontation. Side quest starts, Shura Field Survival Test Phase 1.
Completion goal, maintain the favor of the 3 heroines at the same time without overturning.
Reward, hidden luxury car key X1 Lamborghini Veneno. Lin Yi. System, are you sure this is a reward and not forcing me to go to heaven? Chapter 59, Shura Field, First Battle. Su Qingyao placed the document on the coffee table and looked up at Lin Yi. There was no emotion in those cold eyes.
Instead, they were like the expression of a CEO who was examining a sudden change. They were calm, decisive, and had a sense of distance that made people afraid to approach.
This is the project information you asked me to sign.
It has been confirmed. She paused and said, if you are busy, I can come back later. Just as Lin Yi was about to speak, Shen Wanqing's calm voice came from the bathroom. You came at the right time.
I was about to go out too.
She walked out of the bedroom, changing into a smart navy blue dress with slightly curly long hair, which made her look more charming and mature. Su Qingyao glanced at her, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly.
Are you here for the project as well?
Shen Wanqing chuckled. No, I'm here to see someone. She walked to Lin Yi's side and naturally took his arm, her tone gentle but confident. We just had dinner together and discussed some details of the cooperation. Su Qingyao lowered her eyes and said in a lower voice, so that's how it is.
Lin Yi. System, come out. How can this be resolved? Ding.
The host has been detected to have entered the Shura Field low-pressure high-risk scene.
The system reminds you, shut up is the best.
Lin Yi decisively chose to shut up. However, the situation did not ease up, but became tense again due to a certain prompt sound. His phone vibrated and a push notification from Rin Xinglan's live broadcast room popped up automatically.
Thank you for your company today. I have finished speaking and it is time to put away that youth.
The last song, for him, and for myself.
Later. The familiar melody sounded and the live broadcast room was instantly full.
Ren Xinglan's gentle but tearful voice also came from the speaker of her cell phone, and it was particularly clear in this dead silent suite.
Later. I finally learned how to love. Su Qingyao's eyes moved slightly.
Shen Wanqing raised her eyebrows, glanced down at Lin Yi, and suddenly smiled. She sings really well.
Lin Yi swallowed and said, "This is a coincidence." Well, it's quite a coincidence. Su Qingyao also said calmly, "But it just happened that your phone popped up automatically, and the speaker was on Who Do You Think You Can Fool?" Shen Wanqing didn't say anything, but just moved slightly closer to Lin Yi, as if silently declaring her sovereignty.
Lin Yi felt the temperature on both sides suddenly rise. He suddenly realized that if he didn't handle this night well, it might turn into an emotional meltdown in the super-rich cultivation system.
At this moment, Su Qingyao suddenly raised her head and looked directly at Lin Yi. "You and her have known each other for a long time?" Lin Yi was silent for a few seconds and nodded. "So you and Shen Wanqing have been together for a long time?" Shen Wanqing suddenly chuckled. "We haven't been together for long, but the process is sincere enough." Su Qingyao suddenly sneered. "One has been secretly in love with you for many years, and the other works with you every day. You, Lin Yi, can afford it. Now I want to know, what is my position in your plan?" Lin Yi's forehead veins jumped. "Didn't you say that we are a business alliance that uses each other?"
"Yeah, unfortunately I hate being kept in the dark."
Her tone gradually turned colder. "So, how are you going to play?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly dropped to freezing point.
Lin Yi instinctively wanted to explain, but he didn't know where to start.
Should he tell her that he was tied to a super-rich cultivation system? Then the appearance of these women, the advancement of feelings, and the aggregation of resources were all the result of a chain of rewards? What a joke.
Just when he was at a loss, Shen Wanqing suddenly stood up.
She brushed her long hair gently, smiling calmly.
"Boss Su, Lin Yi is indeed not perfect, but I am willing to give him time and see how he handles the problem.
If you feel it's not worth it, then quit. If you feel it's worth it, then please put away your temptation and arrogance." Su Qingyao sneered. "Are you ordering me?" "No." Shen Wanqing said softly, "I'm reminding you, you are not just Su Qingyao. You are also Lin Yi's alternative female lead." As soon as these words came out, the system excitedly prompted. Shen Wanqing temporarily triggers the system plug-in semantic hit. Judged as role self-awareness improved. Reward, Shen Wanqing's favorability +5, the system forcibly blocks perception recovery for 30 minutes. Lin Yi? You fucking said she didn't know the system, then what about her saying female protagonist just now?
Host, please calm down. The word system has been blurred, and the character does not really recognize the existence of the system, it only triggers keyword associations.
TSK. Lin Yi rubbed his eyebrows, his head hurt even more. At this moment, Su Qingyao's eyes also became complicated. She put away her sneer, turned around and picked up the file bag. "I understand, Mr. Lin. Yaoguang cooperation, we will continue to move forward, but..." She looked at Lin Yi with a slight smile on her lips. "I won't admit defeat in my personal relationship."
After saying that, he turned around and left.
The moment the door closed, Shen Wanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. "What you just said seems to be more CEO than the CEO. Do you like me like this?" Shen Wanqing suddenly approached.
Lin Yi nodded gently, and Shen Wanqing stood on tiptoe and kissed the corner of his lips softly.
"Then remember, you are my only boyfriend. Don't think about 3 people maintaining together. I tolerate you, but I don't share."
Lin Yi's body stiffened for a moment, but he didn't refuse in the end.
At this moment, the system reminded. The first stage of Shura field ends. Phase 2 countdown, 48 hours.
Host, please appease the 3 girls during this period and ensure the stability of the relationship, otherwise the full rollover event will be triggered.
Lin Yi, are you dating me or playing a dungeon? System, congratulations, host. You are now experiencing the full difficulty strategy version of the super rich system. Chapter 60, Starlight Blooms, Old Dreams Rekindle. The next morning.
When Lin Yi opened his eyes from a light sleep, the sunlight outside the window had already filled the bedroom. Shen Wanqing was nestled in his arms, her eyelashes trembling slightly, still in a deep sleep.
He quietly pulled his arm free, tiptoed out of bed and walked out of the room. Bite. Mobile phone information pops up.
System prompt, the current host has entered the Shura field rest period, please pay attention to maintaining the emotional stability of the female protagonists. Synchronous update, Ren Xinglan's popularity value exceeds 1 million, triggering the new top stream reward task.
Do you want to view details? Lin Yi clicked it. Mission name, Starlight Blossoms.
Task description: Ren Xinglan has become the most searched person on the short video platform due to the surge in popularity caused by his live broadcast last night. The host needs to plan a reasonable business route for him within 48 hours to ensure that he continues to be popular and develop a strong sense of dependence on the host. Task reward: reputation plus 3,000, luxury media company initial shares plus 5%, personal exclusive sports car unlock rights. Lin Yi clicked his tongue. This mission is too closely tied to emotions. But the rewards are indeed generous. At this moment, several push notifications popped up on the phone. Number 1 on the hot search list, amateur anchor Ren Xinglan sang a cover of Later, which went viral with over 100 million views. Singing for him for 10 years, Ren Xinglan's story behind the scenes revealed, campus photos exposed. Ren Xinglan broke down during a late-night live broadcast, and his fans surged by 2 million. Lin Yi stared at the screen, his eyes changed slightly. That campus photo was the first photo he and Ren Xinglan took in the library. He was reading a book, and Ren Xinglan was holding a camera and smiling behind him. The comments below the photo are all explosive.
Damn, isn't this the white moonlight in the novel? 10 years of secret love? Really fierce. What if Lin Yi doesn't confess his feelings right away?
Lin Yi suddenly wanted to laugh, but he also felt a little overwhelmed.
Who the hell took this?
The photo couldn't possibly be in his phone, but it's hard to say whether it was in Ren Xinglan's memory card. He thought about it and called Ren Xinglan.
The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. A familiar and slightly hoarse voice came from the other end. Hello? You still sleeping? No. Ren Xinglan chuckled.
I drank a little after the live broadcast last night. I didn't expect that I would suddenly become famous.
So you posted all our old photos?
No. Ren Xinglan's tone suddenly became anxious. I just used a few photos from my college years. They should have been copied by the platform itself.
Lin Yi, so what are you going to do now?
I don't know. She said softly. I just suddenly wanted to sing a song, suddenly wanted to say goodnight to you, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this.
Then let this incident become the beginning of your sudden fame.
Lin Yi said in a steady tone.
I'll help you. Ren Xinglan was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, Who are you with now? Lin Yi was stunned. I heard it.
She said calmly, her breathing was on your phone. Lin Yi glanced towards the bedroom and saw Xin Wanqing still sleeping soundly.
I don't blame you.
Ren Xinglan said softly, I just feel a little sad. But thank you to her too. If it wasn't for her I probably wouldn't have had the courage to sing it last night.
Lin Yi, I know you have your own world, and you have people and things to face. But I am also a part of your life, am I not? Lin Yi's heart trembled and his throat became dry.
Yes.
He whispered, You always have been. Then don't push me away.
Ren Xinglan chuckled, I won't force you to choose, but you have to let me stay by your side.
Even if it's just a position.
Lin Yi closed his eyes and replied in a deep voice, Okay.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi took a deep breath.
As soon as I opened the system panel, I heard the bedroom door open gently. Xin Wanqing walked out in her nightgown, her hair slightly messy and a little sleepy in her eyes.
Talk to her? She likes you very much. Lin Yi nodded.
Xin Wanqing leaned on his shoulder. I heard it, she said it very movingly.
Will you get back together with her because she became popular?
Lin Yi whispered, not because of the heat.
But I will be responsible for her. Xin Wanqing smiled, I knew it.
She looked up at him, her expression serious. You are a very good person, Lin Yi, but you can't always take on everything.
You have to distinguish between responsibility and love.
Lin Yi said softly, I don't want you to be wronged.
Then don't let me fight alone.
Xin Wanqing hugged him, I can accept your past with her, but I hope you can give me a present.
Lin Yi reached out and hugged her back.
At this moment, the system prompt sounded again.
Xin Wanqing is in a stable mood, current favorability, 87. Ren Xinglan's popularity has already taken shape. Should we start the Starlight Blossom event dungeon? Lin Yi nodded.
The next step is to plan for Ren Xinglan resources, channels, image, marketing, all must keep up. He thought about it, took out his cell phone and dialed a special number.
Hello, Mr. Lin?
On the other end of the line was a middle-aged male voice with a respectful tone. Mr. Liang from Huaya Media, I have a suitable candidate for the new project you mentioned a few days ago.
Let's talk. At the same time.
On the other side, Su Qingyao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of Yaoguang Group, looking at the city skyline with a complicated expression. In her hand, she was holding the old photo of Rin Xinglan.
Lin Yi, you are really not a simple person.
She smiled softly and dialed another number.
Make arrangements. I want to meet with Bai Yunran. Chapter 61, By Family Chess Game, Shura Rise.
In the western suburbs of Yun City, there is a hidden mountain villa. Bai Yunran sat in the courtyard, her white dress as white as snow, her expression calm yet elegant. The black tea in front of her was already half cold.
Opposite her was Su Qingyao. The auras clash violently. You came to me, not just to bask in the sun, right?
Bai Yunran spoke first, his tone indifferent but sharp.
Su Qingyao curled her lips and smiled. I'm very curious, the eldest daughter of the Bai family is willing to put down her attitude for Lin Yi and be willing to be rejected? Bai Yunran narrowed his eyes slightly. So you came here to tell me that you know him better than me? Of course not. Su Qingyao's smile deepened a little. I just want to exchange some information with you. For example, Lin Yi's current resources, or the attitude between Rin Xinglan and Xin Wanqing.
Bai Yunran paused, then suddenly chuckled. You are all too impatient.
Only a few days? You're already arguing.
Lin Yi is not an emotional doll. Su Qingyao looked at her with a sharp gaze. You are right, but we all understand one thing: Lin Yi is not an ordinary person. He is a system-level variable, someone who can change the situation.
You, me, even Rin Xinglan, Xin Wanqing, including the entire top layer of Yundu, will be affected by his choice. I'm not afraid of losing, but I have to play.
Bai Yunran stared at her and was silent for a moment.
So, you want to join forces? Su Qingyao nodded. Short-term alliance, long-term enemy. I accept.
Bai Yunran picked up the teacup, but remember, Lin Yi is my fiancé.
Even if he resisted, he didn't have the final say on this marriage.
Su Qingyao stood up, straightened her windbreaker, and a hint of ambiguous smile flashed in her eyes. Then you'd better move faster. Ren Xinglan already occupies too much space in his heart.
If you don't do anything, you won't even be able to drink tea. At the same time,
Lin Yi was currently sitting in the top-floor conference room of Huayao Media, and opposite him sat CEO Liang, a middle-aged man with greasy hair and powdered face but shrewd eyes.
Boss Lin, the Miss Rin you mentioned.
I have already seen her live broadcast data.
The potential for explosive popularity is very high. The team image, voice recognition, and emotional resonance are all very strong. But she lacks professional packaging and has no agent now.
Lin Yi, you come and prepare these.
The contract should be in triplicate.
I just want her copyright dividends and independent creative rights. Besides, she belongs to me.
Mr. Liang was stunned. Just kidding.
Lin Yi chuckled. She trusts me enough. Don't let her sign exploitative clauses, and don't use the so-called star-making model to restrict her content expression.
Mr. Liang nodded. Understood, I will arrange the best team.
In addition, we are currently preparing a high-quality reality show, his and her double travel, and interactive live show for couples to travel.
If this is Ms. Ren's debut, the traffic will definitely explode again. Lin Yi groaned. Partner candidate? Mr. Liang lowered his voice. Of course it's you.
You have a lot of exposure now, especially on short video platforms. Your story with Miss Ren has been marketed as real-life love affair and has received positive reviews from the entire internet. It's a great opportunity to enter variety shows, deepen the emotional connection, and bring in products at the same time, killing two birds with one stone.
Lin Yi thought for a few seconds and nodded. You can try, but she has to be willing. That night,
Lin Yi just returned home and Rin Xinglan was already waiting at the door. She was wearing a simple light blue shirt, jeans, and white shoes, with no heavy makeup, and she looked like she had walked out of college.
May I come inside? Lin Yi stepped aside and said, Come in. Ren Xinglan walked into the room, looked around, and finally his eyes fell on the two water cups placed next to the sofa. She didn't speak. I contacted Huayao Media.
Lin Yi said softly, they are willing to create a dedicated team for you and arrange a program opportunity for you.
Ren Xinglan, variety show?
Couples travel.
Ren Xinglan was silent for a few seconds. Will you come with me? Lin Yi nodded. If you are willing. I do.
She stepped forward and looked at him seriously. But I also want to ask, are you willing just because of the resources, or because of me? Lin Yi looked at her and did not avoid her. Both.
But you have to know that I am more than just a responsibility to you.
Ren Xinglan chuckled and suddenly hugged him gently. That's enough.
I know you still have them, but right now, I want this hug first, okay?
Lin Yi put his arms around her and said in a low voice, "Okay."
The system prompt sounded quietly. Ren Xinglan's favorability increased to 91. Current Shura field heat level, B. Tip: multiple emotional lines have officially begun.
Please be cautious and reasonably regulate the character's emotional fluctuations to avoid thunder.
Lin Yi rubbed his forehead. It's getting more and more exciting.
At this moment, his cell phone screen lit up.
Caller ID, by Yunran. These 3 words seemed to indicate that another storm was on the way. Chapter 62. Who is sincere under the camera? 6 o'clock in the morning.
Lin Yi opened his eyes, and sunlight poured into the bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Ren Xinglan was lying on her side beside him, breathing steadily, her hair messily draped over the snow-white pillowcase. She wasn't wearing too much, and he was just cuddling with her last night, but he ended up being held by her the entire night. Lin Yi was almost driven crazy by the counter-temptation several times.
Hey, still pretending to sleep?
Lin Yi whispered something in her ear. Ren Xinglan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up, and his voice was soft. "No.
I just don't want to wake up." Lin Yi, today is your first official day of recording. Don't forget we are the show couple. Ren Xinglan opened his eyes, bit his lip and smiled. So I have to act very realistically? You don't have to act.
Lin Yi leaned over and kissed her forehead. You are more real than those actors.
9 o'clock sharp.
The production crew was already in place outside the hotel suite, with cameramen, directors, and field controllers all in place. Several female staff members had subtle expressions on their faces when they saw Lin Yi open the door.
It turns out that Ren Xinglan's boyfriend is Lin Yi. TSK, the real life is even sweeter than the show.
The photographer has already pushed the lens in.
Ren Xinglan had just changed her clothes.
She was wearing a black miniskirt with a white shirt, which showed off her legs.
Her slightly curly hair added a touch of maturity.
She was startled when she saw the camera, then naturally approached Lin Yi, smiling and extending her hand.
Good morning.
Lin Yi held her hand and turned to look at her. Let's go.
Our journey is about to begin. Ding. System prompt: the current Shura field strength has increased, the variety show exposure rate has exceeded expectations, and the intimacy task chain phase 1 has been automatically activated. Task objective: complete the following actions naturally in front of the camera. Hand holding time exceeds 30 minutes. Eye contact for more than 10 seconds. Mild intimacy such as touching the head, whispering, and touching the face.
Completion reward: exposure value plus 3,000, mysterious fan reward pool 1.
The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. This system was becoming more and more restless.
Welcome to the first recording session of Double Travel Photography. The host enthusiastically introduced the couple guests and the camera, and the barrage of comments in the audience was already flooding the screen.
Fuck, what kind of divine couple is this? Ren Xinglan is really together with Lin Yi? This is such a good match, one is cold and the other is warm, one is sweet and the other is handsome, absolutely perfect. My girlish heart is blown up. Mr. Lin Yi, as this episode's special guest, what are your expectations for traveling with Miss Xinglan?
Lin Yi raised his eyes, looked directly at the camera, and said naturally, wherever she goes, I will go.
If she is happy, I am satisfied.
Ren Xinglan's cheeks flushed instantly, and she lowered her head and gently pinched his fingers. The host smiled and said, you will start your journey in 5 different cities, and the first stop is the Qingshui ancient town in Yandu City. Today we will arrange for you to experience folk customs, tour the water lanes at night, and live in a courtyard together.
Please enjoy a couple's day. Qingshui ancient town. There are hanging lanterns, bluestone roads, river bridges, and crowds of tourists. The program crew rented an antique courtyard as a filming base.
Lin Yi and Ren Xinglan carried their luggage and walked into the quaint courtyard together.
Did you choose this?
Ren Xinglan was a little surprised as he looked at the corridor in the courtyard with wind chimes hanging on it.
Didn't you always say that you wanted to experience ancient life?
Lin Yi smiled and said, the production team gave me several options, and I chose this one.
Ren Xinglan's eyes moved slightly. Do you still remember what I said?
Lin Yi, of course I remember.
System prompt: task has been completed. Deep gaze for more than 10 seconds. Current progress, 1-3. Around noon. The folk experience activity began.
The two of them changed into ancient costumes. Lin Yi, wearing a black straight-hemmed jacket and a green shirt, stood at the street corner.
He was so handsome and cool that he looked like he had walked out of a painting.
Ren Xinglan wore a plain white chest-length skirt, a pearl flower on her head, and walked lightly. When the two appeared together, the whole audience was amazed.
Mr. Lin.
She called him softly.
Lin Yi glanced at him and smiled. Miss Xinglan, have you taken the wrong road again? I'm moving closer to you.
She lowered her head, her face flushed, and her slender fingers gently wrapped around his sleeves.
System prompt, task completion rate increased.
Record of intimate behavior, clingy sleeve pulling plus whispering plus face-to-face warm-up.
Night falls. The program team arranged a night tour of the water lane.
The two sat on a black sailboat, surrounded by lights and reflections on the water. Ren Xinglan leaned on Lin Yi's shoulder, his fingers lightly stroking the back of his hand.
Are we really like a couple now? It's not the same thing after the show is over?
Lin Yi looked at her and said in a deep voice, do you hope it's fake?
Ren Xinglan, I hope it's true. But I also know, I'm not the only one around you. Xinwan Qing, Su Qingyao, and Bai Yunran.
There was a noticeable change in her tone as she said the last name. Lin Yi frowned slightly.
It's just too involved, isn't it?
Ren Xinglan turned and approached him, his eyes serious. I'm not afraid of your past, I'm only afraid of your future. No one can let go. I'm not greedy, but I won't just be a stage couple forever. Lin Yi, I'm not a tool, nor am I just a white moonlight. Lin Yi's heart was shocked. Just as I was about to speak, my cell phone rang.
He picked it up and took a look. It was actually a photo sent by Bai Yunran. A photo of a hospital ward. Caption, Lin Yi, I'm in pain, can you come and see me?
At the same time, the system prompt pops up again. Bai Yunran's incident line opens, old debt, new love, chess game begins.
Host, please select. Go to visit immediately and trigger the main plot of the Bai family incident line.
Ignore the request and keep focusing on advancing Ren Xinglan's branch.
Decision making within 30 seconds. Lin Yi's eyes fixed, his heart in turmoil. Chapter 63 Night of Decision.
The night breeze blows gently, and the black sailed boats slowly ripple on the water lanes. Ren Xinglan leaned quietly on Lin Yi's shoulder, her eyes sparkling, but her expression was exceptionally clear. Lin Yi lowered his head, holding the phone screen in his hand.
Lin Yi, I'm in pain, can you come and see me?
In the photo, Bai Yunran's face was pale and colorless. He was lying on the hospital bed with an 4-tube on the back of his hand. His usually proud temperament seemed to be completely swallowed up by the weakness at this moment.
Ren Xinglan noticed his change in expression and asked softly, what's wrong?
Lin Yi raised his eyes and met her gaze. Bai Yunran is in trouble.
She's in the hospital. Ren Xinglan pursed his lips slightly. Do you want to go see her?
The tone at this moment contained no questioning or complaints, but it made Lin Yi's heart tighten more than any accusation.
Ding. System prompt, countdown to timed decision. 10, 9, 8.
Lin Yi's eyes were deep, and the system interface appeared in his mind.
2 options.
A path leading to Bai Yunran's tangled vortex of power and emotion. The other is Ren Xinglan, who is now in his arms, and her determination and waiting.
7, 6, 5.
Ren Xinglan did not urge him, but just looked at him, his eyes calm but filled with restrained sadness. Lin Yi suddenly remembered the time when she brought him a bowl of hot porridge, comforted him and whispered a word of advice when he was in the most difficult time during college. And the thousands of words hidden behind the barrage and private messages. Junior Lin Yi, I will always support you.
4, 3, 2.
Lin Yi retracted his gaze and said calmly, I'm not going.
Ren Xinglan was stunned. Are you sure? She should be more than just an ordinary person to you.
Lin Yi took her hand and said, if I can't even accompany you through this journey, then no matter what the past means, I am not worthy of you now.
The system panel suddenly shook.
Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the time-limited decision, refusing interference and advancing the main emotional line.
Ren Xinglan's favorability increased by +20.
Rewards, exclusive travel photography editing rights 1, unlock new modules in the system popular mall.
Then, Ren Xinglan said softly, she is alone in the hospital, will she?
I arranged for a doctor to come over. Lin Yi said calmly, I can be responsible, but that doesn't mean I have to go against myself. Ren Xinglan smiled, his eyes were a little red, but his smile was bright.
Lin Yi. You are not allowed to leave again tonight.
She pulled his wrist and gently leaned on his shoulder. Even if the camera isn't filming, I want you to just be with me.
Good. The next day, 5 in the morning.
The production crew hadn't gotten up yet, but the two had already changed their clothes and were walking hand in hand in the empty alleys of the ancient town. Lin Yi bought 2 cups of hot soy milk and fried dough sticks. Ren Xinglan leaned against him, sipping his drink, and suddenly asked, "How long can we last like this?"
Lin Yi was stunned. "I'm talking about this kind of peace. Aren't you afraid?" Lin Yi looked at her. "What are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid we can't get far. I'm afraid you'll be pulled back by another woman halfway through your journey."
Ren Xinglan chuckled. "I know that those people are not easy to mess with."
"I'm afraid,"
Lin Yi said frankly, "but I'm more afraid of disappointing you."
Ren Xinglan was stunned. "You are not the white moonlight."
He looked down at her. "You are the starlight, the kind that can always illuminate my way forward." After the recording of the show ended that day, Lin Yi returned to the hotel, only to find that there were more than a dozen missed calls on his phone. By Yunran's phone calls, text messages, assistance messages, and the last sentence.
"Why didn't you come? I'm really sick, Lin Yi. Are you going to give up on me so easily?" Lin Yi did not reply.
But the system popped up a prompt again. By Yunran's branch line has not yet ended, entering the emotional interference preparation stage.
The host will be continuously disturbed by events related to Diao Yunran. Do you want to spend 1,000 popularity points to block the branch line?
Lin Yi frowned and was about to click, but the next moment the system closed the prompt on its own.
Boom, boom, boom.
There was a knock on the door. He opened the door, and the person standing at the door was not Ren Xinglan, but Su Qingyao.
She was wearing a smart white suit and had a cool makeup.
She walked in and laid a document directly in front of him. "Lin Yi, the second round of capital hedging model I prepared for you has been completed."
"Aren't you going to fight Bai Qianyao? Don't you think now is the best opportunity?"
Lin Yi stared at her. "How did you find this place?"
"If I don't come, do you think Bai Yunran will really get sick?"
"She is not ill physically, but mentally."
"She's betting. She wants to bet that you'll be soft-hearted.
And I'm here to bet that you still remember what you said, you won't give up on becoming the king." Su Qingyao narrowed her eyes. "Lin Yi, you are not the only one who knows how to fall in love, right?"
Lin Yi's eyes moved slightly.
At this moment, he realized once again that his Shura field was never as simple as just an emotional line. Behind every relationship, there are power, interests, plans, and destiny involved.
System prompt: Bai Yunran's branch line level has been upgraded, and the business line will soon be integrated with the emotional line.
Whether to enable chess game cooperation mode and bind the supporting heroine currently recommended, Su Qingyao. The opening will trigger a new round of economic warfare, and will enter the stage of resource integration, offense and defense game. Lin Yi stared at the system and whispered,
"Bring it on. Now that the chessboard is set.
I, Lin Yi, never abandon my children."
Chapter 64, The Beginning of the Game.
In the early morning, the lights in the hotel suite were warm. Su Qingyao placed the heavy document in front of Lin Yi, her voice still calm and capable. "This is the model that I mobilized the Yaoguang Intelligent Control Group to come up with overnight. There are 5 plans, 1 extreme hedging, and 4 mixed interventions. They are aimed at exactly the liquidity game of the Bai family's capital today." Lin Yi opened the file and found detailed data including the valuation fluctuations of each target fund and related bonds.
"You used the internal resources of Yaoguang Group?" He raised his eyebrows. "Don't worry, I'm using the name of an external consultant of Xingyi culture, so it won't leave any traces," Su Qingyao said calmly.
She had an obsessive-compulsive efficiency and calmness. She didn't ask Lin Yi whether he was willing to accept the support or not, but just handed him the sharpest weapon. Lin Yi knew that this was not asking for something, but
"Place a bet. Aren't you afraid that I will lose?" he suddenly asked.
Su Qingyao chuckled and leaned back in her chair, her voice like frost brushing against your face. "If you lose, it will be even more interesting. I want to see you fall from the altar." Having said that, there was an obsession in her eyes that could not be ignored. "But," she continued, "until then, I'll help you win."
"Because I don't want to see Bai Qianyao laugh either." Lin Yi stared at her and suddenly asked, "What do you want to do in this chess game of mine? Military advisor? Deputy general? Or another king?" Su Qingyao did not hesitate, neither.
She slowly stood up and walked towards him. "I just want to be the knife in your hand. Whoever you swing at, I'll stab at.
Until this game, no one dared to touch you." Lin Yi was silent for a moment.
The system interface pops up quietly.
Already bound to support the heroine, Su Qingyao. Chess game collaboration mode is officially launched.
The host can call on the resources of the collaborating party for a limited time of 180 days.
Each time a confrontation node is completed, the host can obtain exclusive fusion rewards.
Current main task: break through the Bai Family S funding channel and block Xinhui Cultural and Creative S financing chain. Reward preview: unlocking limit of fun card pool plus 200 million, luxury black card privileges, private bank account binding option. Lin Yi clenched his fists, his eyes narrowed slightly.
Su Qingyao. Every next step may be more than just a business one. Someone might even die.
Su Qingyao's lips curled up into a slightly cold smile. I have lived long enough, and I am tired of being safe. Now, for something dangerous. At the same time, Ren Xinglan was sitting in the program cruise car, staring out the window in a daze.
She flipped through her phone and saw the 5th trending search on Weibo.
Hashtag Bai Yunran is suspected to be critically ill. The mysterious male god appears in the ward hashtag. The photo was blurry, but the figure behind was clearly not Lin Yi. She was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head and clicked on Lin Yi's chat history.
Unread, 0.
She sighed softly. The next moment, the program director threw a ratings chart to her. Xinglan, the travel segment between you and Lin Yi is now twice as popular.
Do you know why?
She looked up, puzzled. The audience is saying that you are the true love and that Lin Yi's refusal to look at Bai Yunran is an epic romance.
Do you know how popular this topic is right now? Ren Xinglan didn't smile. So what do you think? She asked the director, Lin Yi, are you acting?
The director was stunned for a moment, then laughed. If this is acting, then he is too dedicated. He rejected the sponsor's offer of a special car, supporting scripts, and even skipped the encore clues.
The show hasn't even finished recording yet, but he has already offended half of the platform. If it's really an acting job, I think he can take on 5 big dramas when he returns.
Ren Xinglan finally smiled, but murmured in a low voice, I hope you didn't lie to me.
Lin Yi.
At the same time, Cloud City. Bai Yunran slowly opened her eyes. There was someone sitting in front of her, not Lin Yi.
But it was Bai Qianyao.
He looked calm, his slender fingers mixing a cup of warm water.
Lin Yi didn't come. That's normal. Bai Yunran clenched the corner of the quilt. Did you arrange for someone to stop him?
Bai Qianyao smiled faintly. No, I just did a small thing.
I asked Su Qingyao to find him. Bai Yunran was stunned.
Bai Qianyao continued, you always think you can control him, but you don't understand, people like Lin Yi. I can only be ignited by provocation, not by emotions.
You want to use your illness to gain his sympathy? Su Qingyao used only one game to pull him away. Bai Yunran gritted his teeth, you are using me. Bai Qianyao stood up, it's not use, it's to make you understand your position.
Since you will become a pawn between Lin Yi and me sooner or later, you might as well take this opportunity to see clearly that you are not a princess.
It's a hand of cards. Let's see who hits harder.
Bai Yunran's tears finally fell, but she bit her lips tightly and refused to lower her head.
That very evening, Lin Yi and Su Qingyao quietly arrived at the CBD building where Xinhui Cultural and Creative's headquarters is located.
As night fell, the capital nerves of the Bai group were trembling slightly due to fluctuations in the financing chain. Lin Yi stood in front of the window, looking at the lights of the entire city, and whispered.
Bai Qianyao, your game. I answered.
Chapter 65, The Secret Plan begins. Late at night, in the conference room on the top floor of Yaoguang building.
Su Qingyao tapped lightly with her fingers on the projected keyboard.
The entire screen was filled with red lines of data, and the model calculations rolled like a torrent.
This is the first step you want, she said calmly.
Lin Yi stood behind her, staring quietly.
On the screen.
Target, main account of liquid funds under Xinhui Cultural and Creative. Method, letter of intent for offshore company mergers and acquisitions plus false news interference plus risk control rating downgrade notice.
Time window, within 48 hours.
Su Qingyao paused lightly. We will first send out a message of intent to acquire through the shell company of Yaoguang Overseas Fund in Cayman, and point out that Baishar is trying to sell the shell in exchange for liquidity. Then they joined forces with 2 rating agencies to release a corporate credit warning in advance, forcing a chain reaction in the Xinhui bond market. Lin Yi nodded. Public opinion and the bond market are linked together, killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yes. Su Qingyao entered the last command into the system. Step 3. Xinghua Finance's PR draft is already being typeset.
It will be on the front page of all financial channels before 7 a.m. tomorrow.
Lin Yi said indifferently, Bai Qianyao will definitely realize what we are doing. It doesn't matter. Su Qingyao smiled slightly, he knows where we are going, but he has no choice.
Because he has no idea that you already have a key bargaining chip in your hand. Lin Yi didn't say anything, just looked out the window at the night. The key bargaining chip is the offshore asset guidance channel rewarded by the system's new task, which allows him to extract part of the capital flow of Xinghua in a legal and traceless manner.
6:30 in the morning. Ren Xinglan has just arrived at the program recording location.
Before she put down her luggage, her phone suddenly vibrated. Hot search, hashtag Xinghua cultural and creative may be acquired, Bai's capital chain is suspected to be broken hashtag. Hashtag related entries simultaneously rushed to the top 3 of the hot list.
She was stunned for a few seconds and immediately called Lin Yi. Hello. You did it?
She lowered her voice.
Lin Yi was silent for a few seconds. Where are you? The program team's Nanling branch.
Ren Xinglan bit her lip. I saw the trending search early in the morning.
Are you going to break up with Bai Qianyao? It's been torn. Lin Yi's voice was low, with an indescribable firmness. Ren Xinglan sighed softly, you don't tell me anything. Lin Yi, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that the time is not right yet. Are you afraid that I'll worry? It's not that I'm afraid you'll worry, it's...
He paused, his voice so low that it was almost inaudible, you shouldn't be a bargaining chip for me. Ren Xinglan was stunned for a moment.
Lin Yi. Am I useless? I can't help you with anything, and I don't know your real world. Don't say that.
Lin Yi said softly, you are the person I least want to get involved with.
But if you want, I'll tell you right now how terrible this game is. Then, you'll walk in with me. Ren Xinglan closed his eyes gently and took a deep breath. Lin Yi, I want to help you. I'm not afraid.
Her voice was soft but with an unprecedented firmness.
Even if I'm just a streamer, I can always do something.
You are not allowed to carry it alone anymore.
Lin Yi was speechless for a moment. Xinghua Cultural and Creative Headquarters.
Bai Qianyao pushed open the office door suddenly, and a stack of documents slammed heavily on the table.
How come liquidity suddenly plummeted by 7 points?
The subordinates were trembling with fear. We suspect that the rating agency leaked the news in advance, and an offshore company in Cayman submitted a merger intention.
Is it Yao Guang's people? Not sure, but the passage is very similar. Bai Qianyao's eyes were as cold as a knife. Lin Yi. Finally a move.
He stood up suddenly, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. The plan will be started ahead of schedule. Since he wants to fight a capital war, don't blame me for not following the rules. Keep an eye on Ren Xinglan. She is Lin Yi's only weakness.
In Su Qingyao's office, Lin Yi suddenly stopped. What's wrong?
She noticed sharply.
I have a bad feeling. Lin Yi frowned. Ren Xinglan is the easiest person to be used as an excuse right now. Su Qingyao thought for a moment and said, should I send someone to the program team? Lin Yi's eyes turned cold. No. I want him to know that I'm not just a defender.
If he dares to touch Ren Xinglan, then in this game, I will make him lose more thoroughly than anyone else. At this moment, Ren Xinglan's live broadcast room suddenly received a message from an unfamiliar account.
Do you know Lin Yi's true identity? Do you know what he is doing now? He never told you that you are just an emotional card in his capital game.
She froze for a moment, her fingers still on the screen.
10 minutes before the live broadcast started, the staff urged, Xinglan, it's time to go online.
She took a deep breath and put her phone in her pocket.
I believe in Lin Yi. Even if everyone says he is fake, I still believe him.
The live broadcast lights came on, and her smile was still gentle and bright. But in his eyes, there was a firmness and sharpness that he had never seen before.
Chapter 66, Stirring Up Trouble. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the Nanling episode of Meet Me Travel was officially launched.
As soon as Ren Xinglan appeared on the screen, the barrage of comments exploded instantly.
Goddess. Xinglan is in such a good state today. Sister Xinglan's skirt today is so gentle, do you feel like you're in love?
She smiled particularly sincerely today, maybe it's because she was with someone ahem, you know what I mean.
A paparazzi reported on Reuters that she has been in frequent contact with a mysterious rich boy in Yundu City recently? Is it true?
Ren Xinglan always maintained a smile, and her every move was elegant and warm. But no one knew that in the blind spot where the camera couldn't capture her, her phone screen was still on, and harassing private messages from strange accounts came one after another.
Do you really think Lin Yi likes you? He is currently setting up a financial trap with another woman. What does it have to do with you?
You are his cheapest bargaining chip.
Do you believe I can prove it? Ren Xinglan clenched his phone tightly.
The barrage of comments was still filling up the screen, and the sentiments were still being expressed, but she felt a chill in her heart. Just then, a male intern assistant from the program editing team handed over a bottle of water with an especially attentive smile.
Sister Xinglan, are you thirsty? She smiled politely, thank you.
But as soon as she took the bottle of water, her brows slightly frowned for a moment.
The water temperature is wrong.
This brand of bottled mineral water is what she drinks most often, and the temperature of the water is always kept at 16°C, but this bottle is clearly at room temperature or even a little hot. And she had clearly heard the refrigerator next to her being opened just now. Ren Xinglan didn't say anything, just smiled slightly, turned around, gently unscrewed the bottle cap, and pretended to take a sip.
The live broadcast is 15 minutes into the show.
In the backstage control room, Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, staring at the main monitoring screen expressionlessly. Su Qingyao sat next to him, legs crossed, holding the latest stock market news.
Didn't you say you wouldn't interfere with her show?
She said with a half smile. Lin Yi, I didn't interfere, I just monitored.
Ha!
Su Qingyao chuckled, with a rare gentleness in the corners of her eyes. She stared at the girl on the screen who was smiling all the time and had clear eyes. After a moment of silence, she said, You are moved.
Lin Yi didn't say anything. She's not the best fit. I know.
But you still want to keep her by your side. Lin Yi closed his eyes.
She's the only person I don't want to lie to.
Su Qingyao slammed the document in her hand shut. Then you'd better pray that her sincerity won't become Bai Qianyao's sword. Some people use the softest things to make the sharpest knives. At the same time, in the live broadcast, Ren Xinglan and other guests were recording interactive games in front of a campfire.
Xinglan, are you in love?
A male guest suddenly asked, with a tentative and teasing look in his eyes.
The barrage exploded instantly. What the hell? Just ask directly. How will Xinglan answer? I don't dare to watch.
Ren Xinglan just smiled gently and looked at the camera with soft eyes.
No. But I do have someone who's been waiting.
He may not know that I have liked him for a long time, and I don't know that I have been paying attention to his every progress.
But I do. I am willing to stand far away and watch him shine.
The program director was stunned, and the audience in the live broadcast room was in an uproar.
I cried. Her eyes are so gentle. Xinglan, who do you like?
Lin Yi in the monitoring room suddenly raised his eyes and tightly grasped the mouse with his fingertips. His eyes were cold, and the next second he dialed an encrypted number. Immediately, reassigned the program security team. I want someone to monitor all the camera blind spots.
Besides, find out who moved that bottle of water. I don't want to see anything abnormal about her. Outside the Nanling program crew, inside a black business car.
Bai Qianyao leaned back in his chair, staring at Xinglan's live broadcast on the tablet. He was playing the surveillance video of Ren Xinglan's backstage. That bottle of water had indeed been touched.
He read it over and over again, and finally sneered. Do you really think you can protect her to the end? Lin Yi.
I can see your most vulnerable spot better than you can yourself.
10 o'clock at night. After the recording of the program was over, Ren Xinglan returned to his room alone.
As soon as he opened the door, his eyes changed slightly. On the table in the room, there was a rose box and an unsigned card.
Letter to the Emperor.
Some truths will come to light sooner or later.
Are you sure you still want to believe him?
Ren Xinglan paused for a moment.
But he did not step back.
Instead, he slowly walked to the flower box and opened it.
Inside was a photo.
It was a photo of Lin Yi and Su Qingyao sitting in the Yaoguan conference room. The background is clear and the atmosphere is intimate, as if they are a pair born to fight side by side. She stared at the photo for a long time and slowly closed her eyes.
Bell. The cell phone rang.
It was Lin Yi calling. She answered the phone and remained silent.
Are you okay?
Lin Yi asked in a low voice.
Not bad.
She smiled softly. The live broadcast was pretty good today, did you watch it?
I said something. She paused. You won't blame me, will you? Lin Ye's tone softened. I won't blame you no matter what you say. Only. Did anything unusual happen in your room tonight? Ren Xinglan's fingers paused slightly. I saw the picture of you sitting with another woman. Lin Ye's breathing stagnated. But I'm not angry. Ren Xinglan said softly. Because I know that you have a path that you must take. Only. I don't want to only be able to watch you on this side of the screen forever. Lin Yi. I want to be close to you. Lin Ye's knuckles turned white from gripping the phone so hard. I won't leave you alone in danger. I'll let you stand by my side, not as a bargaining chip. But. My people. Ren Xinglan's eyes were red and she smiled gently. After this night, Lin Yi never hesitated again. And Ren Xinglan officially entered his world. That capital world full of rules, games, deception and desires. Chapter 67 Starlight and Whirlpool. Lin Yi stood in the top-floor conference room of Yaoguang Building. The entire floor-to-ceiling window reflected the night lights of Yun City. In his hand was the photo that Ren Xinglan had sent him that night. There is an inconspicuous logo printed in the corner of the photo, which is the anonymous tip-off platform owned by a certain entertainment paparazzi. Bai Qianyao has already started. Lin Yi handed the photo to Su Qianyao. He plans to attack my weakest part. Su Qianyao smiled coldly. After all, he still underestimated Ren Xinglan. Lin Yi's tone was slightly heavy. I'm not worried that Xinglan will be instigated. I'm worried that she will get hurt. Su Qianyao raised her eyes, then let her really come in. If you are willing to bring her into the game completely and stop hiding, she may become a sharp weapon for you. Lin Yi didn't say anything. After a long silence, he suddenly nodded. Arrange her to participate in the next round of the Xinghue Yaoguan public relations duel. With her influence, she is qualified to appear on stage. I want her to become a flame that Bai Qianyao can light with his own hands but cannot extinguish. At the same time, Ren Xinglan's program crew is staying in the villa. She did not go back to her room to rest, but sat in the garden with a thin laptop on her lap. The screen was densely covered with various public opinion data curves. This is the system's simplified terminal sent by Lin Yi, and it is also a symbol of trust. The other party is creating the illusion that Lin Yi has more than one woman. She said softly, fingertips tapping the data fluctuations. They started with me, intending to pry into the public's emotional cognition. The assistant looked at her in astonishment and analyzed. Sister Xinglan, are you watching the intelligence war? She smiled slightly. No, I'm protecting the person I like. On the third day, Yaoguang Group suddenly issued a joint statement, announcing that it would join hands with Xingying Media to carry out a large-scale charity live broadcast. The frontline anchor of Xingying Media is none other than Ren Xinglan. On the day the statement was released, the hot searches instantly became popular. Hashtag Ren Xinglan linked with Yaoguang hashtag. Hashtag Xingying anchor station Lin Yi hashtag. Hashtag rumors come true? Ren Xinglan is suspected of entering Lin Yi's business territory hashtag. At the same time, the public opinion that Xinglan was suspected of being played with was reversed, and many fans began to support. Don't lead me on. She chose it herself. Even if Lin Yi is a super rich man, she is not the kind of woman that anyone can rely on. I want to believe that she made her own choice. The direction of the internet changed completely overnight. Yaoguang Group's high-level meeting room. Lin Yi stood in the central position, with Su Qianyao and Shen Wanqing beside him. Between the light and shadow, the aura of the three was as steady as a mountain. The first stage is over. Bai Qianyao hasn't made the next move yet. He's waiting for us to make a mistake. And now. Lin Yi looked at everyone. It's time for us to take the initiative. He glanced at Su Qianyao and said, Xingyao, pull out the asset chain of Xinghue 1-2 from last time. We want to let Bai Qianyao taste the poison we planted. Wanqing, you will be in charge of Xinglan's PR team. Shen Wanqing nodded slightly. I will let her appear on all the headlines that should appear. You want her to stand beside you, so I'll let her stand above you in the entire Cloud City. At 10 o'clock that evening, Lin Yi personally went onto the live broadcast room of Xinglan Weiguan project. The camera turned on, and Ren Xinglan, wearing a light blue dress, sat in the main seat, while Lin Yi, wearing a neat suit, sat beside her. The barrage instantly lost control. Damn it! Lin Yi is really here. It was him? He was live streaming? Is this an official announcement? Is this an official announcement? Ren Xinglan chuckled, today is not actually an emotional program. We want to talk about choice. Lin Yi continued, I have made many choices. The hardest part is that I'm never sure whether she is willing to bear those unpredictable consequences with me. He turned to look at Ren Xinglan with a gentle expression, now I know. She's not my weak spot. She's my armor. The live broadcast room was completely boiling, and the barrage of comments almost crashed the server. Damn, this is a confession scene. You call this a charity collaboration? This is a marriage proposal. Xinglan, please agree to him. Ren Xinglan blushed slightly, lowered her head and hummed softly. This came from the live broadcast room and was forwarded a large number of times, becoming the #1 hot search on the entire internet in less than an hour. Bai Qianyao stared at all this in the office with extremely cold eyes. He swung his hand violently and smashed the glass in front of him against the wall. Lin Yi. Do you think that a live broadcast can stop my next attack? I will make sure you can't even hold her hand again. At the same time, an encrypted file was quietly delivered to Lin Yi's private terminal. After opening it, there is a line of cold system prompts. Hidden main mission is launched, Star Ring business war by family's conspiracy is exposed. Objective, to find out the interest binding between Xinghui Capital and the Bai family. Reward, luxury commercial villa plus top security system plus advanced emotional optional card increase the favorability of any female protagonist by plus 30%. Lin Yi's eyes moved. It's finally here. Bai Qianyao. It's time to reveal your cards one by one. Chapter 68, the Shura field appears. When Ren Xinglan returned to Xingying headquarters, it was already late. She hadn't even had time to change out of her light blue skirt or take off her high heels when she was surrounded by a wave of comments and private messages from the backstage. The live broadcast effect far exceeded expectations. The data in the platform background is overwhelmed. She became the fastest single anchor to reach the top in the history of Xingying. During the live broadcast, she received over 100 million tips and over 10 million likes. Her number of fans increased fivefold in 2 hours. Ren Xinglan couldn't laugh. She stood in front of the floor-length mirror, looking at her slightly red eyes in the mirror. I'm not your weakness. I'm your armor? When these lines came out of Lin Yi's mouth, she almost couldn't hold back. Not touched, but it's too early. She knew that it was not just a casual love remark, but Lin Yi was standing for her. This put her in the real spotlight. This means that she is no longer a bystander, nor is she an object of protection, but is truly about to embark on the path of fighting side by side with Lin Yi. Ren Xinglan sighed softly, pulled down her shoulder straps, and her skirt slipped down, revealing her snow-white collarbone. When I came out of the shower, my assistant came in with hot water and whispered, Miss Shen Wanqing just sent you a message saying that she will be waiting for you in the private tea room of Yaoguang building at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Ren Xinglan paused. Shen Wanqing? She naturally knew this woman. The closest and sharpest woman to Lin Yi now. Now, is it finally time to meet the parents? The next morning, Ren Xinglan showed up at the tea room on the top floor of Yaoguang building on time, wearing a white shirt, short skirt and 6-centimeter high heels. The moment the door opened, she saw Shen Wanqing already waiting there. She wore a light gray long skirt, had her hair tied up, and had a cold and aloof temperament. Please sit down. Shen Wanqing raised her eyes and said in a light tone. The two of them sat opposite each other, as if they were playing a chess game. You should understand why I called you here. Shen Wanqing went straight to the point. I don't think I need to tell you much about my relationship with Lin Yi. Ren Xinglan looked back at her without any hesitation. Then you should know that the relationship between Lin Yi and I didn't just start yesterday. Shen Wanqing raised her eyebrows. The air suddenly condensed. These two top women, who are equally beautiful, intelligent, and have aura, started the first battle for the first wife in advance without Lin Yi knowing about it. I respect you. Shen Wanqing's tone was still light, but it seemed like she was declaring war. But I won T back down. Since you have chosen to stand by Lin Yi, you should understand that his enemies will be merciless. So, she paused, if you only regard this cooperation as a traffic game, I suggest you quit now. Ren Xinglan suddenly laughed, you underestimate me. The fact that I like Lin Yi didn't just happen yesterday. And you are not the first wife I have met. Shen Wanqing stared at her for a few seconds and suddenly smiled. Very good. Then let's see together where his heart will end up.
At the same time, Lin Yi stood on a high-rise building opposite the Bai Group headquarters, holding the Bai Qianyao business asset map that he had just retrieved from the system.
Densely packed cross arrows weave into a huge web of conspiracy.
The Bai family started secretly planning through Xinghui Capital 4 years ago. In addition to holding controlling stakes in some media companies in Cloud City, they also indirectly control Starry Sky through Vortex Media. The purpose is to prepare for today's PR nuclear bomb.
I want my reputation to be completely destroyed. Lin Ye's eyes darkened. The system pops up a prompt again.
Whether to initiate the countermeasure plan, public relations backlash plan codename, fish caught in the net.
Starting conditions, 3 billion capital transfer authorization. Execution cost, 1 reputation point.
Expected impact, 3 subsidiaries of Bai Qianyao fell into a crisis of trust, and their stock prices fell by more than 20% within 72 hours.
Lin Yi chose yes without hesitation. The next second, the system prompts. Authorization successful, countermeasure plan initiated.
Synchronized to Su Qingyao and Shen Wanqing's terminals, executed in conjunction. In the Bai Group's boardroom, Bai Qianyao was explaining the next round of brand attack strategy with great enthusiasm when the secretary hurriedly pushed the door open. Chairman, something bad has happened. Our 3 core investment companies in Yundu City received audit letters at the same time. The Market Supervision Bureau conducted a surprise inspection. There are clues of unknown transfers in the capital chain of our Starlight Media and Vortex advertising accounts.
Bai Qianyao's expression changed. How is that possible? Who did it? No one can answer. This invisible battle finally tore open the first crack.
Lin Yi looked down at the night view of the city and smiled gently.
Bai Qianyao. Welcome to my home ground. Chapter 69, The Undercurrent of Alliance.
The night falls and the stars shine brightly. On the top floor of Yaoguang Building, the meeting between Rin Xinglan and Shen Wanqing has not yet ended.
Then let's cooperate.
Shen Wanqing stretched out her hand, and her slender, white fingertips gently fell on the table, as if they would pierce the enemy's heart in the next second. Ren Xinglan stared at her for a moment, then slowly reached out and shook her hand.
This is an alliance, but it's more like a cold and dangerous knife-holding agreement.
They all knew that this alliance would not last long. The 2 extremely smart and ruthless women briefly stood on the same front, but also drew a line in their hearts.
No one will give in.
After leaving the tea room, Ren Xinglan returned to his live broadcast base. Just as I sat down, a system message popped up quietly. Detected that the conditions for starting the Emotional Entanglement Mission branch have been met. Current branch, Shura Field Critical 2-line confrontation. Reward preview, protagonist reputation plus 1000, exposure increased by 10%, special resource point plus 1.
Ren Xinglan frowned. She couldn't understand what this meant.
But for some reason, she had a vague feeling that Lin Yi might be experiencing a more complicated vortex. And she will soon be drawn into it. At the same time, Lin Yi was here. With the assistance of the system, he successfully completed the first wave of counterattack against Xinghui Media. The cash flow problems of the 3 companies caused widespread doubts in the media, and the market value of the companies under Bai Qianyao's name evaporated by nearly 5 billion in just 2 trading days.
But Lin Yi knew that this was just the beginning. System, I want to activate the hidden quest line.
He stared at the projection in front of him with a cold tone.
System response.
It is detected that the host has completed the phased layout.
Do you want to enter the second phase of the side quest struggle for financial power? 3 key events need to be completed in this stage.
1. Get into the core of the vortex and control the Bai family's information channels.
2. Incorporate Yunshan Media under Su Group.
3. Make Shen Wanqing fully side with the host camp and enter the binding state. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly.
Uzumaki, Su, and Shen Wanqing, there will definitely be new waves between these 3.
At this moment, his cell phone vibrated.
Caller ID, Su Qingyao.
This ice queen, who had been in a high position and watching from the sidelines, finally took the initiative to call.
I heard, you recently touched the Bai family's media fangs?
On the other end of the phone, Su Qingyao's voice was as cold as ice, but it contained a hint of interest. Are you really not afraid of death?
Lin Yi smiled softly. Afraid? Don't you know me very well? I never fight a battle I can't win. Su Qingyao was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly said, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, I need you to accompany me to the thief and wine party under Yaoguang. I want to give the Bai family a signal.
Lin Yi smiled. This was what he was waiting for, Su Qingyao's recognition.
No problem, he said, if you want to slap me in the face, I'll hand you the fan. The next evening,
the thief and wine party of the top celebrity circle in Yun City officially opened. The moment Su Qingyao led Lin Yi into the scene, the flashlights exploded. The man was wearing a custom-made suit, looking extremely handsome. The woman was wearing a black and gold dress, looking extremely cool and gorgeous. The two of them standing together looked like a real-life fairy couple.
Isn't that Mr. Su? Who is the man next to him?
I heard it's the upstart who's been gaining popularity lately, Lin Yi.
Lin Yi? Is he the genius who made a comeback and slapped the Bai family in the face? Why did he get together with Su Qingyao? Discussions broke out everywhere. And Bai Qianyao happened to be at the cocktail party. He stood in the middle of the crowd, looking at the two figures walking slowly towards him, the anger in his eyes barely concealed. Su Qingyao, you are really crazy. You actually brought Lin Yi here to slap me in the face?
But what Bai Qianyao could not have expected was that Shen Wanqing also showed up at the cocktail party. Her gaze swept across Bai Qianyao indifferently, and then fell on the picture of Su Qingyao and Lin Yi standing side by side.
Then lower your head and smile gently.
Lin Yi, you are becoming more and more likable. At the climax of the cocktail party, media reporters began to frantically surround Su Qingyao and Lin Yi.
Boss Su, what is your relationship with Mr. Lin? Is it a business cooperation, or? Su Qingyao curled her lips, me and him?
She glanced at Lin Yi and said with a half-smile, cooperation, trust, tacit understanding, and
some private consensus. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was in an uproar.
Lin Yi calmly pulled her over and whispered in her ear.
Are you really not afraid that I will get too deep into the role? Su Qingyao raised her eyebrows slightly. I want to see how daring you are.
At this moment, Shen Wanqing stood not far away, watching coldly.
He calmly took out his phone and sent a message. Ren Xinglan, are you sure you still don't want to appear? The atmosphere between the women is quietly deteriorating.
The Shura field has just begun.
Chapter 70, Xinglan strikes, sweet Shura appears. Ren Xinglan, are you sure you want to do this?
Behind the scenes of the live broadcast room, the assistant looked anxious. Ren Xinglan raised her hand and tucked her long hair. Her eyes were calm, yet revealed an unprecedented determination. I want everyone to know that he is the one I chose.
Whether it's Su Qingyao or Shen Wanqing. The next second, she pressed start live broadcast.
As the live broadcast window lit up, more than 100,000 viewers instantly flooded the screen, and barrages of comments flew up like an explosion.
The goddess is online. Sister Xinglan is so beautiful today. This makeup, this aura, I'm about to kneel down. By the way, isn't there a rumor on the internet recently about her relationship with a mysterious new capitalist? I understand what you mean. Is it that Lin Yi?
As everyone was guessing, Ren Xinglan suddenly smiled and nodded slightly towards the camera. Let's live stream tonight, let's not talk about anything else.
I'm only talking about one person, Lin Yi. The barrage went crazy in an instant. Who said that? Goddess Xinglan actually mentioned this name herself? Damn, didn't they say it was just a rumor? Who is Lin Yi? Quick science.
Ren Xinglan looked at the camera and spoke slowly. Lin Yi is someone I have been following since college. I know he was once ordinary, and I know he was ridiculed and excluded, but I also know that he has greater ambition and ability than anyone else. So I chose to stand on his side. These words came down like a heavy hammer. Not only was the live broadcast room boiling with excitement, the entire platform began to explode. Lin Yi, who was far away at the FIFA cocktail party, also received the live broadcast push as soon as possible. Su Qingyao, who was beside him, saw the notification on her phone and her face immediately darkened.
Ren Xinglan, is she challenging me?
Lin Yi put one arm around Su Qingyao's waist, and with the other hand he calmly opened his phone and watched the live broadcast clip. Then he chuckled.
The war between women has just begun.
System, pop up the current emotional branch status.
Current emotional branch line parallel. Ren Xinglan progress, 70%, actively attacking. Shen Wanqing progress, 55%, appears calm on the surface, but secretly active. Su Qingyao progress, 60%, increased vigilance.
System prompt, due to multiple parallel threads, the system has entered the Shura field mode.
Emotional conflicts will erupt in the next 48 hours. Post-socializing success rate increased by plus 10%, charm judgment plus 3.
Lin Ye's heart trembled slightly.
Sure, a field mode, this means that he will enter the true critical point of selection.
The system will also provide emotionally targeted rewards at this stage. At this moment, his cell phone vibrated again. It was a short message from Shen Wanqing.
Lin Yi, I will return to Yunjun Villa tonight. We should have a good talk.
Su Qingyao looked at Lin Yi's expression, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and she whispered in his ear. Lin Yi, don't play any tricks on me.
Lin Yi coughed lightly. How is that possible? I am a very loyal person.
Oh? Su Qingyao raised her eyes slightly, but a sneer appeared on the corner of her lips. Then can you explain what Ren Xinglan said in the live broadcast room just now? I have been following him since college?
She's made you a sacrifice, did you know that?
Lin Yi smiled helplessly. Okay, I'll explain later.
Su Qingyao didn't say anything else, but the cold aura did not diminish at all.
But he knew that tonight would not be peaceful.
That night,
at Yunjun Villa, Lin Yi had just returned home and the lights in the living room were already on. Shen Wanqing was wearing a tight silk home dress and a coat, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Her back was graceful and her curves were alluring.
She didn't look back, but said calmly, "You're here."
Lin Yi, yeah. Shen Wanqing turned around slowly, with a glass of red wine in her hand. Her eyes were cold but hinted at some questioning.
Are you really going to continue playing like this? Su Qingyao, Ren Xinglan, are we still missing Yi Qingning and Bai Yunran? Lin Yi was silent. You're really good.
Shen Wanqing took a sip of wine and chuckled, but her smile was slightly cold.
Did you enable some multiple heroine endings in the system? Lin Yi almost choked. This woman is a little scary.
He coughed dryly. Ahem, listen to me, I didn't mean to.
Don't rush to explain. Shen Wanqing suddenly approached and pressed his chest.
I didn't come to see you tonight to bring up old grudges.
I'm here to tell you I'm not quitting.
She looked up at Lin Yi, her voice low and hoarse, with a hint of danger and tenderness in her eyes. Lin Yi, from now on, you have to think clearly about one question.
You want a woman, or your life? System prompt, emotional branch. Shen Wanqing's outbreak phase is about to begin.
About to enter the next stage, trial of selfish desire.
Do you choose to accept? Lin Yi let out a long breath.
He knew that a sweet and dangerous storm had just begun.
Chapter 71 by Family Conspiracy, Xinglan's Choice. In the city at night, neon lights flicker and the streets are still bustling and noisy. But in a modern apartment, the atmosphere is completely different.
Lin Yi sat back on the sofa, holding a cup of freshly brewed coffee in his hand. The cold air drifted away with the steam rising from the cup. He looked down at the slightly rippled liquid, his eyes looking through the night outside the window, deep in thought. Ren Xinglan stood in front of the French window, her long skirt falling like water, the breeze blowing through her hair, like a quiet painting. Her back was filled with worry and helplessness, as if she was trapped in a whirlpool that she couldn't escape.
You already know.
Lin Yi's voice was neither hurried nor slow, but it was sharp and could not be ignored. Ren Xinglan's shoulders trembled slightly, and then she turned around, with a complex light flashing in her eyes. I know what you are talking about. She slowly walked to the sofa, looked down at the coffee in Lin Yi's hand, and finally looked up and looked at him. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and time became heavy between the two of them.
I always thought I could escape.
Ren Xinglan whispered, but things are getting more and more complicated, and I found.
I have no choice at all.
Lin Yi put down the coffee cup and gently supported her shoulders, his eyes firm and deep. You are not without choices, Xinglan.
You always have.
Ren Xinglan shook his head, a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. My father has made a decision.
He has tied me to the Bai family.
Although I want to resist, but
you can't resist.
Lin Yi interrupted her, his tone cold but gentle. You can't change your father's decision.
Why do you know me so well?
Ren Xinglan was a little stunned, with a bit of confusion in his eyes. I not only know you, but also your father and the Bai family. Lin Yi smiled slightly, as if he had been prepared for this. I know that you don't want to be forced to marry the young master of the Bai family, but that doesn't mean you don't have the right to choose.
You can choose me.
Her breathing stagnated and her eyes suddenly became deeper.
You know, this has never been easy for me.
Ren Xinglan lowered his eyes, his expression complicated.
My father pushed me in front of the Bai family, but how could I endure such a life?
Lin Yi stood up, walked to her side, and whispered, I know you don't want to, I know you have your own insistence. You don't like the young master of the Bai family, or rather, you don't like the kind of life that is forced. She looked up and looked into his eyes that were full of determination, and the hesitation in her heart was torn away once again. "If I choose you, can I really get rid of all this?" Her voice trembled, but with a hint of expectation. Lin Yi smiled faintly. "I promise that your choice is not just to escape. You can get a better life, even freer than your current choice." He spoke without hesitation, revealing an unquestionable confidence. This kind of confidence seemed to be able to break all difficulties and turn all impossibilities into possibilities. Ren Xinglan bit her lip and looked at him intently, her heart tangled. She knew that her life no longer revolved around her family and the young master of the Bai family. If she continued on this path, perhaps she would become the chess piece that was dominated and would never be able to break free from the shackles. But if she chose Lin Yi, it would mean that everything would be different. I promise you." She finally spoke, her voice firm. "But I want to know, Lin Yi, what can you give me?" "I can give you freedom." Lin Yi's eyes became deeper, as if he was making some kind of promise. "I can give you a new life, so that you can truly control your own destiny instead of being controlled by others." His words were like a thunderclap exploding in Ren Xinglan's heart. Her eyes gradually brightened, and the indescribable sense of oppression in her heart began to ease, as if she had finally seen a way out. She looked up and her eyes met his, and it seemed that at that moment, she had made a final decision. "Okay, I believe you." Her voice finally regained its composure, and the expression on her face was no longer confused. "I promise you, I choose you." Lin Yi smiled slightly. He reached out and gently held her hand, with an irresistible determination in his tone. "From today on, you are mine." His fingers touched her skin, and the warmth instantly made her heart beat faster. She looked at his charming face, and countless emotions surged in her heart: anger, confusion, desire, indulgence. At this moment, Ren Xinglan knew that she could no longer turn back. No matter how uncertain the road ahead was, she had decided to follow Lin Yi's steps and move towards an unknown future. And Lin Yi had already planned everything. Chapter 72, The Prelude to the Business War, Shen Wanqing's Crisis. The next morning, the sun shone through the tall buildings of Cloud City, bringing a new day of vitality and challenges. Lin Yi got up early as usual, put on his clothes, and habitually picked up his phone to check last night's emails and messages. He was not in a hurry to go out. The coffee on the table was ready, and next to him were the files he was most familiar with. Today, his schedule was tight and challenging, but the most important thing was to meet Shen Wanqing. Last night, Lin Yi and Ren Xinglan reached a preliminary consensus. Although the emotional entanglement has begun, he knows that now is not the time to relax his vigilance. The situation of the business war is still changing, and Shen Wanqing's crisis needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Shen Wanqing was a very smart woman. She had the power and resources of her family, and had even gradually expanded her business vision to a wider field. Lin Yi knew that her existence could not be ignored, especially her invisible pressure, which had already caused subtle shocks in the entire Yundu business circle. However, Shen Wanqing's family, Shen's, is facing an unprecedented crisis recently. Shen Wanqing's plan to succeed as chairman has encountered challenges from some interest groups, and there are even rumors that her successor will be replaced by someone else. Lin Yi has never underestimated the seriousness of this storm, but is more willing to take this opportunity to quickly promote his strategic layout. Ding! A message reminder broke his thoughts. He opened the message. It was from Shen Wanqing. "Good morning, Lin Yi. I have an important meeting tonight and may need you to attend as my supporter. I will also have an important negotiation tomorrow and I hope you can help me." Looking at the message, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of deep meaning. This was Shen Wanqing's way of showing weakness to him. Perhaps she had a lot of troubles in her heart that she couldn't easily express, and she gave these troubles to Lin Yi. This woman has always shown extraordinary self-confidence and independence, but when she chose to rely on him, this trust meant a lot to Lin Yi. Lin Yi replied with a brief message. "Okay, I'll be there to help you solve the problem." Then, he put down his phone, stood up and walked to the bathroom. Today's mission began to become clearer. In the evening, in a luxurious building in Yundu City, Shen Wanqing was preparing for tonight's meeting. She was sitting in the chairman's office. The night was getting darker outside the window, and the lights were bright. At this moment, Shen Wanqing's expression seemed unusually calm, but her inner fluctuations were extremely strong. Her father, Mr. Shen, had recently reduced his involvement in work due to health problems, forcing Shen Wanqing to take over the Shen Group early. Although she had always maintained a strong aura, she still knew in her heart that many people did not fully agree with her leadership position. Especially the young master of the Bai family, Bai Yunjie, who not only has strong financial support, but is also an important partner in the Shen Group. Recent signs show that Bai Yunjie is trying to further control the Shin Group through cooperation with her. And Shin Wanqing must not allow this to happen. She knew very well that once her position was shaken, not only would the interests of the company be threatened, but even the interests of her family would be thrown into chaos.
What is coming has finally come.
She whispered to herself, her eyes sharp and her fingers tapping lightly on the table. Suddenly, there was a slight knock on the door.
Come in.
Shin Wanqing's voice was still cold, as if she was not disturbed by her emotions. The door was pushed open, and Lin Yi walked in. He was wearing a well-fitting suit, and he still had that aura that was hard to ignore, like the brightest star in the night sky.
Wanqing, are you ready?
Lin Yi smiled slightly and scanned the furnishings in the office with sharp eyes. Shin Wanqing looked at him and nodded gently, almost.
But do you think you are sure about tonight's matter?
Lin Yi calmly walked to her desk, picked up the document beside him, flipped through a few pages, and then slowly raised his head. Don't worry, you will definitely win this game tonight. Shin Wanqing's eyes flickered slightly, as if she was comforted by the firmness and calmness in Lin Yi's words. She knew very well that Lin Yi's business vision and judgment were far beyond the reach of ordinary people. He never did anything he was not sure of, and every success made her trust him more.
I know you've always been confident. Shin Wanqing whispered, but tonight's opponent is not just Bai Yunjie. There are also some people who are not easy to deal with. I know.
Lin Yi nodded, his eyes becoming more profound. You don't have to worry. I already have a countermeasure for the plan of the young master of the Bai family. Shin Wanqing took a deep breath, stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the bright night view outside. I really hope that one day, the Shin family can truly break free from the shackles of the Bai family. Lin Yi walked behind her and said softly, this wish is not far away.
He patted her shoulder gently, as if making a promise.
Shin Wanqing turned around, her eyes firm. Then it depends on you, Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Don't worry, I won't let you down.
Chapter 73, Business War, Shin Wanqing's Determination.
Night has fallen, and the lights of Yangdu City are like stars, reflecting the luxury and complexity of this city.
In Shin Wanqing's office, the atmosphere is still tense and serious.
Tonight's meeting will determine Shin Wanqing's future direction, and even whether Shin Group can continue to maintain its leading position in the industry. Lin Yi stood in front of the window, overlooking the brilliance of the city. Through the glass window, he seemed to be able to see the opportunities and traps hidden behind the city. Shin Wanqing's figure appeared in front of him, and her back made him involuntarily respect her. Her determination had never been so clear.
Tonight, the future of Shin's company will be decided.
Shin Wanqing's voice was a little tired, but she still said firmly, if I can pass this level smoothly, Shin's company will have greater opportunities, but if I fail,
I may lose everything forever.
She didn't hide anything, and Lin Yi could feel the heaviness in her words. She was not someone who would show weakness easily, and the pressure that made her say these words was obviously far beyond the imagination of ordinary people.
You won't fail. Lin Yi's tone was extremely firm.
He turned and walked toward Shin Wanqing, his eyes meeting hers.
Shin Wanqing was slightly stunned.
She didn't expect Lin Yi's trust in her was so deep. She had always thought that Lin Yi's existence was to help her solve the business problems at hand. Now, she realized that Lin Yi was not only her partner, but also a kind of dependence on her.
You also know that tonight's meeting is not simple.
Shin Wanqing said in a steady tone, I will face not only Bai Yunjie, but also opposition from within Shin's.
Even my father cannot guarantee that I can take over Shin smoothly.
Lin Yi smiled, with a sly light in his eyes. Don't worry, Bai Yunjie is only a temporary threat.
As for those opponents, you don't need to be afraid.
I have arranged enough strategies. Shin Wanqing looked at him, and an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. She knew very well that Lin Yi's ability was far more than what she saw before her. He was not only a business genius, but also a strong man who could lead her to greater success.
Then let's wait for the results tomorrow.
Shin Wanqing nodded, and a glimmer of hope rekindled in her eyes. I will be there to help you clear all obstacles.
Lin Yi added, his eyes as firm as iron. Tomorrow, no one will be able to stop your plan.
Shin Wanqing smiled gently. I know, with you here, there is no need to worry about solving the problem. The atmosphere between the two of them was subtle and tense. However, Shin Wanqing's eyes revealed a trace of trust in Lin Yi, and she began to realize that she was no longer alone. And Lin Yi became her greatest support. The next day, the most luxurious conference center in Yangdu City brought together many high-level executives from well-known companies, including some business tycoons. Today's meeting was of great importance, and Shin Wanqing, as the new chairman of Shin Group, had to consolidate her position with practical actions.
Lin Yi stood in the crowd, looking around.
He was wearing a well-cut suit, and his temperament was calm and composed, like the embodiment of a business elite. Shen Wanqing, who was standing side by side with him, had a calm and confident look on her face. Although she was a little nervous, every move she made revealed her incomparable tenacity.
The meeting has begun.
Bai Yunjie, wearing a sophisticated suit, attracted a lot of attention when he walked into the conference room. He stood at one end of the conference table with a playful smile in his eyes. Standing with him were some local business tycoons, most of whom had cooperated or competed with Shen Wanqing and Shen's.
Mr. Shen, I hope you can give us a clear answer for today's meeting.
Bai Yunjie spoke with a hint of challenge and disdain in his tone. Everyone has heard about the recent turmoil in Shen's company. We all hope to see a stable situation, rather than continue to wander in uncertainty.
Shen Wanqing looked at him calmly, without any fluctuation in her eyes. Bai Yunjie, are you questioning Shen's leadership by saying this?
Bai Yunjie raised his lips slightly. Do you doubt?
I dare not.
But whether Shen's can continue to develop steadily, everyone knows it. After all, your father has been in poor health recently. Whether Shen's future can be maintained depends on whether you can provide enough support. Shen Wanqing's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure.
Lin Yi approached from the side and whispered in her ear, "Relax, he is just testing you.
You just need to prove yourself to stabilize the Shen group."
Shen Wanqing took a deep breath and nodded slightly.
She understood that this meeting was not only her response to external threats, but also a proof of her internal support.
Mr. Bai, the future of Shen's is in my hands.
Shen Wanqing smiled coldly. Tonight's meeting will not change because of your words.
The answer you want will be available later.
Oh? Bai Yunjie raised his eyebrows, as if he had not expected Shen Wanqing to be so tough. Then let's wait and see. Lin Yi smiled slightly, and glanced at everyone present. He knew that today's game would determine the future fate of Shen Wanqing and the Shen family, and he would play a crucial role in it.
Chapter 74, Business War Victory, Shen Wanqing's Counterattack. The atmosphere in the conference room froze for a moment. Everyone held their breath and looked anxiously at Shen Wanqing, waiting for her response.
Her words meant the future of Shen Group and the final outcome of this business war. Shen Wanqing stared straight ahead, her expression as cold as ice, her eyes sharp, as if she could see through all the lies and hypocrisy. Bai Yunjie's words had obviously aroused her anger, but she did not rush to attack, but responded to every challenge calmly.
Bai Yunjie, you are right. Shen's company is indeed facing some challenges recently.
Shen Wanqing's words were calm, but with an unshakable confidence.
But you are wrong.
The future of Shen's company is not decided by you, nor by those who only know how to take shortcuts.
Its fate is in my hands.
As soon as she finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Everyone in the audience was shocked by her calmness and determination, but at the same time they also felt the powerful aura behind her.
Can you guarantee that Shen's can really survive this crisis?
Bai Yunjie's eyes flashed with disdain. You are just a woman, why do you challenge such a big situation?
Why?
Shen Wanqing sneered, with a dangerous light flashing in her eyes, because I am not only the helmsman of Shen Group, but also because I have a power behind me that you can never touch. Her words were full of deterrence, instantly crushing Bai Yunjie's provocation. The entire conference room suddenly became quiet, as if a storm was about to come, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the next development. Lin Yi stood beside Shen Wanqing, with a satisfied look in his eyes. He knew that Shen Wanqing had already begun to show her true strength in this business war. And he, as her biggest supporter, would clear all obstacles for her behind the scenes.
Boss Shen, you really have a strong aura.
A voice came from the other end of the conference room, breaking the brief silence.
But this game may not be so easy to win.
After the words fell, Shen Wanqing turned her gaze coldly to that person, who was one of the representatives of the opposition within the Shen Group, Zhao Wenbin. He was one of the senior executives of the Shen Group and a close confidant of Shen Wanqing's father. For many years, he had been skeptical of Shen Wanqing's leadership ability.
Today's meeting was his last chance to challenge Shen Wanqing. Zhao Wenbin, you dare to question my ability?
Shen Wanqing's tone was still cold, but there was a sense of oppression in her eyes, as if she wanted to defeat the other party in one fell swoop.
It's not doubt, but worry.
Zhao Wenbin still maintained a pleasant look, as if he didn't take Shen Wanqing's threats seriously at all.
Shen's financial situation in recent years is obvious to everyone. And you lack sufficient experience. Whether you can lead Shen out of the predicament, I'm afraid no one can give a clear answer.
Shen Wanqing's face remained calm, without a trace of hesitation in her eyes. She knew that Zhao Wenbin was just using this opportunity to sow discord and undermine her leadership. She did not intend to argue with him, because she knew that action was the most powerful response. Mr. Shin, I completely agree with Mr. Zhao's point of view.
Another senior representative, Lu Jiangwo, also stood up. Shin's capital chain is already tight.
If strong measures are not taken, Shin may really face a financial crisis.
You are all right.
Shin Wanqing nodded gently, with a hint of coldness in her eyes, but you have overlooked one fact.
Shin's predicament was caused by people like you.
For many years, you have been high above, enjoying Shin's resources, but have never really made any substantial contribution to the company. Her voice was neither hurried nor slow, but every word hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Shin Wanqing's eyes became more and more determined, like a hard stone that would never be shaken by any external force.
Tonight, you want to see an end, but what I bring to you will be a brand new beginning.
Shin Wanqing's voice gradually became louder, full of expectations for the future.
Shin's transformation has begun. And I will be the one who leads Shin to the top.
Her words exploded in the conference room like thunder, and everyone's eyes were unconsciously focused on her. Shin Wanqing's aura reached its peak at this moment, completely surpassing all the previous doubts and challenges. At this time, Lin Yi, who was standing beside her, finally showed a satisfied smile. He knew that Shin Wanqing was ready to meet the challenge, and she had enough courage and wisdom to face all difficulties.
Okay, today's meeting ends here.
Shin Wanqing concluded calmly, tomorrow, we will have a new situation.
Shins will no longer be the same Shins as before.
Her words were concise and powerful, and immediately shocked everyone present.
All doubts and provocations disappeared without a trace at this moment.
With Shin Wanqing's announcement, the atmosphere in the conference room became more solemn, but also full of expectations.
What will the future Shins be like? Only time can answer this question.
Lin Ye's eyes swept across everyone present, and he was fully prepared in his heart. Next, all obstacles would be removed, and Shin Wanqing would lead the Shin group to a more glorious future with her wisdom and determination.
Chapter 75, Shin's counterattack. Lin Yi secretly sets up a chess game. Late at night, Cloud City.
2 hours after the Shin group's high-level meeting ended, the entire building was still brightly lit. The company's internal cleansing and restructuring plan had quietly started, and temporary personnel transfer documents were issued to various departments like snowflakes. Shin Wanqing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in her office, gazing at the sea of city lights with a calm and almost ruthless look.
From now on, anyone who does not follow the arrangements will be eliminated.
Her voice was cold, as if at this moment she was the real ruler of the Shin family. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, playing with the silver-black limited edition lighter in his hand, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. Your performance at the meeting just now has frightened those old guys.
Lin Yi said calmly, next, as long as we proceed according to the plan, Shin's situation will be turned around within a week. Shin Wanqing nodded gently, then slowly sat down next to Lin Yi, her voice much softer than before. Did you expect Zhao Wenbin to make trouble today?
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Of course, his people have been in frequent contact with foreign capital recently, and dared to leak data to the Bai family at this critical juncture. If they are not cleaned up, the Shin family will be finished sooner or later. As he spoke, he handed over a folder.
Shin Wanqing flipped it open and only read one page before her brows furrowed. What is this? They are secretly contacting Bai Qianyao and are planning to jointly acquire Shin's high-end industrial lines.
Lin Ye's eyes were cold.
To put it bluntly, they have long regarded you as a transitional puppet and will take over everything when the opportunity is ripe. Shin Wanqing's fingers tightened slightly, and wrinkles appeared on the paper. These people really have no bottom line at all.
She gritted her teeth. That's why I suggest you take full control of the power. Lin Yi stood up and walked in front of her, looking down at her. It's not that you don't have the means, Wanqing, it's just that you used to care too much about the so-called relationship. But in this capital game, relationships will only make you die faster.
Shin Wanqing looked at him with complicated eyes, and after a while she whispered, what about you? Aren't you afraid of offending the Bai family by helping me? They won't let it go. Lin Yi chuckled, his tone extremely confident. Who the hell is Bai Qianyao?
Shin Wanqing was stunned for a moment, looking at Lin Yi's profile, and suddenly felt that the man in front of her was no longer the ordinary student whom she had pushed away before.
He was too calm, too steady, even dangerous.
You are no longer the brat who said to me, Senior, I will support you. Lin Yi turned to look at her, his eyes becoming more serious. But what I'm saying now is still, I will support you. Shin Wanqing's heart was shocked. She tried to ignore the seemingly frivolous but extremely serious words and forcibly changed the subject. Didn't you say, that we should arrange the first step of the counterattack plan tomorrow?
How exactly are we going to make our move?
Lin Yi put away his lighter and his tone became serious. It's simple.
Shatter their capital fantasy.
He took out a copy of the contract. This is the third-party capital company I arranged, Guanyo Holdings. Tomorrow we will use this company to publicly acquire part of Shin's shares at a price far higher than the market price.
Shin Wanqing looked at the document in surprise. You want to use your funds to buy back Shin's shares? Lin Yi nodded. It's more than just a buyback.
I want the outside world to see that Shin's value is still growing, especially the new Shin under your control.
However, such high-priced acquisitions can easily arouse market doubts.
Once the capital chain is misjudged as a shell company's capital injection, it will instead trigger regulatory scrutiny.
That's why we need the shell of Guanyo Holdings. Lin Yi smiled.
The real money will not flow out of my account directly, but will be transferred to the asset account rewarded by the system. Shin Wanqing was slightly startled, but did not ask any further questions. She didn't know how Lin Yi did it, but she vaguely understood that behind him, there was a set of capital operation methods that far exceeded ordinary people. Then, what if Zhao Wenbin and the others team up with the Bai family and forcefully short the Shin Corporation? Lin Yi sat back next to her. Don't worry, if they want a short sell, they have to get enough Shin shares first, and our acquisition storm tomorrow will disrupt their plans. Capital is profit-seeking, and once Guanyo takes action, the market will become our backyard.
Are you taking advantage of the situation?
Hit them in the face and use their own tricks. Lin Yi smiled faintly, but there was a hint of cruelty in his eyes. I want Bai Qianyao to know that if he plays with me, he is simply courting death.
Shin Wanqing looked at Lin Yi for a long time and suddenly whispered, have you ever thought, if one day, you are no longer just standing by my side, but become a capital tycoon, can I still stand by your side?
Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then he held her cold hand with his backhand, his tone extremely firm.
Wanqing, you are always by my side.
At this moment, the indifference in Shin Wanqing's eyes completely collapsed, as if the hardest shell in her heart was shattered by these words.
She knew she couldn't turn back.
And Lin Yi was no longer just the boy she had secretly followed.
He is Lin Yi,
the man she was destined to be with.
Chapter 76, By Family Suspicion, Ren Xinglan's Invitation. In the early morning, sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows. When Lin Yi woke up, Shin Wanqing had already left the office sofa, leaving behind only a still-warm cup of American coffee and a handwritten note. There is a board meeting in the morning. I will go and make arrangements first. See you at lunchtime. Wanqing.
Lin Yi looked at the beautifully written message, his lips curled up slightly. He knew that Shin Wanqing had completely changed under his leadership. The once cold and passive young lady of the consortium finally had the ambition and edge to control her life.
System, check today's tasks. Ding.
The host's current influence has increased significantly, and a temporary growth task has been initiated.
Mission name, Commercial Counterattack Phase 1.
Mission objective, assist Shin to create market illusions in the capital market, complete the first stock price rebound and trigger heated discussions in the media. Mission reward, 50 million yuan in cash, one chance to draw a random skill. Lin Yi's eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seems, the system can't sit still anymore. Just as he was about to go out, his cell phone rang. The name displayed on the screen was Ren Xinglan.
Senior? Lin Yi answered. Lin Yi, are you in the company now? I'm downstairs. If you have time, can you come down and walk with me?
Her voice was as gentle as always, but with a hint of hesitation and caution. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Wait for me for 5 minutes.
When Lin Yi went downstairs, Ren Xinglan was already standing at the entrance of the building.
She was wearing a light pink woolen windbreaker, with her long hair draped softly over her shoulders. Her temperament was gentle and charming, attracting many passers-by to look back frequently. She was holding 2 cups of coffee in her hands, and when she saw Lin Yi coming out, she immediately smiled brightly. You must not have gotten much rest last night.
This is your favorite brown sugar latte.
Lin Yi took the coffee, looked at her and smiled gently. Senior sister, you know me very well. Ren Xinglan lowered his head slightly, as if to hide something, then raised his head and said with a smile, let's go, I want to go to Yunjiang for a walk. The two walked side by side along the river. The wind was a little cold, and Ren Xinglan shrank her neck. Seeing this, Lin Yi took off his coat and put it on her.
I'm wearing a windbreaker, you'll be cold. I can tolerate cold much better than you.
Lin Yi smiled faintly.
Ren Xinglan looked at him and suddenly asked in a low voice, Lin Yi, have you been hiding something from me recently?
Lin Yi paused and turned his head to look at her. Ren Xinglan continued to speak to himself, I know that you are becoming more and more powerful now. You are no longer just the little brother who used to sit with me in the library. There are more people around you, and the things you encounter are becoming more and more complicated, but you know, I'm always paying attention to you. Just like before. Lin Ye's expression softened a bit. He already knew Ren Xinglan's feelings. However, since college, she had always stood quietly in the distance, silently helping him to withstand the conflicts in the club, rejecting invitations for him, and even used her own media resources to secretly attract traffic for his entrepreneurial project.
Has anyone from the Bai family come to see you recently? Lin Yi suddenly asked.
Ren Xinglan was stunned for a moment, then nodded, indeed. A few days ago when I was live streaming, a sponsor named Bai Luochen suddenly gave me a large amount of gifts and sent me a private message asking for a meeting. I checked his background and found out that he is Bai Qianyao's cousin.
Lin Ye's eyes gradually turned cold. They really can't sit still. Lin Yi, why are they looking for me?
Ren Xinglan looked at him seriously, I'm just a host, at most I know you.
Lin Yi sighed softly, you are wrong, Xinglan. You are the purest light around me. If the Bai family wants to deal with me, they will start with everyone around me even if they just want to make trouble for me.
Ren Xinglan looked at him with a complicated expression, and suddenly asked, what about me?
What if I am not light, but a burden?
Lin Yi looked at her and said firmly, you will not be a burden, never. Ren Xinglan's eyes turned red, and the next second she suddenly reached out and hugged him.
Lin Yi, if you are willing, I can help you. I am not the senior who will only hide behind you. I have fans, influence, and resources. I am not as fragile as you think. Let me accompany you, okay? Lin Yi was stunned.
After a long time, he gently hugged her shoulders.
Good.
Ren Xinglan seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden from his heart. He put his face against Lin Yi's chest and whispered, I knew you still remembered what I said back then. If you succeed, you must be the first to notify me. Lin Yi's lips curled up slightly, but a sharp light flashed in his eyes.
By family, since you want to start with the people around me, then I will let you know what the price will be if you touch the wrong person. Chapter 77, Secret Words in Fire.
The night was as dark as ink, the lights were on, and the nightlife of Yundu City had just begun. Lin Yi sat by the French window, with a glass of untouched red wine in front of him. The surface of the wine rippled slightly with the tapping of his fingertips, as if his thoughts were also being drawn and spread out in circles. Shen Wanqing sat quietly opposite him, changing into a lighter home dress, but still couldn't hide her cool aura. She didn't speak a word, just observing Lin Yi's every move. There was a kind of oppression in this silence.
You seem a little absent-minded tonight. Shen Wanqing finally broke the silence.
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. You found out.
I've known you for too long, you're not good at hiding. Then guess what I'm thinking about? Ren Xinglan.
Shen Wanqing said without hesitation, her tone firm. Lin Yi did not refute, his fingers paused for a moment, and he smiled softly, as expected of Mr. Shen, your analysis is accurate.
Shen Wanqing's eyes darkened and she took a sip of wine. Are you serious this time?
Lin Yi was silent for a few seconds and nodded, she is someone I once missed in my life.
If I don't catch her again now, I might regret it.
Shen Wanqing lowered her head and smiled, her voice cold but with a hint of bitterness that could not be concealed. You know, I always thought that people like you would not regret it. Lin Yi shook his head and looked out the window. There are people with systems, and there are people who can't let go.
Shen Wanqing raised her eyes and looked at him steadily. What about me? What do you mean to me?
Lin Yi paused, and his tone softened. Shen Wanqing, from the first day you appeared in my office, I knew that you would not just be a woman who stayed in my life for a short time. Shen Wanqing did not respond, but folded her hands on her knees, but her palms were warm. She knew better than anyone that Lin Yi was a man with a very clear goal. If he said he wanted something, he would never give up halfway. But the name Ren Xinglan has been hidden in his heart for too long, like a key that just opens a soft corner of him that has never been opened to others. The atmosphere settled for a while, and Lin Yi stood up and walked to the balcony. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at the brightly lit streets downstairs, as if he was examining the entire city. Shen Wanqing followed and leaned gently against him.
She wants to see you, right?
Shen Wanqing suddenly asked. Well, tomorrow afternoon, she said there are some things that must be said in person. Lin Yi nodded, his tone calm.
Will you go?
Yes. He looked at Shen Wanqing with a sincere gaze, but I will come back too. Shen Wanqing didn't say anything, but reached out and held his hand.
The next day, the sun was warm.
Lin Yi changed into a simple gray and white suit and was in an exceptionally good mental state. The system's reminder the night before that the main emotional branch line has been successfully advanced brought a new reward, a Chi Flow transformation card, which can forcibly turn the probability of failure into success in a turning point of fate. He was not in a hurry to use it, and the system did not prompt the next task. He knew that this meant that everything that came next would depend on his choice. The old coffee shop on the riverside of Yun City is still there, and even the wind chimes inside are ringing as crisply as I remember. Ren Xinglan arrived early, wearing a blue and white plaid dress, with her long hair loose and a gentle look with a hint of evasion. Lin Yi walked in, as if he had walked into a familiar but yellowed old painting. "You're here," Ren Xinglan said softly, as if all the reunions were condensed into the sentence.
"I'm here."
Lin Yi sat down and looked at her with gentle eyes. "You have changed, but you seem to have not changed."
Ren Xinglan smiled and said, "You too."
After a brief silence, Ren Xinglan said softly, "I'm not here to bring up old issues, Lin Yi. I'm afraid that if I don't say it, I'll never have another chance." Lin Yi nodded and looked at her intently. Ren Xinglan's eyes were slightly red, and he said softly, "I have always loved you, from high school to now."
Lin Yi was silent.
Ren Xinglan continued, "Even if you don't contact me anymore, even if I see you with someone else, I can't forget you.
You are the person I can't let go of most in my life."
Lin Yi's heart was shocked.
How could he not know? He just realized it too late.
"I'm sorry," he whispered.
Ren Xinglan looked at him with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "Is there any point in saying this now?"
"Yes." Lin Yi suddenly stood up, walked around her, and gently held her in his arms.
"You are the past I missed, but I don't want to miss the future again."
Ren Xinglan was stunned, and after a few seconds, she slowly hugged him. The two of them embraced each other quietly in this not-so-bustling afternoon, like lovers who had just met again after countless years. At this time, Shen Wanqing was sitting in the office, staring at the documents on the table without turning a page. She was terrifyingly calm, not even her fingertips trembled. But no one knew that a fire was burning in her heart. In the flames, Ren Xinglan's smile was clearly visible.
"Lin Yi,"
she murmured, "I won't lose to her."
Chapter 78, Deep Water and Whirlpool. Ren Xinglan did not struggle.
She lay quietly in Lin Yi's arms, like a wanderer who had not returned home for a long time and finally found the warmest habitat in her memory. Lin Yi's palm slowly stroked along her back, the warmth of his palm penetrating through the thin cloth, as if trying to soothe all the anxiety that had accumulated in her over the past few years. He lowered his head and said softly, "I know that you have not had an easy time these years."
Ren Xinglan's eyelashes trembled slightly, still leaning on his chest, and responded softly, "Actually,
I have never dared to really let it go." The wind chimes in the cafe rang softly, as if in response to this belated hug.
Half an hour later, the two walked out of the cafe side by side.
The sun was shining brightly on the street.
Lin Yi tilted his head and looked at her. "Where are you going?"
"I'll go with you."
Ren Xinglan hesitated for a moment. "I live in a studio in the south of the city now, not far away. Do you want to go and have a look?" Lin Yi didn't hesitate. "Let's go." Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of an old red brick building.
Ren Xinglan has a small studio on the second floor, which is less than 50 square meters.
The decoration is extremely simple, revealing her delicacy and tenacity. "I haven't tidied it yet, don't mind."
She opened the door and turned back to smile.
Lin Yi stepped into the room, looked at the hand-drawn sketches and plans on the wall, and whispered, "Have you been working hard for self-media?"
Ren Xinglan nodded. "Although I'm not very popular, I've never given up.
I can at least be self-sufficient by taking on promotions and copywriting planning." Lin Yi didn't say anything.
He just walked to the wall and touched the drawings with his fingertips. "Did you draw these drawings yourself?"
"Well, I studied design.
Although I didn't become a full-time designer later, drawing is what I persisted in the longest." Lin Yi turned around and looked at her seriously. "Very impressive. With just one word from you, I suddenly feel that all my persistence is worth it." At this moment, Ren Xinglan no longer has the gentle host filter in front of the camera, nor the white moonlight label imposed on her by the outside world. There is only her true self, the girl who has silently stood behind Lin Yi and liked him silently since high school. Lin Yi suddenly reached out and held her face. "Xinglan, I'm not here to reminisce.
I'm serious."
Ren Xinglan's eyes turned red and she bit her lip. "But we have missed each other for so long. But you are still here waiting for me, and that is the most important thing." Lin Yi's voice was low and firm, like a vow or an unshakable belief.
Give me a chance, okay? From now on, let me take care of you.
Ren Xinglan did not answer, but her tears had already rolled down and dripped onto Lin Yi's palm. At the same time, at the headquarters of Yabwine Group, Su Qingmiao leaned against the French window of the president's office, flipping through a media release, which contained Lin Yi's recent series of high-profile operations, spending money to acquire Mobile Media, investing in the core area of the city, and deepening cooperation with Shun's. She narrowed her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth coldly. Sure enough, you are becoming less and less like the poor boy you used to be. The assistant behind him whispered, President, there's news from Mobile Media that Lin Yi is interested in contacting Starfish Culture and is in preliminary discussions about content linkage.
Haixing Culture? Su Qingmiao raised her eyebrows. Isn't that the company Ren Xinglan is signing with?
Yes, she is one of the top IP anchors that Haixing has focused on developing in the past 6 months.
Su Qingmiao smiled lightly, her tone becoming more playful. What a coincidence. Make arrangements.
I want to discuss a cooperation with Ren Xinglan.
The assistant was shocked. What the president means is,
it's just a pure business negotiation. Su Qingmiao spoke each word with a sarcastic arc on her red lips. By the way, let's see why Lin Yi has remembered her for so many years.
The assistant nodded and left.
Su Qingmiao turned around and sat back in her chair, tapping the table with her fingertips. Her eyes were as cold as a cheetah. She had never been someone who was willing to stand by and watch, especially when facing a man she had begun to care about seriously. Lin Yi is the man she has chosen, and she will never allow anyone to interfere. Even if that person was the white moonlight that Lin Yi was unwilling to let go of in the past.
And the other side.
Shen Wanqing stood in front of the window, holding an A4 paper with a group of photos on it. In the photo, Ren Xinglan and Lin Yi were standing in front of the cafe, looking very intimate. In another photo, they were walking into the old town one after the other.
Keep following.
She said coldly, I don't care what she wants to do.
I want to know every step Lin Yi takes. Yes. The female assistant nodded.
Shen Wanqing's eyes were unfathomable. I said, I won't lose. She knew very well in her heart that Lin Yi was not the kind of man who could be easily controlled. He was never careless about feelings, but once he was serious, he would devote himself to it. And she has already put everything she has into Lin Yi's gamble.
She can't afford to lose. So, she could only win.
In the evening, in Ren Xinglan's studio, Lin Yi helped her move a pile of old picture frames to the balcony.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
He asked while wiping his sweat. Ren Xinglan chuckled, you were too far away at that time, I thought I was not worthy of you. Lin Yi turned around and looked at her, don't think like that in the future. Ren Xinglan was stunned, then nodded gently, okay. He suddenly came closer and held her hand, from now on, you are not alone. Ren Xinglan's eyes were evasive, but she didn't break free from his hand in the end. The sky on the balcony gradually darkened, and in the interweaving of light and shadow, the two figures were pressed closely together. The whirlpool of fate has quietly taken shape, and Lin Yi is walking into it step by step.
Chapter 79, Deep Love. It was already dusk when Lin Yi left Ren Xinglan's studio. The city's sky was burning with golden red sunset, just like the emotions surging in his heart at the moment. Outside the car window, everything seemed to be immersed in a gentle halo. But Lin Yi knew that this tenderness was only temporary. In the future, he would have to face not only Ren Xinglan's deep affection, but also more unavoidable emotional collisions and whirlpools of interests. Back at Tianqi Mansion, as soon as Lin Yi entered the door, a familiar voice was heard from the living room.
You came home quite late tonight.
It's Shen Wanqing.
She was wearing a long silk home dress, casual yet elegant. She sat on the sofa, flipping through a thick file in her hands, but her eyes never left Lin Yi. Lin Yi paused, took off his coat and hung it at the door. Something happened at the company and delayed me.
Really?
Shen Wanqing smiled faintly, her tone was neither hot nor cold. I thought you were going to accompany your old friend.
Lin Yi frowned slightly, but did not respond. Shen Wanqing stood up, walked barefoot in front of him, and looked at him straight in the eyes. Lin Yi, do you think that as long as you don't say anything, I won't know anything? Lin Yi was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked softly, are you checking me? I'm investigating Ren Xinglan.
Her voice was a little colder. She has been in frequent contact with you recently. I even looked through the water and electricity bill records of her studio.
It's not easy to hide it from me.
Lin Yi sighed and held her face in his hands. Wanqing, you are not like this.
That's just how I am. Shen Wanqing's eyes showed a trace of bitterness. I've said it before, I'm not good at sharing. You can refuse me, but don't lie to me.
Lin Yi looked at her with complicated eyes. He knew that Shen Wanqing was not someone who could easily control her emotions from the beginning. Her love was deep, persistent, and even a bit paranoid and sharp. And this sharpness, once forced into a corner, would become the sharpest weapon.
I won't lie to you. Lin Yi whispered, I once owed Rin Xinglan a favor.
I went to find her to give her an explanation, and also for myself. Shen Wanqing pursed her lips and said nothing. There was no more blame on her face, only silent fatigue. She hugged Lin Yi, as if she wanted to tie him tightly in her arms. Lin Yi, I'm really scared.
What are you afraid of? I'm afraid you won't belong to me anymore.
Lin Yi closed his eyes and hugged her tighter. You will always be one of the most important women in my life.
I promised you that I would not let you be alone. Then what will you promise her?
Shen Wanqing's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible.
Lin Yi remained silent and did not answer.
The next morning, Lin Yi came to the company as usual, but saw Bai Yunran, who had been waiting for a long time outside the office. She was wearing a champagne-colored professional suit, with a cool aura and an overbearing arrogance.
Would you like to chat sometime, fiancé?
She spoke in a frivolous tone, but could not hide the displeasure and coldness in her eyes.
Lin Yi nodded. Conference room.
After entering the conference room and closing the door, Bai Yunran immediately got straight to the point. Your actions recently have been too frequent.
What do you want to say? You are planning your media and playing the card of cultural resources.
I know you want to win over Rin Xinglan.
You know who she is, right?
She is your little white moonlight. Lin Yi's eyes shone. Bai Yunran, you'd better understand that she is now part of my business cooperation, not the emotional threat you mentioned. You can lie to others, but you can't lie to me.
Bai Yunran sneered. Lin Yi, do you think I really want to be your nominal fiancé?
I am willing to bet on my Bai family's resources and stand on your side because you are becoming more and more valuable and stronger.
So what do you want? I want a position.
Bai Yunran took a step closer and tapped his chest with her finger. Lin Yi, you can have a relationship now and be chased by others. But you must know that what I, Bai Yunran, want is not only you, but also the whole world that you can control in the future.
Lin Yi smiled coldly. Are you negotiating terms? I'm drawing a bottom line.
She said in a cold tone, you can play, but don't be too moved. Otherwise, I will let you know what it means to be overturned.
At the same time, in Su Qingyao's office,
the general manager of Haixing Culture stood aside, his face slightly stiff.
Boss Su, although Rin Xinglan's contract is in our hands, she is already a platform-bound account.
If we rashly contact her, it is likely to cause a backlash from fans. Su Qingyao lowered her head and stirred the coffee slowly. I don't need you to do anything, I just need her to come to me.
But why did she come to see you?
She will soon realize that her limited resources are not enough to support the situation she will face in the future. As she spoke, she pushed an anonymous PR draft onto the table. The content was the negative information about Rin Xinglan using emotional resources in exchange for traffic.
Su Qingyao smiled softly. I never like to be overtaken by others, even in love.
At this moment, Rin Xinglan was stunned when she received a call from her agent.
What did you say? Rumors about Lin Yi and I are spreading online?
It also contains content about you relying on your resources to get ahead.
More than one marketing account is pushing it simultaneously. I'm afraid it's a premeditated plan. Rin Xinglan's face turned pale instantly.
She knew that once this pace was set, she, as a host who had not yet firmly established herself as a first-line anchor, would likely be brought back to her original form.
Stop my live broadcast tonight immediately. I want to see Lin Yi. Are you sure it's the right time to go see him? It's too noisy at this time. I can't not go. At 8 o'clock in the evening, just after Lin Yi finished his meeting, a message from Rin Xinglan popped up on his phone. I'm downstairs, can we meet?
He was stunned for a few seconds, then walked down the building. Rin Xinglan was standing on the side of the road wearing a light-colored windbreaker. He looked extremely thin and his eyes were red.
Something happened, she said in a hoarse voice.
Lin Yi frowned and pulled her aside. Don't be afraid, I'll take care of it. But, this time, I suspect the person behind this is Su Qingyao.
Lin Yi was not surprised, but nodded. I guessed it. Then you still want to continue dealing with her? I have no choice.
Lin Yi said firmly, I have been involved in this game for a long time, but don't worry, as long as you don't regret standing by my side, I won't let you be pushed down. Rin Xinglan looked at him and suddenly hugged him. I don't regret it, I'm just afraid that I'll become a burden to you.
You are one of the most important people to me, not a burden.
The wind blew her long hair, and they embraced each other quietly. In the distance, countless cameras were quietly aimed at this pair of figures who were destined to be restless. But Lin Yi had already realized that the real storm had just begun.
Chapter 80: The Eve of the Storm.
It was dark at night, and Ren Xinglan sat in Lin Yi's passenger seat, his eyes still dazed. It's not like she hasn't seen the horror of online public opinion before, but this time, it was different. It was not only because the topic involved Lin Yi, but also because the power behind it was too precise and too skilled, as if someone had already pinpointed her every weakness, and even her initial personality was dismantled into the trump card of resourceful female anchor.
I checked.
Lin Yi broke the silence, his voice low. The manuscripts received by those marketing accounts at the same time came from the same batch of business email addresses, one of which is related to the former PR director of Haixing Culture.
Ren Xinglan's expression changed slightly. Is it Su Qingyao? It's not surprising that she took action. Lin Yi nodded. The deeper the relationship between you and me, the more she will regard you as a potential threat. Ren Xinglan bit his lip and choked up. But I didn't mean to take you away. But she didn't believe it.
Lin Yi turned his head to look at her, his eyes gentle but firm. Don't be afraid, I will take care of it. You just need to stay calm, and leave the rest to me.
Ren Xinglan didn't say anything else, but just gently held his hand.
At that moment, she seemed to finally understand this man was no longer the boy who hid behind inferiority in the past, but now he was standing in the center of the storm and could still shelter her from the wind and rain.
At the same time, Haixing Culture headquarters. Su Qingyao was sitting in the president's office with 3 thick internal financial analysis reports in front of her. She turned to the last page and looked up at the middle-aged assistant standing opposite her. Have you finished laying the lines for the wind direction column? Yes, President Su.
We have prepared 3 episodes according to your instructions, ranging from the inside story of the live broadcast industry to the unspoken rules of resource exchange.
Ren Xinglan's name will be mentioned as a typical case in the 2nd episode.
She has no material, so we have to create some material first. Su Qingyao said in a cold tone. Also, arrange for me to meet with Bai Yunran.
The assistant was stunned for a moment. With Bai Yunran? Do you think she is willing to be Lin Yi's shield?
Su Qingyao chuckled. She is unwilling, and neither am I.
We are the same kind of people.
The next morning, Lin Yi stood in the top floor office of his newly acquired media company, Jingyu Media, and looked out at the tall buildings in the eastern part of Yun City. The system prompt sounded in my mind.
Ding.
Side quest, PR counterattack launched. Host, please successfully reverse the online public opinion within 48 hours and restore Ren Xinglan's positive image to receive a mysterious reward +1.
Current task progress, 0%.
Lin Yi raised his lips slightly. Sure enough, you came just in time.
He immediately made a phone call. Lao Wang, can you transfer your editing genius to my side today?
I need a team that doesn't sleep 24 hours a day.
Boss Lin, did you do it yourself?
This is not an attack, this is blood debt paid with blood. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi walked into the conference room, where piles of materials and data reports were neatly laid out on the table.
Everyone.
He looked at the content planning, data analysis, and public relations teams sitting around him. Today we are doing one thing: a reverse reshuffle, reshaping Ren Xinglan's personality. Not only do we need to clean up the stains on her, but we also need to push her to the forefront of the clean stream anchor trend. There are 3 directions: 1, emotional resonance; 2, career path; 3, public opinion backlash. I want her to become the most sympathetic representative of the live streaming circle on the entire internet, and by the way, teach those who slandered her a lesson on the cost of traffic.
The planning director's eyes lit up. Can we make a short documentary? The title should be Ren Xinglan, I'm not a resource anchor? Okay, let's get started. Lin Yi nodded. I'll write the script.
Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to raise any objection. They knew that Mr. Lin was not just talking. Whale Entertainment Media was originally just a small content production company on the verge of bankruptcy, but because of Lin Yi's acquisition contract, it has transformed into one of the core companies of the Spark project.
And now, they are about to face a real battle. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a 15-minute in-depth interview video came out.
In the video, Ren Xinglan faced the camera, his voice choked but sincere. I have indeed known Lin Yi for a long time, but I have never used this relationship as a springboard. I have been live streaming for 4 years, staying up until the early morning for every show. Every cover, editing, and push was done by myself.
Not everyone who stands on the top stepped on others to get there.
Below the video, there are her past backstage data records, late-night editing footage, clips of her arguing with the team over content quality, and images of her crying alone in her rental house.
In an instant, netizens were excited. Fuck, I actually cried. I've seen her previous pictures, and now I suddenly realize that I've been led astray.
She has been live streaming for 4 years and managed to build a 10 million account. I admit that I misunderstood her. This is the meaning of hard work, shut up, haters.
The traffic fermented and the hot search was broken.
At the same time, Whale Entertainment Media released another short video simultaneously, revealing that the former public relations director of Starfish Culture had made anonymous submissions to guide the rhythm, and used screenshots of anonymous chat records to prove the deliberate smear campaign.
The entire network went haywire.
By 8 o'clock in the evening, hashtag became the #1 trending search, and the comments section was filled with whitewashing. Behind the scenes, 1,000 Faces content public relations contract secretly signed by Lin Yi also began to take effect. More than a dozen well-known entertainment bloggers and live broadcast circle leaders spoke out at the same time, actively defending Ren Xinglan, and the mood completely reversed. Su Qingyao looked at the data curve in front of her that was falling sharply, and her face became gloomy for the first time. She stared at Ren Xinglan's video, and after watching it, she tapped the table slowly with her fingers. Lin Yi, you are still you.
She curled her lips into an ambiguous sneer and pressed the intercom button. Let that person prepare. It's time for us to take action.
At this moment, Ren Xinglan stood beside Lin Yi, watching the background data rising rapidly, and his eyes became red again.
You really carried it for me.
Lin Yi smiled. I said I won't let you face it alone.
She gently threw herself into his arms, her voice trembling. What about me? Can I always rely on you?
Lin Yi reached out and hugged her, whispering, okay. And in a corner that they couldn't see, a figure stood on the other side of the rooftop, quietly overlooking the city. Shen Wanqing stood in the wind with a calm gaze, as if she had already taken it all in. She smiled softly and whispered to herself, so, you no longer belong to me alone, Lin Yi.
Chapter 81, Battle in the Storm.
The night in Cloud City was ignited by a video, and became increasingly hot as the data continued to rise.
The temporary meeting room of Jingyu Media was still brightly lit.
Ren Xinglan sat aside, looking a little dazed, as if he had not yet recovered from the miracle of public opinion reversal.
She looked at Lin Yi, her tone so light that it seemed like the wind blowing past his ears. You really did it.
Lin Yi was explaining the arrangements for the second round of content push to the head of the PR team. Hearing this, he tilted his head and smiled. This is just the first battle. The real competition has just begun.
Su Qingyao won't let this go, right?
Ren Xinglan's voice sounded somewhat worried.
Of course not.
Lin Yi nodded. She is a ruthless person.
She knows how to plan and when to take action personally. And you?
I'll make her regret this move. Lin Yi looked at the data on the screen, his eyes as cold as a knife. He was never a defensive person, he was a hunter. Once he identified the prey, he would kill it with one strike. This time, he did not intend to just clear Ren Xinglan, but to use the traffic and attention to swallow up the entire network set by Su Qingyao. At the same time, in the high-level meeting room of Yaoguan Group, the air was stagnant. Su Qingyao, wearing a neatly cut dark blue professional dress, sat in the main seat, her eyes sweeping over the group of executives in front of her. We lost the video PR, she admitted bluntly.
No one dared to speak. But losing doesn't mean I'm quitting.
Her voice was steady but with a hint of murderous intent. Lin Yi can use the media to create sympathy, so I'll let the media admit that Ren Xinglan's Clearstream is just packaging. She reached out and threw a stack of confidential documents on the table.
Her father was the former financial officer of XX Company. He was fired for embezzling funds a few years ago and has a criminal record. Although she herself is not involved in the case, this is my clue.
Someone hesitated and said, but that's her father's business, the public may not accept it.
Wrong. Su Qingyao shook her head gently.
The public never cares about the truth, they only care about feelings. As long as I create the suggestion that her family background is complicated and her resources come from shady sources, it will be enough to pull her down from the position of clean stream.
But will Lin Yi counterattack in advance? He can only save it once.
Let's see if he has the energy and courage to block it a second and third time. When she said this, there was a sharp arrogance in her eyes. This time, she was prepared to take action personally using the method she was most familiar with to completely block Lin Yi at the business, public opinion, and capital levels. What she wanted was not just victory, but to completely destroy the man who gradually came into her sight and constantly caused her emotional fluctuations.
The next morning, the system prompt sounded again. Ding.
The host influences the public opinion pattern, completes the staged whitewashing, and triggers the hidden branch task, conduct information confrontation with Yaoguang Group. After completion, you will receive the Advanced Public Relations AI module plus rare tactical prop pack optional reward.
Lin Yi took a sip of black coffee in the office, a smile on his face.
He had already anticipated that Su Qingyao would not give up. The current situation was exactly what he wanted.
Vice President of Jingyu.
He looked at a young man across from him. We have launched the Qinghe plan.
We are not simply fighting back, we are trying to overtake. Overtake? I got a position that she never thought I would dare to take.
Lin Yi said coldly, I want her to lose so badly that she won't even have a chance to fight back.
The vice president of Jingyu immediately realized something and his eyes were stern. You mean, to acquire Haixing culture?
Lin Yi did not give a direct answer, but looked out the window at the city where the sun was gradually shining, and said calmly, she used the entire system to deal with me, so I will dismantle her system.
Starting with her roots.
At the same time, Shen Wanqing was standing in the underground parking lot of Shen Group, holding a document in her hand. Ren Xinglan's crisis was resolved, and Lin Yi's ability to control the situation exceeded my expectations.
She murmured to herself.
She was not a woman who would be swayed by emotions, but at this moment, she felt a subtle sense of uneasiness in her heart. Lin Yi changed too quickly, from the guy who stood in front of her and claimed to be in the secretary training program to someone who can confront Su Qingyao head-on and mobilize system-level resources to counterattack. This is not a skill that can be developed in a short period of time. She sighed softly, but quickly suppressed her emotion.
In that case, she dialed a number. Didn't you say before that you were willing to invest in Spark Entertainment?
Now you've changed your target, Whale Entertainment Media, and I want you to join the management team within 2 days.
Also, submit the cooperation document to Lin Yi.
If he agrees, I am willing to transfer 10 million startup funds from Shen's. There was silence on the other side, and after a while a light laugh was heard. Miss Shen, are you going to stand with Lin Yi?
Shen Wanqing snorted, it's not about standing in line, it's about investment. I bet he can win.
At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jingyu Media released a new public opinion statement, further disclosing the anonymous submission records of Haixing culture, and even revealing that several black manuscript production studios had financial ties with Yaoguang Group. The documents were reviewed by lawyers and disclosed simultaneously to mainstream media, directly bringing the smear operation from underground to the surface.
Netizens were excited again. New information so soon? Is Yaoguang Group so shady?
Oh my god, Lin Yi's counterattack was too fierce. He directly hit Su Qingyao's headquarters.
Jingyu is awesome. Lin Yi is awesome. This is the ceiling of the public opinion war. Just as the hot searches soared again, an anonymous revelation quietly appeared in the corners of some platforms. Ren Xinglan's live streaming career is entirely dependent on her boyfriend's blood transfusion? Has her father been in prison? Lin Yi's company is suspected of using improper means to harvest traffic?
But this time, the reaction in the comments section was unusually cold.
Again? Aren't you tired of it? Can Heishi get something fresh? Lin Yi has sent the document back, and you are still anonymous? Su Qingyao tasted the taste of backlash for the first time.
She thought that as long as she controlled the media rhythm and capital resources, she would be sure to win. But she overlooked the fact that Lin Yi was no longer the little person waiting to be evaluated, but a player who had already built his own public opinion chain.
That evening, Lin Yi brought Ren Xinglan to the internal celebration party of Whale Entertainment.
Everyone applauded and cheered, and champagne flowed.
Ren Xinglan asked him in a low voice, don't you hate this kind of occasion the most? Lin Yi smiled and said, it was before. But it's different now. Why is it different?
He looked into her eyes and answered seriously, because now, I have you. Ren Xinglan's eyes instantly turned red, but she held his hand tightly, and her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Lin Yi, you are really my light.
Shen Wanqing walked quietly into the crowd.
When she saw the scene, her heart moved slightly. That man was really fulfilling every word he had said step by step. And she seemed to be getting closer and closer to the flame called Lin Yi. But at the same time, in the conference room of Yaoguang Group headquarters, a deeper game is about to unfold quietly.
Chapter 82 Undercurrent.
The autumn wind gradually rises in Yundu City, the night falls, and the bustling streets are crowded with people and cars, but it cannot cover up the storm hidden in the dark that is about to erupt. In the building of Jingyu Media, Lin Yi and Ren Xinglan sat in a high-rise office, with the night view outside the window reflecting their figures. The two sat side by side, and the screen in front of them was still filled with the hot search items on social media and news platforms that were constantly being refreshed.
This time, it's finally stabilized,
Lin Yi said softly.
Ren Xinglan's eyes flashed with a complicated light, but what should we do next? Su Qingyao will definitely not give up like this.
Lin Yi turned his head and looked at her, with a faint smile on his face. Her counterattack will not be so easy. As I said before, she will not give up easily.
The next battle has just begun.
He glanced at the information in front of him.
This document detailed some of Su Qingyao's recent capital moves and business layout.
Not only did she put pressure on Lin Yi in public opinion, she also quietly strengthened her acquisition plan for Jinyu Media through some channels. Lin Yi knew that this was not just a simple business method, but her revenge plan.
But
Lin Yi's voice changed. I also have a plan to deal with it.
Ren Xinglan raised his eyebrows slightly. What plan? Since she wants to suppress Whale Entertainment through capital, we can also use her own method to fight back. What Whale Entertainment needs is not only public opinion and traffic, but also strong financial support.
Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. At this time, we have to guide Shen Wanqing to stand on the side. The financial support from her side can help us fight back.
Ren Xinglan was stunned for a moment. Shen Wanqing? Are you sure? Do you think Shen Wanqing is willing to stand on Su Qingyao's side?
Lin Yi asked back, with a hint of confidence in his tone. Although Shen Wanqing doesn't say it, she knows in her heart how dangerous the game of Su Qingyao is. From funding to public opinion, she has no way out unless she stands on the same boat with me.
Then how do you plan to convince her? Ren Xinglan asked.
Lin Yi smiled and said, through the thing she cares about most. At the same time, Shen Wanqing stood in the high-level meeting room of Shen Group, overlooking the documents in her hands. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and the words that Lin Yi just mentioned kept echoing in her mind.
Miss Shen, have you made any decision? Asked an executive nearby.
Shen Wanqing did not answer immediately, but continued to flip through the documents in her hand. She knew that this situation was no longer a simple business competition, but a game involving power in the future.
Ms. Shen? The executive spoke again. Shen's funding plan needs to be adjusted.
Shen Wanqing finally spoke, her voice calm and firm. We must start planning and invest in Jinyu Media. The executive was obviously a little surprised, but Su Qingyao.
She will understand. Shen Wanqing said calmly. Lin Yi is now the only one who can control Whale Entertainment.
Besides, Su Qingyao has been completely trapped by public opinion and cannot turn the situation around in the short term. Instead of letting her lead by the nose, it is better to join Lin Yi. At least she can take the initiative in this game. She paused, her eyes turned cold. Besides, I don't want to see Yaoguang Group continue to make wrong decisions, otherwise, Shen Group's participation will turn into hostility. Seeing her resolute words, the executive nodded quickly, understood. The next day, Lin Yi received a call from Shen Wanqing.
Lin Yi, I will go to Jinyu this afternoon. I will talk to you about the capital investment. Miss Shen, you are indeed a capable person.
Lin Yi responded with a smile. In that case, I will wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi turned to look at Ren Xinglan. She's here.
Are you ready? Ren Xinglan asked.
Of course.
Lin Yi's tone was full of confidence. Shen Wanqing is a person who won't make decisions easily. She thinks carefully about every step she takes.
So today's meeting is the decisive step.
At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Shen Wanqing arrived at the headquarters of Jinyu Media as scheduled.
She did not bring too many people with her, but walked directly into Lin Yi's office alone.
Miss Shen, welcome.
Lin Yi stood up and extended his hand to her politely. Shen Wanqing smiled slightly and gently held his hand. Lin Yi, I already understand your approach.
To be honest, your reaction speed surprised me a little. That's because I've been observing.
Lin Yi didn't rush to sit down, but walked to the window and looked out at the Cloud City.
You know very well that Su Qingyao is not an easy opponent to deal with. Her methods are tough, but not flexible enough.
You also know what the Shen family needs. Shen Wanqing did not respond immediately, but remained silent for a moment.
What you want to say is that Shen's can provide financial support, and you can help us out of the predicament.
Yes. Lin Yi turned around and looked at her with sharp eyes. However, Miss Shen, our cooperation must be carried out under one premise.
What's the prerequisite? Shen Wanqing asked. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Shen's will no longer participate in any capital operations of Su Qingyao. If you continue to stand on her side, then our cooperation will be meaningless. Shen Wanqing's eyes suddenly became sharp. You dare to threaten me? It's not a threat. Lin Yi said calmly, it's a choice. You chose to stand on the right side. He was silent for a moment, and then added, Shen Wanqing, a smart person will never miss the best opportunity. And the opportunity in front of you is the key to your future. As night falls, lights across the entire Cloud City begin to flicker. In the Jingyu building, Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing finally reached a consensus in their negotiations. Shen Wanqing said that she would invest the funds of the Shin Group directly into Jingyu Media to help Lin Yi expand further. At the same time, Su Qingyao's expression had become completely gloomy. In her office, she threw a rejection letter from Shen Wanqing into the trash can. She knew that this business war had entered the most dangerous stage. Chapter 83: The Eve of the Decisive Battle. The night in Cloud City was still brightly lit. The air was filled with the unique moist scent of autumn, and the streets were crowded with people, but it couldn't hide the waves in Lin Yi's heart. In the past few days, he had achieved a temporary victory in business with the help of the system. However, with Shen Wanqing's capital injection and the continued pressure from Yaoguang Group, Lin Yi knew that the real test was still to come. What are you thinking about? Ren Xinglan's voice broke Lin Yi's thoughts. Lin Yi came back to his senses and smiled slightly, thinking about how to break the deadlock. Ren Xinglan leaned against the desk, looking into the distance through the window, and said softly, Are you really ready to break up with Su Qingyao completely? It's time. Lin Yi's tone was very firm. If she doesn't stop, she will eventually force herself into a dead end. There are no permanent friends in the business world, only permanent interests. I can't be soft-hearted anymore. Ren Xinglan looked at him, with a hint of complex emotions in his eyes. You have never changed, and you have never been moved by emotions. Lin Yi chuckled, business is like a battlefield, how can there be so much emotion? However, Ren Xinglan knew in his heart that behind Lin Yi's words, there was so much unknown loneliness and helplessness hidden. You and her do have a lot of history. Ren Xinglan whispered, but if you really want to defeat her with all your strength, don't give her any more chances. Lin Yi nodded, his eyes becoming fierce. In this battle, I will not leave her any way out. The next morning, Lin Yi's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Yi, something big has happened. Shen Wanqing's voice was urgent on the other end of the phone. What's the matter? Lin Yi asked, frowning slightly. Yaoguang Group suddenly announced plans to acquire shares of Jingyu Media and sent a senior representative to meet with you. Shen Wanqing's voice was a little anxious. They began to increase their control over Jingyu's capital. Obviously, they are forcing you. Lin Yi was silent for a moment, and he already had a plan in mind. I see. He said calmly, wait for me to contact you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi immediately picked up the documents on the table and opened a report on the recent capital operation of Yaoguang Group. The report showed that Yaoguang Group had quietly entered the shareholder structure of Jingyu, and their goal was obviously the core control of Jingyu. Lin Yi took a deep breath and called Shen Wanqing, arrange the meeting place. I will personally handle our meeting with Yaoguang today. How are you going to deal with this? Shen Wanqing's voice was filled with a hint of worry. I have a way. Lin Yi's tone remained calm, but revealed an unquestionable determination. At noon that day, Lin Yi arrived on time at the agreed meeting place, the top-floor conference room of Jingyu building. The representative sent by Yaoguang Group was a well-dressed middle-aged man named Yi Chen. He stood in front of the window, holding a cup of coffee in his hand, overlooking the scenery of Yendu City. Mr. Lin Yi, I've long heard of your name. Yi Chen turned around with a smile and extended his hand. Lin Yi shook his hand politely and said, Mr. Yi, it is my honor to meet you. We at Yaoguang Group are very optimistic about the future of whale entertainment, especially the potential of the young market. Yi Chen said straight to the point, therefore, we hope to become a strategic investor of whale entertainment and further promote cooperation between the two parties by acquiring some shares. I know that Yaoguang Group has always been strong. Lin Yi's tone was calm, but there was no lack of vigilance in his words. However, your acquisition conditions are probably not something I can easily accept. Yi Chen smiled slightly, I understand Mr. Lin Yi's concerns. We are not in a hurry to control whale entertainment. We hope to cooperate with the existing management of whale entertainment to jointly expand the market. As for the acquisition of shares, Yaoguang's capital will inject more resources to help whale entertainment achieve a greater leap forward. Lin Yi smiled calmly, what if I refuse?
Yi Chen's smile was still gentle, but a sharpness flashed in his eyes. If Mr. Lin Yi chooses to refuse, then we can only continue to increase our influence on Whale Entertainment through other means. Whether it is through the capital market or through partners, Yao Guang has a way to ensure its own interests. I heard your threats clearly. Lin Yi responded calmly, but I don't intend to give in. The future of Whale Entertainment is in my hands, and no one can take it away easily.
Don't you think you are a little too confident? Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. In the business world, overconfidence often leads to disaster. Then wait and see.
Lin Yi said calmly, then stood up and prepared to leave.
I will consider Yao Guang's plan carefully.
But in any case, your acquisition conditions have not been approved by me today. Yi Chen did not insist any further, but just smiled. In this case, we will have more contact in the future.
Mr. Lin Yi, I hope you can make a wise choice. After the meeting, Lin Yi walked out of the meeting room and took a deep breath.
He knew that today's meeting was just the beginning, and the next moment was the most critical moment. That night, Lin Yi returned to the office and began to sort out the Yaoguan Group acquisition plan mentioned in the meeting. He opened the system interface, and the system prompt sounded.
Ding! Main quest progress, Yaoguang acquisition threat escalates. Mission objective, prevent Yaoguang Group's capital acquisition within 48 hours.
Reward, unlock advanced business models plus increase investment returns. A cold light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. He knew that the battle had just reached its climax.
He quickly dialed Shen Wanqing's number. Be prepared to fight back. In the next battle, we must completely suppress Yao Guang.
Shen Wanqing's tone was calm and decisive. I have already arranged it, Lin Yi.
Okay. Lin Yi hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and tapped the table with his fingers.
He knew that Yao Guang's capital offensive would only get stronger, but he was already prepared to face it. This time, he wanted to make Yao Guang completely lose their control and take back the initiative of Jingyu. And behind this storm, there is a deeper layout quietly unfolding. His business journey has just begun.
Chapter 80 for the decisive moment.
In the early morning of Yundu City, the sun shines through the blinds onto the table, warm and peaceful. However, Lin Yi's mood is difficult to calm down. He knows that the conversation with Yaoguang Group yesterday was just the beginning, and the real battle has just begun.
This situation cannot be underestimated.
Lin Yi looked at the documents on his desk and quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Outside the window not far away, the scenery of Yundu City remained the same, with endless traffic. Lin Yi took a deep breath, sorted out his mood, picked up the phone and called Shen Wanqing.
Wanqing, are you ready?
Lin Yi's tone remained calm, but there was a suppressed tension in his words. On the other end of the phone, Shen Wanqing's voice was clear and firm. Everything has been arranged.
You said that Yao Guang's acquisition would not succeed, and I completely believe you. That's good. Lin Yi hung up the phone, turned and walked to the office window, overlooking the busy city.
He knew that the prosperity and bustle of the city did not mean safety in this business showdown. The real victory or defeat will determine the future of every participant. At noon that day, Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing went to Jingyu Building together to prepare for the upcoming challenge.
According to the previous plan, Lin Yi's goal was to nip Yaoguang Group's acquisition conspiracy in the bud while protecting Jingyu's autonomy.
Shen Wanqing seemed a little nervous when she entered the building. Although she had been following Lin Yi, she still felt a little uneasy in the face of such a business showdown. Don't worry, we already have enough bargaining chips. Lin Yi patted her shoulder gently to comfort her. No matter what, I won't let Yaoguang succeed easily. Shen Wanqing smiled slightly, and her confidence in Lin Yi became stronger and stronger. Although she also knew that Lin Yi would sometimes do anything for his career, she always believed that Lin Yi had a clear bottom line in his heart, and that bottom line was to defend the independence of Whale Entertainment at all costs.
In the conference room, the representative sent by Yaoguang Group appeared in front of Lin Yi again.
Yi Chen still had a gentle smile, but his eyes revealed a hint of imperceptible coldness.
Mr. Lin Yi, it seems that we need to further discuss today's meeting. Yi Chen went straight to the point.
Lin Yi stood in front of the window, his eyes deep. Yes, but this time, our discussion method may be different.
Shen Wanqing sat at the table and looked directly at Yi Chen. We already know about Yaoguang's acquisition plan.
Your capital layout has already entered Jingyu, but we don't intend to let you continue.
Yi Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Mr. Lin Yi, with this attitude, are you really not going to consider changing it?
Lin Yi turned around and said in a cold tone, if you continue to force Jingyu, I don't mind letting you taste the taste of failure. Yi Chen's smile became a little cold and hard for a moment, but then returned to normal. What qualifications do you think you have to fight Yaoguang?
I am qualified. Lin Ye's voice was extremely firm. Not only me, but also all the employees of Whale Entertainment are the power behind me. Humph. Yi Chen sneered, Jingyu is just a small company. How much power can it have to compete with you? Besides, the support behind Yao Guang is enough to make you unable to fight back. Shen Wanqing's face darkened. Your capital does not mean absolute victory, Yi Chen, don't underestimate us. Then let's give it a try and see who has the last laugh. Yi Chen's tone gradually turned cold. Lin Yi knew that this battle was inevitable. Even though Yao Guang had strong capital support, he was well prepared and would not give in easily. In the following days, Lin Yi intensified his counterattack against the Yao Guang group, mobilized all resources, and gradually controlled the shareholder structure of Jingyu through legal means, preventing further acquisitions by the Yao Guang group. At the same time, Lin Yi acquired some special business operations skills through the system, which helped him deal with external threats more flexibly. You did a great job. Shen Wanqing stood beside Lin Yi, her eyes revealing approval. This is the beginning. Lin Yi's eyes were deep, and there was a hint of coldness in his smile. Wait until the next step, then I will really take down Yao Guang. You are already strong enough. Shen Wanqing said softly. Not enough. Lin Yi's eyes were sharp. I want Yao Guang to understand that their capital cannot easily influence my decision. Just as Lin Yi was trying his best to deal with the capital attack from Yao Guang group, another storm was quietly approaching. A mysterious email suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's inbox, with a detailed commercial confidential document attached. The content of the document pointed to a business project called Blue Sky Project, and behind this project, there was an inextricable connection with Yao Guang group. Lin Yi frowned slightly. The situation before him was becoming more and more complicated. Who sent this? Lin Yi whispered to himself, feeling a strong sense of uneasiness rising in his heart. He knew that he would have to face a more complicated situation next. The power behind Yao Guang was far more powerful than he had imagined, and this mysterious Blue Sky Project would undoubtedly be the key to his next decision. At this time, Lin Yi did not realize that the manipulator behind him was quietly watching his every move. Chapter 85, Dangers. The morning sun filled Lin Yi's office, and the air was filled with the aroma of coffee. He sat at his desk with a printout of the mysterious email in front of him. The content of the email made him think deeply, because it seemed to indicate that the future would face a more complicated situation. The power behind the Yao Guang group was getting stronger and stronger, and the business project called Blue Sky Project was like a hidden bomb that could explode at any time. This Blue Sky Project. Lin Yi whispered to himself, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Although he understood the cruelty of business wars, the current situation still made him feel uneasy. The undercurrent of the forces behind him made him feel as if the entire business world was exerting pressure on him invisibly. At the same time, Shen Wanqing walked into the office with a somewhat anxious look. Lin Yi, there are some rumors spreading outside. Regarding the acquisition of Yao Guang Group, your opponent seems to have made a lot of arrangements in secret. Lin Yi looked up, seeing her calm eyes, and his mood gradually calmed down. I know, Wanqing. This email was deliberately released by the forces behind Yao Guang to make us uneasy and force us to speed up. Shen Wanqing nodded. So what should we do next? Next, what we need to do is to get more information and counterattack their plans. Lin Yi smiled slightly. I have never been afraid of other people's threats. Yao Guang is just their test. The real challenge is still to come. Lin Yi's tone was still calm, but the cold light in his eyes revealed his determination. He was no longer the newcomer who had just entered the business world. He had enough support and resources behind him, and all his operations were becoming more and more sophisticated. Now Lin Yi had enough confidence to compete head-on with the Yao Guang group. That night, Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing went to a private club in Yun City. This place is not only a gathering place for business elites, but also an important channel for information flow. Lin Yi had already infiltrated his own insider here, and used the resources here to master a lot of intelligence. The hall of the club was dimly lit and luxurious. Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing walked through the crowd and went straight to a quiet private room. Sitting in the room was a man in a suit. He was Lin Yi's business contact, named Li Dongyang. He had served as a senior executive in many multinational companies and had rich industry resources. Boss Lin, Miss Shen. Li Dongyang stood up and greeted them with a smile. Please take a seat. I brought you the information you wanted today. Shen Wanqing nodded gently. We are ready, Mr. Li. Do you have any latest news? Li Dongyang looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping before he whispered.
I got some information about the Blue Sky project from a friend overseas yesterday. It seems that there is more behind this project than just the Yaoguang Group. A bigger force is using this project to make capital operations.
Lin Yi frowned slightly. A bigger force?
Li Dongyang nodded. Yes. The companies involved in this project all have strong financial backgrounds, including several international financial groups. Their purpose is not just commercial competition. Xin Wanqing also fell into deep thought. If this is the case, then the pressure we face will be even greater.
Yes. Li Dongyang's expression became serious. Although Yaoguang Group is very influential in China, they obviously have a much larger support network behind them. If you are not prepared, this acquisition battle may be difficult to fight.
Lin Ye's expression remained unchanged, but he had already made a decision in his heart.
In this case, we can't delay any longer.
Since the other party has already made such a big move, we must take the initiative. He stood up and said slowly, Mr. Li, please continue to help us keep an eye on the developments of the Blue Sky project.
I need more detailed intelligence. No problem, I will investigate it as soon as possible.
Li Dongyang nodded in response. A few days later, Lin Yi received more detailed information about the Blue Sky project. These data showed that Yaoguang Group, in conjunction with several international consortiums, was manipulating the shareholder structure of Whale Entertainment through the capital market, intending to complete the final acquisition of Whale Entertainment. What surprised Lin Yi even more was that behind these consortiums, there were actually some domestic dignitaries involved, and their purpose was not simply commercial competition, but to control the resources behind Whale Entertainment.
These people really want to swallow up Whale Entertainment completely.
Lin Yi frowned. It seems that I have to speed up my pace. Xin Wanqing sat aside, looking solemn. If this is true, our situation will become very complicated. Especially the forces behind this, I'm sure their methods will not be too clean.
Lin Yi nodded. Their ambitions are bigger than I thought.
But this is not the first time I have faced such a challenge.
Lin Ye's eyes flashed with determination.
Since the other party had already made a blatant move, he could no longer retreat. He decided to use all the resources in his hands to seize the initiative first. It was late at night, and Lin Yi was sitting at his desk in the office, with documents piled up like a mountain. He had already sorted out the next response plan and began to implement it step by step. At the same time, Xin Wanqing was also accompanying him, quietly watching Lin Yi's busy figure. She knew that no matter how difficult it was, Lin Yi would always face the challenge head-on. Lin Yi, no matter what the future holds, I will be with you. Xin Wanqing said softly.
Thank you, Wanqing.
Lin Yi turned to look at her, his eyes full of warmth. With your support, I can go further.
Chapter 86, Power Confrontation. In the early morning, sunlight shines through the curtains into Lin Yi's office.
The city outside the window is still busy, but Lin Yi is ready to face more severe challenges.
The documents on the table are piled up like a mountain.
Yaoguang Group and the consortium behind it are approaching step by step, and what he has to do is to strive for more initiative in this war without gunpowder. Lin Yi took a deep breath, picked up the document, and quickly flipped through each page.
Today, he wanted to give everyone a surprise.
Today, your bargaining chips will no longer work. He said calmly, the determination in his eyes becoming more and more obvious.
Xin Wanqing walked into the office, holding a cup of hot coffee in her hand.
Seeing Lin Yi's focused eyes, she felt slightly relieved. She knew that in the face of such a situation, only Lin Yi could give her a sense of security.
Lin Yi, are we really going to start today? Xin Wanqing asked softly. It's time.
Lin Yi smiled slightly. They think they are in control of everything, but in fact, they are the most vulnerable.
Xin Wanqing didn't say anything more, and quietly walked to the side and sat down.
She knew that Lin Yi was fully prepared, and she would be his strongest support. A few hours later, Lin Yi called an emergency meeting. He summoned all of his core team members, including financial advisors, legal advisors, and market analysts. Everyone sat at the conference table, looking serious, waiting for Lin Yi's instructions. Everyone, today we will officially start the competition with Yaoguang Group. Lin Yi's voice was like a cold current, penetrating the entire conference room. According to the intelligence we have so far, Yaoguang Group is trying to acquire Jingyu through the capital market, and the consortium behind it is also pushing this process through behind-the-scenes operations. But I believe that their bargaining chips are not as solid as they think. Lin Yi continued, his eyes sweeping over everyone. In the next action, we will let them know that we cannot be easily suppressed. He paused and took a deep breath. We must take the initiative and first fight back against them through the capital market, dig out their loopholes, and expose them to the public, so that their shareholders will begin to doubt Yaoguang's operations. The team members nodded one after another. It was obvious that Lin Yi had already arranged the next steps. And each of them would go all out. The next few days will be crucial. Everyone must remain vigilant and be ready to respond to any emergencies at any time. Lin Yi finally said, if we can implement this plan quickly, Yaoguang Group will definitely be in trouble. After the meeting, Lin Yi immediately took the first step. All the intelligence had been collected, and he used his own resources to quickly lay out the capital market. At the same time, Shen Wanqing was not idle. She personally contacted several important investors and prepared to use their funds to further intensify the crackdown on Yaoguang Group. Lin Yi, Yaoguang's chairman, has just issued a public statement saying that they have completed the acquisition of Jingyu. Shen Wanqing's voice came over the phone, with a hint of pressure that could not be ignored.
Yeah, I know.
Lin Yi responded calmly, this is just their smokescreen. As night fell, Lin Yi and Shen Wanqing stood in front of the window, overlooking the bustling city. Today's layout has been basically completed, and the next step is to wait for the moment when Yaoguang Group makes a mistake.
Lin Yi, do you believe that this plan will succeed?
Shen Wanqing asked in a low voice, with a hint of worry in her eyes.
Lin Yi smiled slightly, it will definitely succeed. There is never a lack of opportunities in this world. As long as we grasp the weakness, we can solve it easily. Shen Wanqing didn't say anything else, just looked at him quietly. She knew that no matter what decision Lin Yi made, she would be by his side. However, Yaoguang Group's response was just as quick. Just as Lin Yi's capital attack was about to be launched, Yaoguang's top management suddenly held an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with the impending crisis. How many resources does Lin Yi have that we don't know about? Asked the chairman of Yaoguang Group coldly, his face full of gloom. He not only has a layout in the capital market, but also has a lot of our internal information. The vice president of Yaoguang Group replied, our current situation is very complicated, and we must take countermeasures as soon as possible. Lin Yi can't let us go so easily. Next, we must speed up and complete the acquisition of Jingyu. The chairman said in a deep voice, however, we must ensure that he cannot gain the upper hand in this competition. Understood. The vice president nodded. We will quickly control the situation by accelerating capital flows. As the Yaoguang Group's countermeasures began to unfold, Lin Yi did not slack off. He knew that this business war had just begun and there would be more challenges in the future, but he was ready. This is just the first step. Lin Yi whispered, his eyes flashing with determination, next, our actions will be more decisive. Shen Wanqing sighed softly, I believe you, Lin Yi. Thank you, Wanqing. Lin Yi turned around, his eyes gentle, with your support, I will definitely go further. Chapter 87, Step by Step. Lin Yi stood in front of the huge window of his office, overlooking the bustling city. Although the lights outside were bright, he knew that every minute and every second of tonight was full of variables. Although Yaoguang Group seemed to be in control of the situation, he had already seen the loopholes. Shen Wanqing stood behind him, silently watching Lin Yi's back, with a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She knew very well that this business war was not only about the competition of interests, but also a stage for Lin Yi to show his ability and wisdom. And she was destined to be his solid backing. Do you think Yaoguang Group will give in this time? Shen Wanqing finally spoke, with a hint of doubt in her tone. Lin Yi turned around and smiled. They won't give up so easily. After all, they have invested so much money. However, the more they do this, the more likely they are to make mistakes. Make a mistake? Shen Wanqing was a little stunned. You mean they will underestimate our counterattack? Lin Yi nodded. It's not just underestimation, it's more about their arrogance. They think they have all the resources and that they have enough advantages. But that's not the case. Shen Wanqing listened to his words, and the doubts in her eyes gradually disappeared. She knew that Lin Yi must have his own plans. She believed that he would lead them to victory. At the same time, at the headquarters of Yaoguang Group, a high-level meeting was in full swing. Chairman Jiang Yan had a gloomy face, and several vice presidents were reporting the latest situation in front of him. The capital injection from Lin Yi has begun to show up slowly, and his capital market layout seems to be getting more complicated. Vice President Louis said in a low voice, obviously a little worried. I know. Jiang Yan responded coldly, however, Lin Yi is just a small figure who has just risen to prominence. How much of a wave can he make by himself? However, he has demonstrated extraordinary talent in the capital market.
In just a few months, he has been able to control a number of listed companies.
Moreover, our internal intelligence shows that his background is somewhat complicated, added another vice president, Wang Chang.
Jiang Yan frowned, obviously unwilling to dwell on these details. In that case, we should speed up the acquisition of Jingyu and strive to complete the full control of the market before he strikes back.
Okay, Chairman. Lu Yi responded.
Jiang Yan was silent for a moment, and his eyes swept across the crowd coldly. This acquisition is not only for Jingyu, but also to completely suppress Lin Ye's power. I want him to understand what the price of standing against us is. A few days later, Lin Ye's actions finally began to work. He used the capital in his hands to quickly launch a series of counterattacks in the stock market. Although Yaoguang Group had an advantage in the short term, Lin Ye's funds poured into the market like a tide, quickly changing the direction of the situation. Through precise investment decisions, Lin Yi successfully lowered some of the shares of Yaoguang Group, forcing its top management to urgently adjust their strategy. At the same time, Xin Wanqing gained more support through negotiations with several key figures. With her wisdom and calm attitude, she gradually won the recognition of the outside world, allowing Lin Yi's plan to proceed smoothly.
Lin Yi, Yaoguang Group has begun to show obvious signs of financial difficulties today.
Xin Wanqing's voice came over the phone with a hint of barely perceptible excitement. The strategy we prepared just hit their weak spot.
Very good.
Lin Yi raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, but we can't let our guard down. They are now at the end of their strength.
If we don't finish it off quickly, they may counterattack. Xin Wanqing nodded, I understand. I will continue to follow up. The current situation is becoming more and more favorable to us.
Lin Yi pondered for a moment. Let them feel that they have won, but we must seize the initiative, and the final blow must be accurate.
A few days later, Yaoguang Group finally issued an official statement, announcing that the acquisition of Jingyu had been fully completed.
However, the market reaction was beyond their expectations. Although Yaoguang Group controlled Jingyu, they faced increasingly serious shareholder dissatisfaction and capital market reactions. Many investors began to withdraw their funds, and Yaoguang Group's stock price plummeted.
Lin Yi quietly launched a second counterattack at this time.
He used his own resources to directly acquire a portion of Yaoguang Group's shares through legal means, and used this to launch a shareholder vote against Yaoguang.
Lin Yi, this operation is absolutely accurate. The shareholders of Yaoguang Group have begun to waver now. Xin Wanqing's tone was full of admiration. They really fell into our trap this time. This is the result we expected. Lin Yi said calmly, however, now is the critical moment.
Next, we need to create a rift within their board of directors.
As the situation changed, the top management of Yaoguang Group finally fell into chaos.
Chairman Jiang Yan was forced to face the pressure from investors, while Lin Yi's funds and market operations gradually weakened the overall strength of Yaoguang. However, Lin Yi was not in a hurry to act. He understood that the final victory in this business war required precision in every detail.
Xin Wanqing, this is just the first step of our preparation.
Lin Yi whispered, his eyes filled with calm determination. In the next few steps, I will make it impossible for Yaoguang to counterattack.
Xin Wanqing nodded slightly. I know, I will continue to support you. Chapter 88 The Final Battle.
Lin Yi stood in front of the window of the conference room, overlooking the busy streets and the gradually darkening sky.
Today, Yaoguang Group is about to enter a new stage.
His eyes are as sharp as a falcon. Through the glass of the window, he seems to be able to see the future of Yaoguang Group full of chaos and uncertainty. Xin Wanqing walked into the conference room, holding several copies of the latest shareholder reports, her face solemn. Lin Yi, we have finally succeeded in triggering an internal conflict among the shareholders of Yaoguang Group. Their stock price has plummeted, and some people have begun to propose a re-election of the board of directors. Lin Yi didn't turn around, but just nodded slightly.
This is exactly the plan we set up before. Now it's time to make them lose their composure.
Xin Wanqing handed the report to him. Lin Yi took it, quickly glanced through it, and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes.
Yes, the situation is more favorable than expected.
Now, as long as we push for the re-election of the shareholders' meeting, we can get enough seats on the board of directors and completely control Yaoguang Group. She looked at him with admiration in her eyes.
You really did it.
All this was possible thanks to your careful planning.
Lin Yi smiled and put the report down.
This is just the beginning, Xin Wanqing. The most important thing in a business war is not the early success, but the final control and results.
Although the current Yaoguang Group still has certain advantages on the surface, the internal cracks have gradually been exposed. So, what's your next plan? Shen Wanqing asked.
Lin Ye's eyes flashed with coldness.
The next step is to completely split their board of directors. We have gained enough support from shareholders.
Next, we need to hold a shareholders' meeting to overthrow the current management and insert our agents.
Shen Wanqing nodded gently. I understand. Who are you going to replace their top management? I have found the right person. Lin Ye's tone was full of confidence.
We will introduce a new person who not only has a deep foundation in the business world, but also has a deep understanding of the internal structure of the Yaoguang Group.
It's him. Shen Wanqing's eyes flashed with doubt. Are you sure he can do it? He can.
Lin Ye's eyes were firm. Now, what I am more worried about is not this step, but how to ensure that we can have an absolute advantage in the final board vote. The shareholders' meeting of Yaoguang Group was held as scheduled, and the atmosphere in the board of directors was extremely tense. Jiang Yan sat in the main seat, his face livid. Today, for him, it could be the end of his career, or it could be a chance to be reborn from the ashes. The shareholders were in high spirits, arguments were heard one after another, and the whole hall was filled with a strong atmosphere of oppression.
Dear shareholders, today's meeting is to decide on the re-election of the board of directors. We must determine how to deal with Lin Yi, an emerging capital force.
There was a hint of fatigue in Jiang Yan's voice. He knew that this battle not only concerned the future of Yaoguang Group, but also his own destiny.
Mr. Jiang, please stop quibbling. Lin Ye's funds have already penetrated into our most vulnerable areas. If we don't take action, I'm afraid Yaoguang Group will really be taken over by him.
A shareholder said excitedly. Jiang Yan's expression became even uglier, and he unconsciously clenched the pen in his hand.
I know, but we don't have many choices right now.
At this moment, Lin Yi appeared at the door of the conference room. He walked in easily with a faint smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. I'm sorry to interrupt your meeting, but I'm here today to bring new opportunities to Yaoguang Group. His appearance immediately caused a commotion in the whole place. Jiang Yan's eyes flashed with a complex emotion. He knew what Lin Ye's arrival meant.
Are you here to announce your victory? Jiang Yan sneered.
Lin Yi smiled and said, I don't want to talk about my victory too much. After all, I never felt that this was difficult.
Today, I came here just to inject new blood into the Yaoguang Group and let it be reborn. Rebirth? Jiang Yan's expression became even uglier. Are you trying to overthrow our board of directors? It's not a subversion.
Lin Yi walked to the conference table and leaned forward slightly.
I just want you to realize that your era is over.
What Yaoguang Group needs is reform and breakthrough, not sticking to the old ways.
You are forcibly acquiring our company.
A director stood up and accused angrily.
Acquisition?
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows.
I don't like this word. I prefer to call it reconstruction, and everything is legal and compliant.
His words caused the shareholders present to fall silent.
Apparently, they all realized that Lin Yi was not an easy opponent. Today, you will face an unprecedented choice.
Lin Ye's voice became clearer and firmer. You can choose to continue to follow President Zhang's leadership and continue on this path of decline, or you can choose to cooperate with me and jointly embrace the future of Yaoguang Group. This sentence, like a bolt of lightning, broke the silence in the conference room.
All eyes were focused on the duel between Lin Yi and Jiang Yan. Do you think Lin Yi can take the Yaoguang Group away from me?
Jiang Yan's tone was full of confidence, as if he had already foreseen his ultimate victory. Lin Yi smiled slightly, of course.
Chapter 89 Changes in the Board of Directors. The shareholders' meeting of Yaoguang Group was so quiet that it was a bit depressing.
The air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Lin Yi stood in the center of the meeting room, his expression calm and composed, as if he had already rehearsed this battle thousands of times. He did not rush to speak, but handed a document in his hand to the assistant beside him, who distributed it to each shareholder. This document is a letter of intent signed between me and several major shareholders who hold 38% of the group's shares. Lin Yi said it lightly, but it was like a thunderclap, exploding in the hearts of every director.
What? 38?
A director blurted out, his face turning pale in an instant. How is it possible? How is it possible that he has already obtained so many shares?
Another elderly director almost slammed the table. This
completely subverts the stability of the existing board of directors.
Lin Yi was neither anxious nor impatient.
His voice seemed to carry some kind of magic, forcing everyone to focus their attention on him. You've always thought that I was just a speculator who showed up out of nowhere.
But now, it's time to show you how much time I spent preparing.
He glanced at Jiang Yan and smiled faintly. Your chairman has never taken the potential crisis seriously. He is immersed in the glory of the past, allowing the core assets to be dispersed and the management to hinder each other, and I am just filling the loopholes for you. In a corner of the conference room, Su Qingyao sat quietly, with a calm and scrutinizing look on her face. This time, she did not represent the current senior management of Yaoguang, but participated in the deliberation as an independent director.
Lin Yi.
She spoke, her voice neither light nor heavy, but it was like a sharp blade cutting through the calm. If you want to control Yaoguang, you need more than just shares, you also need to show real execution ability. Lin Yi turned to look at her, his lips slightly raised. Boss Su, when you see how many new resources and high-level structural reform proposals I have brought to this company, you will find that I am the savior you have been longing for. She fell silent and said nothing more, but the glimmer in her eyes seemed to be both recognition and vigilance. At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open again, and Ren Xinglan walked in wearing a professional suit. Her outfit today was low-key and decent, but it could not hide the confident radiance that emanated from her.
Mr. Lin, all the information you requested is ready.
She placed a pile of documents neatly in front of him and whispered in his ear. In addition, Ms. Shin has already communicated with the third-party voting agency, and the shares supporting us have reached 53%. Lin Yi nodded without responding, but his eyes were somewhat gentle as he passed over Ren Xinglan. At this moment, every member of the original board of directors realized that the situation was hopeless. Jiang Yan's face was extremely ugly, and he tried to interrupt several times but was suppressed by the situation on the scene. He used to be the controller of Yaoguang and the awe-inspiring chairman, but today, he felt the oppression from the hunter for the first time.
We don't need to wait until next month's extraordinary meeting.
Lin Yi looked at the meeting host, his tone calm but firm. I now formally propose to hold an emergency vote to remove the current core members of the board of directors and start the election process for the new board of directors.
There was a brief silence in the venue. The voting begins.
30 minutes later, Jiang Yan's name was officially removed from the position of chairman, and the 4 core members of the original board of directors were also dismissed on the spot.
The first resolution of the new board of directors reorganization: Lin Yi, acting chairman.
When the final hammer fell, everyone looked at Lin Yi standing on the stage with completely different eyes. Their submission to capital and awe of wisdom reached their peak at this moment. Xin Wanqing stood in the crowd with a barely perceptible smile on her lips.
Her man did it.
At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yi stood on the rooftop of the highest private club in Yun City, overlooking the entire city. He put one hand in his pocket and took the wine glass handed to him by Ren Xinglan with the other.
Are you satisfied with today's victory?
She came closer, her voice soft but with a hint of pride.
Satisfied. Lin Yi raised his glass and clinked it with hers.
But this is just the beginning.
I know. Ren Xinglan looked into the distance. You don't just want to take over Yaoguang, you want the entire business landscape of Yundu. So you're still willing to help me?
You asked me that before in school, she smiled softly, and I agreed. Then why would I not agree now? Lin Yi looked at her, with a complicated look in his eyes. The relationship between them never started from scratch, but took root and sprouted from silent hard work, accumulation, and waiting.
Tonight is a night of victory.
It is also the beginning of the gradual warming of emotions.
Chapter 90, Two-Front Confrontation, the storm begins. The next morning, the circle of friends and financial circles of Yaoguang Group as top management exploded almost simultaneously. The news that Lin Yi had taken control of the board of directors with an overwhelming advantage and replaced Jiang Yan as acting chairman made headlines in the financial news in just a few hours and became the hottest topic in the entire Yin City. Who is this guy? The entire board of directors was replaced overnight?
I heard that he graduated from Yunde University.
In less than a year, he was able to defeat Jiang Yan. You don't know yet, right?
I heard that he has the support of the Shin family behind him, and even Xin Wanqing personally supports him.
Oh my god, this is simply a real-life urban romance novel. Just as everyone was talking, the door of the Yaoguang Group's president's office was gently knocked. Come in.
Lin Yi was sitting in a spacious and bright office, looking through some documents, his tone steady. The person who pushed the door open was Xin Wanqing, still in an elegant and capable professional suit, with a cool temperament and calm steps. You're doing a pretty good job as the acting chairman. She walked in, her tone teasing. I thought you would come to me to celebrate first.
Lin Yi put down the documents in his hand and smiled at her. Didn't you already wish it in advance? Shen Wanqing smiled faintly and did not deny it.
She took a few steps closer and stood in front of Lin Yi's desk.
But, what are your plans next?
The board of directors has indeed stabilized, but many old-school shareholders are still waiting and watching you. If you can't quickly achieve results in operations, they will soon find a reason to overturn the table. Lin Yi stood up, took the latest internal report of Yaoguang Group from her hand, and tapped the cover twice with his fingertips. I plan to start with the internal structure first. He said in a steady voice, get rid of several loss-making departments, integrate media resources, and reactivate the digital entertainment sector.
Shen Wanqing raised her eyebrows. You're moving so quickly, aren't you afraid of causing a stir among the top leaders?
I'm afraid. Lin Yi paused, but the corners of his mouth raised a sharp arc. But I have to move even if I'm afraid.
One day of delay means one day of burning money.
She looked at him and suddenly felt that the man standing in front of her was more in control than ever before.
Okay, I support you.
She nodded, and then said meaningfully, it's just that Yaoguang is such a big chess game, it's not enough to rely on you alone.
Lin Yi looked out the window with deep eyes, so I plan to transfer Xinglan in.
Shen Wanqing was slightly startled when she heard this, then chuckled, are you sure?
If you pull her in, aren't you afraid of losing control of the rhythm?
She is not an outsider.
Lin Yi said calmly, but every word was firm, besides. I already owed her a chance.
This sentence made Shen Wanqing silent for a moment.
After a few seconds, she nodded, then give it a try.
That afternoon, Ren Xinglan was officially appointed as the interim head of the Strategic Communications Department of Yaoguang Group, reporting directly to Lin Yi.
Once this appointment was announced, there was another uproar within Yaoguang. What? She's Ren Xinglan? The famous female anchor in Yundu? The one who had been having an affair with Lin Yi for a while?
She is not from the circle, but she suddenly landed in the strategic department.
What is she trying to do? Isn't Lin Yi being too frivolous? He's using the company as his harem base?
Lin Yi did not respond to this discussion. Ren Xinglan took up his post with an extremely calm attitude, convened a strategic planning meeting, and came up with a preliminary media integration proposal overnight, accurately pointing out the 5 key loss points and 3 reshaping directions of the digital entertainment sector.
Her professionalism, speed, and control quickly changed the minds of many middle-level managers. She's not just a pretty face. She's more professional than the group's former strategic director. I heard that she used to work as a behind-the-scenes planner in the media industry and even won several awards. This combination is becoming more and more scary.
On the other hand, Shen Wanqing personally handled the internal communication meetings of the old shareholders. On the one hand, she appeased the old forces, and on the other hand, she stabilized the financial system to ensure the smooth implementation of the reform plan. Lin Yi was adept at maneuvering between the two, pushing forward resource allocation, personnel appointments, and media opinion one by one, gradually establishing his absolute dominant position. The three of them joined forces, and in less than a week, they slowly but firmly changed the course of Yaoguang, the originally heavy commercial giant.
10:30 at night.
The lights in the conference room were still on. When Ren Xinglan took off his coat and handed the expedited documents to Lin Yi, he looked a little tired, but still kept his back straight. This new media integration proposal is an optimization I made based on the general direction you set earlier. She said softly, it has already made up for the resource gap. Lin Yi took the document, but his eyes did not immediately fall on the paper. He looked at her quietly for a few seconds, and suddenly said, thank you. Ren Xinglan was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth slightly raised. You said this for the 10th time today.
Then just treat it as if I'm really thanking you every time.
Lin Yi looked at her with a smile, his tone was unusually soft. I'm really happy that you can come.
The air suddenly became quiet for a second.
Ren Xinglan suddenly moved closer, his eyes lingering on the corner of his lips. You know, I agreed to you that day because I had been waiting for you to ask. When you are truly strong enough to shoulder the responsibility, you will no longer just say I'm sorry like before.
Lin Yi was stunned.
She had already turned around. See you later, Chairman Lin. He looked at her back, emotions surging in his eyes. The girl who had been silently watching over him on campus for many years is now more than just a follower. But to be able to exist side by side with him.
Chapter 91, The Battle Between Two Beauties. The lights in the president's office of Yaoguang Group remained on even after nightfall.
At this moment, Lin Yi was sitting at his desk, flipping through the integration planning report submitted by Ren Xinglan, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter as he read on. On paper, every piece of data is rigorous and detailed, every proposal is in line with the current situation, and accurately grasps Yaoguang's current public opinion trends in industry nodes. This was not a hastily put together plan, but rather a plan that she had already made up her mind before she started working. But Lin Yi knew that this kind of control and preparation could not be achieved in a day.
This guy. He chuckled, tenderness unconsciously appearing in his eyes. Just as I was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door. Come in.
The person who pushed the door open was Shen Wanqing. She was wearing a custom-made black and gold professional suit, with delicate makeup and a stern expression, which was completely different from her aura in the morning.
You seem to be in a good mood.
She closed the door gently, her tone light but full of meaning. Does Ren Xinglan's plan appeal to you?
Lin Yi did not deny it and nodded. She is indeed capable. She has stabilized the hearts of the strategic department as soon as she arrived, even faster than you did at the beginning.
Shen Wanqing chuckled when she heard this, but there was a hint of coldness in her smile. Really?
Then it seems that I should consider stepping back and giving her the position? Don't joke like that.
Lin Yi looked up at her with a serious expression. The reason why I was able to consolidate power so quickly is because you stabilized the situation for me behind the scenes.
Without you, there would be no Yaoguang today. You know very well what you mean to me.
Shen Wanqing looked at him quietly, and after a moment, she said calmly, but now I am increasingly confused as to whether I am your collaborator or your backup emotional support.
Lin Ye's expression paused.
The air was silent for a moment. Shen Wanqing took 2 steps closer and lowered her voice. I'm not competing with you for favor, I just want to know how you plan to deal with the relationship between her and me.
Lin Yi pondered for a moment, and finally spoke. You are 2 different people.
She accompanied me through the most difficult time, and you are my companion who is standing beside me and fighting side by side now.
I don't want to hurt anyone with my so-called choice.
Shen Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly, but there is no perfect balance in reality.
Lin Yi did not respond, but stood up and walked to her side, saying softly, I won't let you suffer any injustice.
Shen Wanqing looked at him and suddenly sighed, as if she had put away all her emotions. I'm not afraid of being wronged, I'm afraid of being pushed away by you. She turned and left without saying anything else.
The next morning.
As soon as Ren Xinglan arrived at the office, she received an urgent notice from the group's internal public relations department. She would personally give a keynote speech at this afternoon's entertainment sector restructuring reporting meeting and sit in on the executive review panel. This was originally the speaking agenda set by Shen Wanqing. She raised her eyebrows, said nothing, and responded calmly. At the same time, Shen Wanqing was in the boardroom, negotiating a new round of financing with several core investors. This time, she did not let Lin Yi get involved and took charge herself. Both sides launched offensives on different fronts at the same time. Lin Yi knew that they were all fighting for dominance over him, but he did not stop them.
Sometimes, storms can wash away the dust. The briefing started on time at 3 p.m.
When Ren Xinglan stood on the podium, she was wearing a light gray business suit, her hair was neatly tied up, and her temperament was gentle yet firm. Her voice was clear and she advanced step by step, starting from Yaoguang's existing public opinion data, and analyzing the potential benefits and strategic layout after the integration, especially in the direction of new media content distribution and traffic monetization, demonstrating strong professional ability. For a full 45 minutes, no one interrupted, not even the most demanding executive said a word.
The audience burst into applause until she finished her speech.
Shen Wanqing was also sitting in the last row of the conference room. She looked at Ren Xinglan on the stage with an indifferent gaze, but did not utter a word of doubt. After the report, the senior management team had a brief collective exchange outside the conference room. Her judgment and control of the situation are totally unlike those of someone who has only been employed for a few days. This woman has something special, she doesn't just rely on her looks to make a living. Lin Ye's move seems to be correct. Lin Yi came over from the side hall and patted Ren Xinglan on the shoulder with a smile. Well done. She turned to look at him, with a hint of provocation in her smile. Did Shen Wanqing come to listen today?
Lin Yi nodded. She sits in the back row. Ren Xinglan curled his lips and said, That's great. I was originally telling her that.
Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly.
Although things seemed calm between these 2 women, they were actually undercurrents.
That night, Lin Yi was about to go home after get off work, but he unexpectedly received a call from Shen Wanqing.
Come out for a bit tonight. Where are you going?
It's a private cocktail party, you need to show up.
By the way, I also want to talk to you alone.
Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed. Okay, send me the location. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the private club where Shen Wanqing was. The lighting here is ambiguous, champagne is overflowing, and the guests coming and going are either rich or noble. Xin Wanqing is sitting in an independent booth, with no one next to her and only 2 glasses of wine on the table.
She changed her work attire today and wore a smoky gray strapless long dress. Her exposed shoulders outlined her delicate collarbone.
She looked like a rose blooming at night, so beautiful that people dared not look at her closely.
You came pretty quickly.
She looked up at him, the corners of her lips slightly raised.
Lin Yi walked closer, sat down opposite her, and looked at her. You want to talk to me about work tonight? Xin Wanqing chuckled. No, let's not talk about work tonight.
She picked up a glass of wine and handed it to Lin Yi. Just talk about us. Lin Yi took the cup and stared into her eyes.
Are you afraid that she will snatch me away? I'm not afraid. Xin Wanqing said calmly but sharply. I'm reminding you that she came too smoothly to be real.
It's understandable that you have feelings for her, but Lin Yi, don't let your emotions cloud your mind. Lin Yi remained silent. Xin Wanqing suddenly leaned forward, her eyes burning. I won't give it up to others. You want power, achievement, and supporters. I can give them to you, but I also want you to be wholeheartedly devoted to me alone. I won't back down from her. Lin Yi looked at the proud and sober woman in front of him, and his heart was a little moved. He had never really thought about how to balance the scales of emotions, but now, 2 sharp edges were pointing at the softest part of his heart at the same time. Under the cover of night, the storm rises again.
And Lin Ye's decision is approaching. Chapter 92 Starlight Banquet Part 1.
Cloud City, Star Bay, Champagne Wharf. The night was as dark as ink, and the sound of the tide was whispering.
Thousands of lights cast colorful ripples on the sea.
A private yacht of nearly 1,000 tons slowly approached the shore. The hull was as white as jade, like a giant beast on the sea. The luxurious deck was covered with a red carpet, and the lights on the top floor were lit one by one, illuminating the entire night sky of the dock. Lin Yi got out of the car, dressed in a suit and tie, looking lazy but with an imposing aura.
Tonight is the Starlight Banquet hosted by Yaoguan Group.
On the surface, it was a celebration party for the group, but in reality it was a test of the secret power struggle among the business elite. All the important figures were invited, and those who could receive the invitation were at least above the middle level of the pyramid. The invitation Lin Yi received came from Su Qingyao. She signed it herself. And he also knew that tonight would be a turning point for some relationships.
Mr. Lin, welcome.
As soon as he stepped onto the dock, a receptionist in a black dress bowed her head respectfully and led him sideways towards the yacht. He walked calmly and with a nonchalant expression, but his eyes would occasionally scan the scene. Before the banquet started, distinguished guests arrived one after another. There were directors of major groups, well-known wealthy people in Yun City, as well as some new celebrities in the entertainment industry, socialites and internet celebrities who were toasting and secretly looking at each other in front of the champagne area. Just as he stepped onto the gangway, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding triggers a random task, suppress all the hostile representatives of the Su family present, and reward Star Glory Black Card Unlimited version plus 10,000 reputation points. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows.
This suppression does not necessarily rely on brute force.
He smiled, tapped the railing with his fingers, the corners of his mouth raised, and there was a hint of arrogance and expectation in his expression.
Just then, the sound of high heels tapping on the deck came from the stern.
You're here. The voice was gentle and soft, with a barely perceptible hint of lightness.
Ren Xinglan changed into a blue and white dress. The off-shoulder design outlined her slender collarbone.
The hem of her skirt dragged on the ground, her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her makeup was exquisite.
She was like the coldest star under the night sky.
She approached Lin Yi, her eyes gentle and persistent.
I thought you weren't coming. Lin Yi smiled faintly. How can I not go if you invite me? Ren Xinglan's eyes moved, and the corners of his mouth curved up shyly. Then, can I ask you to dance with me tonight?
Lin Yi did not refuse. The foreshadowing of this love line had already been planted before, and now it is just a natural progression. However, just as the two walked side by side towards the upper deck, another tall and cold figure came towards them.
Su Qingyao, the real heroine of tonight.
She was wearing a black long dress, looking cool and noble, with clear yet sharp eyes. The moment she saw Lin Yi, she paused slightly, then kept walking. As she brushed shoulders with Lin Yi, she whispered, "Don't forget who you are tonight, the special guest of my Su family." Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, and the smile on his lips deepened. "Don't worry, I won't let you down."
Su Qingyao paused slightly, snorted coldly, and continued to walk towards the inner field. Ren Xinglan glanced at her back and asked in a low voice, "Is she also important?"
Lin Yi did not give a direct answer. He just put his hands in his trouser pockets and said softly, "Don't worry about others, just look at me." The evening banquet officially begins. On the top floor of the yacht, the crystal chandeliers shine brightly, and the long table is filled with luxurious furnishings, champagne towers, red wine, cigars, and imported caviar. One by one, dignitaries entered the venue, and the atmosphere gradually became solemn. As the host, Su Qingyao walked onto the stage, and after a brief speech, she turned her gaze towards Lin Yi. "Tonight, we have a special guest, and perhaps many of you have not really gotten to know him yet. He is the youngest billion-level project leader in Yundu City, and also a key partner of Yaoguan Lin Yi, Mr. Lin." The light shone on Lin Yi, and all eyes focused instantly. Some people are disdainful, some are suspicious, and some are amazed. Him? A young boy? I heard that he just graduated not long ago? President Su actually gave him face? Maybe it's just a gimmick to hype up the CP. Whispers were heard everywhere. Lin Yi looked calm as he slowly walked up to the stage. He glanced around and said with a faint smile, "Thank you, Mr. Su, for your kindness, and thank you to all the distinguished guests for coming to support us. It's just that today, I don't want to talk business, I just want to play a game." He picked up the microphone, his tone calm but full of pressure. "Anyone here tonight, as long as you can defeat the reverse bidding I arranged on the spot, I am willing to admit defeat on the spot and give up the core of the Yaoguang Phase 2 project." Uproar. Is this kid crazy? The second phase of Yaoguang is a 3 billion project. Su Qingyao's expression changed, Ren Xinglan's eyes were complicated, and the faces of the other old directors suddenly turned gloomy. Lin Yi smiled faintly, walked off the stage calmly, and handed the remote control in his hand to the staff beside him. "The rules are simple. You make an offer, and I lower the price. It's a competition of judgment and resources. Whoever loses more will be eliminated. Do you dare to play?" A former Su family director sneered, "We can't afford to play this game. If Mr. Lin wants to lose, don't try so hard." Lin Yi was not in a hurry and said casually, "Well, in order to make everyone have more fun, I will personally add a prize, a black card with no limit on the amount." Everyone was shocked. The scene fell into a brief silence, and the next second, 5 business representatives raised their hands to sign up almost at the same time. The game begins. Chapter 93, Starlight Banquet Part 2. In the lobby on the top floor of the yacht, many eyes were fixed on Lin Yi. An unlimited black card seemed to be a bomb, detonating greed and competitiveness in the hearts of every business elite present. An old man in a suit with gray hair stepped out slowly. He was Chen Guohao, the managing director of Santong Group. He once openly mocked Su Qingyao for using personal feelings to handle official business in a meeting. Today, he was the first to stand up, undoubtedly wanting to use this game to give her a slap in the face. "Since Mr. Lin is sincere, we old guys shouldn't spoil his fun," Chen Guohao said with a smile, but there was coldness in his eyes. "I bid 500 million to take over the Yaoguang East District logistics line." As soon as the voice fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. The price was extremely high, almost a 5-fold premium. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he curled his lips. 500 million, huh? Then I'll pay 100 million, take it. Everyone looked at each other. This is the rule of reverse bidding, it depends on who understands the market better and who dares to lower the price to try to win. Chen Guohao sneered, "In that case, I will set the price for the next round." He turned to look at the staff. "Yaoguang Port Area Project, number 1 warehouse land, my offer is 150 million. Lin Yi looked indifferent and said calmly, "I will pay 30 million. Everyone gasped. Mr. Lin is messing around? No, he's gambling. I bet Director Chen really overestimated the price, or there is something else going on. Su Qingyao opened her red lips slightly, and a rare glimpse of anticipation flashed across her eyes. She remembered that when Lin Yi was auditing a project, he discovered 3 illegal subleases hidden by Chen Guohao based on just 1 expired contract. Chen Guohao's expression finally changed a little. Because Lin Yi was right. That piece of land did have hidden flaws. Not only was it not worth 150 million, even 30 million might not be worth it. But at this moment, the rules have been set, and Lin Yi won the next game with low loss. Afterwards, several dignitaries also came on stage one after another. However, no matter how clever their bids were, Lin Yi could always reverse suppress them in an almost precise way and force them into a losing game. When the 5th person was defeated, Lin Yi took back the microphone and smiled lazily. "Thank you for your cooperation. I am not here to compete for resources.
I just want to tell you. He paused and looked down the field.
The newcomers you mentioned can also decide the situation.
Before he finished speaking, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the Star Glory Black Card Unlimited version.
Reputation plus 10,000, current total reputation, 163,500.
Lin Yi looked down at his palm, and the black card had quietly emerged.
Its material was like obsidian, and a dark golden glow could be seen faintly on the edge.
Before the party ends. Su Qingyo leaned against the railing of the boat, looking up at the night sky, her figure as cool and elegant as a sculpture of ice and snow. Lin Yi walked closer slowly.
You let them lose on purpose.
She looked at him and said calmly.
Lin Yi did not deny it. Some people need to be made to lose once in public before they learn to shut up.
Su Qingyo was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed softly and said, You have become more dangerous.
Aren't you afraid?
Lin Yi leaned closer to her ear and asked, Don't you like dangerous people? Su Qingyo was stunned for a moment, then her eyes moved and she whispered, Indeed. She raised her head, her eyes sparkling.
Tonight, the one you're dancing with is me. Lin Yi smiled, I'm happy to do so.
At this moment, the lights in the yacht's atrium gradually dimmed, the exclusive string orchestra played a slow melody, and the shadows of people rose and fell in the dance floor. Su Qingyo took Lin Yi's hand and slowly walked into the center of light and shadow. Everyone's eyes were firmly attracted by this pair of handsome men and beautiful women. Not far from the sidelines, Ren Xinglan stood silently in the shadows, holding a glass of champagne and biting his lower lip.
She didn't say anything, just turned around quietly.
It wasn't until she reached the stern that she made a phone call.
It's me. Please check for me the underlying shareholdings of the Santong Group, Shengshur Holdings and Jinyao Consortium that will be attending the banquet tonight. Also, help me prepare a new contract.
I'll go negotiate with Lin Yi in person. When hanging up the phone, Ren Xinglan looked up at the night sky, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. She is not a little white flower who can be manipulated by others. She wanted to occupy a real position beside Lin Yi. When the banquet ended that night, everyone left one after another. Lin Yi walked alone at the end of the pier, with the evening breeze blowing on his face.
The phone suddenly vibrated.
On the screen, there was an anonymous text message.
Do you think you won? A true hunter never fights at a banquet.
Lin Yi's eyes darkened slightly, and then he chuckled. It turns out this is just the beginning.
He murmured softly and turned away. Chapter 94: The Ren family's daughters counterattack. On the outskirts of Yundu City, the headquarters building of Ren Media Group.
Ren Xinglan was sitting in the president's office, with sunlight streaming in from the window. The soft lines of her black suit skirt revealed a decisive aura that was completely different from her previous image as the gentle senior sister. She looked at the information on the projector in front of her with a cold gaze. Shengshur Holdings is actually controlled by the second branch of the Bai family, and the person behind it is Bai Yunlan's uncle. Although Jinyao Financial Group has no connection with Lin Yi on the surface, it has actually intervened in the recycling of Yao Guang's old projects many times recently, with obvious intentions of blocking it.
As for the Santong Group, Ren Xinglan tapped the table lightly.
It was found that Chen Guohao and Shen Wanqing's mother's family had a marriage alliance.
The assistant at the side was surprised. Mr. Ren, are you planning to take action against them?
Since Lin Yi dared to speak for me at that banquet, I naturally have to respond. This is not only to help him, but also to give myself an answer. She stood up, her eyes flashing. I, Ren Xinglan, will not just be a gentle bystander.
Let everyone see that I can also kill with one sword. The next morning,
Lin Yi was leaning against the bedside processing the updated resource panel in the system. System prompt: the binding permission of Star Glory Black Card Unlimited version has been successfully obtained, and it can now be used to operate any real project, with a random business opportunity warning.
New function: Reputation Exchange Mall copy permissions are enabled. Copy permissions? Lin Yi frowned.
Explanation: this permission can simulate the commercial conflicts and capital wars that are about to break out in reality, and provide an opportunity for a pre-drill. After using it, you will get actual combat bonuses based on your performance.
Does this mean that we can rehearse a real business war in the system in advance?
Yes. Each instance can only be entered once, and the required reputation points are 10,000. Lin Yi glanced at the panel and saw that his current reputation was 163,500, which was barely enough. He clicked confirm without hesitation.
The next second, everything went dark. Dungeon loading, battle for the East District of Yaoguan Logistics.
Role setting, Lin Yi, temporarily transferred to Executive Director.
Opponents, Santong Group, Shengshi Holdings, Jinyao Consortium. Timeline, control priority will be determined within 3 days.
The scenes in front of Lin Yi's eyes flashed quickly, and he soon found himself in a conference hall. The three parties took their seats one by one, and the atmosphere was eerie and depressing.
I just want to see if I, Lin Yi, can win this game by myself without relying on the system reward. He chuckled and walked into the meeting room.
After the meeting started, the opponent quickly released the news. Shengshi Holdings is willing to acquire the logistics rights of the East District for a total of 1 billion yuan and provide an additional 3 years of operational support.
Santong Group is willing to pay 1.2 billion in cash on the condition of obtaining a long-term monopoly contract.
Jinyao Financial Group will not provide cash, but is willing to take over the operation rights of the entire block and give 80% of the profits to Yaoguang. The three parties are pressing forward step by step. Lin Yi showed no fear and slowly stood up.
I don't acquire, I inject capital. 500 million will go into Yaoguang's logistics chain, and I will get back 3 times my investment within 3 months. There was an uproar in the conference room. This is crazy talk. What guarantees do you have? Lin Yi spread his hands and smiled. How about using the promise contract you just said as a bet? The system prompt sounds. Host option attack instead of defense detected, copy score plus 500.
Then, he looked coldly at the representative of Shengshi Holdings.
Did you use the 1 billion you borrowed from the Bai family on the Southeast Foreign Trade Line? The other person's face froze instantly. And Santong? 1.2 billion acquisition?
Have you forgotten that your warehouse caught fire last year and you lost the insurance contract, and you're still in the process of litigation over the funding gap? As for Jinyao, in the final analysis, it is just a shell company that takes other people's resources and takes kickbacks.
How strong can you be?
After he finished speaking, the whole place fell silent.
Instant score plus 1000. Lin Yi's eyes were calm as he pushed forward a plan.
This is the complete compressed logistics system model that I wrote before entering the dungeon. What I want is not profit, but initiative. Everyone in the conference room's faces changed drastically. 3 days later, the system prompt pops up.
Instant settlement completed. Final rating, S level. Rewards, reputation plus 5,000, dungeon practice experience plus 1. Real-time update, Yaoguan Logistics East District competition officially launched. Real-time restored.
Lin Yi opened his eyes and slowly stood up. Just at this moment, his cell phone screen lit up.
Caller's note, Ren Xinglan.
Lin Yi, I have some new situation here. Ren Xinglan's tone on the other end of the phone was calm, but there was a sharp edge hidden in it.
Jinyao Financial Group has just announced that it will abandon the current round of logistics equity investment plan. Shengshi Holdings has suspended its cooperation with Yaoguang due to a disruption in its internal liquidity.
As for Santong, the Municipal Supervision Bureau has already intervened to investigate their financial report fraud.
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. You did it?
Ren Xinglan did not deny it, but just said softly.
Didn't you say that to be my man, you have to be qualified? I am now also proving that I am worthy of you.
Lin Yi was silent for a moment, then smiled and whispered back, you proved it very well. On the other end of the phone, Ren Xinglan raised the corners of his lips slightly.
Then I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Oh, yes. I've already prepared the clothes for you. The size is based on your figure when you played basketball last year. If they're tight, don't blame me for having a keen eye. Lin Yi laughed. It seems I can't let you down.
As night falls, Lin Yi walks out of the company. What he didn't know was that where his footsteps landed, a larger chess game was slowly unfolding in the dark. Su Qinyao sat in the office, looking at a bidding report sent to her with cold eyes. Shen Wanqing silently watched a black Maybach drive into the underground garage through the office window, her fingertips slowly stroking Lin Yi's name. On the other side of Yun City, Bai Yun Ran also received a message. Lin Yi is about to take over Ren's Media's new project.
Oh. She chuckled. Then, have some fun with him. Chapter 95 Ren Xinglan's dinner invitation. As night falls, neon lights shine brightly, illuminating the most prosperous neighborhood in Cloud City. Lin Yi got out of the car and glanced at the private banquet hall hidden in a high-rise building. Private Banquet Atlanting.
The familiar name, the familiar layout, and even the gardenia at the door were exactly the same as the corner of the campus on a summer night in his memory.
Lin Yi, you're here.
Ren Xinglan's voice was gentle but firm, and came from behind him with a faint fragrance. Lin Yi turned around and saw that she was wearing a black halter dress with a light tulle cape over it. She looked elegant and charming, totally unlike the image of the so-called good girl anchor in the media. She gently held Lin Yi's arm, and the corners of her lips raised. "Tonight, it's prepared for you."
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. "Then shouldn't I behave better?" Ren Xinglan smiled. "If you don't behave well, I might make you sleep on the sofa."
The two smiled at each other and walked into the private room under the guidance of the waiter. The private rooms are decorated with great care, exuding luxury in a low-key manner. The crystal chandelier casts soft light, and the silver tableware, precious red wine, and exquisite fragrances all demonstrate the owner's taste and thoughtfulness.
A dinner party is more than just a meal. As the dishes came one by one, Ren Xinglan's eyes never left Lin Yi for too long. "Lin Yi, do you still remember the first video I made in college?"
"Remember, it was you squatting downstairs of the girls' dormitory taking pictures of the stars. The picture quality was blurry as hell, and the editing even missed half a line."
"Then why did you praise my haircut?"
"Because you have a beautiful smile." Ren Xinglan was startled, bit her lip lightly, and a slight redness appeared at the corners of her eyes.
"Did you know at that time?" "It seems that from that day on, I didn't want to look at other people anymore."
Lin Yi was silent for a moment, then reached out to pour her some wine.
"Then why didn't you say anything?"
Ren Xinglan chuckled. "Because you never need me to tell you, you already know what I'm going to do."
"But I wasn't good enough at that time.
I want to wait until I become stronger, more understanding, and more worthy of you." She sipped her wine, "Just like you are standing in the center of Yundu City now." Lin Yi looked at her clear yet determined eyes, and countless past events emerged in his mind. Since college, she had silently stood behind him, helping him hold back the camera equipment that was about to fall down the stairs. When he got drunk late at night, she rushed back from the suburbs in the rain to take care of him, even though she couldn't even speak clearly. She has always been there, but I have never faced her seriously.
"Xinglan."
Lin Yi suddenly spoke.
If I tell you that what I'm going to do next will affect the interests of the top leaders of the entire Cloud City, will you be afraid?"
Ren Xinglan just lowered his head to wipe the edge of the wineglass and said lightly. "Lin Yi, from the first day you said to me, I want to be a real big shot, I knew that if I followed you, I had to be prepared for everything."
"Am I afraid?"
She tilted her head back and drank the wine in the glass.
"I was afraid you wouldn't take me with you."
Lin Yi's heart trembled slightly. He suddenly realized that what the system gave him was not only wealth and power, but also a responsibility.
He could no longer face everything alone as he had done in the past.
We can't let these people who truly care about him be left where they are.
"Xinglan. I am here."
Lin Yi reached out and held her hand.
"From now on, whatever I have to do, I will tell you. I won't do it alone anymore."
Ren Xinglan stared at him for a moment and nodded slightly. At this moment, a certain feeling that had never been expressed in words quietly grew stronger.
After the dinner, the two left together.
As soon as Lin Yi got in the car, he received a text message from an unfamiliar number.
"Yaoguang Group, the interim meeting of directors will be held in 3 days. Content: voting on the cooperation between East District Logistics and Ren's Media.
Please be sure to attend Xinwanqing." Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly.
The meaning of this text message is far more than just an ordinary meeting. System prompt: the key plot node has been triggered.
Option 1, attend the meeting on time, rely on Xinwanqing to vote to pass the cooperation, and obtain system rewards, reputation plus 5,000. Option 2, temporarily bypass the board of directors and forcibly intervene in the voting rights of Ren's Media to trigger the hidden plot by Family Sniper.
The reward is unknown.
Lin Yi glanced at Ren Xinglan with complicated eyes and had already made a decision in his heart. He chose the third option. Self-created decision, using the appearance of Ren's Media to reversely control part of Yaoguang's equity and break the existing structure.
System response: self-created option successful. The plot has entered the critical plan line.
3 days later, in the conference hall of Yaoguang Group, Lin Yi, wearing a black custom suit, slowly walked into the conference room. Xinwanqing had a blank expression on her face in the board seat and just looked at him silently. The representative of the Bai family was there, but Bai Yunran did not show up. Ren Xinglan, as a temporary representative, sat quietly on the left, his eyes always on Lin Yi. Regarding the vote on the cooperation project between East District Logistics and Ren's Media, the meeting officially begins. The host just opened his mouth when a steady but strong voice interrupted.
I am against voting. Everyone was stunned.
Lin Yi said calmly, I hold 4.5% of Yaoguang's recent shares. I will use the Board of Directors exemption clause to propose direct project approval and skip the vote.
The representative of the Bai family immediately stood up. Lin Yi, you are breaking the rules.
Lin Yi slowly opened the document in his hand.
This is the bet agreement I signed with Ren's Media. If the revenue of East District Logistics exceeds 50 million within 3 months, the cooperation will automatically take effect.
Ren Xinglan stood up and said, we have invested 20 million in trial operation, and the data will be available this week.
The whole audience was in an uproar. Shen Wanqing smiled faintly and said, Then, I support it.
The directors exchanged glances. Lin Yi looked around at everyone with a smile on his lips.
Perhaps it's time for Yaoguang's era to change.
Chapter 96, the first step of the critical plan, the board of directors is shocked. Inside the boardroom on the 36th floor of the Yaoguang Group's headquarters building, the air seemed stagnant. Lin Yi threw out the gambling agreement signed with Ren's Media, which caused a huge uproar and completely disrupted the rhythm of the meeting originally dominated by the Bai family. Bai Xinhai, the representative of the Bai family, turned pale and slammed the table.
Nonsense! What qualifications do you have to promote cooperation unilaterally?
You are just a new director who has not even served a full term. Lin Yi smiled easily, but you forgot that I hold 4.5% of the shares. According to Article 19 of Yaoguang's internal charter, any director who holds more than 3% of the shares has an emergency pass right in special projects, which allows them to skip the voting process and directly submit the project for operation. He paused and added calmly, this clause was signed by you personally and added to the charter 2 years ago. Bai Xinhai's pupils shrank sharply, apparently remembering the clause that had been modified during an external investment conflict to prevent malicious obstruction by outsiders.
I'm just following the rules.
Lin Yi said calmly, this project is jointly launched by Ren's Media and I. The funds, resources, and team are all ready.
Even the trial run data has been sent to the director's email in advance.
He pointed to the tablet on the table and said, you can check it out for yourselves. In the meeting room, all the directors looked down, and many of them began to have flickering eyes. The initial trial operation revenue exceeded 28 million in 3 days, and the project completion rate was as high as 62%, which is already a very amazing achievement.
Especially compared with Yaoguang's several major projects in recent years, this is almost a crushing performance. Director Lin.
An elderly independent director raised his head and spoke politely, if this data is true, I tend to implement the direct access project immediately. Bai Xinhai shouted coldly, don't forget that Ren's Media was previously a partner of the Bai family.
Now they suddenly turn around and cooperate with Lin Yi. Isn't it the same as stabbing us in the back?
Shen Wanqing spoke slowly at this time, her voice was cold and oppressive. Director Bai, Yaoguang is a listed group, and our cooperation is result-oriented. If you want to bring personal emotions into the decision-making, I don't mind asking the legal team to intervene and investigate whether there is any transfer of interests in the previous contract between you and Ren. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked.
Bai Xinhai's face turned pale and he dared not say another word.
He knew that Shen Wanqing's words were not empty words.
If it was really discovered that the Bai family secretly controlled the Ren family, I'm afraid even Bai Yunran would be dragged into the water.
Lin Yi retracted his gaze and fell on Shen Wanqing. She was wearing a dark blue professional dress today, her eyes were full of calmness and sternness, just like a commander on the battlefield. He knew that she was using her own strength to pave the way for him.
The meeting finally decided. The cooperation project between East District Logistics and Ren's Media skipped the voting and went directly to the execution stage.
The initial budget of the project was 50 million, of which 30 million was injected by Lin Yi's personal capital, and the rest was jointly supported by Yaoguang's technical department. After the meeting, Lin Yi walked out of the conference room.
There was a faint sound of footsteps behind me.
Lin Yi. He turned around and saw Ren Xinglan standing at the end of the corridor, with excitement and worry in his eyes.
Was what you just said in the conference room really planned in advance?
Lin Yi nodded. Do you think I dare to act blindly on the spot?
But didn't you say that you haven't figured out how to deal with the Bai family yet?
Lin Yi smiled, took a step closer, and gently put his arm around her shoulders.
I haven't figured out how to deal with it, but I've already figured out how to fight back.
Ren Xinglan was stunned for a moment, then gave a sly smile.
You are becoming less and less like the poor student who used to stare at me in the library. Do you like me now or in the past? I like them all. She lowered her eyelashes and whispered, as long as it's you.
Lin Yi's heart was shocked, and his eyes softened unconsciously. Just as the two were about to leave the company, Shen Wanqing suddenly stood in front of the elevator and waved to him.
Lin Yi, come with me.
Lin Yi glanced at Ren Xinglan, who smiled and nodded. Go ahead, I'll wait for you.
In the office.
Shen Wanqing sat at her desk, flipping through a document in her hand, but she didn't speak for a moment.
Lin Yi approached and said jokingly, Boss Shen, you are not angry with me, are you? You are obviously the biggest supporter of this meeting.
Shen Wanqing looked up and gave him a cold look. Lin Yi, I support you, not because of feelings, but because you are indeed valuable enough.
If one day you are no longer reliable, I will be the first to stand against you. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. This is more like Shen Wanqing.
Shen Wanqing took a deep breath and pushed the information in her hand in front of him. This is what I found out about the new developments of the Bai family. They have begun to secretly acquire plots of land in the suburbs of Yundong, preparing to launch a real estate counter-encirclement campaign. This is forcing us to advance the logistics chain at full speed. If your subsequent layout cannot keep up with the rhythm, even if you win once now, you will be swallowed back. Lin Yi took the information, flipped through a few pages, and his eyes gradually became sharper. Then don't let them have a chance to turn the tables.
Critical plan, officially launched. Shen Wanqing's eyes moved slightly. Are you ready?
Lin Yi raised his eyes, his gaze was as firm as a rock.
I'm ready for this. At night, Lin Yi returned to Champs-Élysées waterfront.
Ren Xinglan was curled up on the sofa in the living room, holding a pillow in his hand, watching an early short film. It was filmed when she was in college, and the leading actor in the film was Lin Yi.
You still kept it?
Lin Yi was speechless. Ren Xinglan's eyes were gentle. I read it every night, for fear that one day, you will not remember it. Lin Yi walked over without saying a word and hugged her.
Xinglan, I won't forget, and I won't let you wait alone anymore.
She nodded gently, her face resting on his shoulder, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. System prompt: the progress of the plot branch Ren Xinglan emotional branch has been increased to 50%.
Reward: unlock special item trust badge in the system mall. Note: the trust badge can be used as a one-time trust transfer mechanism.
Once activated, it can make a female protagonist fully trust the protagonist in a crisis and cooperate unconditionally.
Lin Yi's mind moved slightly.
It seems that this game of chess has just begun. And the ones who accompany him in this game of chess are not only the system, but also these people who are truly willing to stand by his side.
Chapter 97: Old Friends Return, Crisis Beyond the Plan.
The next morning, sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Champs-Élysées waterfront, and Ren Xinglan was still sleeping in Lin Yi's arms. She had a peaceful smile on her face, and the tears at the corners of her eyes had been smoothed away.
Lin Yi stood up gently and walked into the study.
On the table was the information that Shen Wanqing had sent him last night. He spread out the map, drew out several routes, and marked the core area of Yundong logistics.
Yaoguang's expansion must be completed before the Bai family,
he said to himself with a cold look in his eyes. System prompt: side quest update. Complete the first phase of the critical plan and occupy the main logistics node in the eastern suburbs.
Reward: asset enhancement card random income doubled. Do you want to accept it? Catch.
As soon as the system's calm reminder sounded, Lin Yi's phone rang.
Shen Wanqing?
He answered the call, and another familiar voice came from the other end.
Lin Yi, it's me, Su Qingyao. He was stunned. How did you use her phone?
She was taking a shower. I answered the phone secretly.
Su Qingyao's voice was full of laughter. Why, you don't welcome me? Lin Yi rubbed his brows and said, didn't you say that it would take another half a month to handle the merger and acquisition matters abroad?
I dealt with it in advance, so of course I'll come back to see you as soon as possible. Su Qingyao paused for a moment and changed her tone. Lin Yi, I heard that you and Ren Xinglan are together again?
Lin Yi was silent.
Su Qingyao chuckled. You are really popular with girls.
Are you returning to China because of the project, or because of you? Su Qingyao's tone suddenly became serious. I came back to tell you that I won't miss you again.
Lin Yi's heart trembled, and the image of Su Qingyao, who was cold and silent under the neon lights but let down her guard in front of him, appeared in front of him.
Where are you?
I'm at Shen Wanqing's house. By the way, I also want to talk to her about cooperation. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. It would be a rare sight if these two ice queens met head-on. However, cooperation is a good excuse. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi changed his clothes and just went out. He saw Ren Xinglan had woken up and was sitting on the sofa holding a cup of water.
You're going out so early in the morning?
Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. Su Qingyao was back, I have to go see her.
Ren Xinglan's face froze. After a while, she nodded. I know, she has always treated you differently.
Lin Yi walked closer and kissed her gently on the forehead.
I promised you that this time, I will tell you everything.
She is back, but she will not affect my promise to you.
Ren Xinglan whispered, I believe you.
Near noon, Lin Yi appeared in Xin Wanqing's private villa. As the door opened, Su Qingyao walked out wearing a beige windbreaker and high heels, exuding the aura of a typical CEO.
Lin Yi, long time no see.
Lin Yi looked at her for a few times. You have indeed become more beautiful.
You mean, I wasn't beautiful before?
She raised her eyebrows.
Lin Yi laughed. Okay, let's get down to business. The two walked into the living room, and Shen Wanqing was already sitting on the side of the sofa, flipping through the project documents that Su Qingyao brought back.
In the eastern suburbs of Yaoguang, the Bai family is contacting a secondary developer called Chanza Real Estate. Shen Wanqing said without raising her head. Su Qingyao raised her lips slightly, so I planned a piece of land in advance. As soon as they signed the agreement, they found that they were intercepted.
It should be interesting, right? Lin Yi looked at her. Aren't you afraid that the Bai family will directly join forces with other real estate developers? Su Qingyao said calmly, they won't.
They are too proud and think that this game is still under their control. Shen Wanqing nodded. Your move is indeed beautiful, but the next step is to make them give up the attack on their own initiative.
Lin Yi frowned. What do you mean? You see, they are now on the offensive, with a clear goal, but what if we turn defense into offense, for example, we acquire one of their logistics chains? Su Qingyao's eyes lit up. You want to touch the Bai family's assets? Aren't you eager to wait? Shen Wanqing looked at Lin Yi.
Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a cold light. Move if you want.
What's the plan? Shen Wanqing threw out a list.
This is a hidden subsidiary of the Bai family called Jiahe Logistics, which is under the control of Bai Yunran. If we can acquire it, not only can we defeat their offensive, but we can also shake Bai Yunran's voice in the board of directors. Su Qingyao showed an interested look. Interesting.
Then I will also contribute. Lin Yi looked at her and suddenly said, You didn't come back just for me this time, did you? Su Qingyao was stunned. He said calmly, The piece of land in Xiqing district you own was sold by a family I know. You have been eyeing Yaoguang for a long time, right? Su Qingyao was silent for 2 seconds, then said softly, I admit that I do have business purposes. But you want to prove that you are still the one who can stand by my side. She looked at Lin Yi, with ripples in her eyes. Yes. Lin Yi smiled slowly and held out his hand. Welcome back, President Qingyao. She placed her hand in his palm and interlocked their fingers. The next morning, a piece of news shook the entire Yundu financial circle. Shocked, Yaoguang Group suddenly acquired Jiahe Logistics, and the Bai family's assets suffered a heavy blow. Lin Yi makes another surprising move. Will Yaoguang's board of directors undergo a major reshuffle? As soon as the news came out, the entire market was shaken. Yaoguang's stock price instantly rose by 7%, and its market value soared by 1.2 billion. Lin Yi sat in the office, drinking coffee and watching news reports with a calm expression.
Shen Wanqing stood in front of the window, her tone cold. Next, it's time to let the Bai family understand that they have to face more than just Lin Yi.
Lin Yi nodded calmly. It's time to let everyone in Yun City know. Yaoguang, from now on, is no longer the Bai family's Yaoguang, but ours. System prompt, the main mission critical plan phase 1 has been completed. Rewards received, 1 asset boost card, 20% cash flow boost, critical plan authority expansion. Start the next stage of the task, integrate the control of Dongjiao Logistics and unlock the core authority of the exclusive group Limited Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yi took a deep breath and closed his notebook. The critical plan has just begun. Chapter 98 The Bai family's counterattack, Su Qingyao's bet. The news of Jiahe Logistics acquisition caused an uproar in the Bai family. Bai Yunran stood in front of the conference room window, the cold wind blew the hair around her ears, and her face was so cold that it seemed like it could freeze. Who authorized Jiahe to sell its shares to external parties? Her voice was not loud, but it silenced the entire conference room. The deputy general manager said cautiously, Boss Bai, although Jiahe is nominally owned by the group,
the actual controlling rights are dispersed. Lin Yi and his team bought shares through a mezzanine capital and bypassed our audit system.
What do you mean? My people were sold out and they don't even know it?
We didn't expect him to dare to bypass the procedures in the open market.
Bang! Bai Yunran threw the documents in his hand on the table and said angrily, Lin Yi, do you really think I won't touch you?
She took a deep breath and regained her composure. Immediately find out where all the funds have gone to and notify the Yundu Real Estate Association. I will shut down all of Jaha Logistics' supply channels and see how they operate.
Yes.
She turned around coldly, a cold light flashing across her eyes. Lin Yi, you can rob once, but you can't rob twice.
Critical plan? I want to see what tricks you can come up with next. At the same time, at Yaoguang headquarters,
Lin Yi was holding an impromptu strategic meeting in the conference room. Shen Wanqing and Su Qingyao were sitting on his left and right respectively, and the atmosphere was a little subtle.
Jaha Logistics has been blocked from funding by Bai Yunran. Shen Wanqing spread a report on the table.
Although we hold a controlling stake, our operating cash has been completely frozen. The other party has also contacted the upstream supply chain to put pressure on us. Su Qingyao raised her eyebrows, it's really cruel.
Lin Yi's expression was calm, she won't accept this, but this is a good time for us to advance the integration.
He pointed to the new project flashing on the projection screen and said, although Jaha is locked, we can use it as a springboard to integrate the entire Dongjiao logistics market.
Su Qingyao's eyes lit up. You want to use Jaha's name to acquire other small and medium-sized logistics companies in the eastern suburbs?
That's right. Since the Bai family has already started the war, there's no need to worry too much.
Shen Wanqing whispered, this path is extremely risky. Jaha's credibility has not yet been established.
If we rashly push forward with the integration, it will easily cause a backlash in the market and even give the Bai family an excuse to fight back.
Lin Yi looked at her, so this step depends on you to operate.
Shen Wanqing looked up and met his gaze.
She suddenly chuckled, are you ordering me around, boss?
Lin Yi smiled slightly, please.
Shen Wanqing nodded, since you asked, of course I will do it.
Su Qingyao sighed softly, I suddenly feel a little jealous.
Lin Yi,
You used to only let me worry about the business war, but now you are humble enough to ask others for help.
Lin Yi smiled and said, you think too much. I think some people are worth it.
When Shen Wanqing heard this, a strange look flashed in her eyes. Su Qingyao turned around slowly and lowered her voice a little.
What about me? Am I worthy in your eyes?
Lin Yi was about to speak, but was interrupted by a knock on the office door.
Boss Lin, someone sent me some information.
The secretary handed over the document.
Lin Yi took a glance and his eyes instantly froze. Who sent this?
He said his last name was Zhao, and he was an old rival of the Bai family. Lin Yi's eyes changed slightly, and he dismissed everyone, leaving only Shen Wanqing and Su Qingyao, and opened the file.
On the page was an extremely hidden account tracking chart and an excerpt of a meeting recording.
Bai Yunran privately set up a foundation, suspected of capital outflow, and attempted to undermine the authority of the core directors of the Bai family.
Su Qingyao's eyes widened, how dare she do this? Shen Wanqing frowned, is this information true? Lin Yi nodded calmly, it should be true.
This Mr. Zhao is most likely the legendary former executive Zhao Qing who was suppressed by Bai Yunran.
Su Qingyao bit her lip, he wants to use us to take revenge on Bai Yunran?
That's right. Lin Yi slowly leaned back in his chair, a sneer on his face.
In that case, why not borrow his knife?
Shen Wanqing pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, Lin Yi, if you choose to hand over this batch of materials to the media now, Bai Yunran will soon be investigated.
But do you really want to do this?
Su Qingyao also looked at him, although she is an enemy, but she is the core figure of the Bai family after all. If you really want to shake her, it would be like completely overturning the table.
Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, I know.
But I also know that now is not the time to be soft-hearted. If I don't move her, she'll move me. He stood up, with a coldness in his eyes that he had never seen before. Since she is going to leave, she should be prepared to lose cleanly. Su Qingyao looked at him and suddenly said softly,
You're no longer the same.
Lin Yi turned his head. Su Qingyao said, You always held back before, but now you are breaking even your bottom line.
You are getting stronger, but I am worried that one day, you will no longer be that Lin Yi. Lin Yi's eyes shuddered and he was silent for a moment. Qingyao. Are you afraid?
She shook her head. Don't be afraid.
Because no matter what you become, I will always stand by you.
He hugged her gently. Thank you. Shen Wanqing looked at the two of them, her eyes dimmed, but she said nothing.
3 days later.
Jaha Logistics successfully acquired 3 small logistics companies in the eastern suburbs at 3 times the market price, and combined with Yaoguang's existing resources to quickly build a new route. At the same time, Bai Yunran was accused of suspected abuse of power and internal control and was temporarily suspended under investigation.
The entire Bai family fell into chaos.
Lin Yi stood on the terrace of the Champs-Élysées, looking at the city at night, and spoke softly.
The next step is Bai Qianyao.
Su Qingyao leaned forward from behind him, her voice soft.
You've come this far, don't you consider looking back at the people behind you?
Lin Yi tilted his head slightly. Like you? There is also Xinglan and Wanqing.
So what do you want me to do? Is it that I stop, or that I reach the end? Su Qingyao did not answer.
After a long while, she smiled and said,
Then keep going forward.
As long as you don't push me away, I will always be behind you. Lin Yi looked at the night sky, his eyes as clear as a mirror.
Good. System prompt, Critical Plan Phase 2 has been launched. Goal, control of the core of the Bai family, disintegration of Bai Qianyao's main battle group. Reward, top-level business battle copy, SS-level skill unlock card. The war has just begun. Chapter 99, Hidden Clues Emerge, Shen Wanqing's Choice.
The Bai family was in turmoil, and Yunda's business community was suddenly in turmoil. But Lin Yi did not seek to be in the limelight. Instead, he turned most of his attention to internal integration. The merger of Jaha Logistics and Yaoguang's resources has been preliminarily completed, and the system has also pushed new guidelines in a timely manner. System prompt, Business War Copy Bai's Turmoil has been activated. Goal 1, Acquire Bai's key asset Shenwei Logistics.
Goal 2, Suppress Bai Qianyao's influence and disrupt his capital layout. Goal 3 Hidden, Unlock Shen Wanqing's emotional branch. Lin Yi's pupils shrank, and his gaze briefly lingered on the hidden branch line.
At this moment, Shen Wanqing was knocking on his office door.
Do you have time to chat?
Lin Yi turned off the projection and said with a smile, Of course.
Shen Wanqing walked in, wearing a light gray business suit.
She looked as cool as usual, but there was a hint of hesitation in her eyes.
You've been very busy lately. Aren't you the same?
Lin Yi poured her a cup of tea and handed it to her. I heard you only slept for 3 hours last night. Shen Wanqing lowered her head and took a sip, her voice softening a bit. I am a little tired.
So you came here to care about me?
Shen Wanqing glanced at him, narcissism.
Lin Yi smiled, stood up and walked to her side. Then why did you come? Shen Wanqing was silent for a few seconds and whispered. Someone from the Bai family came to see me. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Who? Bai Qianyao. The atmosphere suddenly became a little colder. Lin Yi looked at her for a long while before asking, What did you say? I didn't agree.
Shen Wanqing said calmly, But I want to know your next plan.
Because no matter what you are going to do, I must be prepared in advance.
Lin Yi reached out and pressed her shoulder.
Wanqing, I know what you are thinking. But you should also know that I won't use you as a tool. Shen Wanqing's eyes trembled slightly, and her throat moved. Then what do you want me to do? If Bai Qianyao contacts you again, you must agree to him. Shen Wanqing raised her head suddenly. You.
Lin Yi shook his head. I won't let you take risks. But I need someone to stay by his side and pass on first-hand information to me.
You are the best fit. Shen Wanqing's eyes were complicated. Do you believe me, or are you betting that I will choose you? I believe you.
Lin Yi said in a gentle voice, I believe you are not cooperating with me for profit.
You are just like me, you want to prove yourself. Shen Wanqing closed her eyes and let out a long breath. Okay, I promise you.
When she opened her eyes, her gaze became firm, but I have one condition.
Explain.
After this war is over, I want you to tell me in person what it is you want.
Lin Yi nodded, I promise you.
They looked at each other and smiled. For a moment, it seemed as if nothing was said, and yet it seemed as if they had already understood each other. On the other hand, the Bai Group's interim board of directors was quietly convened.
Bai Qianyao looked at the directors expressionlessly and said, Have you thought it through? Are you trying to shake up the Bai Group by holding a meeting at this time?
Someone said in a deep voice, Vice President Bai, your sister is under investigation, and now it is reported that you have close contact with external investors.
Should you explain it? Everything I do is for the benefit of the family. Bai Qianyao slowly stood up and looked around the room. The Bai family is no longer the same as before.
Those outdated equity structures and conservative operating concepts should have been changed long ago.
Lin Yi robbed Jiahe.
He was the first to do it.
If we just sit there and wait for death, we will really lose.
But now even our supply chain has been disrupted by him.
Someone retorted. Then take it back.
Bai Qianyao's eyes were sharp, from his softest spot women.
He took out a photo and threw it on the table. It's Shen Wanqing.
She is now Lin Ye's most trusted partner.
She is also our breakthrough point.
At the same time, Su Qingyao received a call from Lin Yi. You asked me to help you find out the details about Zhao Cheng.
I found it.
Her voice was a little puzzled. This person is interesting. On the surface, he is a former senior executive of the Bai family, but in fact he was poached by an overseas fund acquisition background 2 years ago, and now he is the spokesperson for a secretive consortium.
Why would he take the initiative to invest in you?
Lin Yi said calmly, maybe he wants to use my fire to make it burn more vigorously.
Aren't you afraid of backlash? I'm afraid, but I also know that sometimes, if you don't take a gamble, you get nothing. Su Qingyao suddenly asked, what if one day, even I become your bet?
Lin Yi was stunned and silent for a while. I won't let this day happen. She chuckled and said, you've made a lot of promises, but I want to see how you keep them.
Then you can watch it.
That night, Lin Yi drove to Nanwan Mansion alone. There was a person standing at the door, wearing a simple black dress and long hair draped over her shoulders.
Ren Xinglan.
When she saw Lin Yi, her eyes lit up for a moment. You're here.
Lin Yi nodded. You came to me and said there was something important? Ren Xinglan turned around and let him in.
My father may also want to get involved in this game. Lin Yi raised his brows slightly.
Who instructed him? Bai Qianyao. Ren Xinglan whispered, he made an offer that my father couldn't refuse. And you?
She raised her head, her eyes firm. I'm telling you I won't let him succeed. Even if I have to destroy my father's plan myself.
Lin Yi had a complicated expression. Are you sure? I don't want you to carry it alone.
She leaned over gently, her voice trembling slightly.
Lin Yi, are you willing to let me walk with you?
Lin Yi slowly reached out and hugged her.
I do.
System prompt, Ren Xinglan's favorability increased, and the stage event of the intertwined fates was achieved. Trigger the dungeon mission, Yundu Old Forces Abyss Game.
The night is getting darker, and a storm is brewing. Chapter 100 Undercurrent, the chess game of fate. Would you like me to walk with you?
Ren Xinglan's words were like the wind blowing across the lake of my heart, stirring up thousands of ripples. Lin Yi hugged her, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. This world has never lacked hypocrisy, betrayal, and calculation, but Ren Xinglan's existence was like a gentle but firm light, allowing him to know where to go in the dark night.
You will regret this. Lin Yi whispered. I'm just afraid that you won't take me with you. Ren Xinglan responded even more lightly.
After a brief moment of embracing, Lin Yi stood up and said, Xinglan, next I may ask you to do something very cruel to your family.
Ren Xinglan nodded, I've been ready for a long time.
Her eyes were soft but firm. He is my father, yes, but if he is in the wrong position?
I would rather cut him off with my own hands.
Lin Yi looked at her for a long time, and finally said softly, okay, I believe you.
System prompt, side quest Ren Xinglan Trial of Faith is now open. Goal 1, prevent Ren's father from collaborating with Bai Qianyao Capital. Goal 2, obtain the overseas account information of the Ren family in Hong Kong. Reward, business talent +3, Ren Xinglan's exclusive plot point unlocked. Note, the risk level is B+, it is recommended to cooperate with Shen Wanqing to advance in the Dark Line.
Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly, knowing that this was a tough battle that could not afford to fail. He lowered his head and kissed Ren Xinglan lightly on the forehead, then whispered, let's go back to the battlefield.
The next day, in the meeting room of Jiahe headquarters. Shen Wanqing has handed over the record of Bai Qianyao's second contact with her to Lin Yi.
He tried to persuade me to join by using the tripartite alliance, saying that you will not be able to compete with the old forces in Yundu after all. Lin Yi sneered, Bai Qianyao is anxious, so he throws out this kind of sugar-coated bullet.
But he didn't expect that I am no longer Shen Wanqing of the Bai family.
She added with cold eyes. Lin Yi closed the file and said, you continue to be undercover, but this time I need you to further infiltrate his private equity fund team.
You mean Nuwa Ting Capital?
Yes, I received news that Bai Qianyao is planning to transfer a sum of unregulated funds from overseas through Nuateng, with a scale of at least 1 billion.
Shen Wanqing pondered, then I need an opportunity. We will create it.
Lin Yi sneered, you will receive a disguised identity document, and your name will appear on the guest list for his next Hong Kong offline investment seminar.
I will be there then. Shen Wanqing's eyes trembled slightly, you're going there in person? Lin Yi nodded, I'm worried about you being alone.
The two looked at each other for a long time, and Shen Wanqing suddenly whispered, if I lose this game, will you save me?
Lin Yi smiled, you never lose.
At the same time, Su Qingyao was sitting in the exclusive conference room of Yaoguan Group, and an anonymous email was projected in front of her. She looked at the content with unfathomable eyes.
Jaha and the Shen family seem to be getting closer and closer. Lin Yi, how many women do you want to use?
She picked up her phone and dialed Lin Yi's number, but hung up at the last second. If you don't tell me, I'll dig it myself.
She whispered coldly.
The secretary knocked on the door. President, the latest offer came from Shen's, and the Bai family seems to be putting pressure on us.
Let them know that Yaoguan will not be easily shaken.
Su Qingyao stood up coldly, also, freeze the batch of goods at Yundong port and do not deliver them for the time being.
Wait for Lin Yi to explain to me. The secretary was stunned for a moment, freeze Jaha's goods?
Su Qingyao smiled meaningfully, we can't let him think that he is the smartest person in the world. Under the cover of night, a silver-gray Maybach slowly drove into the secret warehouse in the port area. After Lin Yi got off the car, Zhao Qing was waiting there.
I have prepared everything you want. Lin Yi glanced at the documents on the desk and asked, are these secret accounts of the Bai family definitely authorized by Bai Qianyao himself? Zhao Cheng nodded, this is his most secret bet.
Nominally, it belongs to the Bai family's trust company, but in fact, it has long been hidden offshore through 3 layers of shell companies. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, it's impossible for him not to know that there are fatal loopholes in doing this.
So he gave the execution of these transfers to Ren Zhangwo. Lin Yi paused.
Zhao Qing continued, in other words, as long as you can control Ren Zhangwo, it is equivalent to indirectly controlling Bai Qianyao's lifeblood.
What's the price? Lin Yi asked.
Zhao Qing grinned, I don't want money, I just want you to remember that Zhao Qing helped you.
Lin Yi nodded, you will get what you want.
At the same time, in the Ren family villa,
Ren Zhangwo was talking to Bai Qianyao.
Are you sure that the funds can be transferred smoothly? Of course, I have submitted the authorization documents and I am just waiting for you to sign them.
Okay, wait for my notification.
Ren Zhangwo hung up the phone, his eyes darkened. At the corner of the stairs, Ren Xinglan stood quietly. She didn't say anything, but her heartbeat suddenly accelerated at that moment. She knew that her father was ultimately on the side that she didn't want to face. She gently pressed the earphone and whispered, Lin Yi, he agreed.
Very good.
Lin Yi's voice came from the other end of the headset, next, get the first copy of the offshore trust authorization from him.
Okay. Ren Xinglan's voice trembled. Lin Yi said gently, don't be afraid, I'm always here.
At the same time, Lin Yi issued an encrypted internal notice.
Codename, Project Zhanbai, Phase 2 officially launched. Goal, cut off Bai Qianyao's overseas capital chain and control Ren's port logistics. Time window, 72 hours.
All Jiaha's senior executives are ready to enter the frontline execution state.
The game has been laid out.
With hidden plots, obvious plots, love plots, financial plots, and multiple struggles, Lin Yi is no longer the unknown college student.
He is moving towards the true center of power and wealth.
And the women around him also play their own irreplaceable roles in this storm of fate. Chapter 101 Sparks set the field on fire, storm is coming.
1 o'clock in the morning, in the study of Ren family villa.
Ren Xinglan pushed open his father's bookcase lightly and pressed a little on the back of the 5th book. With a light click, the secret compartment slowly opened. Inside was a safekeeping box for her father's most private documents. The copy of the trust lay quietly at the top, with a red seal on a white background, and Cayman Island Trust Agreement was clearly printed on it. Her fingers trembled as she reached out, but before she touched the document, a deep voice suddenly came to her ears.
What are you doing? Ren Xinglan turned back suddenly.
Ren Zhangwo was standing at the door with a stern look on his face, his eyes filled with confusion and anger.
Dad.
She forced herself to remain calm.
Answer me. Ren Zhangwo took 2 steps closer and turned his tone into questioning. Who asked you to come into the study in the middle of the night? Lin Yi? The air froze instantly. Ren Xinglan opened his mouth and finally whispered, "Dad, why did you help Bai Qianyao?" Ren Jiangwo's expression froze. After a few seconds of silence, he sneered, "So you are here to check on me? You are helping Lin Yi now? Do you know what you are doing?" "I know."
Ren Xinglan looked at him. "I know you have been suppressed by the Bai family. You have had to compromise with them over the years."
"I understand. But Dad, have you ever thought that sooner or later they will abandon you as well? Lin Yi is different. He gave you chances but you rejected them again and again." Ren Jiangwo roared, "Do you know what he is doing? He is digging up your family's roots. But he has never hurt me." Ren Xinglan raised his head, his eyes firmer than ever before. Ren Jiangwo was stunned.
After a long moment, he sighed, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant.
"You want to take that authorization? Go ahead."
He smiled dejectedly. "Since you have chosen Lin Yi, then, let's take a gamble."
Ren Xinglan was stunned. "Dad? I won't make another move."
But remember, there are no fairy tales in the capital world.
Ren Jiangwo turned his back and said, "You chose the path yourself, don't regret it later." 5 minutes later.
Ren Xinglan drove out of the villa, took a photo of the authorization document and uploaded it to the designated channel of the system.
Lin Yi received it first. She succeeded.
Shen Wanqing stood behind him and said softly. Lin Yi nodded and immediately made an encrypted call. "Zhao Qing, start Plan A and make sure the Bai family's financial account is frozen before tomorrow morning."
"Clear."
He hung up the phone with a deep look in his eyes.
This step truly strangled Bai Qianyao's lifeline.
At the same time, on the top floor of Bai's headquarters, Bai Qianyao was still sipping red wine calmly. He looked at the floating fund chart on the big screen and said, "Jia has made too many moves recently, even reaching overseas. We need to clear out some unnecessary pieces."
"Where is Shen Wanqing?"
he suddenly asked. The assistant whispered, "She has accepted our invitation and will attend the closed-door meeting of the New Ting Foundation tomorrow." Bai Qianyao smiled, "Very good, she is a good chess piece. If she can be subdued, she may be able to contain Lin Yi."
He stood up and overlooked the night view of the entire Yundu.
"Lin Yi, you shouldn't have attempted to challenge me." On the other side, in Su Qingyao's office, the atmosphere was chilly.
"Is it confirmed to be frozen?" she asked the secretary.
"Yes, the release of the batch of smart devices from Jiaha port has been postponed."
"Lin Yi has not responded yet." Su Qingyao didn't say anything.
She just stared at a photo on the table. Ren Xinglan and Lin Yi walked out of the Ren family villa side by side, looking very intimate. She chuckled softly, but her smile was cold.
"It's interesting."
She picked up the phone and said, "Reorganize the merger and acquisition agreement I prepared a few days ago, replace the clause of Jiaha Technology, and target Jiaha Holdings."
The secretary was stunned. "President, are you planning to take over Jiaha?" "It's not swallowing." Su Qingyao said calmly, "It's acquisition. When he can't hold on any longer, I will catch him."
In the early morning, the wind blows at the port.
Lin Yi went to Yundong port in person to direct the unloading matters on site. Su Qingyao's freeze decision has caused a chain reaction in the logistics system. "Boss Lin, if this problem is not resolved, Jiaha's cooperation with Linhai will be broken."
Lin Yi remained calm. "Don't panic, she was just testing me." The next second, he dialed a number, Lime.
A brisk yet dangerous voice came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Lin Yi finally remembered me? Didn't you say you wanted to open your own company in Donggang?" "Yeah, didn't I tell you? I want a whole pier. Now is the chance.
Go tell your Yi family that I want to build a new port in Linhai.
The budget is 300 million and the deadline is 2 weeks. Can you do it? Are you testing me? I treat you as a partner."
There was silence for 3 seconds, and then suddenly he laughed. "Deal, I'll go tear up my brother's project budget right away."
After hanging up, Lin Yi's mouth curled up.
Since Su Qingyao wanted to use the port to put pressure on him, he would start a new plan and bypass Yaoguang.
This game has just begun.
In the evening, in the conference room on the top floor of Jiaha,
Shen Wanqing pushed the door open and walked in. "Are you ready for Nuating's meeting tomorrow?" Lin Yi turned around. "Didn't you just come back? If you want me to be an undercover agent, I will definitely follow you the whole time. But it's very dangerous over there."
Shen Wanqing walked up to him, her eyes clear. "You said you wouldn't let me go alone."
Lin Yi looked at her for a moment, and finally nodded slightly. "This time, we will close the net together." Chapter 102, dark chess battle, the situation is reversed. Yundu City, Nuwating Fund Building.
At 10 o'clock sharp, the closed-door meeting started on time. As one of the 3 largest hedge funds in China, Nuwating's internal meeting was not open to the public, and all the invitees were potential strategic partners. Lin Yi was specially invited to attend the meeting due to the capital leap of Jiahe Holdings.
Shen Wanqing, wearing a neatly tailored navy blue suit, walked into the venue with him. In the hall, Bai Qianyao had already taken his seat. He glanced at them indifferently, with the corners of his mouth raised in an arc that seemed to be a smile. Lin Yi didn't even look at him, he just pulled out a chair and sat down with a calm expression. After the greetings, the host began to introduce the closed-door agenda. The theme of this conference is Investment Paths for Emerging Industries and Overseas Expansion Plans for Smart Manufacturing. The atmosphere of the meeting was as calm as ever until Bai Qianyao suddenly spoke up. I think the smart unmanned warehouse model proposed by Jiahe Holdings is suspected of being overvalued. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Yi. Lin Yi raised his eyes calmly. Boss Bai is a frequent visitor to the fund circle. Using the logic of speculating in land to measure the technical model, isn't it too unprofessional? The crowd was shocked. A hint of smile flashed across Shen Wanqing's eyes. Bai Qianyao's face darkened slightly, and his tone became a little colder. The technical model will eventually be implemented as an asset. Without industrial support, the valuation will be idle, and no matter how gorgeous the data is, it will not be able to support the project. Lin Yi smiled calmly. I agree with this. However, if I tell you that Jiahe's unmanned warehouse model has been tested in Ningdong and Linhai ports at the same time and has been approved by the customs, do you think it is still overpriced? Bai Qianyao's eyes suddenly froze. What did you say? Lin Yi tapped his watch lightly, and the large screen in the conference hall lit up at the same time, projecting the image of Ningdong Pilot Area real-time feedback system. The logistics robots operated in an orderly manner, and the data flow was fed back in real time. This is the backend that was just updated last night. Lin Yi said calmly. The Linhai pilot project has also started construction and is expected to be online in 2 weeks. Of course, thanks to President Su for providing the reverse catalysis. He turned his eyes and looked at Su Qinyao, who was attending the meeting online on the other side of the screen. Su Qinyao snorted coldly. Lin Yi, you are so cunning. Same here. The two of them were testing each other across the screen like 2 ice blades. The host coughed to ease the atmosphere. Since Mr. Lin can provide practical progress, we naturally recognize Jiahe Holdings' practical capabilities in the field of intelligence. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi successfully countered the doubts at the meeting and his reputation instantly increased. Shen Wanqing handed out 3 pieces of key information in succession in the background. One copy is a copy of the Ren Family Trust, which proves that some of the overseas assets under the name of the Ren family have been authorized to be transferred to the fund account designated by Lin Yi. One is a list of bills for the broken capital chain of Baisher Port. Tens of millions of liquid assets were frozen. The last one is the internal operation list of Nuwating Fund, on which Bai Qianyao High Risk Trader is clearly marked in red. When Shen Wanqing handed it over, Bai Qianyao's expression finally changed. How dare you touch my account? It's not me. Shen Wanqing smiled coldly. It's the supervisor. You're dreaming. I'm not dreaming, you're too greedy. The atmosphere in the conference room was completely frozen. Lin Yi stood up, walked to Bai Qianyao, and whispered. I gave you a chance. Now, the game begins. At the same time, in the office of senior executives of Yaoguang Group, Su Qinyao looked at Lin Yi's leisurely figure on the screen and remained silent for a long time. Boss, what's our next step? She closed her eyes and whispered, suspend the freeze on the Jiahe project. The secretary was startled. Why? We can't suppress it anymore. Su Qinyao murmured. He laid a hidden line in advance. Then we. Su Qinyao looked out the window and said calmly, notify the group and prepare to discuss cooperation. She finally realized that Lin Yi was not just a simple capitalist upstart. He was more like a hunter who had been lurking for a long time, forcing her to make a choice every time he attacked. And she was forced to turn around again and again. Night at Jiahe Holdings headquarters. Run Xinglan walked into Lin Yi's office with hot coffee. He was standing at the window with his back to her. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Yi said. Run Xinglan approached. Do you know why I am willing to do this? You want to pay off your father's debt once. No. She said softly, because you are worth it. Lin Yi was stunned.
Ren Xinglan was very close, and his voice seemed to be right beside his ear.
You are the most daring gambler I have ever met.
He turned around and his eyes met hers, and for a moment the air seemed to be sucked out. She just smiled and handed him the coffee. Don't be too tired, there is a press conference tonight. Lin Yi took it and looked at her back as she walked out of the room, his throat moving slightly. This woman has been shielding him from the wind.
11 o'clock in the evening, Yundu City News Center.
As a specially invited emerging entrepreneur, Lin Yi was interviewed by financial figures. The reporter asked, "Boss Lin, I heard that you have been surrounded by both the Bai Group and the Yaoguang Group recently.
What do you think?"
Lin Yi smiled faintly. Thanks to their care, it helped me understand a lot of things and also verified some of my plans. You once said that the capital world never talks about emotions, but this time, we saw many people supporting you.
What do you think of them?
Lin Yi was silent for a moment, then said, "Some people are worth my desperate efforts to protect."
Under the screen, the barrage exploded instantly. Who are you confessing to? I bet $10 that it's the anchor Ren. Goddess Wanwan cried, "Please don't be angry, Mr. Su, it's not your turn to be jealous." The reporter smiled and asked, "One last question, Mr. Lin, are you willing to admit that you are no longer an ordinary graduate of Yundu University?" Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully, "No. I just changed the card table now." Chapter 103, Intelligence Counterattack, Hunter's Layout. Yun City, Yaoguang Group Intelligence Center. It was 2 o'clock in the morning and the lights were on. Su Qinyao stood in front of the large holographic screen, staring at a data report that had just been decrypted in front of her with a stern look. She was wearing a black satin dress with her hair casually tied up, but her whole body exuded a strong sense of oppression. Have you confirmed it? He is not trying to get something for nothing? Confirmed.
The intelligence team leader wiped the sweat from his forehead. The anonymous fund account behind Lin Yi comes from a Southeast Asian Chinese consortium.
It has 3 offshore holding companies under its name.
It has made implicit capital injections into Jaha in the early stage.
The amount is about 1.5 billion.
Su Qinyao tapped the table lightly with her fingers, her eyes dark and deep. So, he was ready for it. The team leader swallowed and added in a low voice, "And he and the Ren family have a transfer agreement."
Ren family? Su Qinyao frowned, "The Miss Bai Yueguang of the Ren family?" "Yes."
The team leader smiled bitterly, "Ms. Ren Xinglan.
The assets under her name, the shares of the Anchor platform, and even some of the rights of the Ren family's overseas trust have been transferred to Lin Yi. At present, the support of the Ren family for him is no longer a financial sponsor." But a marriage?
Su Qingyao's voice was not loud, but it made the temperature in the whole room drop suddenly.
No one dared to answer. She was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly spoke. Contact by Qianyao.
Ah. Tell him we are going to go our separate ways.
The team leader's face changed. "Boss, are you crazy? Splitting with the Bai family at this critical moment is equivalent to cutting off our alliance in front of Lin Yi.
Instead of being a useless ally, it is better to learn to recognize which way the wind is blowing." She smiled coldly, staring at the photo of Lin Yi's profile, and whispered softly,
"Lin Yi, how many cards do you have left to turn over?" At the same time, in Lin Yi's office.
On the desk was a copy of the contract, which was the strategic transfer agreement that had just been signed. Xin Wanqing was sitting in a corner of the sofa, drinking tea quietly. The light and shadow fell obliquely on her, outlining soft curves on her cold and beautiful features.
"So you knew that Su Qinyao would take action?" she asked indifferently. Lin Yi nodded.
She is the kind of person who never misses any opportunity to manipulate the situation.
Xin Wanqing glanced at him, "Then why did you force her on purpose?"
Lin Yi smiled and said calmly, "Only if she really feels that I am dangerous, she will react truly."
"Aren't you afraid that she will do something desperate?" "She won't."
Lin Yi shook his head.
"She is much smarter than Bai Qianyao.
Bai Qianyao is a desperate person, but Su Qinyao will choose to take a step back to save her life." He spoke in a leisurely tone, as if he was telling a story with a known ending. Xin Wanqing stared at him for a few seconds, and suddenly asked softly,
"Lin Yi, have you never left any of us out of your chess game?"
Lin Yi was startled and looked up to meet her eyes. He did not rush to answer, but remained silent for a moment.
"Wanqing," he whispered, "you are the accident on my chessboard."
Xin Wanqing was stunned, chuckled, picked up the teacup and took a sip.
"You are really good at talking." Lin Yi didn't explain anything further.
He knew that some words were most touching when they were just the right words.
The next morning, Lin Yi had just left the company when he was blocked by Ren Xinglan downstairs of Jiahe building.
She was wearing a beige long windbreaker with a scarf on the outside, holding a hot breakfast in her hands with a peaceful smile.
Morning. Lin Yi, why are you here? I'll wait for you to have breakfast together.
Ren Xinglan said as a matter of course, you didn't reply to my message after the interview last night.
I was worried that you didn't eat again.
She raised her hand and handed over a cup of hot soy milk. Lin Yi took it and whispered thank you.
The interview has been broadcast.
Ren Xinglan added with a smile, you are now the national ideal boyfriend on the short video platform.
Isn't it capitalist upstarts? That's just the name in the financial circle.
We in the live broadcast circle have given you a new label boss sober love brain.
Lin Yi burst out laughing.
Ren Xinglan also laughed, although I don't really like the term love brained, but your words last night, some people are worth protecting, really added points. She paused and asked softly.
Is that referring to me? Lin Yi looked into her clear eyes and suddenly didn't want to lie anymore. Yes. Ren Xinglan's eyes suddenly lit up. My guess was right.
She smiled like a little fox, her eyes and eyebrows revealing her pride and joy.
Should you reward me then? How to reward?
She suddenly leaned in close and kissed him gently on the face.
That's enough.
After saying that, he turned and ran away, as if he was afraid of being chased, or as if he was deliberately provoking her.
Lin Yi stood there, his ears slightly red, and laughed softly. This woman is getting bolder and bolder. At the same time, at Bai's headquarters, Bai Qianyao smashed the second cup. Su Qianyao actually dared to cut off my cooperation?
The secretary trembled. She has withdrawn all funding allocations and frozen our linkage warehousing project in Bohai Port.
Damn it!
Veins bulged on his forehead and he almost lost control.
What methods did Lin Yi use to force Su Qianyao to betray us? This is not betrayal.
A cold female voice suddenly sounded. Bai Qianyao turned around suddenly and saw a woman in black standing at the door.
Who are you?
The other person took off his sunglasses, revealing a delicate and cool face.
Hello, my name is Yi Qingning, and I'm Lin Yi's childhood sweetheart. You. Don't get excited. Yi Qingning walked in and threw a USB flash drive on the table.
This is the data retrieved from all the illegal accounts in your capital operations in the past 6 months.
The Municipal Supervision Bureau and the Financial Office also have a copy. Are you crazy? No.
Yi Qingning smiled, I just cleared the place for Lin Yi. Bai Qianyao rushed forward to grab it, but she elbowed him and knocked him to the ground. You'd better pray that Lin Yi will be soft-hearted, otherwise you will spend the rest of your life playing simulated stock market games in prison.
Chapter 104 Crazy Critic Qingmei's Declaration of War.
Night falls, Cloud City. The top-floor conference room of Jiahe Group is brightly lit, but the atmosphere is exceptionally quiet. Lin Yi stood in front of the long table, flipping through the latest round of financial receipts. His brows were furrowed, but his eyes revealed a hint of coldness and sarcasm. Bai Qianyao has completely lost control. Shen Wanqing sat aside, tapping the table with her fingertips. He is like a trapped beast now. Seeing that the capital net is getting tighter and tighter, he can only rely on continuous moves to win a chance to turn things around. But he has no chance. Lin Yi slowly closed the document in his hand. This afternoon, the Municipal Supervision Bureau has entered the site to review his capital flow for the port project. Our people have already assisted him. Shen Wanqing snorted, you have laid such a big net that even I almost didn't see it. Lin Yi turned his head to look at her, with an ambiguous smile on his lips. Didn't you always know that I was playing this game of chess? Shen Wan gave him a blank look but did not deny it. How are you going to deal with Su Qianyao? She'll walk into a trap. Lin Yi said calmly, when she realizes that I am her only choice, she will naturally come back. Shen Wanqing laughed softly, you are really too confident.
It's not confidence, it's the fact.
As the two were talking, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Ren Xinglan rushed in hurriedly, his face full of dissatisfaction.
Lin Yi, you ran away again?
Lin Yi was stunned, obviously not expecting her to show up at this time. Ren Xinglan walked up to him angrily, holding a thermos bucket in his hand. After the live broadcast today, I specially made soup to nourish your body, but your secretary told me that you were hiding in the conference room to work overtime again? Don't you know that you are about to die suddenly?
Shen Wanqing raised her eyebrows. Boss Lin, is this your health management consultant?
Ren Xinglan ignored her and placed the lunchbox on the table with skillful movements.
Come, drink some pork rib soup first to cool down your body.
Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he still took it and took a sip.
Good.
Humph, you only know that I am not in your heart when you talk so lightly.
She sat aside, pretending to be angry, puffing up her cheeks. Lin Yi whispered, how could that be? You are my source of nutrition.
Ren Xinglan blinked, obviously not expecting him to be so straightforward, and felt embarrassed for a moment.
Shen Wanqing quietly packed up the documents and stood up. Since Mr. Lin has someone to take care of him, I will leave first. Wanqing. Lin Yi suddenly called her. She turned around. What?
Lin Yi looked into her eyes, his tone calm but meaningful. You are not someone who can be easily ignored.
No matter what time, I will remember it. Shen Wanqing looked at him, was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly nodded gently. I know.
She turned and left, her back elegant and determined. Ren Xinglan looked at the door with a vigilant look on his face, then looked down at Lin Yi. Are you and her?
No.
Lin Yi interrupted her with a smile. She and I are just partners at the moment.
At present? Ren Xinglan raised an eyebrow. What about the future? Who knows in the future?
Lin Yi said mysteriously. Ren Xinglan frowned. Lin Yi, if you dare to play both sides.
Will I capsize? I'll break your legs.
Lin Yi smiled and reached out to ruffle her hair. I'm not that stupid.
At the same time, in a quiet villa on the outskirts of the city,
Yi Qingning leaned on the balcony railing, the night breeze ruffling her hair. She held a photo in her hand. It was Lin Yi's student ID card from his freshman year of high school. Her eyes were deep and there was an almost paranoid smile at the corner of her mouth.
Lin Yi, those women around you are not worthy. She murmured in a low voice, only I know what you really want. They don't understand you. But I understand.
Suddenly, an electronic prompt sound came from inside the house. She walked into the study and turned on the computer, which showed the data sent back by the monitoring network she had set up.
Su Qingyao privately contacted Lin Yi's former partner, Tang Logistics, last night, trying to cut off Jiaha's port distribution channels. Yi Qingning sneered, are you going to do it?
Her fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard, and soon she sent an anonymous email with key evidence attached. The recipients were Jiaha Legal Department and Yundu City Industrial and Commercial Supervision Platform.
It's really lively.
She leaned back in her chair, her eyes cold.
But you all forgot that I was the first person to accompany Lin Yi. Now, it's my turn to appear. The next day, Jiaha Group's legal department received an anonymous email with complete and clear evidence.
In less than 2 hours, the Industrial and Commercial Supervision Platform intervened and froze the relevant contracts of Tang Logistics. Lin Yi frowned slightly when he received the notification.
Who did it? We can't find the sender.
The head of the legal department looked depressed, but the details in this email seem like it was sent by someone who has been monitoring the situation by your side. Lin Yi's eyes moved, and the name he hadn't seen for a long time suddenly appeared in his mind.
Line leaves. Crazy girl, you finally moved?
He murmured softly, but a smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth.
That evening,
as soon as he walked out of the office door, he saw a girl in a black sweatshirt leaning against the door.
A familiar figure. A familiar smell. Lin Yi.
Yi Qingning raised her face slightly, with fanatical persistence in her eyes.
I'm back. Chapter 105. She is back, but not the same person she used to be.
Lin Yi's eyes fell on the familiar girl in front of him, and for a moment he felt a little complicated. Yi Qingning, the little girl who followed him crying all the time, has now shed her immaturity and replaced it with an aura that is hard for others to ignore. The black sweater makes her skin look even whiter, but the persistence in her eyes is frightening.
You're back.
Lin Yi's tone was calm, but he couldn't hide the fleeting emotion in his eyes. Yi Qingning raised the corners of her lips, her smile bright and filled with a bit of crazy excitement. Well, I said I would come back.
Do you think I was just talking?
Lin Yi did not answer immediately. He just walked over, stood in front of her, and looked at her closely.
Where have you been all these years? Abroad.
She answered simply, my parents thought I was crazy and sent me to a mental health institution.
As a result, I learned a lot of very interesting things there. Crazy? Lin Yi frowned. Yeah. She chuckled. I told them I wanted to kill the people who bullied you. They thought I was mentally ill.
Lin Yi was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. Xing Ning, you
want to say that I've changed?
She tilted her head and looked at him, still smiling. Of course I have changed, Lin Yi.
I'm no longer the little girl who cried behind you.
She took a step forward, gently tapped Lin Yi's chest with her fingers, and whispered, now I know what price is, and I also know what it means to own. Lin Yi did not retreat, but just sighed softly.
You're still too extreme. You can't lose if you are extreme.
She suddenly leaned closer and whispered in his ear, don't worry, I won't do anything to you, unless you don't want me.
Lin Yi was stunned and didn't answer.
At this time, the assistant came hurriedly and interrupted the atmosphere between the two.
Boss Lin, by Xiaoguan Logistics is in the process of acquiring the remaining shares of Tang's, and has already started contacting Su Qingyao.
Lin Ye's eyes darkened. She really couldn't help it.
Do you need me to come forward?
Yi Qingning suddenly interrupted, her eyes sharp as a knife. I can make that Su Qingyao kneel down and beg for your forgiveness within 3 days.
Lin Yi shook his head, no hurry.
She is a smart person and won't give up until she is in dire straits. He turned around and looked out the window at the Yun city with tall buildings, his eyes deep.
But we can let her see desperate situation. At the same time, Su Qingyao is meeting with Bai Qianyao.
The two men sat opposite each other, with a new merger and acquisition agreement on the table.
Tang Logistics is just an empty shell now. Are you sure our investment won't go to waste? Su Qingyao's eyes were cold. Bai Qianyao smiled and said, if it weren't for Lin Yi, I wouldn't have touched it.
But now, his lifeblood is hidden in this port line. As long as we swallow Tang's, the goods distribution chain behind him will be forced to move whether it is time, manpower or funds, they will be constrained by us.
Su Qingyao looked at him for a long time before she asked, why do you hate him so much? Bai Qianyao's smile gradually faded, because he was supposed to be a dog. And it ended up biting me.
Su Qingyao didn't ask any more questions, but said calmly, if you dare to touch him, I have no objection.
But I want to maximize Yaoguan's interests, and the rest is not important. It's a pleasure working with you. Bai Qianyao raised his glass.
Su Qingyao clinked glasses with him, but her eyes were fixed outside the window, and it was unknown what she was thinking.
The next day,
Lin Yi convened a high-level meeting within Jiahe Group and directly decided to launch the Dongyuan New District Logistics Intermodal Transport Project, a reconstruction plan that can bypass Tangshi's main port and connect the new port with the core business district. Even if we are not cut off now, we must make arrangements in advance. His eyes were firm. I don't want my lifeline to be in the hands of others. Ren Xinglan was sitting in the meeting seat next to her, wearing a refreshing light blue professional dress, her eyes never leaving Lin Yi. When the meeting was over, she took the initiative to step forward.
You seem a little different lately. Lin Yi chuckled, what's the difference?
You always looked calm and composed before, but now, it's like you're gambling with your life. Lin Yi was silent for a few seconds, then he said softly, because I know that some people will not give up. I don't want to wait until they hurt the people around me before I regret not taking ruthless action earlier. Ren Xinglan was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly.
What about you? Have you ever thought that I am also someone beside you? Lin Ye's eyes paused.
Ren Xinglan stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear, I'm serious.
I will also risk everything to protect you.
This scene happened to be seen by Yi Qingning, who had just arrived at the end of the corridor. She stood quietly, her eyes expressionless, just muttering softly.
Didn't you say you wouldn't play both sides, Lin Yi? Then, should I give her a reason to get off the boat?
She turned around, walked into the elevator, and dialed a number. Go check all the information about Ren Xinglan, especially whether she has had any contact with external capital recently.
She can't become Lin Ye's weakness. Even if she is sincere. Chapter 106 Shi 1T let others become Lin Yi's exception. The night deepens.
The old city area at the easternmost end of Yun City is still brightly lit. In the office of a small self-media company called Xinglan Media, Ren Xinglan was sitting in front of the computer with his coat on, carefully editing a special video about the Dongyuan New District. It has been a long time since she last focused on creating content. Since her relationship with Lin Yi gradually became closer, the company's operations have become smoother and smoother. There are even a few short videos that have received good reviews and have been specifically selected for promotion within Jiahe. But she knew that this peace would not last long. She could always feel that a deeper undercurrent was quietly flowing between her and Lin Yi.
Sister Xing, someone is looking for you. Assistant Xiaoyu pushed the door open. Who? She didn't say her name, but she's a little scary.
Ren Xinglan raised his eyebrows and just stood up when he heard a crisp sound of footsteps at the door. Yi Qingning walked in with a smile on her face, but that smile didn't seem to be full of genuine kindness. Long time no see, senior sister Ren. She looked around as she walked, her tone as if she was chatting. The company is quite warm, not at all like the Anchor Operations Center I imagined.
Ren Xinglan's eyes changed slightly. Who are you? Me?
Yi Qingning blinked, slowly sat on the sofa, crossed her legs and casually raised them. I am Lin Ye's childhood sweetheart, and also, the only person he truly trusts now. These words were like a needle, piercing Ren Xinglan's heart without any concealment.
She gently clenched the mouse in her hand, and said in a lukewarm tone, I don't think I need you to teach me about Lin Yi.
Oh?
Yi Qingning suddenly smiled, then do you know that he has a phobia? Do you know who is the first name he calls out in his dreams every night?
There was a hint of panic in Ren Xinglan's eyes.
She really didn't know.
Lin Yi always had a certain distance from her, not cold, but not completely honest either. Yi Qingning stood up, walked in front of her, and looked down at her.
I don't hate you, senior.
Her tone was gentle, yet creepy, but if you get in the way of me and Lin Yi, then I can only ask you to leave.
I won't.
Ren Xinglan said word by word, I won't leave him, and I won't let others decide whether I should like someone or not.
Yeah?
Yi Qingning curled the corner of his mouth, took out a piece of information from his pocket and threw it on the table. This is the complete record of your contact with Jushur Capital last year.
If I give this to Lin Yi, what do you think he will think? Ren Xinglan's expression suddenly changed.
She did have contact with Jushur Capital, but that was to obtain the first startup capital for Xinglan Media, and the cooperation had been terminated long ago. Yi Qingning dug up this matter and chose to bring it up at this time. The purpose is self-evident.
You investigated me? I'm protecting Lin Yi.
Yi Qingning's eyes gradually turned cold. There are too many liars around him now, Bai Qianyao, Su Qingyao, and you, people who approach him in the name of love.
I won't let him get hurt again.
Ren Xinglan lowered his head and looked at the cooperation record in the document.
He was silent for a moment and suddenly looked up. You can let him know if you want.
But I want you to understand one thing more. I approached Lin Yi not because he is rich, nor because he is famous. It's because, ever since my freshman year, when he helped me take the blame for my live broadcast room being blocked, I knew that I would never forget this person.
Yi Qingning was stunned.
She didn't expect Ren Xinglan to say it so directly, nor did she expect that she would actually feel a little shaken.
You are very smart.
She said softly, but don't think that you can win with your sincerity.
For me, the winner is always the one who stays at the end.
She turned and left, her step still crisp, but with a little more panic.
At the same time, Chairman's meeting room of Jaha Group. Lin Yi is leading the core team to deduce the next plan. Bai Qianyao is trying to lay out new routes through Yaoguan logistics. We can't wait any longer.
I plan to release the floating port intelligent logistics system ahead of schedule, an integrated unmanned handling platform designed by ourselves. Shen Wanqing sat on one side, her eyes calm, but this system is still in the testing phase.
If it is released prematurely, there may be operational risks. That's why I need you.
Lin Yi looked at her. Mobilize your Shen's test area in Nangang. I want to launch the public beta version within 10 days.
Shen Wanqing frowned. You are forcing me to take sides. Lin Yi was silent for a moment, then said calmly, this battle will last for a long time. If you are willing to fight alongside me, then don't leave any room for retreat. Shen Wanqing sighed softly. Are you begging me or threatening me? Lin Yi raised his lips slightly. What do you think?
Shen Wanqing suddenly smiled, her charm mixed with coldness. Okay, I'll help you.
But I want you to promise me one thing.
What? After this battle is over, I want the decision-making power of the entire Jaha logistics system.
Lin Yi didn't hesitate and nodded. Deal.
At this moment, two people who knew each other well reached a true alliance. Su Qingyao was in Bai Qianyao's office when she learned about Lin Yi's announcement of the floating harbor intelligence system.
He is cutting off his own retreat.
Su Qingyao stared at the screen and sneered. He is moving too hastily now.
Bai Qianyao shook his head. No, Lin Yi is a smart man.
He is not anxious, but ready to give it a try. Su Qingyao looked at him, her eyes gradually colder. You'd better understand that Lin Yi is not as easy to deal with as you think. Bai Qianyao stared at her for a while, then suddenly smiled. Are you also beginning to feel reluctant to let go?
Su Qingyao was silent. She didn't want to answer.
Because she herself was not sure whether her feelings towards the man who had saved her life when she was at her lowest were admiration or some kind of increasingly heavy obsession.
Chapter 107, Love is not her one-man show. The night has completely fallen. Ren Xinglan stood on the balcony of Xinglan Media, holding the cooperation record left by Yi Qingning in his hand, his knuckles turning white.
She didn't expect that Lin Yi's childhood sweetheart would be such a person with a sweet smile, but words like a knife. Every word was trying to push her away from that man. What made her even more uneasy was not the past, but the fact that she had never truly entered Lin Yi's heart. She has liked Lin Yi for many years, from campus to now, from secret crush to gradually getting close, but every time she gets close, his eyes are always deep, as if he is always hiding some emotions and doesn't want to be touched. Sister Xing Xiaoyu opened the door softly. Lin Yi is here. Ren Xinglan was stunned for a moment, then he suppressed his thoughts and said, "Please ask him to come up."
In less than a moment, Lin Yi was already standing at the door, his eyes calm. "Is it inappropriate to disturb you so late?"
Ren Xinglan shook his head, looked at him, and curled his lips slightly. "You come, it's the most appropriate time."
Lin Yi was stunned.
These words, with her unique tenderness, concealed a certain fragility that he had never truly felt. Ren Xinglan walked to the coffee table and pushed the Jusher Capital Cooperation record over with his fingertips.
"I think you should see this." Lin Yi looked down with a calm expression. "Did Yi Qingning give it to you?" "She wants me to leave you."
Ren Xinglan lowered his eyes, his voice as light as a sigh. "She said that I had bad intentions, that it wasn't me you were calling in your dream, and that she was the one who truly understood you."
Lin Yi was silent. Ren Xinglan raised his head and looked at him seriously. "Did you really call out her name in your dream?"
The air seemed to be stagnant. Lin Yi did not answer, but put his hand on the document on the table and said calmly, "I know about your relationship with Jusher Capital and have checked it out.
The cooperation was very short and the funds have been returned long ago." "No problem." Ren Xinglan's eyes were shocked. "Has he checked it a long time ago?" "You have always known this?" Lin Yi nodded. "How could I not investigate someone I care about?"
These words, like a beam of light, suddenly pierced deep into her chest. Her nose felt sore and she almost couldn't hold back her emotions. Lin Yi looked at her and said in a steady tone, "Yi Qingning is just afraid that I will be deceived. Her attack on you is her problem, not yours."
"I won't doubt you just because of what she said." Ren Xinglan's lips trembled slightly. "Have you ever doubted whether you like me or not?" Lin Yi was stunned.
She slowly stepped forward, her eyes glistening with tears, almost close to his chest. "Lin Yi, I am not the most powerful woman around you. I don't have the support of my family, nor am I as capable as Shen Wanqing, nor am I as dazzlingly beautiful as Su Qingyao.
But I really, really like you.
I have liked you for a long time, from that crappy live broadcast room to the increasingly busy you now. I don't want you to respond to me, I just want to know whether my love has any meaning."
Lin Yi's Adam's apple rolled.
He never thought that this senior sister who was always gentle and considerate would suddenly ask this question so decisively. He looked at her and said word by word, "You mean more to me than just that. You are the original intention for me to persist in creating content, and you are the clean and warm power that I first believed in.
So, don't ask such questions anymore." Ren Xinglan was stunned. The next second, she took a step forward and hugged him tightly.
There were no tears, but the trembling hid too many repressed emotions. Lin Yi did not push her away, but gently held her shoulders. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he really could no longer treat Ren Xinglan as an ordinary friend. At the same time, Yi Qingning returned to her studio. As soon as she entered the room, the temperature of the whole room dropped 3 degrees due to her anger. She slammed her phone on the table and bit her lips until they turned white.
"She's not afraid of me at all." She actually dared to spread the information in front of Lin Yi.
Her eyes were red, and she murmured to herself, "How could you smile at her so tenderly? I was the only one who could make you laugh before, and I was the only one who knew what you were afraid of and what you dreamed about, so how come you were attracted to someone else too?" She turned around and suddenly opened the closet. Inside was a row of memorabilia related to Lin Yi neatly hung. From group photos from junior high school, to keychains given by college, and even the jacket he once left behind. She sat on the floor, hugging the old coat tightly, as if she was holding the last shadow of Lin Yi.
"Lin Yi, I won't give up. You will belong to no one else."
At this time, Lin Yi was sitting in a black business car, looking out the window. He had just left Ren Xinglan, but he couldn't calm down for a long time.
The day was too full.
From Yi Qingning's coercion, to Ren Xinglan's confession, and then to Shen Wanqing's bet against the Jaha system, he felt for the first time that he was not controlling the game, but was deeply involved in it.
Boss Lin.
The assistant in the front row whispered, Bai Qianyao is holding a private cocktail party at the Guanhai Hotel tonight, and Su Qingyao has also confirmed her attendance.
Arrange for us to go there.
Yes. Lin Yi leaned against the car window, his eyes solemn.
He wanted to completely tear off Bai Qianyao's disguise in this game. Even though the storm ahead is far more ferocious than imagined, he must also move forward.
Chapter 108, Guanghai Cocktail Party, The Silence Before the Storm. The night is as dark as ink, and the prosperous Guanghai Hotel in Yun City is brightly lit. In the magnificent banquet hall, there were clinking glasses and elegant ladies in fine clothes. Bai Qianyao, dressed in a light gray suit, stood calmly in the center of the reception, as if this stage was born to be his. He was surrounded by several representatives from top investment institutions, as well as senior executives from several local entertainment and financial giants, all laughing and talking. This cocktail party was private in nature on the surface, but those who really knew the business understood that this was Bai Qianyao's first move for future alliance capital to take root locally.
A capital empire belonging to him is taking shape.
But Bai Qianyao's gaze drifted to the corner of the banquet hall from time to time. There is a name that has not yet appeared: Lin Yi.
Mr. Lin. The assistant whispered in his ear, Lin Yi is on his way. Bai Qianyao's eyes moved slightly and he chuckled, very good. This scene tonight will be boring without him. He picked up a glass of champagne and took a sip, but his eyes fell on the figure walking slowly on the right side of the hall.
Su Qingyao. She was wearing a well-tailored dark blue dress with her long hair tied up. Her steps exuded a cold and oppressive feeling, yet she was breathtakingly beautiful. She appeared quietly, but the entire banquet hall seemed to be suppressed by her aura at that moment.
Bai Qianyao's smile deepened, and he took the initiative to step forward and said, Boss Su, I am honored to have you here tonight.
Su Qingyao's eyes were indifferent, and her red lips slightly opened. I came here just to see how far the future alliance will go in the future. She was sharp and blunt in her words.
Bai Qianyao was not angry, but smiled and said, there shouldn't be such a tense situation between us, right? Between us?
Su Qingyao said in a light tone, you and I are not on the same path.
It's Lin Yi.
She glanced across the entire audience and said calmly, he is my target tonight. When these words came out, the guests around looked at him sideways.
Bai Qianyao's smile froze a little, and his knuckles tightened slightly.
This woman, Su Qingyao, never plays by the rules. She knew that Lin Yi was regarded as a thorn in the side of the Bai family, but she chose to make a clear stand at this time. She was the person in charge of Yaoguang Group, and her every move would affect the flow of tens of billions of capital. Her attitude was tantamount to announcing openly, I support Lin Yi. Before Bai Qianyao could react, there was a commotion at the entrance of the banquet hall. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lin Yi, wearing a black suit, with one hand in his pocket, walking in steadily. He had deep features, indifferent eyes, and aura that was no less impressive.
Compared to Bai Qianyao's outward brilliance, Lin Yi is more like a hidden blade, quiet but deadly.
As soon as he appeared, the atmosphere on the scene changed immediately.
That is the feeling of oppression that belongs to the real new capital elite. Bai Qianyao raised his lips slightly and took the initiative to step forward. Boss Lin, long time no see.
Lin Yi didn't hesitate to say anything, and replied calmly, Mr. Bai is really quick. In just a few days, he has set up a whole chess game in Yundu. Bai Qianyao chuckled, capital requires speed, and opportunities are fleeting. But sincerity is also important.
Lin Yi looked at him, his tone calm, isn't it?
The two exchanged a few words, and sparks flew.
The guests exchanged glances quietly.
The scene seemed calm on the surface, but in fact it was full of tension. At this time, Su Qingyao walked over slowly, her voice cold but accurate. You guys are chatting quite lively, but I don't want to listen to empty words. If you are interested in cooperating tonight, then show some real value. Lin Yi looked at her, his eyes fixed. He knew that Su Qingyao was helping him given her neutral status at this level. Her words were equivalent to tipping the scales heavily towards Lin Yi. Bai Qianyao still kept smiling and raised his champagne glass. Since Mr. Su wants to see something real, then I will start with some suggestions. He clapped his hands, and a secretary came forward with several agreement documents.
This is the list of around investment institutions for the Future Alliance project. You can take a look. There are old friends you know among them.
Lin Yi took the document, flipped through a few pages, and raised his eyebrows.
There are indeed some acquaintances, even the investment department of Shin's Group. He glanced at Bai Qianyao thoughtfully. Is this your sincerity in throwing out a brick to attract jade? Bai Qianyao remained non-committal, This is just an appetizer, the real fun is yet to come. Boss Lin, I heard that you are promoting a short drama platform and self-media integration project recently. I happen to have a similar resource package here. How about we talk about cooperation?
Lin Yi closed the file, his tone as calm as ever. Mr. Bai has a good idea, but unfortunately, I don't like cooperation, and I don't like sharing profits with my enemies.
As soon as the words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. This is a blatant show of disobedience. The smile on Bai Qianyao's face finally froze, and his eyes turned colder. Enemy? If you insist on treating me as your enemy, then I'm afraid you won't be able to finish this game of chess.
Lin Yi's expression was grim. Whether it can be finished or not depends on who reveals the flaw first. Su Qinyao spoke at the right time to break the tense atmosphere. I think you two are quite interesting.
It's just that she looked at Lin Yi with complicated eyes. Lin Yi, if you really want to take root in the capital circle, you have to understand one thing: love and business can never go hand in hand. Lin Yi understood.
This was Su Qinyao reminding him, don't be distracted by the battle, and don't let certain emotions become your weakness. But at this moment, he subconsciously thought of Ren Xinglan's tears that night, thought of Yi Qingning's red eyes saying I won't give up, and thought of Shen Wanqing's eyes that saw through everything but were still willing to trust. His heart suddenly felt heavy. Bai Qianyao smiled coldly, and suddenly changed the subject. Since everyone is here, why not play a little game?
Everyone was stunned.
Bai Qianyao signaled the waiter to take out several specially made envelopes and place them one by one on the guest table.
This is the special capital blind box game for tonight.
Each guest present can choose to draw a letter with a project number marked on it.
Participants must decide whether to invest before 12 o'clock tonight.
Of course, you can refuse to participate.
But missed projects will not be reissued. Lin Ye's eyes moved slightly, and he became alert.
This kind of game seems easy on the surface, but it actually creates short-term decision-making pressure.
This is Bai Qianyao's real trump card, forcing participants to take sides. And will Lin Yi take on this game? Chapter 109: Capital Blind Box, Murderous Intentions.
Inside the Guanghai Hotel, the atmosphere was eerily quiet for a few seconds.
Bai Qianyao raised a glass of champagne and said lightly, tonight's game is not about life, but about heart. Behind every blind box project, there is a real startup case or a breakthrough opportunity. Whether you choose it or not is a matter of attitude.
After he finished speaking, he took out an envelope first, opened it calmly, glanced at it and put it in his arms, still with a calm smile on his face.
All the guests followed suit, some were eager to try, while others were obviously hesitant.
Lin Yi stood still, his eyes slowly sweeping across everyone's faces. This kind of little game seems to be a game of strategy on the surface, but in fact it is a game that Bai Qianyao had set up long ago.
As long as someone takes over his blind box project, it is equivalent to indirectly taking sides.
And those seemingly attractive investment targets have probably already been played around with by him. What is left for others are often traps.
Su Qinyao glanced at him and suddenly chuckled. Why, you don't plan to draw one?
Lin Yi said calmly, I don't like the traps set by others.
But you are in this bureau now.
Su Qinyao said calmly, if you don't draw, after today, the neutrals will all suspect that you are afraid of fighting. If you draw, your advance and retreat can be interpreted by others.
Lin Yi didn't say anything, but reached out and took an envelope from the table.
Some people at the scene uttered low exclamations, obviously not expecting Lin Yi to actually take action.
Mr. Lin has also joined? Bai Qianyao looked up with a smile, a playful look on his face.
Lin Yi opened the envelope and his eyes fell on the thin paper.
Project code, Hanmeng02.
Core keywords, online interactive script killing platform, short drama linkage distribution system, AI emotion modeling. His eyes moved slightly, and a barely perceptible sneer appeared at the corner of his lips. The content of this project is highly consistent with the reward content just pushed by his system.
Ding.
System prompt, the host has obtained the branch task capital game, and the blind box code Hanmeng02 hits the hidden gold project. After completing the corresponding investment and development, you can activate the special ability AI simulation interaction template primary.
The system prompt in Lin Yi's mind sounded like a flash of lightning that broke the silence in the darkness.
Bai Qianyao, you think this game is your home court, but I have the support of the system, and the knife you gave me can be used to countercut. He folded the letter and put it in his pocket, saying calmly, the project is interesting, count me in.
Bai Qianyao narrowed his eyes slightly, but his smile remained unchanged. Boss Lin is indeed very courageous. Su Qinyao glanced at Lin Yi calmly and said, this project looks familiar. Weren't you researching AI simulation technology before?
Lin Yi nodded slightly, indeed. But I didn't expect that Mr. Bai would specially send me one. It seems that this game is not only a gamble of heart, but also a gamble of life. A hint of deep meaning flashed in Bai Qianyao's eyes. If you are afraid of even this, how can you be called a capital player? Everyone had complicated expressions. They gradually realized that this cocktail party had escalated from a social occasion into a war without gunpowder.
Lin Yi suddenly looked at Su Qinyao. What about you, don't you want to draw one? Su Qinyao glanced at him indifferently. You have already chosen, what else do I have to choose? Besides, I don't like playing other people's games.
She turned and left, her skirt brushing the ground, her steps cool and elegant, without any regrets. But at the moment she left, Lin Yi keenly noticed that her right index finger hidden behind her back tapped twice. That was the code word she used to express agree and support during the board meeting. Lin Yi's heart trembled, and he withdrew his gaze indifferently. Su Qinyao has never been a person who would casually show her emotions. The fact that she is willing to hint in this way shows that this project is indeed worth the gamble. This gamble is not just a clash between him and Bai Qianyao, but also a capital fight in which one move affects the entire body. The banquet continued, but the smell of gunpowder in the air became stronger and stronger. Late at night, Lin Yi left Guanghai Hotel. As soon as he stepped into the hotel parking lot, a familiar figure was standing quietly in front of the car waiting for him.
Ren Xinglan.
She was wearing a simple windbreaker, with her long hair loose and a hint of stubbornness in her eyes.
Lin Yi was slightly stunned. Why are you here?
I came here to remind you. Ren Xinglan stepped forward and lowered his voice. There is a problem with the project you drew tonight. I asked several technical investors in the industry, and they said that the platform was judged to have a high emotional breakdown trigger rate in early testing and was once considered to be unemotionally safe.
Lin Yi's expression did not change, and he said calmly, the trap set by Bai Qianyao cannot be so clean.
Ren Xinglan bit her lip and said, do you know that if something goes wrong on this kind of platform, emotional fluctuations can trigger mental problems among young users? By then, it's not just a matter of losing money, it could be a public relations disaster.
I know.
Lin Yi nodded, his eyes like knives, but this project will be transformed by me.
I will use my own way to turn it into a real gold mine. Ren Xinglan was stunned. After a long while, she whispered, do you no longer want to look back?
Lin Yi looked at her with gloomy eyes. He thought of the reminders of the system tasks at night, the pleasure and sense of control brought by the step-by-step counterattack, and every woman, brother, and partner who stood behind him.
No, it's not that I don't want to turn back.
Lin Yi said softly, it's that I already have no way out. Ren Xinglan was silent for a moment, then she raised her eyes and looked at him. When you go on, don't forget the silly girl who studied with you, posted on WeChat, and edited the copy.
Lin Yi was stunned. She smiled and said, I'm going back.
You should have some rest early.
She turned and left.
Lin Yi looked at her back as she walked away, and suddenly felt a tightness in his chest.
Bai Qianyao, I will take on every move you give me.
But don't forget I, Lin Yi, am not a puppet that you can control. The path I take is the path to becoming a king that I want. System prompt, Capital Blind Box Project Hanmang 02 has been confirmed to take over. The system will start the auxiliary module. Please make an initial integration plan as soon as possible.
Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and murmured in a low voice. The game has just begun. Chapter 110 Project Restart, All or Nothing. It was already late at night when Lin Yi returned to the headquarters of Yaya Capital. The lighting in the office was soft, and the AI Smart Assistant projected the Hanmang 02 project information panel on the background screen. On the left was the initial data provided by Bai Qianyao, and on the right was Lin Yi's evaluation report after system-assisted analysis. The project currently has too many user emotion trigger nodes, fragmented plot text, and a lag in AI response logic. Lin Yi frowned and whispered.
If we continue to use the old framework, it is indeed very easy to cause negative feedback in the experience. He pointed his fingers at the desktop, called up a virtual document, and quickly entered the keywords. AI Simulation System Primary Module, Plot Linkage Distribution Algorithm, User-Defined Emotion Label Modeling. Ding System Prompt, it is detected that the host has built the Hanmang 02 improved framework.
Do you want to activate the AI Simulation Interaction Template Primary? Activate.
Lin Yi did not hesitate. The next second, the screen suddenly lit up, and a new set of simulation templates emerged in the blue light stream. Lin Yi's eyes were cold, and the corners of his lips were slightly raised. Bai Qianyao, since you want to use this thing to trick me, then I will take advantage of it and turn it into a capital outlet.
He pressed the red call button.
In less than 30 seconds, there was a knock on the office door and Mu Xiaoqiao walked in quickly, followed by Shen Wanqing.
Mr. Lin, are you calling us?
Mu Xiaoqiao seemed a little sleepy, but she still tried to stay awake. Shen Wanqing was wearing a gray-blue suit skirt, looking delicate and cool, and it was obvious that she was called in during overtime work. Lin Yi nodded. I will set up a new project team to take over Hanmang 02. His eyes were sharp. Xiao, you will be responsible for the creative content, breaking down the plot and rewriting the character texts, focusing on the resonance points of young people and eliminating the cycle of negative emotions. Wanqing, you coordinate the company's resources and gather all the products, algorithms, and manpower that can be deployed. I will give you a goal of 3 days for the first version, 5 days for user testing, and 10 days for the online demo.
Shen Wanqing raised her eyebrows. Are you sure you want it so fast? The system only gives me 7 days of golden intervention period.
Lin Yi said softly, once I miss it, it will no longer be a hot spot, but a bad ending.
Shen Wanqing didn't ask any more questions.
She turned around and said, okay, I'll notify the technical team immediately.
Mu Xiaoqiao raised her lips slightly. Boss Lin, do you want me to recruit another top copywriting team?
I know a group of short drama companies have just laid off some people, so I can poach them.
You decide.
Lin Yi said calmly, but you need someone who is reliable and efficient, not someone who can only talk about PPTs.
Mu Xiaoqiao chuckled and turned away.
I understand, get out of here, bullshit literature, I hate it the most. After the two left, Lin Yi sat alone and raised his hand to rub his eyebrows. System prompt, the Hanmang project has entered the golden progress, triggering the hidden task, betting starts. If Hanmang achieves 1 million registrations within 30 days of the demo phase and user satisfaction exceeds 80%, the bet doubling incentive will be triggered immediately, capital income plus 50 million withdrawable, and the AI emotion adaptation plugin intermediate will be obtained. If it fails, the platform will automatically freeze the current valuation, capital reputation 10%, reputation 200. Lin Yi sneered, okay, since you want to play a gamble, let's see if I, Lin Yi, can turn the tables.
At the same time, another floor of Guanghai Group was brightly lit.
Bai Qianyao sat on a leather chair with several team feedback documents in front of him, looking at his assistant with a cold face.
He really wants to push the Hanmang 02 project? Yes, Lin Yi has already started the internal resource allocation, and even Yao Guang's line is moving.
The assistant whispered.
Bai Qianyao smiled. He really took the bait. Go and keep an eye on Sihan Meng's registration entrance.
Once he comes online, I will let him know what negative public opinion attacks mean.
Yes. The assistant nodded. Bai Qianyao stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the night scene of the entire Cloud City. Lin Yi, do you think capital is something you can win with a system? I am the screenwriter of this game. 3 days later.
At the headquarters of Yayao Capital, an internal testing meeting is progressing rapidly. The new writing team brought by Mu Xiaoqiao completed 20 new script scenes at a very fast speed, ranging from campus sweet pets to urban reversals, and even designed interactive segments for emotional counseling for high-pressure groups in the workplace. With the assistance of Lin Yi and the system's optimization, the technical team successfully completed the initial adaptation of the AI emotion model within 2 days. Some core nodes can already realize user emotion tracking plus real-time plot branch adjustment.
Lin Yi personally tested a script.
You have just been humiliated in public by your boss.
What would you do in the options?
1. Swallow your anger and return to your workstation.
2. Crying secretly in the bathroom. 3. Write a resignation letter and slam the table before leaving.
4. Register on a rights protection platform to anonymously expose your boss's behavior. Lin Yi clicked on the 4th item, and the AI immediately simulated the subsequent plot and brought out a reminder. Bullying in the workplace is everywhere, but you are not alone. The platform will recommend relevant legal advice and resonant cases for you.
Lin Yi's eyes changed. This project can really save lives.
This is not about playing with capital, this is about changing the ecology.
Go online. Lin Yi said coldly. Name the project Cold Light Beta.
System prompt, the host has completed the first phase of the mission, Hanmang Beta has been officially launched, and the current data is being synchronized.
Registered users, 15,422. Average retention, 64.3%.
Emotional branch click rate, 87%.
User emotional resonance feedback rate, 92.1%.
Lin Yi looked at the data, and waves quietly arose in his heart. He knew that the first battle had begun. And the real war has just begun.
Chapter 111, Word of Mouth Storm, Secret War Coming. On the 5th day after the launch of Hanmang Beta, all core senior executives gathered in the conference room on the top floor of Yayao Capitol building. On the projection screen, real-time data is rapidly updated. Registered users, 207,411. Retention rate, 73.4%. Daily average activity, 92,000 plus. Hot emotional tags, #BossBUA, #Revenge at work, #bullying on campus, #ex-boyfriend comes back, etc. A total of 57 keywords have made it to the top 50 of the small platform's hot list. Mu Xiaoqiao couldn't help but slam the table. This is crazy, this is going to be a hit. The technical director also nodded. The most important thing is that the plot resonates too much, and the average user immersion time reaches 21 minutes. This is a big hit among emerging interactive script apps. Lin Yi did not speak, his eyes fixed on a sudden data anomaly in the lower right corner. Negative feedback surges, false induction, emotional manipulation, AI monitoring. We have never applied for these labels. Where did they come from? Lin Yi said in a cold voice. Xin Wanqing's expression changed slightly, and she immediately called up the public opinion monitoring panel. 5 anonymous accounts have continuously posted on the Deep Web Emotion Forum and Blue Whale News, questioning our monitoring of user privacy and manipulating emotions to induce emotional consumption. Someone is deliberately trying to stir up trouble, she asserted. Is it Bai Qianyao? Mu Xiaoqiao gritted her teeth. Lin Yi shook his head. It's not just him. The rhythm is so precise. There are professional water army and public relations team involved. My guess is that Bai Qianyao teamed up with the people from Mirror Technology. They have idle water armies and a lot of new media resources. Xin Wanqing's face was slightly cold. If we don't deal with it, once this round of emotional attacks takes shape, it will backfire on our platform's reputation. Lin Yi sneered and pounded his hands on the table. They think this can scare me? Then I will play word-of-mouth storm with them, confront them head-on. Wanqing, prepare 3 official responses. Xiaoqiao, ask your Weibo public opinion team to follow up immediately. Don't use the term rumor busting. Use the term empathy perspective to play the emotional card and shift the focus of public opinion. Besides, his eyes flickered, and he ordered, tell Yaoguan Media that I authorized them to use internal materials. Let Qingyao come forward and shoot a short documentary about Hanmang users. Xin Wanqing paused. You want Su Qingyao to come forward? Lin Yi nodded. She is very popular now. The live broadcast of the shareholders' meeting some time ago was very effective. In addition, she has a background of depression. Let her use her own story to feed back to the platform, which can actually create the first wave of empathy. Mu Xiaoqiao curled her lips. This Mr. Su, is he willing to cooperate? Lin Yi smiled softly. I will convince her myself. The next evening, Lin Yi drove to the Film and Television Center of Yaoguan Media in Yundu. As soon as I entered the office, I saw Su Qingyao wearing a dark green windbreaker, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of coffee in one hand and a sapphire ring on the other hand. She looked cold and a little unconsciously arrogant. I'm surprised that you came to see me in person. She opened her red lips slightly. Lin Yi walked over and said directly, I need you, Qingyao. Su Qingyao was slightly startled and looked up at him. Are you begging me? Lin Yi's eyes were calm and he did not evade. Yes. The Hanmang project is being maliciously smeared. I need a real, resonant voice to fight back, and you are the most suitable one. Su Qingyao smiled lightly, but whispered, you know I hate being used as a tool the most. Lin Yi did not speak, but slowly took out a project plan from his arms. Not a tool, but a collaborator. He said in a steady tone, and I won't easily choose to trust someone. You are the only one I am willing to entrust my reputation and projects to. After a long silence, Su Qingyao slowly sat down and opened the project plan. It contains real cases compiled by Lin Yi. A female college student who became autistic due to domestic violence and depression walked out of her psychological haze through Hanmang's plot simulation and anonymous resonance mechanism and began to learn screenwriting. After reading it, a strange look flashed in Su Qingyao's eyes. She picked up the coffee, took a sip, and asked in a low voice. Do you know why I quit the film and television industry for 3 years? Lin Yi did not answer. I was so depressed that I couldn't even read the script. I would suddenly collapse during filming a scene. During that time, I doubted every day whether I could still survive. Now that I see these people using cold light to help and resonate, I understand. She chuckled. What you made is indeed worthy of my appearance.
please arrange the filming. I will write the narration myself. Lin Yi pursed his lips and nodded, thank you.
Su Qingyao said calmly, don't thank me, Lin Yi. I just happened to want to prove myself once.
48 hours later, a documentary short was released online with the title, In the Crowd, We Are All Secretly Healing. Once the video was released, it quickly became one of the top 5 trending searches. Su Qingyao's words in front of the camera, when it hurts the most, you don't need advice, you just need someone to accompany you to go through it again in the plot, resonated with countless people.
The reputation of Hanmang platform has reversed and its popularity has increased.
User's Real Story, AI Healing Script, Psychological Counseling Linkage Platform, a series of new labels quickly covered the original emotional manipulation black material. Lin Yi stood at the office window, looking at the real-time public opinion data panel.
System prompt, Hanmang beta gambling mission, the first stage of counterattack has been completed, reputation plus 200, capital trust has risen by 1.8%.
He smiled slightly, the game has just begun.
Chapter 112 Snowstorm, Danger Strikes.
On the 4th night after the documentary short film on the Hanmang platform became popular, the first snow since the beginning of winter fell in Yendu City.
The night is dark and the lights are shining brightly.
Lin Yi sat in front of the office window, staring at the snow scene outside, his eyes as cold as frost.
The system interface appears.
Congratulations to the host, successfully completed the Hanmang initial test of public opinion offense and defense mission.
Rewards have been issued. Business reputation plus 200. Unlock function, AI Emotional Guidance Auxiliary Engine Primary. Open the side quest, by Qianyao's hand hidden rival side quest 1.
Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, stared at the line of words by Qianyao's hand, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his lips.
Finally exposed.
At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the office door. Ren Xinglan walked in wearing a white goose-down coat, her cheeks slightly flushed, holding 2 cups of hot milk tea in her hands, with a faint smile on her face.
You haven't left yet?
Lin Yi stood up, took the milk tea from her hand, and lowered his voice.
Why are you here?
Ren Xinglan walked to the window, his eyes swept across the snow outside the window, and said softly, I just finished recording a set of interviews and happened to pass by.
Didn't your data rebound today? I think you deserve something sweet. Lin Yi was startled and looked down at the sticky note on the cup lid. 2 handwritten words, add sugar. My heart felt slightly warm.
Ren Xinglan's eyes were filled with smiles, but he couldn't hide a little worry. You know, today several psychology professors publicly questioned Hanmang on social media platforms. They said that using plot resonance to intervene in emotions is essentially a kind of pan-psychological treatment, which may delay treatment for people who actually have mental illnesses.
I know. Lin Yi said calmly. So I have asked Mu Xiaoqiao to contact the Nanshan Psychological Research Institute to use data and projects to assist their new research and establish strategic cooperation.
In the future, Hanmang will not only be a content platform, but also an ecological entrance to empathetic interaction.
Ren Xinglan was slightly stunned, and asked softly, have you really thought about all this a long time ago?
Lin Yi turned his head and stared at her.
I never fight a battle I'm not prepared for. Ren Xinglan's eyes moved, and he whispered, then, what about me? Lin Yi was slightly startled, what? You haven't planned to give up on me?
At this moment, her voice was very soft, but it was like falling snow hitting the lake of my heart. Lin Yi was silent for a moment, then he stretched out his hand and brushed away a strand of hair that was messed up by the wind from her ear, and said in a low voice. Xinglan, you know, I've known you like me since college. Ren Xinglan didn't say anything, but just looked up at him, with too many emotions hidden in his eyes.
But I couldn't respond before. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I don't dare.
Lin Yi paused, and slowly tightened his fingers. What I want to give you is a sense of security that won't be trampled on by anyone, and a togetherness that is not forced. Ren Xinglan chuckled, but the corners of his eyes were red.
And now? Lin Yi said seriously, now, I can do it.
Ren Xinglan leaned his head on his shoulder and whispered softly, then I won't leave.
This time, I won't let anyone else take you away from me.
Meanwhile, on the other end, the lights in the Bai family's old house were on.
Bai Qianyao threw a document on the sofa with a gloomy expression. Hanmang's popularity has not dropped at all. Su Qingyao's video directly brought about a reversal of sentiment. You guys are usually pretty good at coming up with ideas, but now you can't even handle a crappy emotional script platform? If you don't see any means of suppression before tomorrow, get out of here.
The deputy trembled. Mr. Bai, we just intercepted their next joint plan. They want to reach a strategic cooperation with the Nanshan Institute of Psychology to jointly build an AI emotion research project. Once this action is released, it will completely elevate the platform's positive social value and even reach the threshold of some official projects.
Bai Qianyao's eyes suddenly turned cold. They want official endorsement? Don't even think about it.
Use the internal channels of the Depression Intervention Foundation that you bought off earlier, release information, pass on messages, and apply pressure. I don't believe these people won't be afraid.
Also, since they have already played the emotional card, we should do the opposite. He grinned and said, let's play something more exciting, AI emotional fraud.
The deputy was shocked. Mr. Bai, this crime is not a small one.
Bai Qianyao sneered, so we have to play it smarter. Let you create a virtual account, expose Hanmang to induce recharge, read user privacy privately, and imitate user voice to induce conversation.
We don't expose the information ourselves, we hand it over anonymously to those short video justice bloggers.
They are better at speaking for justice than you. 2 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yi received an expedited report from Shen Wanqing.
The first rumor of a Hanmang user committing suicide by jumping off a building has emerged.
A hot search is brewing.
Lin Yi frowned and his eyes darkened. The public opinion counterattack, the real storm, is coming.
Chapter 113, Public Opinion Thunderbolt, Secret War begins.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, the snow in Yun City had not stopped yet. Lin Yi's phone screen was lit, and the urgent information sent by Shen Wanqing was displayed word by word in his eyes. A suspected Hanmang user committed suicide due to AI interaction. The whistleblower blogger Sober Ergu published a long article, saying that his girlfriend was repeatedly obsessed with the AI script role late at night, and eventually lost control of her emotions and jumped from the 29th floor.
The last sentence of the article.
It was the platform that gave her tenderness, but it also pushed her down the stairs with its own hands. In just 1 hour, the number of reposts exceeded 10,000 and the comments exploded instantly.
The label Hanmang platform killings ranked in the top 3 of the hot search list.
Lin Yi was silent for a few seconds, then quickly opened the internal platform data monitoring system and entered the registered email address and UID of the user who jumped off the building.
User registration name, Songya. Registration time, 5 days ago. Login device, Huaxing S2. Last active time, 23:47 last night. Interactive script, number 178. You are waiting for me in the evening breeze.
Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. It was a plot about comforting a person who had suffered a broken heart. The script was carefully selected and pushed by the system. It has been very active in recent days, but has never had any radical tendencies.
Even weirder is? The platform backend did not receive any abnormal AI persuasive dialogue records, nor did it have any related recharge records. It seems that the meaning of this user's existence is just for the moment of death. Lin Yi suddenly felt something was wrong and said coldly, Wanqing, arrange for the core project team of Hanmang to assemble immediately. I want all the backend data models related to Songya to be exported, and the voice interaction dialogue AI logs to be reconstructed. The technical department should give me the tracing results within 3 hours.
Also, the video publicity team has prepared an emergency statement plan. The content does not need to be questioned, but
I can't explain it. Shen Wanqing was stunned. No explanation?
Lin Yi nodded, his eyes cold. Now what they want is not explanation but emotional release.
The more you explain, the more they think you're guilty. We don't run away, but we don't lick your boots either. If something needs to be clarified, use facts to clarify it. If something needs to be refuted, use evidence to slap it in the face. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the Hanmang building was brightly lit.
Lin Yi stood in the conference room, his face full of fatigue but his mind was extremely focused. According to our cross-verification with the public security system, no deceased person has been found to be Songya.
And
the technical team member looked up and said, we found out that the blogger who posted the long article, Sober Ergu, has an IP address registered in Hong Kong City, and has long received marketing cooperation funds from a platform affiliated with Yanghe Capital.
Yanghe Capital is one of Bai Qianyao's capital allies. The whole audience fell into a brief silence.
Lin Yi closed his eyes and slowly exhaled.
It's him indeed.
This round is a complete virtual public opinion killing game. They used fake suicidal users to stir up the emotions of real users, thereby attracting media and policy attention, forcing us to proactively remove platform features to protect ourselves.
This is not an information war, this is a psychological war.
Shin Wanqing raised her eyes and said firmly.
We have evidence, let's just issue a counterstatement.
Lin Yi shook his head slowly.
No, now is not the time.
His eyes were as calm as water, and he slowly turned to look at the snow scene outside the window.
I want them to think we can't hold on any longer. And then one strike to kill.
At 10 a.m., Han Mang released a phased suspension of interactive scripts announcement, and Lin Yi personally signed the statement.
We mourn the loss of every life, and we will never avoid any doubts.
But before the truth comes out, we choose to suspend the script function to show respect.
Simple and calm, no explanation, no defense.
This statement was quickly criticized by users and became the second most searched topic.
There really is a ghost. You still dare to say that you didn't harm anyone? If you are innocent, why did you disable the function? The cold light is going to cool down.
Lin Yi remained calm and let the curses spread. He knew very well that only by making those people hiding in the dark think that Han Guang is about to collapse would they be unable to hold back and take the initiative to reveal more clues.
Evening.
Ran Xinglan walked into the meeting room carrying a thermos bucket, his brows tightly furrowed.
How long has it been since you last ate?
Lin Yi took the soup and thanked him quietly. Ran Xinglan sat opposite him, his brows shrouded in worry.
Don't you think you're taking a risk? If you lose the bet, it won't just be you. There is also Han Mang and me.
Her voice became softer and softer, but sincere and direct. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment and put down the spoon.
Will you regret it?
Ran Xinglan stared at him and suddenly smiled. When I was a senior in high school, I decided to apply to your university because I saw you giving a speech on the rooftop.
Of course I can afford it.
Lin Yi's heart trembled slightly. After a moment, he stood up and hugged her gently.
Thank you for always being there. I will no longer fight every battle alone from now on. At the same time.
In another tea house, Su Qingyao held a cup of coffee with a cold expression on her face. She stared at the trending searches about Lin Yi on her phone and gritted her teeth.
Is that what you mean by he'll take care of it? The cold light is about to explode.
Opposite her was her uncle Su Qingchuan. The former executive of Yaoguang Group smiled faintly.
Don't worry, the Su family 1T let you sync with Han Mang. Now, you just have to do one thing. Keep some distance between you and Lin Yi. Su Qingyao's eyebrows jumped. What do you mean? Su Qingchuan smiled.
You're too close. If he wins, you won't get much, and if he loses, you lose everything.
And now, I have a way to make sure you win. Chapter 114, Whirlpool of Public Opinion, Counterattack is imminent. The night was dark, but the Hanmang headquarters was brightly lit.
Lin Yi stood on the rooftop terrace, with the drone central control projection screen next to him that had already been set up. The screen was full of real-time hot search data analysis and keyword focus from all over the internet.
Cold light, AI pushes people, fake suicide, moral kidnapping.
His eyes turned slightly cold as he looked at the link at the bottom that showed the source of public opinion, which was a familiar ID, Sober Ergu. The positioning data sent by the technical department clearly showed that the man had frequently appeared near the headquarters of Lingxi Media in Hong Kong in the previous 3 months, and that many of his accounts had intersected with the online water army platform under Yanghe Capital.
Bai Qianyao's plan finally showed its fangs. Bai Qianyao, is this the way you want to play with me?
Lin Yi curled his lips, sneered and whispered, then dialed the phone. Wanqing, prepare plana. Shin Wanqing's voice came competently. The deployment has been completed.
3 Weibo accounts and 2 video channels have been preheated.
The positive image materials related to Lin Yi are being edited.
The reverse tracking of data attacks is also ready. Lin Yi nodded. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, the entire network will fight back.
I want to let him know that he is not qualified to step on me to get to the top. After hanging up the phone, he turned and went downstairs, and saw Shin Wanqing, wearing a light gray professional dress, waiting at the door of the conference room. She handed over the latest version of the information. The technical tracing results of the Songya incident are out. Lin Yi took it and flipped through it, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The user data forgery rate exceeded 87%, and many key information was generated by AI. There were no abnormal records in the simulated conversation, but the mobile phone terminal was suspected to be a counterfeit model that has been discontinued.
In other words,
Shin Wanqing said slowly, this Songya is not a real user at all.
Someone used special equipment in the platform to simulate an AI interaction to create a false impression. The goal is clear: to ignite public opinion.
Lin Yi let out a long sigh, but his eyes became sharper. Very good, let them suffer the consequences.
Get everything ready.
The first wave of counterattack videos will be released at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Content highlights, truth dismantling, data rebuttal, emotional guidance, and an additional Easter egg anonymous exposure of the behind-the-scenes pusher. Shen Wanqing curled her lips into a sharp sneer. I have asked the legal team to reserve 4 lawyers' letter templates. When the popularity rises, it will be sent directly to Sober Ergu, Yanghai Capital's platform, and the 3 marketing accounts with the most reposts.
Catch them off guard.
Looking at her cold and rational appearance, Lin Yi couldn't help but reach out and gently touch her hair. It's great to have you. Shen Wanqing blushed slightly and rolled her eyes at him. Don't use this trick on me.
I won't take advantage of you. Really?
Lin Yi smiled even more deeply. Then I'll wait for you to eat it willingly.
Her face turned slightly red and she turned around quickly. You just focus on your work. At the same time, in Su Qingyao's office,
the curtains were closed and the air was filled with the rich aroma of coffee. She was staring at the business relationship risk assessment report in front of her. If Yaoguang continues to be tied to Hanmang, its valuation may be affected within 3 months, and the floating warning range will reach 16%. If we withdraw appropriately, we will hopefully get a new round of financing support from Yanghai Capital. Su Qingyao frowned and tapped the table with her fingertips.
Uncle Su Qingchuan chuckled across from her and said, Xiaoyao, it's time for you to make a choice. Lin Ye's ability is indeed outstanding. But the capital world is never just about ability. It's about the wind direction.
You can like him, but Yaoguang can't gamble her life with him.
Su Qingyao smiled faintly. Just because I like someone doesn't mean I want to die with him.
But that doesn't mean I will stab him when he's in trouble.
Su Qingchuan's expression was slightly tense. What you mean is?
Su Qingyao suddenly stood up, her eyes cold. I will carefully consider the report in your hand. But whether Han Mang is really about to die, we have to observe further.
This time, I won't back down easily.
Because he is not an ordinary person.
His name is Lin Yi.
It was 9:50 the next morning.
Weibo's hot searches are turbulent again.
Han Mang issued a statement in response to the fake user suicide incident, offering a reward of 300,000 to investigate the true identity of Sober Ergu.
Lin Yi appeared at the headquarters and spoke live, and public opinion began to reverse. The truth about the AI platform is revealed. Who is behind it? Who is manipulating emotions?
Lin Yi personally sat in the live broadcast room with a stern look in his eyes. He spent 20 minutes analyzing the logic of Song Yi's data fraud from a technical perspective, 10 minutes publishing a comparison chart of the background conversation records, and another 5 minutes broadcasting a video of Sober Ergu's real IP tracking.
In the video, the latter was clearly recorded frequently entering and exiting the Yanghai Capital building. In the last 10 seconds, Lin Yi faced the mirror. Han Mang was wrong, we will correct it. But we won't pay for made-up lies. We will make everyone who manipulates rumors pay the price.
Less than half an hour after the live broadcast ended, the number of active users in Hanmang's backend soared again.
Comment area turns to. Fuck, it's really not a problem with the cold light?
Good fellow, this is called a counterattack.
Support Han Mang.
Not afraid of doubts, but afraid of rumors. At the same time, the account of Sober Ergu was reported to have failed to be cancelled and he was suspected of having fled the country. Bai Qianyao, the head of Yanghai Capital, sat on the black leather sofa with a gloomy face and smashed the wineglass in his hand to the ground.
Lin Yi. Do you really think that if you win once, you can win forever? Chapter 115. After healing, it is a complete counterattack. After the live broadcast ended, the Hanmang headquarters was still not silent.
Lin Yi stood in the control room, looking at the data curves constantly refreshing on the big screen, his expression as calm as ice. The user return rate has increased by 9.7%, and the brand popularity value has returned to the top of the T1 list. 3 important cooperative media have issued clarification articles. Shen Wanqing stood behind him and spoke clearly. Public opinion control has achieved a phased victory.
This is not called victory. Lin Yi said lightly. It's just a counterattack at best.
Once we have uncovered the complete chain behind Sober Ergu, Bai Qianyao will lose both his fame and fortune that will be called winning.
I don't like this passive feeling. Shen Wanqing nodded. We have already mobilized the overseas security audit team to trace the capital flow path of Yanghai Capital.
Once the evidence is found, it will be handed over to the China Securities Regulatory Commission.
We can strike openly.
Lin Yi looked up at her and suddenly chuckled, "You're still staying up all night with me at this hour."
Is your old man really going crazy?
Shen Wanqing's expression froze for a moment, then she sneered back, "It would be best if he gets mad." "Anyway, I was planning to go mad together with you."
Lin Yi.
Shen Wanqing took a step closer and whispered, "I promise to stand with you and I won't back down."
Don't forget, I'm your secretary and your future woman.
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and was about to speak when his phone vibrated. It was a message from Ren Xinglan.
Xiao Ya, I'm downstairs at the company, can I see you?
Lin Yi was stunned, then he opened the map to confirm the location.
Sure enough, she was downstairs of Hanmang building. I'll go down for a moment.
Shen Wanqing's eyes darkened, but she didn't ask any more questions. She just said softly, "She is someone you have known for a long time."
I won't stop you.
Lin Yi paused for a moment. "Wanqing, I won't let you suffer any injustice." Shen Wanqing smiled bitterly, "I know, but I feel a little wronged."
It was destined the moment I chose you.
Lin Yi remained silent and said nothing in the end.
He turned and walked out of the meeting room. Downstairs, the night breeze is cool.
Ren Xinglan stood at the edge of the square, wearing a light blue windbreaker, his black hair gently blown by the wind, and a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. Seeing Lin Yi approaching, she turned around abruptly and spoke almost subconsciously.
Are you okay? Lin Yi smiled, do I look like something is wrong? You know that's not what I meant.
Ren Xinglan paused and bit his lip. I know you've been in the spotlight recently,
I'm worried about you. I'm very happy that you are willing to come to see me.
Lin Yi took a step closer and asked in a low voice, how long have you been waiting?
2 hours.
Ren Xinglan smiled, I was afraid you didn't want to see me, so I didn't go upstairs.
Lin Yi sighed softly, silly. It's not that I don't want to see you, it's just I can't let you get too deep now. Xinglan, I am no longer the same Lin Yi as before. Ren Xinglan raised his head, a hint of tenderness in his eyes, I know. But my liking for you didn't start after you became the founder of Han Mang. I've said it before, I've been waiting for you for a long, long time. She slowly took a step forward, raised her hand and gently pulled Lin Yi's sleeve, as if she was afraid that he would disappear again. Can you let me stay this time? Lin Yi was stunned.
Ren Xinglan's eyes were filled with tears, but he was extremely determined. I know you have many problems and many choices.
But even if I just stand behind you without saying a word, I'm willing to do that. I'm not afraid of rumors, I'm not afraid of grievances, I'm not afraid of you being too dazzling. I'm just afraid, you won't even give me a chance to accompany you. Lin Yi reached out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Xinglan. He whispered, you win. A few minutes later, Han Mang was in the inner office. Lin Yi took Ren Xinglan upstairs, causing quite a stir. Many employees already knew that Ren Xinglan was Lin Yi's legendary goddess during his college years. Now she suddenly appeared in Hanmang, and was personally brought by Lin Yi to the CEO's exclusive rest area. Everyone was not stupid, so they naturally guessed something. TSK, this is the real first love, right? But isn't our boss very close to Mr. Shun recently? A triangle show is coming? The discussion spread in the tea room. When Shen Wanqing walked by, her eyes turned slightly cold, and everyone immediately shut up. Shen Wanqing returned to her office, closed the door, and sat down slowly. She stared at the computer screen for a few seconds, finally picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message. I won't stop you from being with her, but remember if you make her cry, I will be the first one who won't let you go. When Lin Yi saw the message, a bitter smile appeared on his face. This love line, I'm afraid it will become more and more exciting. At the same time, in Hong Kong City, the headquarters of Yaoguang Group. Su Qinyao was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the conference room, answering a phone call. So you're saying that Yanghai Capital has really started to contact our shareholders? On the other end of the phone, it was her assistant, who spoke in an extremely nervous tone. Yes, a mid-level shareholder has expressed his intention to waver. They said that once Yaoguang is separated from Hanmang, she will receive at least 10% additional valuation support. Su Qingyao's brows sank slightly. They are forcing me to give up Lin Yi. Unfortunately, I just want to take this gamble now. She raised her hand and dialed another number. Notify all shareholders to hold an interim board meeting tomorrow morning. I want to tell them in person that I, Su Qinyao, will never betray anyone who is worthy. Chapter 116, The Appearance of Crazy Green Plum. It's 3 o'clock in the morning in Hong Kong. The lights at Hanmang headquarters were still on, and everyone was preparing for the upcoming counterattack.
Lin Yi sat in the top floor office, with a huge holographic screen in front of him. The screen was filled with all kinds of data, public opinion trends, and market hot search analysis.
Several senior staff officers and technical managers took turns reporting on the current developments.
The latest version of Hanmang, Shiguang 3.0, was launched at 5 a.m. today. The added intelligence social guidance function has completed internal testing, and the AI algorithm is currently well adapted. Hong Kong City News Agency has confirmed that it will publish an in-depth investigation of Yanghai Capital on the front page tomorrow.
The information has been verified.
Our legal team has filed a formal lawsuit against Sober Ergu for spreading false information, and the lawyer's letter has been delivered to the other party's platform.
Lin Yi nodded and said in a steady voice, "Tell all the teams don't let up.
Yang He has just started to play his chess game, and Bai Chenyao is still waiting for us to make a mistake.
We can't give him any chance. The next step is to focus on Xinglan Media. He must know that Xinglan is my man now."
Shen Wanqing beside her flipped through the information. Bai Chenyao has indeed set his sights on her, but Ren Xinglan is a bit interesting. She just published a long article on her social media account.
The content is very sharp.
Not only did she reveal her identity, she also directly questioned the forces behind Sober Ergu and responded to all the controversies head-on.
Guess what the title is?
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Shen Wanqing took out her phone. "Even if you all don't believe me, I still only believe him." Lin Yi looked at the title, was silent for a moment, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
She finally started to stand by me.
Shen Wanqing had a complicated expression, but she didn't say much in the end.
At the same time, in a mental rehabilitation center on the outskirts of Yun City.
Late at night, a nurse was about to finish her night shift when she suddenly discovered that the door of a ward under surveillance was opened. She walked towards the corridor in doubt, only to find that the petite figure had disappeared.
It's her again. Damn it. 10 minutes later, in a retro-style milk tea shop in the city.
The lights were not on yet, but the glass door was gently pushed open. Yi Qingning was wearing a white dress, carrying a rabbit backpack, and holding her stuffed bear in her hand. She walked into the store with ease, opened the refrigerator, poured a cup of yogurt, sat by the window, and drank it sip by sip. She looked down at the screen of her mobile phone and flipped through the voice records again and again. They were all messages that Lin Yi had sent her.
"If you run again, I won't buy you ice cream. Qingning, don't run so far alone next time.
I'll be worried. When I have money, I will open a dessert shop just for you." She suddenly laughed, and then murmured word by word.
You said you would always be with me. But why are you accompanying so many people now?
Shen Wanqing, Ren Xinglan, and that Su Qingyao. Emotion surged in her eyes, and she suddenly threw the cup to the ground, making an ear-piercing shattering sound.
I am the only one who grew up with you, Lin Yi. None of them are good enough, none of them are worthy. 5 o'clock in the morning. Hanmang officially updated the Shiguang 3.0 version and launched it with a completely innovative AI guidance function.
In just 2 hours, the number of users exceeded 20 million, and related topics became the top hot searches, with labels such as the return of the cold light and a new era of AI interaction dominating the headlines of major platforms.
Lin Yi stood on the roof of Hanmang building, watching the sky in the distance gradually turn white. There were soft footsteps behind me. He knew who it was without turning around. "Why are you here?"
Ren Xinglan, wearing a light pink knitted jacket and with her hands tucked into her sleeves, walked up to him.
"Didn't you say that you would process data all night tonight? I was worried that you were tired again, so I brought you some food."
She shook the cooler bag in her hand and smiled mischievously. Lin Yi lowered his head and saw that there was red date and white fungus soup and a hot bowl of egg fried rice.
"You learned to cook? Didn't you say that what I made before was like poison?"
She pouted. "I specially hired a chef to teach me these few days. If you dare to say it's not tasty again, I'll jump off the roof." Lin Yi smiled, took the lunchbox and started eating seriously.
"Yeah, it's definitely a lot stronger than before."
At least no one was choked to death this time.
Ren Xinglan's cheeks turned red. "You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth." The two stood side by side in the morning light.
After a moment, Lin Yi suddenly turned his head to look at her and asked in a low voice. "Xinglan, if one day, I am no longer just the one being attacked, but the one who takes the initiative to stir up trouble, will you still stand by me?"
Ren Xinglan looked at him quietly and said seriously. "I can. Even if you become a demon, I will accompany you to be the most arrogant demon king."
Lin Yi was stunned, with ripples in his eyes.
Suddenly the cell phone rang. It is a system prompt. Ding.
Special emotional factor fluctuations detected. Yi Qingning's emotions are about to get out of control.
Side story, Crazy Green Plum First Awakening. Should we intervene immediately? Lin Ye's brows suddenly furrowed. Green lemon leaf. She's back. Chapter 117, The Storm of Criticizing Qingmei. Hong Kong City, 6 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yi quickly left the Hanmang headquarters and drove straight towards Yun City. The system's prompt just now kept echoing in his mind.
The tone was cold but contained an unquestionable warning.
Yi Qingning has left supervision without authorization, and his mental state is currently unstable, with extremely violent mood swings.
According to the system's judgment, there is a 70% or greater chance that she will cause substantial disturbance to your current romantic partner within the next 24 hours.
Recommendation: intervene immediately.
Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator with a cold look in his eyes. He knew that Qingning was serious this time.
She is no ordinary childhood sweetheart. She is the kind of crazy girl who, once she is sure that she likes you, is willing to go crazy for you and be so obsessed with you that she will destroy everything. Lin Yi once thought that she was only clingy on the surface, but actually pure at heart. Until 2 years ago, she lost control of her emotions due to a major family change and swallowed a large amount of sedatives at once, just because Lin Yi said to her, "Don't follow me all the time." At that moment, he realized that what he had lit was not a lamp, but a fire that could not be extinguished. Half an hour later, Lin Yi arrived at the milk tea shop in the old town of Yun City. When he pushed the door open, the first thing he saw was Yi Qingning sitting by the window. She changed into a clean white dress, her hair was loose, and her eyes were empty and slightly morbidly calm. On the table was a half-empty cup of yogurt and her favorite cream puff next to it. "You're here." Yi Qingning looked up and her voice was very soft, like the first breeze in the morning. Lin Yi nodded and walked over to sit next to her. "How did you escape?" "I didn't run away." She tilted her head and smiled brightly. "The dean said that as long as I can remain emotionally stable for 7 consecutive days, I can go out for family repair." "You are my only family." When Lin Yi heard this, his heart was shocked, but he also felt a headache. "Qingning, you know I'm very busy now. If you come out like this, it will affect a lot of things." "They'll be scared." Yi Qingning blinked. "They? Are you talking about Shen Wanqing? Ren Xinglan? And that big sister Su Qingyao? Who do you like the most?" Lin Yi was silent. Yi Qingning suddenly held his hand, and her voice suddenly became low. "You said before, I will always be there for you and no one can take you away. I still remember when you were little you promised me, when I grow up, I will marry you. I've been waiting for you for more than 10 years, but you let me be locked up in a place like that? You know, those drugs, my brain will never be the same again." She suddenly smiled, but her smile was a little tearful. "I forgot a lot of things, but the only thing I didn't forget is you." Lin Yi clenched his fists. "I know, I made you suffer too much. But you can't do this, you have to believe me. Now is not the time to talk about this. I'm gambling my life with someone. If you come out, you will become my weak spot. But I am your weak spot." She suddenly moved closer, her face pressed against his chest. "Lin Yi, did you hear that? You can only have me as a weakness. I won't allow anyone else." Lin Ye's breathing stagnated. He had never seen Yi Qingning look so sick and desperate. The look in her eyes, like a drowning man grabbing a piece of driftwood, made him unable to say anything harsh. But the next second his cell phone vibrated violently. Shen Wanqing's voice popped up. "Lin Yi. Something happened to Rin Xinglan. Her live broadcast room was just hacked, and a lot of illegal content was implanted in the background. Her entire platform account is being banned." Lin Ye's face changed drastically. "What?" Shen Wanqing spoke very quickly. "Bai Qianyao has taken action. Xinglan is now being taken to the internet police to assist in the investigation. We have just started the lawyer team to intervene. You're almost done there, but I can handle Han Mang's side." Lin Yi stood up immediately, his eyes stern. "Qingning, let's talk later." He was about to leave, but Yi Qingning hugged his waist tightly, her voice trembling. "You're going to see her? Can't you just stay with me one night? I'm afraid you'll never come back." Lin Yi lowered his head and saw her tearful eyes. Finally, he reached out and gently brushed the hair away from her forehead. "Don't be afraid. I will be back. You will always be the most special person to me." Having said that, he turned and left without hesitation. And at the moment he disappeared, Yi Qingning's eyes suddenly turned cold and she murmured. As expected, you will go find them after all. Then I can only make them all disappear. When Lin Yi just arrived at the Xinglan Media Building, Run Xinglan had already been temporarily released by the internet police. She was a little emotionally broken, wearing a black windbreaker covering her thin body, and walking on the stairs with a pale face. When she saw Lin Yi appear, tears instantly fell. I didn't do anything wrong, Lin Yi. I didn't do anything wrong. Lin Yi ignored the people around him and hugged her directly into his arms. I know, they did it. But I won't let you take the blame, and I won't let anyone lead you around anymore. Don't worry, I'll break today's situation. The Battle of the Port City has once again ignited the flames. The emotional storm of Funpi Qingmei has been brewing quietly. Chapter 118: The Choice of the Storm Center. On the top floor of Xinglan Media, the crisis meeting is still going on. Ren Xinglan was wearing a suit that Lin Yi had taken off and was sitting at the conference table. His face was still pale, but his emotions were gradually stabilizing. The deputy chief director and her assistant Xiaoyan were still frightened. Boss Lin, today our entire platform backend was attacked directly. The attacker precisely hacked into the core database bound to the Xinglan account, and implanted dozens of illegal videos through a set of Trojan programs that had been deployed long ago. These contents were uploaded to her history space and live broadcast records in almost 1 minute, and combined with the synthetic AI video of her, once it spreads, the entire personality of the anchor will be ruined. Lin Ye's eyes were cold. Where's the evidence? Shen Wanqing stood beside him and turned on the projection. We have confirmed that the attack port originated from an overseas server, but it was directed to a shadow media company under the Bai family, Mirror Engine. All capital flows are linked to Bai Qianyao's investment company. He's killing me. Lin Yi sneered, you won't cry until you see the coffin. He looked at Ren Xinglan, you just need to do what I say next. Ren Xinglan nodded slightly, with a look of panic in his eyes. Lin Yi, do you still believe in me? Of course I believe you. Don't be afraid, I will give you a higher stage than the live broadcast platform. Shen Wanqing's eyes moved slightly, you mean? Lin Yi turned around, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. We're going to start our own media platform. The whole audience was shocked. Lin Yi, are you crazy? The deputy editor-in-chief blurted out, do you know how much the initial investment of a compliant media platform is? Just the technology development, server leasing, bandwidth compression, plus platform promotion. It'll cost $1 billion. Lin Yi only uttered 2 words, system. Shen Wanqing was stunned for a moment, then reacted, her eyes brightened, and she immediately got into the state, I will do the project establishment. I can handle the basic architecture within 3 days. I also have people to register the domain name and operate the qualifications. You just need to ask how to solve the funding problem? Lin Yi turned and looked out the window, then dialed a number. Contact Bai Yunran. At the same time, in the reception room far away in the Bai family villa area, Bai Yunran was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, drinking tea quietly. She was wearing a dignified dark green cheongsam, and her temperament was elegant and cold. The phone rings. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. Why, Lin Yi, have you finally remembered that you have a fiancé who can help you? Lin Yi said in a low voice, I know you are hostile to Xinglan, but it's different now. Bai Qianyao had already touched mine before he touched your people. If you want to beat him, we have to team up. Bai Yunran was silent for a few seconds, then said softly, I can invest 500 million, but there are conditions. I want to meet Yi Qingning. Lin Yi frowned slightly, she is not involved in the game. But she is your soft spot. I don't mind having a lot of women around you, but I want to know who my real opponent is. Lin Yi said in a deep voice, deal. Night is falling. Yi Qingning moved into a high-rise apartment arranged by Lin Yi. She sat in front of the bay window, wearing the thin coat left by Lin Yi, and looked at the night sky of Star City with empty eyes. The phone lights up. She looked at the new message. Bai Yunran, I heard that you are Lin Yi's childhood sweetheart. I want to meet you. She stared at the message for a long time, and finally smiled a somewhat crazy smile. Finally, they are starting to be afraid of me. The next morning, Xinglan's new platform Yaoshi Live is officially launched on the internal beta test side. Shen Wanqing was in charge of the operation, and the funding chain was completed by Lin Yi and Bai Yunran. Ren Xinglan, as the first generation of contracted image anchor, made his debut as a game changer. In her live broadcast, she removed all the retouching filters and stood in the middle of the empty set in just a white shirt. My name is Rin Xinglan. Many people have defined me because of my previous live broadcasts. But I want you to know that who I am is not determined by synthetic AI.
I'm never afraid of being seen. The live broadcast of the announcement lasted only 10 minutes, which directly broke through the platform's test traffic limit. The barrage of comments was overwhelming and the server almost crashed. At this moment, Bai Qianyao was gritting his teeth as he looked at Rin Xinglan's popularity ranking on the screen.
Yao Shi Live? You dare to use the word Yao, Lin Yi, do you want to confront me head on? Okay, then I'll help you. Late next night.
Lin Yi had just come out of the Yaoshi meeting when he received an urgent text message from Shen Wanqing. Be careful of Yi Qingning. She suddenly lost contact tonight and was suspected of leaving the apartment with dangerous items. Lin Yi's heart suddenly tightened and he jumped up from the car.
The night walk of Fengpi Qingmei represents.
A real storm has just begun.
Chapter 119 Emotional Shura Field.
Late at night in Star City, a storm is about to come. Lin Yi drove onto the elevated ring road, holding the steering wheel steadily with one hand and tightly grasping his mobile phone with the other. The screen showed the location sent by Shen Wanqing. The last place Yi Qingning appeared was a private club under the Bai Group.
Why her?
Lin Yi muttered to himself, his eyes becoming more fierce. He knew Yi Qingning's personality. She was extremely dependent, her mood fluctuated violently, and once she was pushed into a corner, she would do anything. And the time when she lost contact happened to be the sensitive time when Rin Xinglan just became popular and Bai Yunran publicly showed her affection to him. The car speed soared to the limit, and the wind blowing through the viaduct cut through the windowsill like a knife. At this moment, in the private room of Bai's private club, Yi Qingning stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with her arms crossed, wearing a black coat that Lin Yi had given her.
She looked like a small animal that was forced into a corner.
Her eyes were cold and there was an almost morbid smile on the corner of her lips. On the sofa opposite, Bai Yunran sat as upright as jade, wearing a burgundy silk dress, exuding a strong and noble aura.
You wanted to see me, and now you have your wish.
Yi Qingning said softly.
Bai Yunran smiled slightly. You are different from the photo.
In the photo, you smile very well and sweetly.
Like a little pet. But now you are like a mad dog ready to bite people.
The corners of Yi Qingning's lips twitched, and the smile in her eyes became more and more crazy. You know, Sister Yunran.
Since I was 6 years old, I have regarded Lin Yi as my own world.
It's not love, nor is it dependence, it's a kind of possessive desire. I know he is engaged to you, and I also know he has so many women out there.
But as long as he looks back, I will always be here.
She approached step by step, and her whole body seemed to be swallowed up by the darkness. You're not afraid of me, you're jealous of me.
No matter how outstanding you are, Lin Yi will never dream of saying your name for you. Bai Yunran gently put down the wine glass and said in a cold voice, so you came here to declare sovereignty? No.
Yi Qingning raised the corner of her lips, her eyes flashed, and she took out a small folding dagger from her arms and flipped it deftly at her fingertips.
I came to tell you. If you hurt Lin Yi, I can destroy you too. Bai Yunran's eyes darkened. Are you threatening me? It's not a threat, it's a warning. The atmosphere suddenly froze.
The next moment, the door was kicked open. Lin Yi rushed in and saw the scene in front of him, a crazy girl holding a knife and a noble goddess looking at her coldly. The air was like solidified gunpowder.
Yi Qingning. Put it down.
Yi Qingning turned to look at him, her eyes like a glacier that melted instantly. You're finally here.
She slowly put down the knife in her hand and smiled softly. I knew you would come.
Lin Yi rushed over and grabbed her wrist. Are you crazy?
She is Bai Yunran, not an enemy. You want to go to jail?
Yi Qingning was stunned by his scolding, then lowered her head, tears dripping on the back of his hand. Then what am I? You built a platform for Rin Xinglan, blocked bullets for Shen Wanqing, and hired a lawyer for Su Qingyao.
But what about me? Am I not even worthy of emotional value in your heart?
Lin Yi's heart was shocked. Bai Yunran slowly stood up and looked at the scene. Her expression remained calm, but her eyes were complicated.
Lin Yi, I originally just wanted to test the relationship between you and her. Now I see clearly. Yi Qingning is very dangerous. If you don't handle it, she'll destroy everything you have now.
Lin Yi was silent for a long time. He held Yi Qingning's shoulders and said, "Come with me."
Yi Qingning smiled and pushed his hand away. Are you afraid that I will hurt her?
Or are you afraid that I will hurt yourself?
Don't lie to me, Lin Yi.
Your heart is so small that it has already been divided up by others.
I'm not here to cause trouble. It's for confirmation. Confirm whether you still regard me as the little girl who will wait for you forever." She stood at the door, looking at him, as if they were a world apart. "I already know the answer." She turned and left. Outside the club, the wind was blowing hard and the rain was pouring down. Lin Yi looked at her receding back and felt a sharp pain in his heart. Bai Yunran walked to his side and whispered, "She is no longer someone you can control. You have to choose one." Lin Yi murmured, "I don't want to choose." "But you don't have a choice anymore." The next day, the first day of the public beta of Yaoshi Live was launched. Ren Xinglan started broadcasting again, and the popularity exceeded the peak. At the same time, Lin Yi received a voice message from Su Qingyao. "Lin Yi, I may be sued." Someone anonymously reported to the media and the procuratorate that Yaoguang's capital chain was suspected of illegal misappropriation. Lin Yi frowned. Crises came one after another, and the emotional line was like a huge wave in the deep sea, completely sucking him in. Chapter 120: The Black Hand Appears. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yi stood in the conference room on the top floor of the Linjiang building of Yaoguang Group. Su Qingyao was wearing a black professional dress, standing in front of the French window with her back to him. Her back was as straight and stern as ever, as if this crisis was just a wave in the storm, not enough to shake her in the slightest. But Lin Yi noticed that her fingertips were trembling. Since last night, first the financial channel released an anonymous tip about Yaoguang's financial anomalies, and then the online trolls posted messages to stir up trouble, saying that there was a huge amount of money flowing between us and a shell company. Su Qingyao spoke calmly, but her fatigue was hard to conceal. The procuratorate just called and said they would open a case for preliminary investigation. Lin Yi was silent for 3 seconds before he spoke. "I'll take care of it." Su Qingyao turned her head, her eyebrows relaxed for a moment. "Are you sure?" "Of course." He smiled calmly. Ding! The super-rich cultivation system triggers a side quest, assist Su Qingyao to survive the Yaoguang crisis. Task rewards, +1 chance to draw a lottery, random increase in intimacy, unlocking the system's hidden item bar. The system prompt flashed through Lin Yi's mind, and the corners of his mouth curved into a confident arc. "Xingyao, this is not a financial issue, it's a human heart issue. Whose cake have you touched recently?" Su Qingyao took a deep breath. Yaoguang has made drastic cuts to 3 subsidiaries this year, which has affected the interests of many old guys, but the most likely one is the Shen family. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Shen family? They wanted to take over a piece of land in Yaoguang. After the negotiations failed, I rejected the bid from their building materials company. Now it seems, they hold a grudge. Lin Yi's eyes were deep. The Shen family, Shen Wanqing? He knew very well that Shen Wanqing could not possibly be involved in such a thing, and the person behind it was most likely Shen Wanqing's third uncle, Shen Qihong, a venomous snake hiding in the dark. "Leave it to me. Don't show up for the next 3 days. I'll take care of everything." Su Qingyao looked at his back with complicated eyes. She always thought she could stand on her own, but from the moment Lin Yi appeared in her life, all the storms seemed to be reversible. At the same time, in a conference room in the southern suburbs of Yun City, Shen Qihong drank tea while listening to his subordinates' reports. Yaoguang has already successfully connected with 3 media outlets and will issue a unified press release tomorrow, accusing it of suspected money laundering. We are also planning to arrange for 2 former employees of the company to give false testimony to cooperate with online public opinion. Shen Qihong chuckled. "Lin Yi, that kid, is just like that. Do you think you can walk sideways in Yundu just by relying on Shen Wanqing? I want to see what he can use to protect Su Qingyao." As he spoke, he stood up with a sinister look in his eyes. "Yaoguang, I want it to be mine." At 10 o'clock that evening, Lin Yi sat in the private club, looking at the system interface. He had just triggered a new system permission Black Card Intelligence. Black Card Intelligence system has been opened. Current permissions can retrieve past transaction records, company internal operations, and financial anomalies of any specified object valid for 30 minutes. He entered the name of a senior employee in Yaoguang who was in charge of financial auditing, Zhou Qishan. A large amount of information immediately appeared on the interface. One of them is highlighted in red. Zhou Qishan transferred 3 million yuan to Yunsheng Building Materials Company at the beginning of this month, with the note emergency turnover. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. It's really the insider. He continued to dig deeper and found that Zhou Qishan had contacted the Shen family company many times as early as a month ago.
Almost all transfers bypassed the main financial channel and used the account of a small subsidiary of Yaoguang that had long been cancelled.
This is the source of their evidence to frame Yaoguang. Lin Yi sneered.
Then, he made a phone call. Please contact Prosecutor Zhao of the Municipal Procuratorate for me. I have some information that can help them start investigating Shen Shihong ahead of time.
2 o'clock in the morning. Bai Yunran suddenly received a call from Lin Yi.
Yunran, help me arrange a plan to reverse public opinion.
I want all the media to change their stories tomorrow. Bai Yunran sat up from the bed, her eyes moving. Are you sure?
Sure. Lin Yi said in a deep and powerful voice. I want to put the blame directly on the Shen family. The next day, the online trend completely reversed. First, the whistleblower blogger was exposed by netizens for his past of accepting bribes and spreading rumors. Then an anonymous document about Shen family bribing Yaoguang executives was released, sparking the topic. At the same time as the hot search exploded, the Procuratorate issued the first round of inquiry notice to Shen Shihong. Lin Yi stood on the balcony, looking at this reversal that he had directed himself, as if he was watching a stage slowly coming to an end.
You finally decided to answer the phone?
He heard Su Qingyao's voice on the other end of the phone, which was much softer than before.
Thank you, Lin Yi. No one has ever done this for me. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Aren't we comrades in arms? Besides, I can't bear to see my future girlfriend go bankrupt. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 3 seconds. Su Qingyao asked softly, Are you serious? I told you, if you want to escape, I will pull you back. You don't believe it? Then come to my house tonight and let me prove it to you.
Chapter 121 White Moonlight's Writing.
Late at night, at Su Qingyao's residence. Lin Yi stood at the door, holding the red wine and exquisite meals packed from the club.
The moment the door opened, Su Qingyao appeared in front of him wearing a homely suspender nightgown, with her long black hair hanging lazily, and her face without any makeup, yet she was incredibly beautiful.
You really came.
She looked at him, with some surprise in her eyes, and also some unconcealable joy.
Lin Yi raised his hand. Didn't you say that you wanted me to prove it?
Su Qingyao was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. Lin Yi, you are really brave.
I'm here to keep an appointment.
He looked at her seriously. The two sat in the living room, the air filled with the aroma of red wine. Lin Yi was not impatient, and Su Qingyao no longer pretended to be a queen in the workplace, and she seemed much softer.
Do you feel that I have been plotting against you from the beginning? She suddenly asked. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Do you want to hear the truth? Certainly.
I did guard against you at first, but not anymore.
Su Qingyao looked at him and bit her lip gently. I'm actually afraid of losing. You are the only one in this world who can make me lose completely.
Lin Yi's heart was shocked. He could see that Su Qingyao was not someone who was easily moved, but once she was moved, she would give it her all.
So now, have you lost?
He moved closer, breathing close to her ear.
Su Qingyao's eyes flickered, and she nodded slowly. I admit it.
Lin Yi smiled gently, leaned over and held her in his arms. At this moment, there were no system prompts, no business strategies, only two powerful souls approaching silently in the night.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, the Yaoguang crisis had been completely resolved.
On the other side of Yun City, after Rin Xinglan finished her late-night live broadcast, she turned off the camera and slumped in front of the dressing table. Her fans are still flooding the screen.
Sister Xinglan is in great shape today. Please ask Sister Xinglan to shoot a vlog.
She looked at the comments but didn't smile at all.
Lin Yi. She murmured the name.
Ever since the news about Lin Yi and Su Qingyao broke out, she felt for the first time that her world seemed to be a step behind. She should have spoken out earlier.
But she has been waiting for Lin Yi to take the initiative, waiting for him to walk into her life. Unexpectedly, Su Qingyao took this step first. Am I too slow?
She opened an old photo album and found a photo of her and Lin Yi from college lying quietly in the frame. That day was the school sports meet, and she recorded the moment of Lin Yi's 100-meter sprint. That brightly smiling face remained in her heart for 5 years. If we slow down any further, it will be too late. Ren Xinglan stood up, picked up his phone and opened the address book. She hesitated for a moment, but finally dialed the number.
The phone was picked up as soon as it rang. Hello, Lin Yi. It's me.
Her voice was very soft and trembling.
Are you free?
Lin Yi seemed to be silent for 2 seconds, and then a familiar voice came. I'm here.
Where are you? Home. Ren Xinglan said, and suddenly smiled, when will you come to see me? Lin Yi paused, tomorrow. I miss you.
As soon as the words came out, Ren Xinglan blushed.
But she no longer takes it back. She knew that if she didn't take the initiative, she would really be left where she was.
At the same time, Bai Yunran was sorting out the information for a new round of cooperation cases.
While editing the document, she looked at the screen of her mobile phone.
The photo of Lin Yi and Su Qingyao in the same frame was flooding her circle of friends.
You're really willing to release the news.
She chuckled, and a hint of ambiguous curve appeared at the corner of her lips. That smile was not out of jealousy or envy, but rather a bit of mischievous provocation.
Su Qingyao, are you so anxious to pull him onto the chariot? Aren't you afraid of being planted even harder?
She closed her laptop and made a phone call.
Help me deliver today's review documents to Lin Yi, and give him a message. Just say, he owes me an explanation. After hanging up the phone, Bai Yunran looked out the window at the night scene. Lin Yi, you have flirted with so many girls, you have to take responsibility, right? Ding. System prompt, Su Qingyao's current intimacy level has been raised to ambiguous advanced.
System reward unlock, item emotion detection card can read the target's true emotions within 3 seconds.
Ren Xinglan's side storyline has entered the active request for a meeting stage. Should it be processed?
Lin Yi sat in the car, looking at the system prompt on his phone and laughed softly. I took the initiative to attack.
Okay. I won't let any of them go. Chapter 122 Xing Lan's Night Visit.
Lin Yi stood in front of the French window, looking at the faint light rising in the sky. The countdown on the phone ticked, and the system notification sound echoed in his mind over and over again.
Ren Xinglan's side quest, active meeting confirmed. Reward conditions, complete the emotional breakthrough judgment.
Current status, can be advanced to the first kiss node. Lin Yi smiled lightly, but his eyes were extremely serious. This time, it was not him who took the initiative, but Ren Xinglan who chose to take that step.
And he won't retreat. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yi drove to Ren Xinglan's apartment.
The moment the door opened, he was stunned for 2 seconds. She was wearing a pure white loose sweater with her shoulders slightly exposed, a beige short skirt, and her long hair hanging loosely beside her ears. She looked clean and bright, just like the heart-warming first love on campus.
You're here. Ren Xinglan smiled gently. Didn't you ask me out?
Lin Yi walked in and hung his coat aside.
Are you afraid that I'll regret it? I'm afraid you'll bring someone else with you.
She snorted, but her eyes were full of cunning.
Lin Yi was stunned. Are you jealous? Who is jealous of you?
Ren Xinglan looked away suddenly, her cheeks flushed with a light pink. I'm just reminding you that I don't have to be with you.
Oh?
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and suddenly took a step closer.
Do you want to leave now?
Ren Xinglan was speechless for a moment, bit her lip and glared at him. Just try to leave. Lin Yi chuckled and reached out to rub the top of her head. I won't tease you anymore.
Can't I just apologize?
Ren Xinglan didn't say anything, just snorted softly, but didn't avoid his hand.
She cooked lunch herself.
Lin Yi originally thought she was just pretending, but when he saw her skilled operation techniques in the kitchen, he became a little restless.
When did you learn to cook?
I always know how to do it, but you just don't believe it. Ren Xinglan brought a bowl of tomato and egg noodles over, and said in a neutral tone, Have you forgotten who cooked porridge and sent it to your dormitory building when you had gastritis in your sophomore year? Lin Yi was stunned, and his memory was suddenly pulled back to that summer. Downstairs in the dormitory, a girl in a white dress stood in the night wind, holding a thermos bucket in her hands, with cautious expectations in her eyes.
You always remember it. Of course I remember.
Ren Xinglan lowered his voice, It's just that I never knew if you ever cared about it at all. Lin Yi looked at her, and the emotions that had been hidden in his heart for many years seemed to be gently revealed.
Yes. He said seriously.
From the first time I heard you speak on the school radio station, I knew I would remember this voice for a long time.
Ren Xinglan was stunned.
She didn't expect Lin Yi to remember something from such a long time ago. For a moment, the bitterness in his eyes almost broke through the disguise.
You're lying. Everything I said is true.
Lin Yi approached her, his eyes locked onto hers inch by inch.
Do you want me to prove it again? How do you want to prove it?
Her voice trembled, but she did not retreat. Lin Yi did not answer, but slowly lowered his head. The distance between their lips was only an inch.
She didn't hide.
At that moment, the world seemed to be quiet. The light touch of lips was like a long-lost oath, leaving a mark in each other's hearts.
Ding! Side quest completed. Reward, first kiss note achieved. Ren Xinglan's intimacy level has jumped to the intimacy stage.
System item memory trigger card unlocked, can guide the target to recall the deep moments with the host, stimulating emotional fluctuations. Lin Yi raised his head, looked at her face which was flushed with shyness, and his heart moved.
This time, he didn't hide.
In the evening, Ren Xinglan curled up in a corner of the sofa, wearing Lin Yi's shirt, with his head resting on his shoulder.
Lin Yi. What is our relationship now?
Lin Yi looked down at her. What do you hope for? She bit her lip and said nothing.
After a long pause, she whispered, I hope to be the only one. Lin Yi was stunned. This question is too serious.
It's not that he doesn't know what she cares about, not pursuit, not tenderness, but that kind of certain belonging.
But there are too many people around him and the emotions are too complicated. Xinglan.
Lin Yi said in a deep voice, I don't want to lie to you.
I can't belong to just one person yet. But I promise you, I won't be perfunctory and I won't abandon you. As long as you don't give up, I will go all the way.
Ren Xinglan looked at him quietly for a long time before nodding. Then you must remember what you said today. If you break your promise, I will use my 100,000 fans to expose you online. Lin Yi smiled, lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Okay.
As the night deepened, Lin Yi left Ren Xinglan's apartment, and the system interface suddenly shook. Trigger the main quest, confrontation between the powerful and the wealthy. Task introduction, enter the circle of the powerful and face the game of the Bai family, a top family.
Primary goal, respond to the cooperation plan proposed by Bai Yunran and reach an advantage agreement.
Current clues, Bai Yunran is about to arrange a joint assessment to determine resource allocation.
Lin Yi looked at the prompt and frowned slightly.
Bai Yunran will not let me go so easily. He sat back in the car and called Bai Yunran. I accept the joint assessment you want to play. You decide the location and time.
There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then Bai Yunran's smiling voice rang out. Very good, Lin Yi.
Then let me see whether you really want to be my fiancé or just want to sleep with me. Chapter 123 Trial of the Powerful.
3 days later, in Yundu City, Daipo Manor. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, but the entire manor was already brightly lit. Lin Yi changed into a custom-made suit and walked into the door. Shen Wanqing was already waiting at the door. She was wearing a black waist-length dress, with a cool figure and light-colored lips, and she was as noble and dignified as ever.
You're quite punctual. She glanced at her watch. I dare not be late.
After all, today is the joint assessment hosted by Miss Bai herself. Lin Yi smiled. Is Mr. Shen here to watch the fun, or?
I am here to participate on behalf of the Shen family. Shen Wanqing said calmly, turning and walking towards the door. Do you know how big a commotion the Bai family has made this time?
Bai Yunran sent an invitation letter, and 7 of the 10 great families in Yundu came, and another 5 powerful families sent core members of their side branches to come. This is not a simple assessment, but a stepping stone for a new round of resource allocation. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly.
Of course he knew what Bai Yunran was doing.
When women really get serious, they are often more ruthless than men. They walked into the main hall, and in an instant, more than a dozen eyes swept over them. These people are either sitting or standing. The men are very heroic and the women are stunningly charming. They are all the best of the younger generation.
Is this Lin Yi?
A slightly cold male voice sounded, with a hint of disdain. The speaker was Du Xing, the eldest grandson of the Du family. The Du family was strong in the military industry and real estate fields, but this Du Xing was one of the people involved in the Bai family's investment projects in recent years. Lin Yi walked forward slowly and nodded to everyone one by one as a greeting.
No one responded.
There was a sudden chill in the air. This joint assessment was arranged by Bai Yunran, the new generation host of the Bai family. Du Xing raised his lips slightly and said in a playful tone, she said that whoever wins the assessment will get the first round of controlling rights of the Shiyuan project.
Do you want to get a piece of the pie too? It's not about whether I want to or not.
Lin Yi looked at him with a calm tone. Bai Yunran asked me to come. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the people around him changed slightly.
Du Xing sneered, you really know how to take advantage of the situation.
In that case, let's compete fairly. At this moment, footsteps were heard on the spiral staircase at the end of the hall. Bai Yunran walked down slowly, wearing a dark blue dress, with delicate makeup, and an aura so strong that the air seemed slightly oppressive.
Welcome everyone, and thank you for taking the time to come on such short notice. Today's joint assessment is not about competing on resources or connections. Let's try something simple: actual trading skills. She paused, glanced at Lin Yi, and curled the corners of her lips. Today, we have 3 rounds of assessments. Round 1, Funding Dispatch. Under given conditions, raise no less than 100 million yuan in working capital within 3 hours with your existing identity background. Round 2, Project Negotiations, competing for the exclusive agency rights of overseas resources in a simulated business scenario. Round 3, Asset Layout, simulating the business expansion plan for the next 10 years in the existing city map. The whole audience was silent. This is a naked attempt to select partners who are truly capable, dare to take risks, and can expand the territory for the Bai family through assessment. Lin Yi didn't say anything. The system prompts at this time. Main quest update: the clash of the powerful and the trial begins. First round goal: rank in the top 3 in the fund allocation task. Current hidden goal: slap Du Xing in the face in public to trigger the overpowering peer's achievement. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. Bai Yunran sat down and an assistant was arranged beside him to distribute assessment materials and simulation scenario data. The first round will begin in 3 hours. Many people took out their mobile phones or put on Bluetooth headsets and started making calls, mobilizing back-end resources, and contacting the financial team. Lin Yi sat in the corner and slowly opened the system page. Do you want to use the secret scheduling card? Description: this card can mobilize 100 million cash in the system credit funds without revealing the host's true identity, simulating real financial operations. Use. Almost in the next second, a series of transfer instructions, account information and fund path analysis appeared on the system interface. Lin Ye's fingers slid quickly, and in just 20 minutes, he built a temporary shell company Lin's Capital, and through chain operations, he successfully transferred 100 million cash funds into the designated account. At the same time, 2 people beside Du Xing whispered quietly, "I heard that it took Du Xing nearly an hour and a half to collect 90 million, and there is still a shortfall." Du Xing frowned. On the other side, Lin Yi drank his coffee leisurely and submitted the first operation report ahead of time. Bai Yunran took a look and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. In less than half an hour, 100 million was credited to the account with a clear and complete path. This kind of efficiency. No, it's this method, which is very similar to the operations that only some real capital masters would use. 3 hours are over. The assistant announced. First place, Lin Capital, actual dispatch amount, 102 million. Second place, Du Capital, allocated amount, 97 million. Third place, Zheng Family Trading, dispatch amount, 92.5 million. Lin Yi stood up and smiled at Du Xing. Thank you, Mr. D. Your contempt just now gave me motivation. Du Xing's face turned pale and blue. At this moment, a system pop-up window pops up. Hidden achievement overpowering peers has been triggered. Reward: identity background camouflage card can simulate any wealthy identity in certain situations. Access rights open. Open the Capital Hunting Ground branch story. Lin Ye's eyes darkened. This is just the beginning. Next, he will truly step into the hunting ground of the top dignitaries. Chapter 124: Project Negotiation, the Game of Power and Nobility. After the first round of the assessment ended, Lin Ye's top ranking made many people look at him with admiration. Du Xing looked unhappy, but he still maintained his composure, not wanting to lose face. At this time, Bai Yunran clapped softly. Very good, everyone is in good condition. Next, we will enter the second round of assessment, Project Negotiation. We will use a real simulation system for this round of assessment. I will be the representative of Party A, and you will be the representatives of competing companies, competing for the exclusive agency rights in China for the overseas energy company Suatu Energy. Note that this is not only about eloquence, but also about negotiation logic, strategic layout, and judgment of the situation. After she finished speaking, she raised her hand slightly, and a wooden door next to the conference hall slowly opened, and several foreigners in suits filed in. Lin Yi recognized them. They are all real character models that have appeared in the system database, and one of them was even a key negotiating party in Bai's overseas mergers and acquisitions. This woman. Lin Yi laughed softly. She's really playing big. The system will then pop up a prompt. Main mission Phase 2, High-Level Negotiations. Goal: get a score of 90 or above from Party A during the negotiation phase and become a final core candidate.
Hidden goal: obtain the draft contract agreement that Bai Yunran kept privately, triggering the premeditated cooperation branch plot. Lin Yi's heart moved slightly, and he sat down calmly. The round draw was completed. Du Xing ranked first and Lin Yi ranked fifth. Du Xing came on stage with a confident expression. He started with the background of the project, talked endlessly about the benefits, and introduced his own channel resources and foreign trade experience in an attempt to impress the other party. Bai Yunran had a blank expression on his face, occasionally lowering his head to write something down. 15 minutes later, Du Xing finished.
67 points.
Bai Yunran said lightly. Du Xing's expression changed slightly, but he pretended to be calm and nodded to leave. The second and third players performed fairly well, scoring 61 and 64 points respectively. The fourth person to appear was Zhang Yu, a branch of the Zhang family.
He had a sharp mind and clear logical arguments.
He used independent data to support the entire business model and also listed a complete market entry analysis.
78 points.
Bai Yunran nodded for the first time.
And the next one is Lin Yi's turn. Everyone looked at him. What will Lin Yi say? Where does he get his overseas experience? Many people were talking in low voices.
Lin Yi, however, looked calm. He stood up and walked towards the negotiation table, saying softly, "Sorry, I want to change my entry point temporarily. I don't talk about market data or cost models. I'm only going to tell you one thing: who knows better what the Bai family wants."
There was an uproar at the scene.
Bai Yunran's eyes narrowed and she looked up at Lin Yi. Lin Yi walked to the negotiation table and spoke calmly without looking through the documents. The biggest difficulties facing Sodu Energy right now are the aging of its production lines and the trade barriers between China and the United States. They are in urgent need of capital inflow and low-risk conversion channels from China. But the most important thing is not how to introduce it, but how to let the Bai family have absolute control over the acquisition to avoid the possibility of a reverse takeover at the end of the cooperation period.
No one mentioned this.
Lin Yi's tone was calm, but it caused quite a stir in the scene. The solution I proposed was to set up a Baishur special purpose entity through a Singapore offshore foundation to be responsible for the acquisition process. And set up a triple safety lock mechanism in the equity structure to ensure that any capital changes of Suatu Energy cannot bypass the final approval of the Bai family. In addition, I will attach a shareholding priority transfer memorandum agreement after the negotiation is completed to pre-lock the core resources. As he spoke, he took out a printed document from the inside pocket of his suit and handed it to Bai Yunran. The whole place was silent. Bai Yunran took it, lowered her head and flipped through a few pages, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised.
"When did you get this memorandum of understanding?"
she said in a subtle voice.
"Last night," Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Someone accidentally left the email permissions to me." Bai Yunran raised her eyes, with an inexplicable look in her eyes. "Have you been spying on me?" Lin Yi said calmly, "I'm just curious about what you want to test me on. Maybe I just want to see how far you're willing to go."
She smiled softly, her voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. The scene suddenly became ambiguous and subtle. After a while, Bai Yunran closed the file and whispered to the assistant, "Record the score." The assistant's tone was calm but with a hint of excitement that was barely noticeable. Lin Yi, 92 points.
There was an uproar.
Du Xing's face turned pale, and Zhang Yu couldn't help but look at him.
Highest score in the second round. Moreover, he did not use any external resources, but only relied on personal means.
Xin Wanqing sat in a corner of the audience, her eyes moving slightly. Bai Yunran whispered, "Before the third round begins,
Lin Yi, please stay."
When everyone stood up, Lin Yi did not leave. The entire hall was emptied, leaving only two people. She slowly walked down from the high seat and came to him. "Do you know why you won this round?"
Lin Yi, "Because I understand you."
Bai Yunran looked at him, "And, you are actively approaching me."
Lin Yi didn't comment. "Aren't you the same?"
She didn't deny it, but just took a step forward. They were so close that they could almost hear each other's breathing. "The third round is your biggest chance," she said softly. "If you are willing to help me win this round, I can consider reserving a seat for you in the future of the Bai family. Or..." She paused, a sharp and tentative look flashing in her eyes. "It's not impossible that you want me." Lin Yi lowered his eyes and smiled meaningfully.
"Are you sure you can afford the cost of this game?"
Bai Yunran's eyes remained unchanged. "You won't let me lose."
The air seemed to be still, as ambiguity and intrigue intertwined into an unclear vortex. And this is just the beginning. Chapter 125 Simulated Gambling by Family Gambling.
The third round of assessment finally kicked off. It is called Asset Simulation Layout, but in fact it is the ultimate test of comprehensive gaming ability.
After the rules were announced, the entire candidate circle fell into a brief silence.
This time, it is no longer a simple project negotiation or paper talk, but asset operation in the form of virtual funds to achieve the established goals by analyzing the fictitious but highly simulated market model. Within 72 hours, 200 million initial funds leveraged 1 billion market value controlling rights. All operations will reflect market fluctuations in real time, and behavioral logic will be subject to system-level scoring. And in Lin Ye's virtual investment terminal, there is another hidden prompt.
Hide mainline branch has been activated.
Conditions for achievement: controlling the BI's overseas asset investment department to simulate a shadow company with a suppressive advantage will receive by Yunran's personal plot node hidden rights invitation. Lin Yi nodded calmly, already understanding that this was a chess game carefully set up by Yunran. At the same time, it also indicates that this assessment is no longer just a game of the powerful selecting partners, but also a formal invitation from her to him.
The assessment room is completely enclosed, external signals are shielded, and candidates enter a fully immersive simulated operation space.
Lin Yi sat in front of an independent seat, the projection screen unfolded, and the virtual market image appeared in the air.
The dense K-line charts and capital movements formed an overwhelming torrent of information.
He did not rush to take action, but observed quietly.
The thinking of the schemer is the most worthy part to study.
Lin Yi smiled softly, and moved his fingers lightly to open a module. The simulated market is based on the three major tracks of East Asian energy, overseas ports and digital mining, each with its own key turning points and investment incentives. The shadow company set up by the Bai family is hidden behind these assets.
If you enter blindly, you will easily be led by the rhythm.
One wrong step will lead to the whole loss.
But Lin Yi is a system binder. System prompt: the actual market fluctuations are driven by the set weight plus dynamic feedback.
It is recommended to use the blunt entry horizontal absorption strategy to control the market first and then reversely penetrate the chip layer. Lin Yi swiped his finger and selected an unpopular stock in the port sector. Jiahai Logistics had an initial total market value of only 300 million, but its hidden controllable assets exceeded 700 million.
Lin Yi entered in batches, constantly using retail investor logic to conceal the flow of funds. In just 1 hour, he quietly took over the first stage of the controlling line. At this time, other candidates were still fighting over the East Asian energy sector. There was a brief abnormal movement in the market. When several simulated large investors tested each other, they exposed their respective operating logic. Du Xing's strategy is the most radical. He directly invested 120 million yuan in heavy zinc mine assets, hoping to use short-term funds to quickly increase valuations and take a chance on a high spread. However, the feedback from the market system quickly suppressed the market with a high rise and then a fall. In less than 2 hours, his account had dropped to 145 million, and he broke out in a cold sweat. However, Lin Ye's account has quietly exceeded the valuation of 390 million without anyone noticing.
Bai Yunran was in the monitoring room, watching all this quietly. He didn't use any traditional leverage model, but was able to steadily expand the control curve. She whispered to herself, "This is not the method of a speculator. He is a true game player." Shen Wanqing stood behind her, silent for a long time, and finally spoke softly.
"Who do you want Lin Yi to be to you?" Bai Yunran smiled faintly. "I don't know, but I know I need him.
At this point in time when the Bai family's edifice is about to collapse, I only trust one person."
Shen Wanqing didn't say anything, just lowered her head.
A trace of complexity and struggle slowly flashed across his eyes.
72 hours passed in a flash.
When everyone exited the simulation system and regained their perception of reality, all the candidates had different expressions. Du Xing had a gloomy look on his face, Zheng Yu clenched his fist in reluctance, and the rest were either tired or frustrated. Only Lin Yi remained calm.
Bai Yunran opened the final results report and said calmly. Final ranking announced.
First place, Lin Yi, with total assets estimated at 1.26 billion, accounting for 91% of the target's controlling stake.
Second place, Zheng Yu, total assets 820 million.
Third place, Du Xing, 630 million.
The rest, eliminate them. After a second of silence, there were murmurs of exclamation and shocked comments in the arena. Lin Yi actually took control of the company directly? How strong is the market judgment? Didn't they say he had never been involved in financial investment?
How can he be a newcomer with this level of experience? But Bai Yunran didn't look at them, but just looked at Lin Yi and smiled slightly.
The assessment is over. Lin Yi, please follow me.
Behind the conference hall, there is a secret VIP room. Lin Yi sat on the sofa with the document handed to him by Bai Yunran in front of him. This is not an assessment report card, she said softly.
This is my personal contract.
Lin Yi opened it and the first line read, Baijia Holding Group oversees MA Consultant Special Authorization Contract.
The contract is very clear.
As a special consultant, he was given the 3-year project command of Bai's Overseas Investment Department, with an annual salary starting from 8 figures and the right to veto projects.
More importantly,
Appendix 2, the parties to the agreement may participate in the strategic planning of Baijia shares and enjoy the right to prepare for future equity voting.
Lin Yi gently closed the file and said with a smile, Are you so anxious to hand over your family fortune to me? Bai Yunran looked at him seriously.
You're worth it. And, this is not a delivery, but an invitation. Lin Yi, I want you to stay with me until the end, not only for the future of the Bai family but also for myself. At that moment, the air condensed again. Ambiguous, sharp, testing each other, and like two flames about to merge. Lin Yi stared at her, his smile revealing an ambiguous meaning.
I accept. But what I want, maybe more than what you can give me. Bai Yunran smiled, as if she already knew the answer.
She lowered her head and placed her finger on the last page of the document.
Then you, be ready to gamble your fate for me. Chapter 126 By Family Secret Meeting, Storm is Coming.
In the early morning, a thin mist had not yet dissipated at the Bai family manor on the outskirts of Yun City. Lin Yi sat in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, with a folder in front of him that had been flipped through many times.
He tapped his knuckles lightly with a deep look in his eyes. Today is the annual secret meeting of the Bai family's top leaders.
Bai Yunran personally ordered that he would attend the meeting as a special advisor as an observer, but Lin Yi knew that this was by no means a simple spectator. Bai Yunran, she didn't just want me to enter, she wanted me to stand in line. He whispered to himself.
However, this gambling game, even she herself may not be able to control it.
The system panel quietly emerges. Hidden plot line advancement, internal strife of the Bai family and power struggle phase 1. Mission objective, initially intervene in the Bai family's power issues, lock in allies, and break the current factional deadlock. Special note, the second elder faction of the Bai family and Bai Yunran's maternal faction are the main opposition, so pay attention to the balance of words and attitude. Lin Yi closed the file and a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. This time, let's see who reveals the flaw first. The meeting hall inside the Bai family manor is magnificent and luxurious, with the smoke from sandalwood incense burners curling up, a long conference table in the middle, and the main seat on the right side empty. More than a dozen well-dressed middle-aged men and women took their seats one after another, some with arrogant expressions, while others just watched indifferently. Behind the main seat, Lin Yi stood quietly in a dark gray suit, his eyes scanning everyone calmly.
That is Bai Changtian, the second elder of the Bai family.
He was once a deputy official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and has tremendous power.
The woman on the left is Bai Yunran's third aunt Bai Qingyi.
She looks elegant, but actually has a vicious heart. Bai Yunran's uncle Bai Zihang looks like he has a lot of smiles on his face, but he's actually the best at stabbing people in the back.
These people are all foxes covered in blood.
And they have only one goal, the inheritance rights of the Bai family. Bai Yunran appeared in the attention of the whole audience, wearing a suit skirt with black and gold thread trim, her eyes as sharp as a knife. She walked to the main seat and announced calmly.
There are 2 topics for this meeting. First, regarding the authorized restructuring of Bai's new round of overseas investment. Second, regarding the early establishment of the Bai family's inheritance rights.
Before he finished speaking, the air suddenly cooled.
Some people frowned, some talked in low voices, and some squinted their eyes to look at Lin Yi. She actually put the inheritance issue on the agenda ahead of time. She is really anxious. Bai Zihang smiled, young people really can't keep their cool.
Bai Changtian raised his eyelids and spoke in a calm and oppressive voice, Yunran, the matter of inheritance rights should wait until the old man decides. If you rashly bring it forward, it will only disrupt the situation.
Bai Yunran did not give in and smiled. Uncle, are you worried that the situation will become chaotic? Or are you worried that, after the situation stabilizes, you will have no choice?
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar.
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows secretly.
He fired directly. It seems that Bai Yunran really intends to break the deadlock. Bai Changtian's eyes flashed, but he didn't fight back, just sneered. Then should the consultant you mentioned also be included in the succession resolution? Bai Qingyi suddenly looked at Lin Yi and smiled meaningfully. After all, I heard that you personally brought this Mr. Lin into the Bai family. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. A chain reaction suddenly occurred on the conference table. Yes, is it legal for outsiders to enter the game? How much core data of the Bai family does he have? We don't even know his background. Lin Yi remained silent. Until Bai Yunran slowly stood up and looked down at the whole audience. Lin Yi is the special consultant I recommended. I have personally verified all his information. More importantly, he is currently the only candidate who has completed all the trials I set. If you don't even recognize this qualification, why not just announce that the future of the Bai family can only be decided by you, the people standing in the past? After he finished speaking, there was a moment of dead silence. Lin Yi finally spoke, his voice steady but sharp. Although I am an outsider, if Bai's assets want to be internationalized, they are destined not to stick to the traditional family model. I am not here to fight for power today, but if you really want to turn over your cards in front of me, then please be prepared. I will flip the table. Bai Ziheng paused, and his smile slowly froze. Bai Changtian finally looked directly at Lin Yi, his gaze as oppressive as a sharp blade. Boy, that's interesting. Lin Yi smiled back. System prompt, the deterrent effect is achieved, the current prestige is judged +5, Bai Changtian has an alert emotion towards you. The meeting descended into a standoff. At this moment, a calm, old, yet authoritative voice came from outside the door. You are all making noises like street hooligans. The whole audience suddenly fell silent. A silver-haired old man walked in slowly, supported by 2 servants. The head of the Bai family, Bai Yunran's grandfather, Bai Hongli. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. It's finally here, the real eye of the storm. Bai Hongli sat down, his eyes slowly swept over everyone, finally landing on Lin Yi. He didn't say anything, but just put a document in his hand on the table and pushed it gently. Lin Yi took a look and saw that it was the authorization letter for the transfer of equity of some directors of Bai Holdings. And the signatory is Bai Yunran. Did the old man directly give the right to express his opinion to Lin Yi? Bai Qingyi couldn't help but lose his voice. Bai Hongli spoke calmly. I'm old. The Bai family shouldn't continue to fight among themselves in the future. This young man. I've seen the simulated investment he did. His judgment, restraint, strategy, and control were just like me when I was young. I just want to ask one thing: are you willing to be a real advisor to the Bai family, rather than a vassal of Bai Yunran? Lin Yi laughed softly. Old man. I don't want to be anyone's vassal. But I am willing to draw a new path for the Bai family. Chapter 127, The Powerful Move and the Hidden Line emerges. Inside the Bai family's meeting room, the air seemed to freeze. Lin Yi slowly put away the documents in his hand, stood up, and looked directly at Bai Hongli in front of everyone. Old man, if you really want me to wield the sharp sword of the Bai family, then I will only say one thing: I will not be a sucker, nor will I be a rootless person. What I need is not just authorization of rights, but also the sincerity of the participants. After these words were spoken, many people's faces changed slightly. Bai Yunran's pupils trembled slightly, and then she smiled gently, with admiration that could not be concealed in her eyes. Bai Qingyi sneered coldly. Oh, this kid is really arrogant. What does he think of the Bai family? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can sit at this table? Lin Yi was neither anxious nor impatient, and slowly looked at her. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is, I'm afraid even you can't do what I'm going to do. He turned his eyes and scanned the whole audience, his voice clear and steady. I said I'm not here for power, but now that I've entered this game, what I, Lin Yi, want is the right to play the game based on the rules. Otherwise, it's better not to join the Bai family. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Hongli smiled. Good. He slapped the table, his tone filled with a long-lost sense of joy. When I was young, I hated those who were submissive the most. Only those who dare to enter the game, dare to show their cards, and dare to turn over the table are worthy of playing this game of power. From today on, you, Lin Yi, are the special advisor to the Bai family and a participant in Bai's overseas affairs. You have the right to make suggestions and to supervise. But you have to remember, this road is not for cowards. Lin Yi took a deep breath and replied in a deep voice, remember this. System prompt, plot node advanced successfully. You have obtained the status of special advisor to the Bai family. You can make suggestions in the Bai family's decision-making meetings and participate in key company proposals.
Role influence increases, by Yunran's intimacy towards you +3, by Changtian's hostility towards you +2.
Warning, the undercurrent of the Bai family is beginning to intensify, and some branches will enter a parallel state.
Please pay attention to the interpersonal balance.
After the meeting, Bai Yunran did not rush to leave, but walked slowly along the path of the manor with Lin Yi. The sun was shining, and the woman beside Lin Yi was still proud and cold, but with a hint of relaxation. You were very adventurous today, she said softly.
But I like it. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Aren't you worried that I'll be too aggressive and cause backlash?
Bai Yunran looked back and smiled, her eyes as dark as ink. This power game has no turning back since the moment you stepped into the Bai family. I don't need a chess piece that can endure. What I need is a madman who dares to push the chessboard.
And you are the chip I bet on. Lin Yi smiled and said no more.
At this moment, Bai Yunran suddenly stopped, took out a black and gold badge from her bag, and handed it to him.
This is the symbol of the Bai family's core circle.
Only those who are truly involved will wear it.
Lin Yi took it.
The relief on the badge was a phoenix spreading its wings, and there was a tiny chip interface hidden behind it.
Positioning? Monitoring? Or remote trigger mechanism?
He asked subconsciously. Bai Yunran did not deny it, but said softly. Both. But if you really stand on my side, it will only be a shield to protect you.
Lin Yi glanced at her and smiled faintly. What if I rebel against you?
Bai Yunran slowly approached and whispered in his ear. Then I will tear you apart with my own hands. Lin Yi paused, but did not dodge. At this moment, in the manor pavilion not far away, a gaze fell quietly on them. Shen Wanqing put down the telescope expressionlessly and tapped the armrest with her fingertips. Lin Yi, you really did take her step. Behind her, an assistant in a well-dressed suit whispered. Miss, our personnel have been deployed, and the Yaoguang fund flow has also been arranged.
But if Mr. Lin stands too high?
Shen Wanqing interrupted him softly. He is tall so that he can hit louder.
I want to see if he can survive this game.
In the evening, just as Lin Yi stepped into his private villa, an encrypted call came in. He looked at the caller note, Yi Qingning. He picked up the phone, but it was not Changning's voice on the other end, but a cold female voice.
Mr. Lin Yi, something happened to the young lady. Lin Yi's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Speak clearly. We found signs of forced entry in her home.
She is currently missing and the positioning signal has been interrupted. But she left a note before she left, which said, Brother, I'm waiting for you to save me. System prompt, branch quest started, Crazy Green Plum, the beginning of the crisis.
Mission objective, find Yi Qingning within 72 hours and find out who is behind this. Reward, super rich points plus 800, hidden item, identity binding pardon one-time use. Lin Yi looked down at the phone screen, his eyes filled with coldness. Are you finally taking action? Think I'm still playing a lukewarm chess game? Wrong. From now on, whoever touches my people, I will kill him.
Chapter 128, Crazy Criticism of Green Plum the Eve of Hunting.
Mr. Lin, do you want to call the police?
The butler asked cautiously, his expression clearly flustered. Lin Yi had a cold face and did not answer immediately. He silently looked at the note in his hand.
Yi Qingning's beautiful handwriting was vivid on the paper, but the content was shocking. Brother, I'm waiting for you to save me. 5 seconds later, Lin Yi raised his head, his eyes like a knife. Don't call the police. Prepare the vehicle.
I need to go to Qingning's residence immediately. Call the phone Lin security system again, set the priority to SS level, target track the green lemon signal. Also, mobilize all my personal forces in Cloud City and activate hunting net mode. The housekeeper's scalp tingled when he heard this, and he couldn't help asking, Fong Lin, is it yours exclusively?
Yes.
Lin Yi said in a cold tone, the core network nerve of Lin's security system. This time, I want everyone to know what the price is for touching the people around me, Lin Yi. Half an hour later, Lin Yi arrived at Yi Qingning's detached villa in the suburbs. The scene had been controlled and blocked by his men. As soon as Lin Yi entered the room, he took a quick look at the situation inside the house. There were signs of prying on the windowsill, several bloody hairpins lay on the sofa in the living room, and a string of bells hanging at the door had been forcibly torn off. But what caught his attention more was the plate of freshly brewed chamomile on the coffee table, which had not yet cooled down.
not long before the attack.
Lin Yi judged she must have been about to take a rest when she was suddenly attacked and taken away. She didn't struggle for long, but she left a note, which means she took the initiative to leave clues instead of waiting desperately. She is very smart, which also means that the other party did not take ruthless action against her immediately. He analyzed it word by word, while the deputy system officer of Fonglin headquarters beside him gave feedback through the headset. Sir, we have located the last signal breakpoint, located in an abandoned warehouse area in the southwestern suburbs of Yun City. There were records of underground black market activities nearby, but they were cleared out 2 years ago and are now mostly vacant areas.
Send people to seal off all entrances and exits so as not to alert the enemy.
Lin Yi said in a deep voice, I will go there myself.
Just as Lin Yi took action, Shen Wanqing also received the news.
She stood in front of the French window, listening to her subordinates' reports expressionlessly, but a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth.
Something happened to Yi Qingning? Yes. The assistant nodded. Someone must have deliberately targeted Lin Yi, and she was just one of the targets.
Shen Wanqing pondered for a moment, a complex look flashing in her eyes.
Pass my order, dispatch Yeyu's third team, bypass Lin Yi's men, and assist in the search in secret. The assistant was startled. Miss, this. I'm helping Lin Yi, and I'm also telling him.
You, Shen Wanqing, are his truly reliable ally. Outside the abandoned warehouse area, Lin Yi stood quietly in the armored vehicle, his eyes as cold as the night. At this moment, he had changed into tactical uniform, his expression was extremely cold, and he said nothing.
Residual infrared heat detected.
The target stayed here for a short time. There are fresh footprints in the warehouse.
It is estimated that there are no less than 5 people.
It has not yet been confirmed whether there is a trap.
The Fonglin members reported point by point, and Lin Yi only said one sentence. Go in and save people.
The warehouse was completely silent, with only the occasional, frightening sound of rats squealing. Lin Yi walked ahead with a gun in hand, his steps like a cheetah, each step in line with the tactical rhythm. When he pushed open the last old iron door, a familiar figure fell to the cold ground.
Lime.
Lin Yi rushed forward and half knelt beside her. Yi Qingning's face was pale, her lips were blue, and there were obvious marks on her wrists, but she was still breathing.
Call a doctor.
Lin Yi ordered sternly, her mind may have been controlled by drugs. Yi Qingning opened her eyes slightly and murmured, Brother?
I knew you would come.
Lin Yi's eyes shone, and he gently touched her hair. Close your eyes and sleep for a while, leave the rest to me.
No one can take you away from me.
At this moment, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Side quest Crazy Green Plum. The beginning of the crisis completed.
Yi Qingning's intimacy with you +8, current intimacy level, extreme dependence. Hidden attribute activated, crazy love obsession.
Warning, when the Qingmei emotional index reaches the maximum value, it may trigger the awakening of the crazy criticism state. Please maintain interpersonal balance. Lin Yi was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly whispered, It's okay to be crazy.
But you can only show me how crazy you are. The next morning, Lin Yi took Yi Qingning away from the scene, but the entire underground circle of Yun City fell into panic because of his strong attack throughout the night.
The heads of 3 gray industries were purged overnight, 2 black market smuggling channels were cut off, the 3 forces of the Bai family, the Shen family, and Lin Yi were undercurrents, and an invisible storm was quietly brewing.
Lin Yi sat in the car, looking at the sleeping Qingning with a stern look in his eyes. This is just an appetizer. Since you dare to touch the people around me, I will make you regret living in this world. Chapter 129 Shadows Emerge, Getting Closer to the Truth. In the center of Yunda City, on the top floor of Galaxy Building, Lin Yi sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window without saying a word. The morning light shone on him through the glass, but it could not dispel the shadow hidden deep in his eyes. At the side, Fenglin's adjutant Jiang Hui handed over the information in his hand. Sir, this is the relevant intelligence we screened out after the cleanup last night. Lin Yi took it, flipped through it for a few seconds, and his brows slowly frowned. The warehouse operation was indeed organized and planned, involving 3 parties, but the mastermind behind it has remained hidden. From the way they did it and how they covered up the evidence, it doesn't look like they were just trying to kidnap me. It looks more like they were testing me.
Lin Yi tapped his fingers on the table.
Test me?
Jiang Hui nodded, and we suspect that the people involved in this may be related to the remnants of the Bai family.
Bai's family? Lin Yi's eyes turned cold. Bai Yunran's family?
Yes.
But we haven't locked on to a specific person yet.
However, according to the Yundu underground network monitoring system that you authorized to unlock, an abnormal point was found. JAC brought up the footage, and in the light and shadow, a familiar Maserati sped past at the intersection of an overpass near the warehouse.
The registered name of the car owner, Bai Yunran.
Lin Yi tapped the table with his fingertips, but there was no anger between his brows. Instead, there was a playful sneer.
The Bai family finally couldn't sit still anymore.
Her personal appearance means that this is not just a warning, but a declaration of war.
Jiang Hui hesitated and asked, "Should we question Bai Yunran?" Lin Yi waved his hand, "No hurry. Bai Yunran, she won't really betray me. If this is really her plan, then she will definitely give me a way out." At the same time, on the north side of Yun City, Bai family villa.
Bai Yunran was wearing a goose yellow dress, standing quietly in the garden, holding a cup of lemon tea in her hand, with a calm expression. Her housekeeper reported, "Miss, when we were cleaning up the data, we found that the remnants of the Tsangyan society had recently made unusual movements."
Tsangyan society?
Bai Yunran's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she asked calmly, "Weren't they uprooted by Lin Yi?"
"Yes, but someone escaped.
Besides, they seem to have joined forces with an old enemy.
The last name is Gu."
Bai Yunran's hand paused.
"Gu?"
she whispered softly, looking thoughtful. After a moment, she turned back into the house and dialed a private number.
The phone rang twice and then was picked up. "Hello?"
The voice on the other end sounded lazy and smiling, but it also carried a certain dangerous air.
"You still dare to contact me? Am I so dangerous in your eyes?"
Bai Yunran raised the corners of his lips, smiling elegantly but with a hint of thorns.
"Gu Yao. I just want to remind you not to stretch your hands too far. Lin Yi is not someone you can touch."
There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then he whispered, "It's a pity that you've already fallen in love."
"He is destined not to belong to anyone, Bai Yunran. You know that."
On the other side, the main building of Xin Group. Shen Wanqing stood in the conference room, looking at Lin Yi's latest developments on the screen in front of her with a calm expression. He started to track down the behind the scenes.
Yi Qingning's rescue was just a test. He has obviously begun to doubt the Bai family.
Her voice was as cold as ice. "The key next is how to make him truly trust me, not Bai Yunran."
The secretary asked carefully, "Do you want us to push the fake news of Tang's marriage to provoke Bai Yunran to rebound?" "No rush."
Shen Wanqing's eyes were calm. "Let her show her true colors first.
We just need to wait and see what happens. Lin Yi is a smart man.
Once he smells something unusual, he will start to move away.
And at that time, he will find that I am the only one who truly stands by his side." Late night in Cloud City.
Lin Yi stood alone on the balcony of the villa. The wind blew up the black windbreaker on his shoulders, and his eyes were cast into the depths of the night. Behind him, Yi Qingning, who had just woken up, walked over quietly, wrapped in a blanket, like a quiet cat.
"Elder brother."
Lin Yi turned his head and was slightly stunned.
There was still some weariness in Yi Qingning's eyes, but she held his hand stubbornly. "Are you angry?" "No,"
Lin Yi said softly.
"Are you wondering who took me away?"
She suddenly looked up. "I saw that man."
Lin Yi's eyes suddenly focused. "Do you remember?" Yi Qingning nodded. "He was wearing black clothes and said he was a helper hired by the Bai family. He said he wanted me to shut up. But I didn't listen to him. I know my brother will come."
Lin Yi took a deep breath and slowly covered her hand with his. "You did a good job.
Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you again."
The system prompt appears again.
Branch update: Bai's old enemy appears in the name of Gu Yao.
Investigation mission is open. After completion, you can unlock Bai Yunran's Loveline Crisis Trial. Friendly reminder: the emotional trend is about to enter a decision branch. Please be cautious about the mood changes of each heroine. Lin Yi looked at the system interface and closed it silently.
Loveline trial?
His eyes were deep. Where there are trials, there are opportunities. And I am never afraid of trials.
The next day, Lin Yi personally stepped into the Yun City government building to visit an old acquaintance.
A man he once saved, who is now the deputy mayor of Yun City, Zhou Zhang.
"Mr. Lin." Zhou Zhang greeted him personally, his expression serious. "Are you here this time to borrow the authority of the ground network?"
Lin Yi nodded. "I suspect that some underground forces are using the old ley line as a springboard to try to rebuild the black market. The person I want to investigate is no longer a simple business rival. Their existence itself is a provocation to order. Zhou Zheng pondered for a moment, and finally sighed, okay, I will grant you special permissions. But Lin Yi, you have to know that what you have done may make it impossible for you to return to the so-called ordinary. Lin Yi raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth.
Brother Zhou, you are wrong. I've never been ordinary. Chapter 130, Undercurrents and Emotional Wars. In the early morning, the wind is cool.
Lin Yi stood alone in front of the war room of Fenglin Agency, watching Gu Yao's information and data scrolling rapidly on the screen. Jiang Huai stood aside respectfully. Sir, this is the preliminary file we screened out about Gu Yao. Gu Yao, a branch of the Gu family, was originally an inconspicuous branch of a third-rate family in Beijing. But 5 years ago, he suddenly disappeared and his whereabouts remain a mystery. When he reappeared, he appeared in the Northwest black market as the behind-the-scenes investor of the Tsangyan Society.
We have confirmed that the recent actions against you are all related to his funding chain.
Lin Yi lowered his head, his eyes as calm as water.
The remnants of the Tsangyan Society have finally found a backer.
He raised his eyes. His next goal will definitely not stop at testing.
It will be to break the situation. Keep investigating. I want to know why he wanted to touch me and who gave him the confidence. And what is the relationship between the Bai family and him? Jiang Huai left immediately.
Lin Yi did not turn around, but stared at the flashing code.
Gu Yao target risk level S.
Personality tags: vicious, manipulative, extreme desire for control. Background: suspected of being involved in 7 underground trading groups. At the same time, at the Bai family villa, Bai Yunran sat in the study, frowning as she looked at the latest report on Lin Yi's whereabouts in the folder in her hand. She knew that Lin Yi had already started tracking down Gu Yao. But she knew in her heart that Gu Yao's appearance was not accidental. Miss, the personal assistant came in and reminded quietly, Gu Yao sent a message that he wants to have a face-to-face talk tonight. Bai Yunran put the folder down, his eyes turned a little colder.
What does he want to do now?
He said, he is willing to hand over Lin Yi's information network monitoring rights as long as you help him get into the upper echelons of Yaoguang Group.
Absurd.
Bai Yunran's eyes turned cold, he is daydreaming.
He thinks he can exchange it in this way? Lin Yi's things,
She suddenly stopped, lowered her head and chuckled, softly and coldly.
He thought I was a pawn standing against Lin Yi. How pathetic. Tell him I'll keep the appointment. But it's not a transaction, it's a liquidation.
At the other end, the top floor office of Yaoguang Building. Shen Wanqing is processing the latest batch of business cooperation documents. On one of the files, it was clearly written letter of intent to acquire a company affiliated with the Gu Yao Foundation. She sneered and threw the documents on the table.
You want to use the Bai family to enter Yaoguang? Do you really think that I, Shen Wanqing, can't see through this little trick? The secretary asked carefully, Mr. Shen, do you need to report this information to Mr. Lin Yi? No hurry.
Shen Wanqing stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window.
Bai Yunran has already noticed it.
He will no longer fully trust her. What I have to do is to let him realize that I have never betrayed him when he is most doubtful and shaken. And she will eventually reveal her flaws. The secretary pursed her lips and nodded. Just as she was about to leave, Shen Wanqing suddenly said,
That's right.
Upgrade the Lin Yi personal security monitoring system to a higher level and set up a soft warning especially related to Bai Yunran.
He still doesn't understand who is really protecting him.
Night falls, in the southern suburbs of Yun City, at the Star Club. This is the place where Bai Yunran and Gu Yao agreed to meet. Under the dim light, Bai Yunran was wearing a dark blue dress, looking graceful yet with a fierce aura. Gu Yao had been waiting for a long time, still maintaining his usual elegant style, but the moment Bai Yunran stepped in, a hint of uncontrollable ambition and desire for control flashed in his eyes.
Yunran, long time no see.
Bai Yunran sat down and glanced at him calmly. Just tell me, Gu Yao.
What on earth do you want from me?
Gu Yao chuckled and crossed his fingers. You know, I have always been interested in you. It's just that you were too tall at that time and refused to bend down. But now Lin Yi is walking too fast, so fast that if you don't take action, he will really leave you.
Bai Yunran raised the corners of her lips slightly, with a smile in her eyes. So you think I will join forces with you to deal with him? Gu Yao, you don't know me at all. Lin Yi is not my target.
He is the man destined for me.
Gu Yao's expression changed. Are you crazy? He will destroy you.
The people behind him are not people your Bai family can touch. What's more, he has been suspicious for a long time.
It's not worth it for you to do this for him. Bang!
Bai Yunran threw the wine glass to the ground without hesitation.
The broken glass scratched the carpet.
She stood up, her beautiful eyes gleaming with coldness.
You may not understand, but please do not blaspheme what I hold in my heart. Gu Yao, do you want to play?
Sure.
But remember, I, Bai Yunran, am not your puppet.
She walked away, leaving Gu Yao sitting there alone, his face as cold as ice.
Almost at the same time, Lin Yi received a secret report from Jiang Wei.
Sir, Gu Yao had contact with Bai Yunran tonight.
Lin Yi's eyes moved slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, did she agree to him?
No, instead there seemed to be a violent argument. Lin Yi closed his eyes and remained silent for a moment, as the doubts in his heart grew heavier.
What does she want to do? Protect me? Or act on your own initiative? The system prompt appears.
Bai Yunran's emotional trial, the first stage has been completed.
Heroine's dialogue favorability +3. Current favorability, 82-100. Reminder, the heroine begins to enter the possessive stage and will actively interfere with the protagonist's actions. Please respond with caution.
Lin Ye's mouth corners slightly raised.
Interesting.
Yunran, if you want to play, I'll play with you.